Chapter 1: The Future Peerless Empress, now a poor little thing. In the vast and boundless river of stars, a gigantic chaotic hand descended from the depths of the universe. Wherever the hand passed, the stars and suns exploded like fireworks, and the continent shattered into dust. Empress, do you really want to eradicate everything? In the center of this star domain, on a massive continent, a towering figure appeared, its aura shaking the star river. Boom! The hand did not pause for a moment and struck down in the next instant. The figure, whose aura trembled the heavens, exerted all its strength to resist. But the gap in power was too great, and no matter how fiercely the figure fought back, its body, larger than the sun, was gradually torn apart under the hand, and eventually exploded completely. As the hand struck down, the central continent shattered into several fragments, with dozens of powerful figures bursting into bloodlight. The shockwave spread across the star river, rippling through the universe, and wherever the ripples passed, all celestial bodies turned into cosmic dust with a puff. After everything settled, the entire star domain, except for the central continent, turned into ruins, plunging into eternal darkness. The one who struck with the chaotic hand also revealed their figure in the starry sky. In the void, a graceful figure in white emerged, her face obscured by chaotic air, preventing anyone from admiring the supreme beauty of this empress. The powerful beings from all realms, watching this scene through the magical formations, couldn't help but gasp, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at this unparalleled empress. The Empress has annihilated another ancient supreme clan that oppressed the human race, and no one from the sacred realm escaped. A magnificent and powerful race has come to an end, too strong. That was a world-shattering sacred emperor-level powerhouse, yet he was killed with a single slap, without the ability to resist. I feel like I've seen the style of the human emperor pushing through the heavens 200,000 years ago. The human race is not to be underestimated. Are we humans about to recreate the unparalleled glory of the human emperor era? Big brother, can you give me something to eat? On the streets in the cold winter, it was nearing the end of the year, and there was a considerable amount of ice on the roadside. A little girl in tattered clothes, her face dirty and her small hands red from the cold, pitifully begged passersby. However, in such weather, people hurried past, completely ignoring this hungry and cold little girl. Not far from the little girl stood a handsome young man in a finely crafted white robe, adorned with a golden short sword pattern, carrying a treasured sword on his back, lost in thought. The young man was quite handsome and elegant, resembling a refined gentleman, like a celestial being. I'm not dead, am I? Emo-Chienian stared blankly at his hands, which were smooth and delicate, looking as white as a well-maintained woman's slender fingers. He had entered the innate realm at the age of 13. Forming an innate spiritual body, free from dust and impurities that he clearly remembered that he could not break through his realm. His lifespan was at its end, and he had closed his eyes in his secret chamber. How did he open his eyes again and become so young? Moreover, his strength had also regressed to the peak of the innate realm. Could it be that he broke through to the nirvana realm that could defy fate at the brink of death? No, that's impossible. He hadn't broken through in 100 years and couldn't overcome the heart demon tribulation. How could he possibly break through at the end of his life? He raised his head and looked around at the ancient buildings on either side and the bluestone pavement beneath his feet. This was a small town that seemed somewhat familiar, but the memories were too distant to be clear. Look, young Master Chienian is back. Hurry and inform the master. Young Master Chienian is so handsome. He's simply my dream lover. Look in the mirror. Young Master Chienian is the first prodigy in the history of Yen City. Even in the entire Dechu Empire, he ranks among the top 3 unparalleled prodigies. Only our empire's princess is worthy of him. It's been 3 years. I wonder what realm young Master Chienian has reached. He should be at the 5th level of the innate realm by now, right? Definitely. Young Master Chienian achieved the innate realm at 13, setting the cultivation record for the Dechu Empire. It is said that young Master Chienian has become the true disciple and elder brother of the Tian Shui sword sect, which is a super sect among several surrounding empires. The discussions of the surrounding crowd reached Emo-Chienian's ears, causing the memories deep within him to surge. Young Master Chienian. How many years ago was that title? Probably about 1,000 years, right? Also, the Dechu Empire and Tian Shui sword sect were memories from 1,000 years ago, achieving the innate realm at 13 and 3 years later. This was when he returned to Yen City from Tian Shui sect at the age of 16. Emo Qianyan finally pieced together the clues and understood his current situation. He had been reborn, and he had returned to when he was 16. Having lived for 1,000 years in his previous life and surviving the great calamity of myriad races, his soul power was incredibly strong, and his state of mind was already calm and unperturbed. Yet, at this moment, he was still somewhat shocked. Reborn to the past, this involved the supreme laws of time, something even the invincible beings of the myriad realms couldn't reach, right? Big brother, can you give me something to eat? The little girl walked over, having begged for a while without receiving anything, and finally arrived at Emo Qianyan's side. After saying this, the little girl looked up and saw the graceful young man in thin white robes in the cold wind. Her expression instantly became somewhat shy, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back, fearing that she might dirty the young man's white robes. If she dirted someone else's clothes, she would definitely be punished. Interrupted from his thoughts, Emo Qianyan slightly lowered his head and looked at the dirty little girl before him. It didn't matter that he hadn't looked the moment he did. Emo Qianyan's eyes widened, his pupils dilating in shock. On the little girl's forehead was a faint blue snow lotus flower mark, so faint that it was nearly invisible unless one looked closely. The snow lotus flower, the dragon soaring continent. 1,000 years ago, Emo Qianyan's heart surged with great waves, the memories of his previous life flooding back, making it hard for him to breathe. This snow lotus flower would become the most terrifying symbol in the heavens 1,000 years later. Hundreds of years later, an unparalleled empress would rise, ruling over the myriad worlds and looking down upon the universe and all races, sharing respect with the vast starry sky. This unparalleled empress would be known as the Snow Empress, and the symbol of the Snow Empress would be a snow lotus flower. It is said that on the empress's forehead, there is a mark of a snow lotus flower, but after she became the empress of the heavens, no one could glimpse her unparalleled beauty. It is said that the empress rose alone, with no power or family behind her, fighting until the pride of the talented collapsed and making the supreme beings of the heavens tremble. In Fear.it is said that the empress came from the dragon's soaring continent. Looking at the snow lotus flower mark on the little girl's forehead, even after living for 1,000 years in his previous life and reaching the 9th level of the king realm, Emo Qianyan felt a tremendous impact on his mind, because Yin City and the Dechu Empire both belonged to the dragon's soaring continent, and the age of the empress perfectly matched that of the little girl before him. 3 clues almost all pointed to the little girl before him, telling Emo Qianyan one fact. This incredibly pitiful little girl before him would become the empress of the heavens in the future, ruling over the myriad worlds. Emo Qianyan suddenly remembered that when he returned to Yinqing from the Tianshui sword sect that day, he encountered a poor little girl that time. He was full of vigor and radiance, and the pitiful little girl didn't dare to approach him at all. He merely glanced at the little girl's predicament and thought to himself that without strength, one could only be bullied. Then, he never saw that little girl again. 14 years later, a girl from a humble background, a snow lotus flower maiden from the Longting continent, displayed an unparalleled talent that shook the heavens. 500 years later, a female emperor ascended to the throne, dominating the supreme beings of all realms, invincible across the heavens. Seeing Emo Qianyan staring blankly at her, the little girl appeared very frightened, softly muttering an apology before tremblingly leaving. The little girl not only wore ragged and thin clothes, but she didn't even have shoes. Walking barefoot on the cold ground, her tender little feet turned bright red from the cold. However, this was a world of cultivation, where strength was paramount, and there were far too many pitiful people like the little girl in this world. Just on this street, there were several beggars. Suddenly, the little girl felt warmth spreading throughout her body, and the cold sensation gradually dissipated. This feeling was very comfortable, making her unable to help but hum softly. She turned around in confusion and saw that the big brother, who looked like an immortal, was using spiritual energy to dispel the cold, gently watching her. "What is your name?" The big brother's tone was gentle, giving her a feeling of closeness and comfort. She slightly lowered her head, not daring to look into the big brother's eyes, and quietly said, I'm called Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, the Snow Empress. Now, Emo Qianyan was almost 100% certain that the little girl before him was the future invincible empress of the heavens, in his past life, let alone the empress. Even a subordinate of a subordinate of a subordinate of a subordinate of the empress could easily crush him. The empress was a supreme existence, unattainable and distant for an ordinary cultivator like him. And now, the yet immature Empress was right in front of him. In his past life, they had no interaction whatsoever. In this reincarnation, the opportunity to change fate was right before him. Many years later, when the Empress ascended to the throne and became the first female emperor of the human race. She would never forget that in her most desperate moment, her brother Qianyan in white clothes gave her a warm home. Chapter 2. Adopting the future Empress as a sister. Once, an opportunity for rapid success lay before Mo Qianyan, but he did not cherish it. If heaven granted him a chance to start over, he would say 3 words to that little pitiful girl who brushed past him. I will support you. And now, the opportunity was right in front of him. He really had been reborn. Xiaoxue, do you want to stay by my side? I will ensure you no longer suffer from the cold and hunger, and you will have a warm home. Mo Qianyan squatted down, gently looking at the little girl before him, reaching out to touch her somewhat messy hair. Until he truly touched the little girl's hair, Mo Qianyan still felt like he was dreaming. It wasn't that the little girl's hair was particularly soft, but the girl before him was the future invincible Empress of the heavens. The legendary Empress of the future had her beauty hidden beneath chaos, and no one could see her unparalleled visage. Ordinary people couldn't even catch a glimpse of the Empress, let alone touch her. Even the invincible Holy Emperor of the heavens couldn't approach the Empress by even half a step, or he would be crushed instantly. Yet now, he was actually touching the Empress's hair. Home, the little girl softly murmured. Could she also have a home? As far back as she could remember, she had never had a home. If it weren't for her strong will to survive, she might have died in the mass grave. My name is Mo Qianyan. If you are willing to follow me, I will teach you to cultivate, to become stronger, and gain the strength to protect yourself. Cultivate. Become stronger. The little girl bit her lips slightly, her eyes filled with deep longing. If she became strong, she wouldn't be bullied anymore, right? Can I? Though she yearned deeply, the little girl still timidly spoke in a low voice, not daring to meet Mo Qianyan's gaze. She felt that the big brother before her was so noble and untouchable, and she was just a little beggar. The vast difference in their identities made her doubt this reality. Of course, if Xiaoxue is willing, I would be glad to be your brother and protect you forever. Brother. The little girl was stunned, lifting her head to look at Mo Qianyan. The light in the eyes of the big brother in white was so warm and gentle. She really wanted, more than anything, to have a home, to have a big brother who would protect her. But, looking at the pristine white robe of the big brother and the envious and adoring voices from the surrounding crowd, she didn't know what the innate realm was, but it must be very powerful. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many elegantly dressed people admiring him, looking down at herself, her ragged thin clothes, and her dirty little hands that were red from the cold. She felt unworthy of being the big brother's sister. Big brother, thank you for your kindness. If you could give Xiaoxue a little food, she would be very grateful. The little girl lowered her head, a tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. A home was a dream that was far beyond her reach, existing only in dreams, not in reality. Here, this is a pastry and some milk. Mo Qianyan took out some food from his storage space and gently placed it in Xiaoxue's hands. Looking at the soft pastry and sweet milk in her hands, Xiaoxue was once again stunned. Such delicious food. She had only seen on the tables of the wealthy. She had never tasted it. Eat. If it's not enough, I have plenty more. Mo Qianyan said gently, not at all angry that Xiaoxue had initially refused him. Thank you, big brother. Xiaoxue bowed to Mo Qianyan. This was the first time in her young heart since she was 3 that she felt true warmth. The soft pastry and sweet bread, such simple food, in Xiaoxue's eyes, was as good as delicacies. Even though she was already very hungry, she only ate 1 pastry and took a small sip of milk, carefully wrapping the rest and placing it into her arms. When she looked up, Xiaoxue found that the big brother had not left. He was still gently watching her. Xiaoxue, you don't need to save it, eat it all. In the future, whatever you want to eat or any beautiful clothes you want to wear, I will buy them for you. Xiaoxue slightly opened her mouth, feeling incredibly moved. She really wanted to stay by the big brother's side. Why? Is it me? While Xiaoxue was touched, she also felt puzzled. There were other beggars on the street. Why did the big brother uniquely care for her? Did she have something special? Xiaoxue, do you believe that you will be very strong in the future, strong enough to protect me? Right now, I will protect you. And when you grow stronger in the future, you can protect me, okay? Mo Qianyan didn't make any excuses but told Xiaoxue the truth that if he lies to and deceives Xiaoxue now, he will inevitably be entangled by his inner demons during the future trial of the heart. In his previous life, he was stuck at the trial of the heart, unable to achieve the nirvana realm, reverse his fate, and regain 1,000 years of lifespan. Xiaoxue will be very powerful? Xiaoxue completely did not believe it. The fact that she could survive was already very difficult. How could she possibly become powerful? Powerful enough for her big brother to say she is powerful. Exactly. So, Xiaoxue, are you willing to consider me your brother? Xiaoxue's heart wavered. She truly wanted to have a home, to have a brother who would protect her. Enduring the long nights of freezing and hunger, suffering from disdain and bullying, and even being robbed of food by fellow beggars, her small body was covered in scars. She was only 6 years old, but had already experienced the deepest sorrows of the lowest level of society. Don't worry, don't be afraid. From now on, with your brother around, no one will dare to bully you. Seeing the wavering expression on Xiaoxue's face, Emo Qiannian felt a slight joy in his heart, becoming the brother of the future unparalleled Empress. Even if he does nothing afterward, he could lie back and become a saint in the future. Brother, Xiaoxue shyly called out, which made Emo Qiannian extremely happy. He picked Xiaoxue up and twirled her around several times, causing Xiaoxue to exclaim in surprise. Brother, Xiaoxue is very dirty. Xiaoxue wanted to break free from Emo Qiannian's embrace, but how could she escape? Emo Qiannian chuckled and lightly scratched her nose with his finger. In your brother's eyes, Xiaoxue is not dirty at all. Thank you, brother. Xiaoxue tightly hugged Emo Qiannian's neck, inhaling the pleasant and comforting scent on him. This feeling was truly wonderful. She finally had a home, and a brother who loved her. Emo Qiannian carried Xiaoxue and walked towards the Emo family in Yinqing. Xiaoxue, is your name really Xiaoxue? Do you have a surname? No, Xiaoxue is an orphan. My grandfather found me on a snowy day and named me Xiaoxue. Grandfather? Who is Xiaoxue's grandfather? Grandfather was also a wanderer. 3 years ago he froze to death. When she said this, Xiaoxue began to sniffle slightly. It was at that time that she had not felt the warmth of a home anymore. That a 3-year-old little girl, wandering alone in various places, one can imagine how difficult her life was. Emo Qiannian slowed his pace slightly, gently patting Xiaoxue's back and holding her a little tighter. Xiaoxue's experiences were so similar to his own childhood. Hey Xiaoxue, don't cry. From now on, with your brother around, you will be very happy. Xiaoxue, how about I give you a new name? Okay, my name is Emo Qiannian. Xiaoxue, from now on, your name will be Emo Qianxue, okay? Qiannian. Qianxue, brother, Xiaoxue really likes this name. That year, Emo Qiannian was 16 years old, and Emo Qianxue was 6 years old. Chapter 3. The Chosen One, Xiaoyan. A thin boy dressed in ordinary clothes walked out of a pharmacy, carrying a large bag of herbs. Teacher, the big competition in Yinqing is coming up soon. Can I really win? The thin boy spoke softly, with no one following him, and it was unclear who he was speaking to. Don't worry. In this small place of Yinqing, there aren't many innate experts. With me around, it will be as simple as drinking water. An elderly voice echoed in the thin boy's mind. Although there was no one present, the voice sounded very strange. But teacher, I heard that Emo Qiannian from the Emo family is a peerless prodigy of the Dechu Empire. He has been in the Tianshui sword sect for 3 years and has already become the true disciple's eldest brother. He is likely at least in the late innate stage, while I have just stepped into the innate stage. This time, Emo Qiannian is very likely to return for the Yinqing competition. The thin boy was quite worried. Other than Emo Qiannian, he really did not think much of anyone else. With the reputation of a waste and 10 years of endurance, his temperament had been honed to the extreme. Even the Xiao family did not know that their family's wasteful young master had recently stepped into the innate realm. My good disciple, in my eyes, whether it is Yinqing or the Dechu Empire or even the entire northern region, what does it matter? The elderly voice in the thin boy's mind laughed heartily, filled with pride. Teacher, what was your strength back then? The thin boy was shocked. Even the Dechu Empire was a huge entity for him, let alone the entire northern region. You will know what my strength is in the future. The people of the small Dechu Empire aren't worthy of being called peerless prodigies. Don't say he is in the late innate stage. Even if he reaches the peak of the innate stage, I have ways to help you defeat him. Hearing the teacher's words, the thin boy was surprised again. Teacher, but the first layer of the innate stage and the peak of the innate stage are separated by 8 small realms. Don't worry. I have secret methods that will help you reach the peak of the innate stage. Even if you can only unleash a millionth of the power of a holy level technique, defeating a peak innate expert from a small place will be a piece of cake. As the thin boy walked, a young man in white slowly approached, holding a small beggar in his arms. Wow, such a powerful soul, a 16-year-old at the peak of the innate stage. This small place seems not to be full of waste after all. Hearing the teacher's words, the thin boy looked over and was shocked when he saw the appearance of the young man in white. Teacher, that's Mo Qianyan. Interesting. It seems I underestimated Mo Qianyan's talent, but it doesn't matter. A small place is still just a small place. Even the Tianshui sword sect is nothing more than an ant in my eyes. Mo Qianyan sensed something and exchanged glances with the thin boy beside him, then narrowed his eyes slightly. The thin boy saw him looking at himself, lowered his head, and quickly left. A 16-year-old innate expert was wearing nothing more than an extremely ordinary outfit. Watching the thin boy's rapidly departing figure, Mo Qianyan's fist tightened slightly. In his previous life, his fate was completely changed because of this thin boy, the eldest disciple of the Tianshui sword sect, the peerless prodigy of the Dechu Empire. Mo Qianyan would lose to an unknown waste from the Shao family in the upcoming Yinqing competition in half a month. It was also this battle that cut off the future of this promising peerless prodigy. Being defeated by another peerless prodigy of the same realm was not shameful, but being defeated by someone of a lower realm who was once a waste was a huge blow. That thin boy just now was named Xiaoyan, the wasteful third young master of the Shao family. Xiaoyan's story could be called that of a chosen one. He was the third young master of the Shao family, one of the three major families in Yinqing, but was an undeniable waste. Yet no one expected this waste to secretly accumulate powerful strength. He was not a waste at all. He was pretending to be one to cultivate a powerful holy level technique and hone his temperament. In the Yinqing competition half a month later, Xiao Yin would showcase his innate strength, defeating the children of various families one by one, and enter the finals alongside. Mo Qianyan Point 1 was at the early stage of innate, and the other was at the perfection of innate. While everyone in Yin City believed that Mo Qianyan could easily win, an astonishing twist occurred. The unparalleled genius of the Dechu Empire, Mo Qianyan, was defeated. From then on, Mo Qianyan fell from grace, while Xiao Yin rose to prominence, joining the Tianshui sword sect and taking away all the status and glory that belonged to Mo Qianyan. And this was just the beginning. The starry stage beyond the Lungting continent was where Xiao Yin truly made his name. Mo Qianyan only remembered that 1,000 years later, there was an invincible holy emperor among the human race, and his name was Xiao Yin. It is said that after Xiao Yin grew up, he once stated that everything he had today was due to his teacher's guidance. His teacher was a soul entity, whom he resurrected in the future. Brother, what are you looking at? Mo Qianxue spoke, leaning against Mo Qianyan's chest, enjoying the warmth of his body. It's nothing, Xiaoxiu, that I'll take you home, give you a nice wash, and then dress you up beautifully. Pretty clothes. Mo Qianyan continued forward, but when he withdrew his gaze from Xiao Yan's back, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. In his previous life, he had no grievances or grudges against Xiao Yan, yet during the great competition, Xiao Yin defeated him using unfair means. It was also because of his defeat that the Tianshui sword sect was disappointed in him, leading countless supporters to mock him. Setting aside the matters of the Tianshui sword sect for now, the fact that Xiao Yin nearly cheated to enhance his strength and defeat him in the Yin City competition was something he could not tolerate. However, looking at Mo Qianxue in his arms, Mo Qianyan smiled again. What if he was the son of destiny? What if he was the future holy emperor? Compared to the Empress, he was still far behind. In this rebirth, he would surely reverse the outcome of the Yin City competition. With half a month left, it was enough time for his strength to improve further. The perfection of innate could not defeat Xiao Yan. But what if he stepped into the foundation establishment stage? With 1,000 years of cultivation experience from his previous life, Mo Qianyan was confident he could reach the foundation establishment stage within half a month. Once he entered the foundation establishment stage, it would not be comparable to the innate stage, especially for a genius like Mo Qianyan. His foundation establishment would definitely not be a simple one. The foundation establishment stage was about laying the foundation for the future path, building a Tao platform in the sea of true energy within his body. The more Tao platforms he built, the stronger his future foundation would be. The minimum was 1 Tao platform, and the maximum was 9 Tao platforms. In his previous life, Mo Qianyan was defeated by Xiao Yin, causing his Tao heart to collapse, and he only managed to build 6 Dao platforms. Otherwise, with his talent, he could have built 7 Dao platforms. Although there was only 1 Dao platform difference between 6 and 7, it was a world of difference. Because 6 Dao platforms represented a middle-grade foundation, while 7 Dao platforms represented a superior-grade foundation. However, in this rebirth, Mo Qinyan's ambitions were not limited to this. He wanted to see the unparalleled elegance of the most extraordinary geniuses across the worlds. He aimed to build 8 Dao platforms, or even the legendary 9 Dao platforms that possessed the potential for sanctification. The foundation establishment stage, while foundational to the path of cultivation, was the crucial route for the future. In fact, many powerful cultivators, dissatisfied with their foundation, would disperse their cultivation and recultivate their foundation establishment. Mo Qinyan's goal was clear. He must at least build 8 Dao platforms. Chapter 4. Returning to the Mo family. Preparing for foundation establishment, the news of Mo Qinyan's return had long been spread to the Mo family. By the time he arrived at the gate of the Mo residence holding Mo Qianxue, the head of the Mo family, Mo Qidan, had already gathered a group of elders to welcome him. Young Master Qinyan is back. How was your time at the Tianxue sword sect? Young Master Qinyan, you have brought honor to our Mo family. Yes, with young Master Qinyan here for the Yinqing Grand Competition, victory is assured. What realm is young Master Qinyan at now? Even this old man at the 8th level of the innate realm can't see through his strength. Seeing the flattering expressions of the elders, Mo Qinyan's expression showed no change as he turned to look at the middle-aged man in the center. Head of the Mo family, Mo Qingtian. A powerful figure above the foundation establishment realm, he was also one of the 5 strongest in Yinqing. Father, I'm back. Mo Qinyan slightly lowered his head, but a trace of a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In his previous life, after he was defeated by Xiao Yan, his so-called father changed his face faster than one could blink. He was not Mo Qingtian's biological son. He called him father only because of his immense talent. Like Mo Qianxue, he was also an orphan, adopted by an old servant of the Mo family. It was only after he revealed his extraordinary talent that the Mo family took notice of him, and he was taken in as an adopted son by Mo Qingtian. Haha, it's good to be back. You've been at the Tianxue sword sect for 3 years. Your father has missed you dearly. Mo Qingtian laughed heartily. His eyes filled with satisfaction. By the way, my boy, who is this little girl? Mo Qingtian looked at the little beggar in Mo Qinyan's arms, his brow slightly furrowing. My sister, Mo Qianxue, Mo Qinyan replied. Mo Qingtian was momentarily taken aback, but then laughed heartily again. Then I have another daughter. Someone, prepare the best clothes and rooms for Miss Qianxue. Treat her with the courtesy of a Mo family lady. Yes, sir, came the reply. 2 young maidens stepped forward from behind. Mo Qinyan's former maids, Xiaoqing and Xiaobai. They were a pair of twin sisters, 2 years older than Mo Qinyan. When Mo Qinyan was adopted by Mo Qingtian at the age of 8, they were assigned to take care of him. Young Master Qinyan, let Xiaoqing take care of Miss Qianxue, Xiaoqing said softly as she approached, her gaze on Mo Qinyan blushing slightly. Young Master Qinyan, you are so handsome in the Mo family. Mo Qinyan was the dream lover of all the girls. A graceful young master, unparalleled in talent. The 2 sisters who had taken care of Mo Qinyan since childhood held him in even greater admiration. Xiaoshui, your 2 sisters will help you wash up and dress. You must listen to them. Mo Qinyan said as he ruffled Xiaoshui's hair and pinched her cheek to encourage her. With so many people watching, Xiaoshui had already buried her head in Mo Qinyan's chest, feeling extremely shy. Brother, Xiaoshui is scared. It's okay. Once Xiaoshui is all dressed up beautifully, brother will come to keep you company, Mo Qinyan said gently, completely unconcerned with the changes in the expressions of those around him. Young Master Qinyan is so good to Miss Qianxue. Xiaobai is so envious. Xiaobai also spoke up, her eyes filled with jealousy, wishing that young Master Qinyan would treat her half as well as he did Xiaoshui. Miss Qianxue, we will take good care of you and make sure you look beautiful, Xiaoqing said as she leaned in, wanting to take Xiaoshui away. Brother, you want to abandon Xiaoshui, right? Xiaoshui clutched Mo Qinyan's clothes, unwilling to leave him. Xiaoshui, be good. Listen to your 2 sisters. And brother will come find you later. After repeated persuasion from Mo Qinyan, Xiaoshui reluctantly let go of her grip and was carried away by Xiaoqing and Xiaobai. Father, these are some cultivation resources. Please distribute them to the family members. Imo Qinyan said as he took out a storage bag and casually tossed it to Imo Qingtian. After probing the contents with his divine sense, Imo Qingtian's face was filled with smiles. My boy has made progress. That girl Yinner misses you too. Do you want to go see her? Imo Qinyan smiled lightly and replied, Father, I need to enter seclusion for a while. I don't want to be disturbed before the competition. Imo Qingtian chuckled. That is true. The competition is more important. If you are lacking anything, just let your father know. Imo Qinyan nodded expressionlessly and then stepped into the main hall. After Imo Qinyan left, Imo Qingtian's smile instantly vanished and his expression darkened. Imo Qinyan, what attitude is this towards me? Master, isn't this Imo Qinyan being a bit too arrogant? Has he forgotten our support for him? The elder approached and whispered, his strength has already reached the peak of the innate realm. What? The peak of the innate realm? The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. He himself was only at the peak of the innate realm. A 16-year-old at the peak of the innate realm is truly a monstrous talent. Imo Qingtian's eyes flickered as he looked at the vast resources in the storage bag, countless thoughts racing through his mind. He had underestimated Imo Qinyan's talent. From the initial stage of innate to the peak in just 3 years. If things continued like this, in less than 10 years, the Imo family would have an extraordinary being. He had to find a way to bind Imo Qinyan completely to their Imo family. After 3 years away from home, when Imo Qinyan returned to his room, it was spotless and carried a faint fragrance. Imo Qinyan understood that it was Xiaobai and Xiaoqing who had been cleaning, waiting for his return. Imo Qinyan pondered for a moment and then gently shook his head. He had shown his talent at the age of 8, becoming the young master of the Imo family for 5 years, and then went to the Tianshui sword sect. The so-called support he received was merely ordinary resources. The resources he brought back this time had long surpassed what the Imo family had invested in him by hundreds of times, even enough to buy the entire Imo family's assets. In his previous life, he had been very grateful to the Imo family, but he never expected that after being defeated by Xiao Yan, Imo Qingtian's attitude towards him would change 180 degrees in an instant. Especially after being abandoned by the Imo family when he was crippled in his battle with Xiao Yan at the Tianshui sword sect. Only Xiaobai and Xiaoqing had remained loyal to him. Afterward, when he rose again, Xiao Yan had already become an unparalleled genius across the realms. From then on, he became the firefly on the ground, while Xiao Yan became the blazing sun in the sky. In this life, after defeating Xiao Yan and winning the competition, he had no intention of having any further ties with the Imo family. What he had given to the Imo family in terms of the vast cultivation resources from the Tianshui sword sect and the position of the city lord of Yinxing had far exceeded anything they had ever provided him. Putting these thoughts aside, Imo Qinyan began preparing to step into the foundation establishment realm. Entering the foundation establishment from the innate realm was actually very simple. Any practitioner at the peak of the innate realm could enter the foundation establishment realm with a little preparation. However, this simple entry into the foundation establishment realm would mostly result in a basic foundation establishment, with no hope of further breakthroughs. Therefore, most people would stay at the peak of the innate realm for some time, solidifying their foundation before attempting to break through to the second platform or higher. For example, the Imo family's elder had never entered the foundation establishment realm because he lacked the confidence to construct a second platform. Such practitioners at the peak of the innate realm could easily be suppressed by Imo Qinyan. This is the gap between ordinary people and geniuses. Imo Qinyan's current foundation allows him to construct 7 Dao platforms, becoming the strongest prodigy of the great Chu Empire. However, having seen the true world stage in his past life, Imo Qinyan is not satisfied with just 7 Dao platforms. 7 Dao platforms make him an unmatched prodigy in the great Chu Empire. 8 Dao platforms make him an unparalleled prodigy in the northern region of the continent. 9 Dao platforms make him an extraordinary prodigy in the dragon trekking continent. Chapter 5. The future Empress sleeps with her brother just as Imo Qinyan was deep in thought. A timid voice sounded at the door. Imo Qinyan looked over and saw an incredibly cute little girl dressed in a white princess dress, with 2 adorable ponytails. Her round eyes sparkling as she looked at him. She was a very lovely and pretty little girl, like the most exquisite porcelain doll, making one unable to resist the urge to hug her, kiss her, and touch her, feeling the purest and warmest breath of the world. If it weren't for the snow lotus mark on her forehead, Imo Qinyan might have almost failed to recognize her. Young Master Qinyan, we have dressed up Miss Qinxue. Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing said, each holding one of Qianshua's hands, standing at the door. Mo Qianyan had a habit. No one could enter his room without his permission. Come in. Mo Qianyan smiled and stretched out his arms. Qianshua broke free from Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing's hands and ran into Mo Qianyan's embrace. Brother, don't abandon Qianshua. Holding Qianshua in his arms, Mo Qianyan wore a gentle smile. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will bully you. After washing and dressing, Qianshua smelled sweet. But Mo Qianyan felt heartache when he looked at her little hands and feet. Having been in a cold environment for a long time, Qianshua's hands and feet were frostbitten and had only been simply bandaged by Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai. Without hesitation, Mo Qianyan took out the best healing medicine from his storage bag and carefully applied it to Qianshua's hands. Qianshua, does it hurt? Brother, Qianshua doesn't hurt. Just a little cold. Mo Qianyan activated some spiritual energy to wrap around Qianshua, allowing her to feel warmth. Then, he took off her delicate little shoes, revealing her red, frostbitten little feet. When Mo Qianyan's hands touched Qianshua's feet, they flinched slightly, but he held them securely. Brother, it tickles a bit. The cool ointment applied to Qianshua's feet made her feel a ticklish sensation. It's okay, Qianshua, after applying the medicine, you'll be better soon. Mo Qianyan gently stroked Qianshua's soft short hair and continued to apply the ointment carefully. Miss Qianshua is so lucky to have such a good brother like young Master Qianyan. Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing watched with envy, having never seen such a gentle side of Mo Qianyan before. After finishing applying the ointment, Mo Qianyan held Qianshua and turned his gaze to Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing were twins. Xiao Bai was the older sister, and Xiao Qing was the younger sister. Both were 18 years old, the prime age of young women, being able to enter the Mo family and become Mo Qianyan's maids. Both had beautiful appearances. Although they weren't stunningly beautiful, they could be considered as lovely maidens. You're at the 6th level of the acquired realm. Mo Qianyan had previously told Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing about the cultivation methods, and when he left 3 years ago, the two were still at the 2nd level of the acquired realm. This was the average person's cultivation speed in 3 years. From the 2nd level of the acquired realm to the 6th level was quite good, especially at their age, with the resources he had provided. Most people would never reach the innate realm in their lifetime. In Yin City, among tens of thousands, there were fewer than 1,000 innate experts. At the 6th level of the acquired realm, one could already do quite well in a small place like Yin City. Back, young Master Qianyan. We have worked very hard on our cultivation, but our talents are limited. Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai lowered their heads, clearly feeling they had let down their master's expectations. You've done well. Here, take these cultivation resources. Reach the innate realm as soon as possible. In this world, that is considered some strength for self-defense. Mo Qianyan said, taking out another storage bag and handing it to Xiao Bai. Mo Qianyan always remembered their care for him. After his fall, they were the only two who remained loyal to him. Therefore, he would not forget them. These cultivation resources were enough for the two girls to reach the perfect state of the innate realm. Young Master Qianyan, this is too much. We can't accept it. After a quick glance at the storage bag, Xiao Bai immediately turned pale with fright and hurriedly refused, wanting to return the storage bag to Mo Qianyan. What? You want to listen to me? Mo Qianyan's tone became stern, causing Xiao Bai to swallow her words. Young Master Qianyan has another trait. Once he gives something away, he wants to take it back. But it's really too much. Even if we sold ourselves, it wouldn't be enough for these resources. Xiao Bai wanted to say more, but looking at Mo Qianyan's gaze, she swallowed her words again. Thank you, young Master Qianyan. Xiao Bai's eyes were filled with emotion, and in her heart, she secretly vowed that she would be young Master Qianyan's person in life and his ghost in death. Xiao Qing, although not knowing how many resources were in the storage bag, could tell from her sister's reaction that it must be a significant amount. So she also followed her sister in bowing to Mo Qianyan. All right, it's getting late. You two take Qianshua to her room next door. For the next few days, you will need to work hard to protect Qianshua closely and prevent any ill-intentioned people. Yes, young Master Qianyan. We will stay by Miss Qianshua's side and ensure her safety. Xiao Bai replied and stepped forward, wanting to carry Qianshua. However, Qianshua hugged Mo Qianyan's neck and refused to let go. Brother, Qianshua doesn't want to leave you. Can I? Qianshua was reluctant to leave Mo Qianyan because, in her young heart, in this unfamiliar place, only Mo Qianyan could make her feel warmth and comfort. Looking into Qianshua's pure, big eyes. Mo Qianyan gently rubbed her little nose and softly said, "Okay." He slightly gestured, and Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing nodded, quietly exiting the room and closing the door. "Brother, can you tell Qianxue a story?" When Qianxue was very small, her grandfather often told her stories. Qianxue lay in Mo Qianyan's arms, her voice soft and sweet, incredibly adorable. "All right, then brother will tell you a story. In the past, there was a little boy who was homeless and wandered alone outside. Later, he was taken in by an old servant of a wealthy family, and he called the old servant Grandpa. He often asked Grandpa why other children could eat soft bread and sweet milk, while he could only eat dry bread. Why could other children wear new clothes while he could only wear old clothes with patches that were a size too big? Every time, Grandpa gave him the same answer. And it was this answer that planted the seed of a strong belief in the little boy's heart, which grew stronger and stronger. Grandpa said that all the honor and resources in this world must be obtained through strength. Whoever has the bigger fist determines the truth. Without strength, one can only be bullied. Mo Qianyan stopped, looking at the little Qianxue in his arms, who had already obediently fallen asleep. Is this how the future unparalleled Empress looks when she sleeps? She is very obedient, breathing steadily, and her eyelashes flutter slightly. Mo Qianyan gently picked her up and placed her on the bed, carefully covering her with a blanket. Just as he was about to leave, however, he was suddenly grabbed by a hand. "Brother, please don't leave Xiaoxue." "I won't leave." Mo Qianyan turned around and saw Xiaoxue opening her eyes in a daze. There was a hint of confusion in her pure eyes, as if she had not fully woken up, but there were tear stains on her beautifully sculpted face. "Did you have a nightmare?" Looking at the tear stains at the corners of Xiaoxue's eyes, Mo Qianyan felt an inexplicable pain in his heart and gently reached out to wipe away her tears. "Brother, I'm so afraid you won't want Xiaoxue anymore." Xiaoxue leaped into Mo Qianyan's arms, holding him tightly. Xiaoxue is really scared. She doesn't want to lose her brother, never wants to lose him. Xiaoxue is afraid this is all a dream, an unreachable dream. Mo Qianyan gently patted Xiaoxue's back and said softly, "This is not a dream, Xiaoxue. Brother is here. Always here. Brother, Xiaoxue wants to hold you while sleeping. Xiaoxue wants to see you the moment she opens her eyes. Is that okay?" Xiaoxue looked up at Mo Qianyan with pleading eyes, her fear and fragility making his heart ache. People only see the Empress's invincible glory, but they don't know how fragile she was in her early growth, how pure and innocent she was. "All right, brother will accompany Xiaoxue to sleep." As the night deepened, Xiaoxue nestled in Mo Qianyan's arms, sleeping very soundly. This was the most peaceful and comfortable sleep she had ever had since she could remember. Unbeknownst to the sleeping Mo Qianyan, the snow lotus mark on Xiaoxue's forehead was flickering, emitting a faint glow. Chapter 6. Xiaoxue's Heavenly Talent. The next morning, when Mo Qianyan woke up, Xiaoxue was still lying in his arms, sleeping soundly. The future Empress was sleeping in his embrace. Mo Qianyan couldn't help but smile slightly, but he wasn't as excited as he had imagined. He simply couldn't connect Xiaoxue with the Empress. In his eyes, Xiaoxue was just Xiaoxue, his little sister. Suddenly, Xiaoxue's brow twitched, appearing to be waking up. Mo Qianyan smiled, waiting for her to open her bright eyes. But in the next moment, as if sensing something, Mo Qianyan's eyes widened in surprise. How could it be that Xiaoxue? There was a very faint spiritual energy swirling around Xiaoxue, and it was not Mo Qianyan's power, but from Xiaoxue herself. She had reached the first level of the acquired realm. What a joke! How many people could not enter the acquired realm in their entire lives? Xiaoxue had directly crossed the body refining stage and stepped into the acquired realm overnight. Even if it was just the first level of the acquired realm, her physical body possessed a strength of 1,000 pounds. At 6 years old, she had stepped into the acquired realm in one night. Mo Qianyan recalled how shocked the Mo family was when he entered the acquired realm at 8 years old. It really was infuriating to compare. Without a second thought, Mo Qianyan immediately set a seal to suppress her power. This would not prevent her from continuing to cultivate, but would seal her strength, allowing her to only use the strength of an ordinary child. Without sufficient strength, he could not protect Xiaoxue's extraordinary talent. If malicious people discovered this, Mo Qianyan could imagine how bloody the storm would be. Some incredibly powerful old monsters love to seize the talents of extraordinary individuals, especially those old monsters whose souls remain after their bodies perish. After Mo Qianyan set the seal, Xiaoxue opened her beautiful eyes, looked at him, and blinked a few times. "Brother, Xiaoxue isn't dreaming, right?" Xiao Xue closed her eyes and opened them again. Imo Qianyan's handsome face was still in front of her. Of course not. Everything is real. Imo Qianyan playfully rubbed Xiao Xue's nose, finding her incredibly adorable. With brother by her side, Xiao Xue felt so happy. She held Imo Qianyan tightly, and at that moment, she truly wanted to cry. 12 hours ago, she was starving and freezing in the cold wind. Now, 12 hours later, she was wearing beautiful clothes, lying in a warm bed, with a big brother protecting her. The sun shone on the earth, and Imo Qianyan stood in the courtyard, watching Xiaobai and Xiaoqing accompany Xiao Xue for breakfast. He smiled slightly, then looked up at the sky and began to cultivate. Just as he closed his eyes and let his spiritual energy circulate within his body for a breath, Imo Qianyan suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking at his hands in disbelief. His physical body had experienced a significant enhancement compared to yesterday. His physical strength had directly increased from 960,000 pounds to a full 1,000,000 pounds, reaching 970,000 pounds of strength. At that moment, Imo Qianyan was even more shocked than when Xiao Xue directly entered the first level of the acquired realm. The stronger the body's strength, the higher the soul's power, and the more Dao platforms could be constructed. His reborn soul's power was already sufficient, but a physical strength of 960,000 pounds was not enough to support him in constructing the 8th Dao platform. Upon entering the innate realm, physical strength could increase tenfold to reach 100,000 pounds of strength. In the great perfection of the innate realm, physical strength could reach 800,000 pounds. But this was not the limit. A peerless genius could continue to break through, surpass perfection, and constantly push the limits, even reaching the ultimate strength of 999 pounds. In other words, a foundation of 800,000 pounds could only build one Dao platform. A strength of 825,000 pounds would qualify to build 2 Dao platforms. After that, for every additional 25,000 pounds of strength, one more Dao platform could be built. Before, Imo Qianyan's pure physical strength was only 960,000 pounds. It looked terrifying and could easily defeat an ordinary innate great perfection expert. But while he could build 7 Dao platforms without issue, 8 Dao platforms were far from sufficient. Forcing the construction of 8 Dao platforms would only lead to Imo Qianyan's physical body collapsing, resulting in death. As the chief senior brother of the Tianshui sword sect, he had plenty of cultivation resources. However, the items needed to enhance his physical strength were unimaginably precious. After reaching 800,000 pounds of strength, every step became incredibly difficult. His achievement of 960,000 pounds of strength was not only due to his own exceptional talent, but also because the Tianshui sword sect had invested considerable resources in him. The Tianshui sword sect truly did not owe him anything. Their cultivation of him was already the highest treatment possible. With 7 Dao platforms built, he would forever be unable to surpass Xiao Yan and would eventually be trampled underfoot by him. Xiao Yan's foundation was at least 8 Dao platforms, and it was even possible he had 9. But now his physical strength had reached 970,000 pounds. Although it was still slightly short of constructing the 8th Dao platform, he had gained the qualification to attempt it. However, what shocked Imo Qianyan the most was that the resources required to increase his strength from 960,000 pounds to 970,000 pounds were beyond what even the Tianshui sword sect could bear. From the great perfection of the innate realm onward, every slight increase in strength required exponentially more resources. The resources needed to raise 960,000 pounds of strength by 10,000 pounds were more than double what Imo Qianyan had used before. Even selling the entire Yin city would not cover even 1/10 of it. I know that the great Chu Emperor possesses a precious item that enhances physical strength, which was obtained by Xiao Yan in his previous life. I originally thought it would require a huge cost to acquire, but unexpectedly, Imo Qianyan did not feel the excitement and thrill he imagined. What he is most puzzled about now is why he has inexplicably gained so much physical strength. After pondering in his heart for a moment, Imo Qianyan finally turned his gaze to the little snow in the pavilion beside him. Is the inexplicable increase of 10,000 in his strength related to Xiao Xue? Moreover, Xiao Xue's inexplicable entry into the postnatal realm last night is also an unimaginable miracle. Just a little more, and I can establish the 8th Dao platform. A strange light flashed in Mo Qianyan's eyes. 7 Dao platforms are considered peerless geniuses in several neighboring empires of the Great Chu Empire. However, in the entire northern region, they can only be considered top tier, not peerless. Because among the 3 super sects in the northern region, there are truly peerless geniuses with 8 Dao platforms. If he can establish 8 Dao platforms, he will leap to become one of the strongest geniuses in the northern region. Along with the Tianshui sword sect, he will become renowned throughout the northern region. And now, the 8 Dao platforms are right in front of him. In the back mountain of the Shao family, Xiao Yin was bare-chested, repeatedly crashing his body into a giant rock. Good disciple, physical strength is the foundation of foundation building. Starting to train now is much easier than waiting until you reach the perfect innate realm to train. Once the foundation is laid, your progress will be rapid. Your goal is to achieve the ultimate 9 Dao platforms and become the strongest genius. Master, 9 Dao platforms are a legend in the Longting continent. Xiao Yin was shocked again. In his eyes, Mo Qianyan was already the strongest genius he looked up to, but he could only establish 7 Dao platforms at most. What kind of monstrous talent is 9 Dao platforms? Haha, good disciple, broaden your horizons a bit. Don't limit yourself to the Longting continent. The vast starry sky and countless races are your future stage. 9 Dao platforms are just the foundation. Those geniuses qualified to step into the starry sky all start from 9 Dao platforms. Back in the day, even one of my servants had 9 Dao platforms for foundation building. A mere Mo Qianyan, I observe he can at most establish 7 Dao platforms. Such a person wasn't even worthy of carrying my shoes back then. 9 Dao platforms for foundation building is what my master's servant had. Xiao Yan's eyes widened. And at that moment, he suddenly felt that Mo Qianyan wasn't anything special after all. Master, don't worry. I will definitely defeat Mo Qianyan and use him as a stepping stone to reach the pinnacle of the heavens, and then revive you. Chapter 7. Immortal Spiritual Body, 97,500 Gene of Physical Strength. When Mo Qianyan woke up again on the bed, he immediately sensed his condition. He had gained another 5,000 gene of strength. Although this was half of what he gained yesterday, the resources needed were not less than yesterday. Mo Qianyan was extremely shocked in his heart. He looked at the little snow lying in his arms, sleeping soundly, and was almost certain. The increase in his physical strength was related to Xiao Shui. Mo Qianyan began to search his memories, recalling the memories of his previous life, trying to explain this miracle. Could it be a special physique? Mo Qianyan's gaze fell on the snow lotus mark on Xiao Shui's forehead, and he remembered the legend of the Peerless Empress. According to legend, the Peerless Empress possessed a special physique, a heaven-defying talent that allowed her to rise from obscurity to become the most monstrous genius in the vast starry sky. Her astonishing comprehension and heaven-defying talent shocked all races in the heavens. Her physique was the immortal spiritual body, but this was just a legend. The Empress had never acknowledged having a special physique, and the immortal spiritual body had never appeared in the world. It was merely a conjectured supreme physique. Thus, this legend was not widely known. Mo Qianyan was able to know this because he, like the Empress, came from the Longting continent. After the Empress ascended to power, she spent some time on the Longting continent, leaving behind some legends. Could it be that this legend is true? In this world, there are many physiques. Some peerless geniuses paired with peerless physiques can push through the heavens and claim kingship. Among the many physiques, there are powerful combat-oriented physiques, such as the Thunder Spirit Body, 5 Elements Sacred Body, and Chaos Body, among others. There are also auxiliary-oriented physiques, such as the Profound Spirit Body, Earth Spirit Body, and Heaven Spirit Body. Combat spirit bodies are common, while auxiliary spirit bodies are rare. The effects of auxiliary spirit bodies are so powerful that even a mere owner of a profound spirit body can help others double their comprehension. The Earth Spirit Body can triple comprehension. The highest, the Heaven Spirit Body, can increase comprehension by a full 5 times. Comprehension is of little use to low-level cultivators. But once one enters the extraordinary realm, the speed of cultivation depends on comprehension. The higher the comprehension, the deeper the understanding of the Tao, and from here, the gap between geniuses truly begins to widen. The Heaven Spirit Body is already extremely rare in the world, appearing only once in 10,000 years. Once it appears, it will definitely attract the attention of the invincible, peerless geniuses of the heavens. Assisting an ordinary person is naturally far inferior to assisting a peerless genius. Because the auxiliary effect of the auxiliary spirit body can only work on one person, meaning it requires soul binding or dual cultivation. However, people speculate that 5 times is not the limit. Just like stepping into the innate realm from the postnatal realm, or foundation building from the innate realm. Each major realm's increase is tenfold. The legend of the supreme cultivation method also has a maximum increase limit of 10 times. From this, it can be inferred that there is a peerless auxiliary body in the world that can increase comprehension by 10 times, far surpassing the heaven spirit body, known as the immortal spiritual body. 10 times the comprehension can allow even an ordinary person to become a peerless genius. And a peerless genius, under the boost of 10 times comprehension, even has the hope of becoming the strongest genius supreme. But this physique has never been recorded in the world. The reason the Empress is rumored to have an immortal spiritual body is that her talent is indeed heaven-defying, exceeding all imagination. Her rise was faster than anyone could imagine, and the degree of her heaven-defying nature surpassed even the imagination of the supreme beings of the heavens. While her peers were still fighting for the holy position, the Empress had already become an emperor, invincible in the world. The supreme geniuses who suppressed an era appeared dim in her presence. I guess I've stumbled upon a treasure. Looking at the obedient sleeping posture of Xiao Shui, Emo Qianyan wanted to kiss her rosy cheeks. 97,500 gene of physical strength is already completely enough to establish 8 Dao platforms and become a peerless genius in the northern region. Although it will become increasingly difficult to improve from here on, with Xiao Shui by my side, I can easily reach 98,000 giant strength. And I'm just one step away from the ultimate 99,000. 99,999 is the ultimate, which can establish 9 Dao platforms, thus qualifying for the path to compete for the strongest genius. At this moment, a glimmer of divine light and yearning burst forth in Emo Qianyan's eyes. That is a stage he never approached in his previous life. Competing against the geniuses of the heavens, what an honor that is. He suppressed the idea of immediately establishing his foundation, wanting to push for the ultimate innate realm and establish the perfect 9 Dao platforms. Brother. Good morning. While Emo Qianyan was pondering, Xiao Shui's soft voice rang out. Good morning, Xiao Shui. Emo Qianyan smiled gently, stroking Xiao Shui's hair. While the cute little snow was hugging his waist, burying her face in his chest, greedily enjoying the warmth. Xiao Shui wants brother to hold her all right. All right. Brother will hold you. Emo Qianyan smiled as he hugged Xiao Shui, feeling very happy, and the source of his joy was indeed Xiao Shui. Brother, you promised Xiao Shui before to teach her cultivation. When can Xiao Shui start cultivating? Xiao Shui can start cultivating now, but brother reminds Xiao Shui not to cultivate in front of outsiders. What about Sister Bai and Sister Qing? They are not outsiders, just like brother. The days that followed were simple and unadorned. Due to the previous notice of Emo Qianyan's closed-door training, no one disturbed him these days. In his courtyard, he and Xiao Shui enjoyed a rare tranquility. With his physical strength reaching 980,000, Xiao Shui's help to me was diminishing, and the road ahead would likely have to be walked by myself. In the room, Emo Qianyan felt the fluctuations within his body, as if he were still in a dream. In just a few days, his strength had risen from 960,000 to 980,000, which was simply surreal. The resources required for this would likely take the entire Tianshui sword sect's efforts to barely achieve. However, with so many disciples and elders in the Tianshui sword sect, he was not the only core disciple and could not expect all the resources to be given to him alone. Thus, among the exceptional talents of the entire northern region and the 8 Dao platforms, there were only 3, each belonging to 3 major super sections. If it were that simple, why wouldn't those super sects cultivate a few more exceptional talents? It was precisely because the resources needed were unimaginable that even super sects could not afford it. Although Emo Qianyan had the ambition to establish 9 Dao platforms, he understood how difficult that final step would be. Establishing 9 Dao platforms would make him a legendary exceptional talent throughout the entire Longting continent, perhaps only appearing in the one sacred place in the central region of the continent. It seemed necessary to visit the Great Chu imperial capital with my current strength. My winning odds against that Xiao Yin are 10-0. I 10 he 0. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Emo Qianyan's mouth. In his previous life, Xiao Yin desperately improved his strength, but only reached around 980,000. In terms of strength, he was not weaker than Xiao Yin, and his power truly belonged to him. Xiaoyan would only grow weaker as they fought. The victor would undoubtedly be him. So what if the opponent had a holy level technique? In his previous life, he also had an imperial level technique. Although imperial level techniques were far inferior to holy level techniques in the innate realm, one could not fully demonstrate the true power of these powerful techniques. The performance of imperial level and holy level techniques in the innate realm had no significant difference. With 7 days left, it was time to prepare to cultivate the techniques from his previous life. With his understanding from his past life, 7 days would be enough to grasp a little bit, which would be sufficient to defeat Xiaoyan. Chapter 8. Mo family's bold moves. Brother Qianyan, you came back and didn't find Yenner. Yenner is so sad. A somewhat aggrieved voice rang out from outside the door. Although the voice was pleasant, it carried a somewhat spoiled tone that gave one goosebumps. Soon, a girl heavily made up entered his room. After dressing up, the girl was indeed beautiful. At least in this Yinxing, she was absolutely stunning. If it weren't for the overly strong scent of makeup on her, Mo Qianyan might have regarded her a bit higher. As soon as the girl entered and saw Mo Qianyan, her eyes revealed a hint of surprise, and a slight blush appeared on her face. Brother Qianyan, play with Yenner. The girl walked over, wanting to hold Mo Qianyan's hand, but he subtly dodged away. Looking at this nominal younger sister, Mo Qianyan's expression showed no change as he coldly said, "You cannot enter my room without my permission. Don't you know my rules?" The girl showed a trace of astonishment in her eyes, but her expression quickly changed to one that was about to cry. Brother Qianyan, you weren't like this to Yenner before. Why don't you like Yenner anymore after returning from the Tianshui sword sect? Mo Qianyan was indifferent to the girl before him, even feeling a hint of disgust, and coldly snorted, "I'll give you 3 breaths to leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for throwing you out." Brother Qianyan, you still have 1 breath. Woo-woo, Brother Qianyan is bullying Yenner. I will tell father. Scared by Mo Qianyan's gaze, the girl suddenly burst into tears and ran out, feeling extremely aggrieved. However, after leaving Mo Qianyan's room for several dozen meters, the grievance on the girl's face instantly vanished, and a hint of anger appeared in her eyes. Mo Qianyan, don't think that just because you have a bit of strength, you can forget the Mo family's nurturing of you. After her anger flared, the girl recalled Mo Qianyan's otherworldly appearance, and a slight blush flashed across her face again. However, he does look increasingly handsome, much more than that Xiao family's young master. He's also a well-known talent of the Great Chu Empire. Father has always advised me to win him over. It seems I need to strive for it. Mo Xian, if you win him over, you can rise to prominence in the future. In the room, after Mo Xian left, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of Mo Qianyan's mouth. Mo Xian was the daughter of Mo Qingtian, of similar age to Mo Qianyan, but she always called him brother. Mo Xian was not a bad person, but she had a trait that Mo Qianyan found unpleasant. She was very materialistic and somewhat petty. She liked whoever had a higher status or better talent. Now that Mo Qianyan's talent was extraordinary, she had always wanted to completely bind him to her. In his previous life, after he lost to Xiaoyan, Mo Xian immediately set her sights on Xiaoyan. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan was not someone with a sense of responsibility like Mo Qianyan. After enjoying the beauty delivered to him, he irresponsibly abandoned her. Ridiculous. Xiaoyan aspired to the stars. How could he be interested in a local flower? His target was the heavenly maidens and imperial princesses. Overall, Mo Xian and Mo Qianyan had no deep grievances, and her fate was her own choice. The second layer of the acquired realm as night fell. After Xiaobai and Xiaoqing groomed and dressed Xiaoxue, bringing her before Mo Qianyan, he was once again shocked. What kind of terrifying talent was this? In just 7 days, from 0 to the second layer of the acquired realm. At this rate, wouldn't she achieve innate strength by the age of 8? Mo Qianyan recalled his own entry into the innate realm at 13, which was praised as an extraordinary talent in the Great Chu Empire, allowing him to enter the Tianshui sword sect without testing. Compared to Xiaoxue, what was his talent? Or rather, what did the exceptional talents of the 8 Dao platforms in the northern region amount to? However, remembering that Xiaoxue was destined to be the invincible Empress of all heavens, such performance was also within reason. After defeating Xiaoyan, he would immediately head to the imperial capital to obtain that rare item, establish 9 Dao platforms, and step into the extraordinary as soon as possible to have the qualification to protect Xiaoxue. Once he entered the extraordinary realm, with the accumulation from his previous life, his cultivation would soar. Brother, Xiaoxue learned 2 sets of sword techniques today. Xiaoxue joyfully rushed into Mo Qianyan's arms, wearing an adorable expression seeking praise. Xiaoxue is amazing. Mo Qianyan picked Xiaoxue up high, and she giggled, extremely happy. Young Master Qianyan, my sister Xiaoqing and I have also broken through to the 7th layer of the acquired realm. Xiaobai said excitedly from the side. Sure, here's the translation. Well, very good. Don't be stingy with the resources I provide you. Take the pills you need, brew the elixirs you should, and if you run out, I still have more here. The sooner you reach the innate realm, the better reward you will give me. Yes, young Master Qian. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing replied, and then gently retreated. Watching the two girls leave, Mo Qianyan looked at the little cutie in his arms, and then gazed at the sky. Xiaoxue, you go to sleep first. Brother will sleep a little later. Brother, you go do your thing, but when Xiaoxue opens her eyes, the first thing she wants to see is you after 7 days of getting along. Xiaoxue became more and more attached to Mo Qianyan, and her smile grew more frequent. All right, brother will carry Xiaoxue to sleep. Mo Qianyan held Xiaoxue and gently placed her in the quilt, then smiled and rubbed her nose. Brother, close your eyes. Just as Mo Qianyan was about to leave, Xiaoxue suddenly spoke, her bright big eyes blinking like a little angel. Okay. Mo Qianyan naturally closed his eyes. He would fulfill Xiaoxue's requests. Xiaoxue looked at her brother's handsome face, then slowly leaned in and lightly kissed his forehead. Good night. Brother Mo Qianyan felt the softness on his forehead and opened his eyes. Xiaoxue had already snuggled into the quilt, covering her head. This girl. Mo Qianyan touched his forehead, looking at the shy Xiaoxue hiding under the covers, and couldn't help but chuckle. He wondered how the Empress would think of these childhood memories once she ascended to power. Night gradually deepened, and Mo Qianyan sat at the table, leisurely drinking tea, seemingly waiting for someone. On the bed, Xiaoxue had already fallen asleep, sleeping soundly with a smile on her lips, apparently having a sweet dream. After a moment, a faint sound came from outside the room, followed by the door to Mo Qianyan's room being quietly opened by someone. Under the moonlight, Mo Ziyan, wearing revealing sleepwear, looked at Mo Qianyan with a blush on her face, filled with springtime allure. Mo Ziyan had dressed carefully, with a faint floral scent on her body, and combined with her decent looks, she was incredibly attractive under the moonlight. Especially her sleepwear, half worn and half unbuttoned, revealed large swathes of snow-white skin. Even her proud peaks, partially obscured by clouds and mist, were faintly visible. Coupled with her alluring gaze and teasing expression, any man would almost be unable to resist. However, Mo Qianyan's expression showed no change. It was indeed consistent with the memories of his past life. Brother Qianyan, Yinner likes you. Do you want Yinu? Mo Ziyan walked over gracefully, revealing more with each step, her breath fragrant like orchids, her voice imbued with irresistible springtime allure. If it were anyone else, they would have turned into a wild beast, devouring the delicious sight before them bite by bite. But Mo Qianyan was no longer the naive youth of his past life. After 1,000 years of experiences, he had encountered too many people and events. He had seen the noble saintess of the Tai sacred land, witnessed the supreme figure of the unparalleled Empress, and met the celestial daughter of the heavenly emperor. Are you done? If you're done, you can leave. Mo Qianyan glanced at her and then withdrew his gaze. Mo Ziyan's expression instantly became splendid. Why was it different from the script she had imagined? Wasn't Mo Qianyan supposed to be captivated by her and let her do as she pleased? Brother Qianyan, how can you be so cruel to me? Mo Ziyan feigned an extremely aggrieved expression, deliberately letting her sleepwear slip, revealing the snowy skin beneath. But Mo Qianyan acted even faster, seemingly having anticipated it. The moment Mo Ziyan's sleepwear slipped down, he tossed both her and her sleepwear out. Bang! Then, Mo Qianyan's door was closed. Mo Ziyan, who fell onto the grass, was still in a daze, not understanding why it had turned out this way. In the room, Mo Qianyan revealed a faint smile. If it weren't for the Mo family raising him for 5 years, he would have left long ago. The Yin City Grand Competition was the last time he would help the Mo family. After the competition ended, he would have no further ties with them. In his past life, Mo Ziyan used her beauty to lure him, and then Mo Qingtian would accidentally catch them in the act with a few elders, wanting to bind Mo Qianyan to the Mo family completely. Then, in the following days, everyone in the Mo family knew that Mo Qianyan liked Mo Ziyan. But then, during the Yin City Grand Competition, Missouri Qianyan was defeated by Xiao Yin, and the rumors about the Mo family changed instantly. from Mo Qianyan liking Mo Ziyan. It became that he was using his status as the chief disciple of the Tian Shui sword sect to force Mo Ziyan to become his woman. Coincidentally, Xiao Yin and Mo Qianyan were not on good terms. Faced with such coercion, Xiao Yin was quite displeased and wanted to play the hero to save the beauty. So he naturally intervened in the Mo family's affairs. Mo Qianyan was left speechless. People respected him because he was an unparalleled genius. But when Mo Qianyan lost, especially to a waste from the Xiao family, his halo dissipated, and how many people would believe what he said? This led to his Dao heart almost collapsing. He failed to stabilize the 7 Dao platforms during foundation building and could only stabilize 6. This was also why he deeply loathed the Mo family. They were truly too hypocritical. The Mo family raised me for 5 years. That was the cause. Now I return 100-fold in resources to the Mo family, plus the position of the city lord of Yin City. That is the effect. After this cause and effect is settled, I, Mo Qianyan, am just Mo Qianyan, no longer the Mo Qianyan of the Yin City Mo family. Chapter 9. Yin City Grand Competition. Yin City, Grand Square. The disciples of the 3 major families, the Xiao family, the Mo family, and the Ouyang family, each took their positions. Behind the 3 major families, thousands of prominent figures from Yin City watched this grand competition. The Yin City Grand Competition was held once every 10 years, and the winning family could claim the position of City Lord of Yin City for the next decade. The winner of the last Yin City Grand Competition was the Ouyang family. But this time, in the eyes of countless people in Yin City, the Mo family was undoubtedly the rightful king. This was all because of Mo Qianyan's existence. 13 years old and innate, chief disciple of the Tian Shui sword sect, an unparalleled genius of the Dechu Empire. Each title weighed heavily on the young talents of Yin City. An imperial-level unparalleled genius was a dimensional strike for Yin City. Therefore, when Mo Qingtian and the Mo family members arrived, they were greeted with immense enthusiasm. Even the current city lord, Ouyang Sun, treated the Mo family with courtesy. Look, the head of the Mo family is here. He is our top powerhouse in Yin City, an existence beyond the foundation establishment realm. Which one is young Master Qianyan? The young man behind Mo Qingtian doesn't look like him. Of course, young Master Qianyan is such a figure. Would he waste time in the preliminary round? He is guaranteed to advance to the top 6. Wow. This is the first time in the history of the Yin City Grand Competition that someone can directly enter the top 6 without a draw. It's too strong. Not to mention who young Master Qianyan is. He broke the imperial cultivation record at 13 years old and innate. How many geniuses in Yin City can step into the innate realm by 20? This time, young Master Qianyan will sweep the entire competition without a doubt. The Mo family scale will expand again. If Mo Qingtian's cultivation advances further, he might even be able to become a marquis within 10 years. Young Master Qianyan will definitely step into the extraordinary realm. Our Yin City will produce a remarkable figure, perhaps even a king. Mo Qingtian was beaming with a smile, and the elders of the Mo family following him were also grinning from ear to ear. The Mo family had produced a genius, Mo Qianyan, and they felt immensely proud. Haha, Qingtian, your Mo family is really lucky. Ouyang Sun stepped forward to greet Mo Qingtian as he approached. Soon, he would no longer be the city lord. Mo Qingtian was already the designated next city lord. Brother Ouyang, thank you for your support to our Mo family over the years. Without you, we wouldn't be where we are today. Mo Qingtian cheerfully shook hands with Ouyang Sun, and the 2 old foxes exchanged pleasantries. Isn't that renowned genius of your Mo family, young Master Mo Qianyan, coming with you? Ouyang Sun glanced behind Mo Qingtian, but did not see Mo Qianyan, so he couldn't help but ask. No rush. I've already informed Yinner. He will arrive when the finals begin. After the Mo family settled down, there was another stir in the square. The Xiao family from the 3 major families had arrived. The head of the Xiao family, Xiao Shan, had a cold expression, and behind him were 3 young people, including Xiao Yan. As soon as the Xiao family appeared, the murmurs in the crowd shifted, causing Xiao Shan's face to darken more and more. Look, that boy with his head down is the infamous waste, the 3rd young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan. Who doesn't know about the reputation of the Xiao family's waste 3rd young master? But what is he doing here? Participating in the competition? It's laughable. The day after tomorrow. He's still a waste, and is here for the competition. How ridiculous. Hey, I heard there's a girl in the Xiao family named Xiao Xier, with exceptional talent. who recently advanced to the innate stage and is the most beautiful woman in Yin City. Why isn't she here? Even if she came, it wouldn't matter. That young Master Qinyan is already at the perfect innate stage, one of the top 10 powerhouses in the entire Yin City. Hiss. Wasn't it said that young Master Qinyan was only at the late innate stage? How did he reach the perfect innate stage? What's the point of this competition? All the young people in Yin City together can't match young Master Qinyan. Listening to the discussions around him, Xiao Shan's expression remained indifferent, even with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He already knew Xiao Yan's strength. This time, he wanted everyone in Yin City to know that his son Xiao Yan was not a waste. Although Xiao Yan kept his head down, he was not bothered by the crowd's ridicule. The true dragon in the sky would not care about the discussions of ants on the ground. The auspicious time had come, and the competition began. According to past regulations, each of the 3 major families would send 10 geniuses under 30, totaling 30 participants in the competition. The winning family would inherit the title of the first family in Yin City for the next term. With each family sending out a judge, the competition commenced. Each family had 10 representatives, and this time, Imo Qinyan was not counted among them. The first round was a 30-person free-for-all to determine the 10 victors. In other words, this round would test the comprehensive strength of the families. 30 people, exactly 10 from each family. The stronger the family's overall strength, the more people would advance, and historically, there have been instances where the top 10 were all from one family. The second round would have 10 persons advance to the top 5, and with Imo Qinyan, that would be 6 people. The third round would narrow it down to the top 3. The fourth round would determine third place, and then the last 2 would compete for first place. As the competition began, the Mo family and the Ouyang family both sent out their 10 young geniuses. The young geniuses from the 3 major families were all at least at the 8th level of the acquired stage, with some outstanding individuals reaching the innate stage. For instance, excluding Mo Qinyan, the strongest among the 10 young geniuses of the Mo family was Mo Lei, at the 2nd level of the innate stage, followed by 2 others at the innate stage, while the remaining 7 were all at the 9th level of the acquired stage. The Ouyang family was slightly weaker than the Mo family, with no one at the 2nd level of the innate stage, but had 3 at the innate stage and 1 at the peak of the 8th level of the acquired stage. Among the young geniuses of the Yin family, only about 10 had entered the innate stage, with the strongest being at the 2nd level of the innate stage. From this, one can gauge the significance of Mo Qinyan entering the innate stage at the age of 13. It should be noted that young geniuses are limited to those under 30. At what stage will Mo Qinyan reach when he turns 30? Yin City is still a bit too small. On a rooftop, in a white outfit, Mo Qinyan held Xiao Shui and looked at the crowd in the square, gently shaking his head. Among the entire young generation of Yin City, apart from the deeply hidden Xiao Yan, everyone else together couldn't withstand even one of his moves. Is Xiao Yan about to make a move? What is happening? In the grand square, everyone looked towards the Xiao family's direction, as the infamous waste, the 3rd young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan, stepped forward alone. That waste is going to compete? Isn't he afraid of being killed by the aftershocks? Strange, why is he going up alone? At this moment, not only were the onlookers bewildered, but even Mo Qingtian and Ouyang Sun, the 2 old foxes, were momentarily stunned. The 2 old foxes exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Boom. The next moment, a powerful aura erupted from Xiao Yan, and the hard stone floor beneath his feet instantly cracked with several fissures. Innate. At this moment, countless people stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How could the infamous waste of Yin City, Xiao Yan, possibly be an innate powerhouse? So strong. His aura was just at the peak of the 1st level of the innate stage, but the quality of his spiritual energy was comparable to that of the 5th level of the innate stage. Ouyang Sun was greatly shocked. Xiao Yan's talent exceeded everyone's imagination. At 16 years old, in the innate stage, with spiritual energy quality comparable to the 5th level of the innate stage. If it weren't for Mo Qinyan being ahead of him, Xiao Yan would be the #1 prodigy in Yin City. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's combat power was only at the 3rd level of the innate stage. Niner was already at the perfect innate stage and could build his foundation at any time. So there was nothing to worry about. After a moment of surprise, Mo Chantian chuckled, but there was a hint of gloom in his eyes. Mo Qinyan's attitude towards the Mo family was not very good. If Xiao Yan were to grow strong, how would they face him? Xiao Yan looked at the 20 young geniuses in the arena, a faint smile on his lips as he extended a hand, sweeping over each of them. No need to waste time. You can all come at me together. Chapter 10. Mo Qinyan takes action. Xiao Yin was challenging 20 people by himself. The innate aura emanating from him shocked countless onlookers. The famous waste of the Xiao family was actually at the innate stage. How is this possible? Could it be that Xiao Yin had been pretending to be a waste all along? Although they didn't understand why Xiao Yin would pretend to be a waste. The 20 young prodigies from the Mo and Ouyang families on the stage were extremely angry. A single person thinks he can challenge 20 of them? Xiao Yin, do you think you are Mo Qinyan? You, at the first level of the innate stage, want to challenge so many of us? A genius from the Ouyang family at the innate stage stepped forward, looking coldly at Xiao Yin. Young Master Qinyan can say such words, and we feel ashamed. But what do you have to back it up? Mo Lei, the innate second-level genius of the Mo family, snorted, casting a fierce glance at Xiao Yin. How could they, these proud sons of heaven, respond kindly when looked down upon by a well-known waste? Once we fight, you'll know, won't you? Xiao Yin appeared calm on the surface. But inside he was quite anxious. Master, can I really take on so many people? But there are 6 at the innate stage, plus 1 at the second level of the innate stage. Hee, Xiao Yinzi. These people are just the most ordinary ones, and you have reached 3 times the power. If you can't even defeat these people, how are you going to deal with Mo Qinyan? The enhancement of martial arts depends on one's talent. The higher the talent, the stronger the martial arts, and the more terrifying the enhancement multiplier. Below the extraordinary level, the ultimate enhancement multiplier is 3 times. Whether it's Xiao Yin or Mo Qinyan, both have reached this extreme. Therefore, powerful talents can challenge experts of the 4th level of innate realm while being at the 1st level of innate realm. Of course, the premise is that the expert is not an unparalleled genius. Xiao Yin, are you sure that your Xiao family has only you? The elder from the Ouyang family, who was acting as the referee, spoke. He was a powerful being at the peak of the innate realm, and as he spoke, the discussions among the crowd diminished significantly. I'm sure, Xiao Yin replied, his attitude still quite calm. In that case, let us begin. The referee from the Mo family sneered, thinking that the Xiao family was seeking death, and he secretly smiled. The match begins. Boom. All 20 outstanding talents from Yin City unleashed their auras, combining to pressure Xiao Yin. Clenching his fists, Xiao Yin activated his 3-fold enhancement and charged directly at the Mo family's genius of the 2nd level of innate realm. To him, those at the postnatal realm were merely numbers. They couldn't harm him at all. And in the innate realm, every level up brings a significant gap in strength. A 2nd-level innate being is equivalent to 3 first-level innate experts. Fight! The Mo family's genius was not willing to back down, and together with several innate experts, they engaged in a fierce battle with Xiao Yin. They were no match for him. Xiao Yin's current strength was enough to defeat an ordinary 4th-level innate practitioner. I should make my move. Watching the chaos unfold, Mo Qinyan shook his head slightly. He then handed Xiao Shui over to Xiao Bai beside him, instructing them to go back. He directly leaped down from the spot, gliding hundreds of meters in the air towards the Grand Plaza. Haha, teacher, my strength is actually this strong? The more Xiao Yin fought, the braver he became, enjoying this battle after suppressing himself for 10 years. At this moment, only 3 people remained on the stage. The rest had been knocked off the competition platform by Xiao Yan's punch, wailing on the ground as their respective families took them away. Watching Xiao Yin grow stronger in battle, Mo Chung Tian crushed a cup in his hand, his face dark with anger. Those who had mocked Xiao Yin as a waste now stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched on their faces. Boom! Xiao Yin unleashed 2 consecutive punches, sending 2 first-level innate experts flying. At this moment, aside from Xiao Yin, only Mo Lei, the 2nd-level innate genius from the Mo family, was struggling to hold on. But it was clear he was seriously injured. Defeat was only a matter of time. Who was the real waste? Xiao Yan's expression was cold as he unleashed a full-power strike towards the Mo family's genius. It can't be stopped. Mo Lei was sweating profusely. The power of Xiao Yan's strike had already reached the level of a 4th-level innate attack. Losing to a waste from the Xiao family was something he could not accept. Gritting his teeth, he actually considered taking Xiao Yan's blow head-on. Boom! A finger suddenly blocked in front of the Mo family's genius, firmly stopping Xiao Yan's full-force strike. Young Master Qinyan? Mo Lei looked over and saw a handsome young man in white, standing calmly before him. It was indeed Mo Qinyan. The appearance of Mo Qinyan stunned everyone. His celestial-like demeanor made countless girls blush and breathe heavily. A person like jade on the road. A son unmatched in the world. Mo Qianyan was the ideal dream lover for all the girls. He was gentle and refined, handsome and elegant, with powerful talent and strength. Mo Qianyan. Xiaoyan withdrew his fist, his eyes fixed on Mo Qianyan. For years, hidden strength had turned him and Mo Qianyan into two extremes in Yin City. He was the first waste of Yin City, while Mo Qianyan was the #1 genius. People constantly compared these two names, mocking him. Even though Mo Qianyan had never offended him, in his heart, he had long wanted to trample Mo Qianyan underfoot. He wanted to prove that he was not a waste. You are not his match. Leave this to me. Yes, young Master Qianyan, crush his arrogant spirit. Mo lay retreated, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Yan before leaving. Referee, can you announce the result? Xiao Yan coldly said, staring at Mo Qianyan. I declare, Xiao Yan wins. The elder referee from the Xiao family announced loudly with a smile, never expecting that the waste third young master he had looked down upon would be this powerful. In this final match, will it be just you alone? Or will the entire Xiao family join in? Mo Qianyan said lightly, pointing at Xiao Yan and then at the young geniuses seated in the Xiao family area. The Xiao family, like the Mo family, also had 3 innate experts, plus Xiao Yan, making it 4 innate powerhouses. But before Mo Qianyan, aside from Xiao Yan, these people couldn't withstand a single finger. No need, I'm enough alone. Xiao Yan replied coldly. He stood to the side, starting to communicate with his teacher. Teacher, I'll leave it to you later. You must defeat Mo Qianyan and wash away the shame I've carried for 10 years. Sigh, Xiao Yanzi, keep your composure. Just leave it to me later. Mo Qianyan narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew there was a fallen, powerful soul within Xiao Yan. This was also the foundation for Xiao Yan's rise, but he was not afraid. No matter how strong that person was in life, once fallen, they remained fallen. Their help to Xiao Yan would always be limited. And in his previous life, he was also a top powerhouse on the continent, infinitely close to the realm of the rebirth emperor. The final match begins. The 3 elder referees all became serious. Mo Qianyan's strength had truly reached the peak of the innate realm. They were also at the peak of the innate realm, but looking at Mo Qianyan, they couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Although they were also at the peak of the innate realm, they couldn't withstand a single move from Mo Qianyan. The crowd watching around began to cheer for Mo Qianyan. What if Xiao Yan is not a waste? What if Xiao Yan defeated 20 geniuses? In Yin City, Mo Qianyan was the godlike existence. Even though Xiao Yan at the first level of innate realm could contend against the 4th level of innate, what did that count for in front of Mo Qianyan, who was at the peak of the innate realm? Hearing the crowd's cheers, a cold smile appeared on Xiao Yan's lips as he shouted in his heart to his teacher. Teacher, now is the time. Grant me a helping hand, and I will trample Mo Qianyan underfoot. I, Xiao Yan, am the strongest genius. Chapter 11. The peak clash of innate realm facing Xiao Yan's full power punch. Mo Qianyan did not retreat, but chose to meet it head-on. Boom. Crackle. The hard stone floor, capable of withstanding attacks from ordinary innate experts, cracked like a spider web as it spread outwards from the two of them. The powerful aura stunned the countless onlookers. What kind of innate duel is this? This is the momentum of a foundational cultivation expert, right? At this moment, Mo Qingtian and Ouyang Sun, 2 seasoned powerhouses, immediately stood up, shocked at the scene. How could Xiao Yan also be at the peak of the innate realm? Mo Qianyan, today, you will fall from your pedestal, Xiao Yan said coldly. But his movements were not slow, with fists and palms intertwining as he clashed hard against Mo Qianyan. Mo Qianyan smiled slightly and said, to be able to hide for 10 years, you indeed have a lot of heart, but unfortunately, you met me. Boom, boom, boom. The attack speed of a top-level innate perfection was incredibly fast. Within a few breaths, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, and the floor was completely shattered, forming a large pit. The more they fought, the more shocked Xiao Yan became. Even his teacher noticed something unusual. With a force of 980,000 genes, he could not push back Mo Qianyan. When did Mo Qianyan reach this level? This kid managed to deceive even me. He is not at 960,000 genes, but rather 980,000. In Xiao Yan's mind, his teacher was immensely shocked. Don't underestimate the difference between 980,000 and 960,000. Although it's only a difference of 20,000, The gap in speed and physicality is significant. Comparatively, the difference is vast. With 980,000 genes of force, it is completely sufficient to establish 8 Dao platforms. A genius of this level is already extremely powerful. Xiao Yin's current physique could only endure this level of force. Any more would cause irreversible damage to his future foundation. Teacher, what should we do? Xiao Yin, we fell into his trap. He chose to clash with you to exhaust your strength. Quickly, end this battle swiftly. Use the holy level technique to maximize your power. Boom. The two clashed again with a palm strike, and then Xiao Yin quickly retreated, creating distance from Emo Qianyan. Emo Qianyan, I admit you are strong, but unfortunately, you will ultimately lose to me. Xiao Yin laughed heartily, and in an instant, his aura became terrifyingly strong. The temperature in the air began to rise, and in the void, dozens of fireballs appeared. Xiao Yin stood on top of 2 fireballs, resembling a lord of flames. Holy level technique, Tai Ri Burning Heaven technique. Even if Xiao Yin could only unleash 1/1000th of his ability, it would still shock countless people, comparable to the power of Foundation establishment. Several elder judges were extremely shocked and quickly retreated, fearing they might be affected. The gap between innate and Foundation establishment was indeed too great, but they didn't expect Xiao Yin to unleash an attack at the Foundation establishment level with his innate realm. At this moment, even the 3 family heads couldn't help but step forward, constructing a protective shield in the arena. It was the first time in hundreds of years that top-tier powerhouses above Foundation establishment personally maintained the grand competition in Yin City. Who would have thought that the battle between juniors would produce power comparable to Foundation establishment? If Xiao Yin and Mo Qinyan entered the Foundation establishment realm, Mo Chantian's expression slightly changed. 8 Dao platforms at Foundation establishment. Even he, a powerhouse above Foundation establishment, could not withstand that. The gap was too vast. He was at the Foundation establishment level with 2 Dao platforms, and the difference between that and 8 Dao platforms was inexpressible. Even though he had surpassed Foundation establishment, the sheer number of 6 Dao platforms was enough to erase the gap of great realms. Looking at the fireballs in the sky, Missouri Qinyan closed his eyes. Memories from his past life surfaced in his mind. At that time, he had been defeated by Xiao Yin's strike. The defeat was incredibly decisive. With no ability to resist at all, as the proud son of the Tianshui sword sect, he found himself weaker in his physical body compared to his opponent, and his amplification was not as strong as Xiao Yin's. The defeat was without suspense. The gap collapsed his Dao heart. But in this rebirth, the result had completely reversed. His current technique amplification had reached the peak attainable in the innate realm 3 times. Xiao Yin, even with a holy level technique, at the peak of innate, could only achieve a 3-fold increase. Borrowing the sword, Mo Qinyan opened his eyes, and a cold voice came from his mouth. Swish, swish, swish. Countless swords in the hands of swordsmen flew uncontrollably into the sky, transforming into a long dragon of sword light that shook heaven and earth. Then, under the astonished gazes of countless people, these long swords floated behind Mo Qinyan. These swords were arranged neatly, forming a circular sword array. The royal level formation of Tai Yi Sacred Land, Tai Yi Sword Array. How is this possible? He is actually a rare sword array master in the world. No wonder his soul power is so strong. An elderly voice of shock echoed in Xiao Yin's mind. Sword array master, what is that? Seeing his teacher shocked for the first time, Xiao Yin couldn't help but ask. A sword array master is the strongest type of formation master, known as invincible at the same level. Xiao Yin, we have encountered a formidable opponent this time. He has already cultivated to the level of 100-step flying swords. What terrifying soul power. What a frightening junior. The future belongs to them. Ouyang Sun, the first powerhouse of Yin City, couldn't help but exclaim. Whether it was Xiao Yin or Mo Qinyan, the strength they were exhibiting at this moment was no longer at the level expected of the innate realm. A 3-fold amplification could only be achieved by a peerless genius with an ultimate strength of 999 genes at the innate level. But at this moment, both of them had reached this level thanks to their powerful trump cards. This battle could be considered a top-level duel in the innate realm. Even the clash of 2 innate peak geniuses would not be this intense. Ultimately, who would win? At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats, nervously watching the clash of swords and fire in the arena. Unfortunately, the quality of these swords was too poor, if they were all spirit weapons. Even an ordinary foundation establishment powerhouse could be slain. Formation masters are among the top existences in this world, rare and powerful. In his past life, he did not have the qualification to become a formation master after his rebirth. His soul had improved several times, and he was now qualified to be a true formation master. Formation masters generally have soul power that is two small realms higher than themselves. Mo Qinyan, at the innate perfection level, had soul power that reached the true foundation establishment level. Coupled with the Tai E sword array, if the sword's quality were high enough, it would be enough to slay ordinary foundation establishment powerhouses. Of course, while formation masters are powerful, the strength of peerless geniuses is equally terrifying. With a threefold amplification, Xiao Yan, with the help of the holy level technique, had truly reached the power of foundation establishment. Boom! A shocking collision unfolded. For a moment, the entire Grand Plaza shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. The protective shields of the three powerhouses above foundation establishment became somewhat unstable, showing several cracks. Sword light and flames shone across the plaza, and the explosive dust obscured people's vision. All they could see was that amidst the dust, red flames soared, and dazzling sword light continually cut down. After a long time, the flames and sword light slowly dissipated, and the sounds of explosions faded away. Even the astonishing momentum began to recede. Everyone was eagerly waiting to see who had won this ultimate clash. Chapter 12. Soul Duel. Final victory. Who won in the end? Without thinking, it must be young Master Qianyan. Young Master Qianyan has genuine strength, while Xiao Yan, who knows what kind of medicine he took, is not fit to challenge young Master Qianyan. But that is not necessarily true. The pressure Xiao Yan exerted earlier was simply too intense. Could it be that young Master Qianyan would face a mishap? Young Master Qianyan will definitely win. He has always been a legend in Yin City. The smoke dissipated, revealing a scene in the square. Looking at the devastated floor, which was in shambles, people were utterly horrified. This was no ordinary floor. Even a typical innate powerhouse couldn't shatter this bluestone floor. Otherwise, the Yin City Grand Competition wouldn't have been held here. But now, there wasn't a single intact piece of bluestone left. Everything had turned to fragments and powder. In the deep pit, two figures stood motionless on either side, seemingly unable to determine a victor for the time being. Puff! After a breath's time, Xiao Yan spat out a mouthful of black blood. His figure swayed, and then he half knelt on the ground. A piece of fabric from his black clothing fell off, the edge cut neatly. In contrast, Mo Qinyan still stood in place. His white robe as pure as snow, untouched by a speck of dust. With his physical body, power, and technique amplification not inferior to Xiao Yan's, how could he possibly lose? Moreover, the battle experience of a millennium from his past life was something that Xiao Yan, a half-baked practitioner, could not compare to. You have lost, Xiao Yan, Mo Qinyan said calmly, with dozens of long swords surrounding him, showcasing his prowess. Just like in his previous life, Xiao Yan looked at him coldly and replied, "You have lost, Mo Qinyan." Swish! Mo Qinyan waved his hand, and the long swords returned to their respective owners. The destroyed swords could seek compensation from the Mo family using their hilts. At the same time, Mo Qinyan's voice spread across the large square. Young Master Qianyan is mighty, so strong. That scene of 100 swords flying together, my sword was one of them. What a pity, I should have brought my sword. If it were used by young Master Qianyan, its value would have multiplied several times. Although Xiao Yan had shed the label of being useless, how could he dare to challenge young Master Qianyan? It was truly self-inflicted suffering. Yes, young Master Qianyan is a peerless talent of our great Chu Empire. How can a mere Xiao Yan even dare to provoke him? The discussions and mockery from the crowd echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. After 10 years of forbearance, he had thought he could soar to great heights. But why? Despite having the guidance and help of his teacher, had he still lost? Xiao Yan's eyes gradually turned crimson, a hint of madness flashing in them. Teacher, I cannot lose. I must defeat Mo Qinyan. I want to prove that I am not useless. Xiao Yan, calm down. If you continue like this, you will suffer backlash from your technique. No, teacher. I must defeat Mo Qinyan today, or he will forever become my inner demon. Sigh. I underestimated Mo Qinyan's talent. I never expected that he not only concealed his strength, but is also a rare sword formation master. What's more terrifying is that his amplification factor has reached 3 times. This is something only innate extremes can achieve. Mo Qinyan likely has the capital to break through to innate extremes. Xiaoyan, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. With my guidance, you will surely surpass Emo Qianyan. When you meet him again, you will be able to defeat him with ease. No, teacher. I want to defeat him now. I made a promise to Xier that I must prove myself, prove that I am worthy of her. Calm down, Xiaoyan. You are not his opponent yet. Retreat to advance. The Northern Region Young Talents Conference a year from now will be your stage to shine. Teacher, I don't care. I must defeat him right now. The aged voice fell silent, watching Xiaoyan's frenzied appearance, and couldn't help but sigh. Very well, your body cannot withstand the power of the Foundation Establishment Realm. The innate extreme realm is not enough to defeat Emo Qianyan. I will lend you a portion of my soul power, but afterward, I will need to sleep for a while. After returning the swords, Emo Qianyan glanced at Xiaoyan and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The first step of fate had already changed. From then on, he would leap over the Dragon Gate, and the road ahead led to a brighter future. After this battle, he would head to the imperial capital to seek the path to innate extremes. But as he walked, Emo Qianyan's steps halted again. At his feet, the fragments of stone began to tremble slightly, then slowly floated into the air. Soul power? Emo Qianyan turned around to see Xiaoyan slowly standing up. His eyes filled with madness. Emo Qianyan, I have not lost yet. How much spirit energy do you have left to continue the battle? Xiaoyan laughed heartily. Surrounded by countless fragments of stone, powerful soul energy sweeping across like a tidal wave. Soul power at the Foundation Establishment level. This Xiaoyan still had hidden cards? What kind of power was this? Wasn't manipulating objects from a distance something only extraordinary beings could do? You are indeed ignorant. This Xiaoyan is actually a soul cultivator. Judging by this power, he must have reached the Foundation Establishment level in soul mastery. Young Master Qianyan was in danger. The shocking collision just now had surely exhausted all his spirit energy. How could he resist the current Xiaoyan? The crowd gasped once more, not expecting that the competition would undergo another transformation. Xiaoyan was like an indestructible cockroach, revealing hidden cards one after another. My spirit energy is indeed limited. Emo Qianyan said, his expression still calm, even with a hint of amusement. Do you not know that my soul power is infinitely close to the Emperor realm in my past life? Although, due to the limitations of my physical strength, I can only exert the power of the Foundation Establishment level now. It is more than enough to deal with the current Xiaoyan. Emo Qianyan. The ultimate victor will be me. Xiaoyan roared. Countless fragments of stone sharpened and launched toward Emo Qianyan. Swish, swish, swish. Each sharp stone nail made a sound as it pierced the air, rushing toward Emo Qianyan at incredible speed. Watching the incoming stone nails, Emo Qianyan extended his hand, but did not release any spirit energy to block them. Swish. When these stone nails were just 3 feet away from Emo Qianyan, they suddenly stopped, as if they had encountered an insurmountable barrier. My strongest suit happens to be soul power. Seeing the shock on Xiaoyan's face, Emo Qianyan chuckled lightly. Puff. In the next moment, Emo Qianyan gently clenched his hand, and the stone nails instantly turned to dust, scattering on the ground. Do you have any other tricks? Emo Qianyan looked at Xiaoyan with indifference, lightly snapping his fingers. The long swords behind him flew out, and he rose, stepping on the long swords. As he stood on the flying sword, Xiaoyan clenched his fists tightly, blood flowing from them. Even after using soul power, he still lost. Why? Why is this happening? Why is there a Emo Qianyan in Yin City alongside me? Xiaoyan. Sigh. As a sword formation master, how could his soul power not be strong? With dual cultivation of sword techniques and soul techniques, Emo Qianyan was indeed qualified to compete for the title of the King of Geniuses. Xiaoyan was still too inexperienced on the path of growth. Only through pressure would one engrave the lessons deeply. In Xiaoyan's spiritual sea, the soul entity let out a sigh and then fell into a deep slumber. Watching Xiaoyan's state, Emo Qianyan couldn't help but recall his past life, where he too, like Xiaoyan, had dug his nails into his flesh. I'll wait for you at the Northern Region Young Talents Conference. I hope you can truly rely on your own strength to fight me. After saying this, Emo Qianyan stepped on the flying sword and left the square. From then on, the matters of Yin City had nothing to do with him. Chapter 13. The 9 Dao platform maidens outside Yin City. At the city gate of Yin City, a rather luxurious carriage slowly drove out. Watching the carriage leave, Emo Qingtian and several elders of the Emo family had very ugly expressions. Just moments ago, Mo Qianyan announced that he would have no further ties with the Mo family and had once again allocated a portion of resources to them, stating that in the future, if the Mo family faced difficulties, he would lend a helping hand once. Even though Mo Qingtian was unwilling, he could not keep Mo Qianyan and could only watch as Mo Qianyan left with Xiaobai, Xiaoqing, and Mo Qianxue. Inside the carriage, Mo Qianyan was holding Xiaoxue, with Xiaobai and Xiaoqing following beside him. Originally, he intended to let Xiaobai and Xiaoqing leave the Mo family and seek his own life. However, they insisted on staying by Mo Qianyan's side, saying they wanted to take care of Xiaoxue. Unable to refuse them, Mo Qianyan had no choice but to take them to the Great Chu imperial capital. Under Mo Qianyan's guidance, and with the resources he was willing to spend, both girls had now reached the peak of the 7th level of the acquired realm, and they were not far from the 8th level. An 18-year-old at the peak of the 7th level of the acquired realm could be considered a genius in Yin City. But what was hardest for Mo Qianyan to accept was that Xiaoxue had just broken through to the 3rd level of the acquired realm last night. She went from 0 to the 3rd level of the acquired realm in less than a month. This left Mo Qianyan utterly perplexed. If she were 16 and in her prime growth period, and with substantial resources, perhaps it would be possible. But Xiaoxue was only 6 years old. Although Mo Qianyan had Xiaobai and Xiaoqing give Xiaoxue spiritual baths every day, that alone would not account for this speed. Mo Qianyan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, fearing that Xiaoxue might indeed reach the innate realm by the time she turned 8. Such extraordinary talent made Mo Qianyan break into a cold sweat. If he didn't improve quickly, in a few years, Xiaoxue might surpass him. Xiaobai, keep an eye on Xiaoxue for me. I'll be back soon. Suddenly, Mo Qianyan's expression changed slightly as he gently placed the sleeping Xiaoxue in Xiaobai's arms. Then, he stepped out of the carriage, and a sword flew out from his storage bag. He lightly jumped onto the sword and soared off in the direction of the carriage. Generally speaking, one must reach the core formation realm to ride on a flying artifact, but for soul cultivators, as long as they reach the foundational level of soul cultivation, they can do so. Above the foundational realm is the core formation realm, which is the realm Mo Qingtian occupies. Mo Qianyan had reached the foundational level of soul cultivation, allowing him to ride the sword. After flying several thousand meters, Mo Qianyan stopped and gazed at a large tree ahead. Come out, what do you want with me? Mo Qianyan said calmly, but no one answered. Instead, an arrow suddenly shot out from the tree. Crack! Mo Qianyan caught the arrow with one hand, and the tremendous force actually pushed him back a few meters, causing his expression to grow serious. Over 1,000,000 pounds of force, what powerful strength. Young Master Qianyan. It's been 3 years, and you seem well. A cold female voice rang out, and a girl in a purple dress flew down from the tree. The girl possessed an unparalleled beauty, her purple hair flowing in the wind, and her purple attire wrapped around her alluring figure. She had exquisitely delicate features, bright eyes like autumn waters, a delicate nose, and cherry lips, with skin whiter than snow, making her look like a celestial being from the heavens, stunning and breathtaking. The beautiful girl before him was not even slightly inferior to the legendary saintess Mo Qianyan had encountered in his past life. 3 years ago, 13-year-old Xiao Xier had not fully developed, but already possessed a beauty that could topple cities. Now, she could genuinely be called a celestial beauty. However, in her beautiful eyes, there was a hint of sharpness and a trace of subtle killing intent. Xiao Xier, Mo Qianyan said, as if the girl before him, resembling a celestial maiden, held no allure for him, his expression showing no fluctuation. This surprised Xiao Xier a bit. She had thought Mo Qianyan would be amazed by her beauty, but did not expect him to not even glance at her more than once. This made Xiao Xier feel somewhat uncomfortable. Was it possible that a genius from a small place had seen more beautiful celestial beings than her? Girls are complex. They clearly dislike being stared at, yet when they dress up beautifully, they become upset if others do not pay attention to them. Are you here to take revenge for Xiaoyan? Mo Qianyan smiled lightly. Xiao Xier was indeed the cousin of Xiaoyan. Yes, and even more melodramatic is that a descendant of a saint, the future saintess of the Tai Holy Land, would come to this small Yin city and become Xiao Xier of the Xiao family. No, you rightfully defeated Brother Xiaoyan. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't play by the rules. Xiao Xier laughed, circling Mo Qianyan and praising. I didn't expect that in this little Yin city. Besides Brother Xiaoyan, there would be such a genius like you. What exactly do you want? Mo Qianyan frowned, suddenly finding Xiao Xian's unusual behavior hard to understand. I just want to tell you that whatever brother Xiaoyan lost here, he will return it double. At that time, he will defeat you fairly. Then tell him I'm waiting for the day he challenges me again to see if the outcome will change, Emo Qinyan said, and after finishing, he turned and stepped onto the flying sword to leave. Swish. In the next moment, however, Xiao Xier strangely appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Such speed made Emo Qinyan's eyes narrow slightly. His evaluation of Xiao Xier's strength rose another level. In his past life, he only knew that Xiao Xier was the saintess of the Tai Holy Land, but was unaware of her true strength. In Yin City, her publicly known strength was that she had recently broken through to the innate realm. This was nowhere near the innate realm. Emo Qinyan even suspected that Xiao Xier had already reached the core formation realm, because even a foundational level expert wouldn't be able to move so fast that he couldn't react. Is there anything else? Emo Qinyan frowned. And even though Xiao Xian's strength far surpassed his, he remained neither humble nor arrogant. I just want to tell you one thing. Emo Qinyan, you may possess some talent, but this world is vast, much larger than you think, and there are many who are more talented than you, many stronger than the Tianshui sword sect. Whoosh. Behind Xiao Xier, 9 immaculate Dao platforms emerged, and at this moment, a powerful pressure radiated from her. At this moment, Xiao Xier seemed to become a true celestial being, her every move exuding extraordinary grace. 9 Dao platforms, an unparalleled foundational realm. Such an unparalleled genius that does not exist in the entire northern region. A legendary genius belonging to the entire Longting continent, now appeared before Emo Qinyan. Chapter 14. This world is vast and boundless. If 9 Dao platform geniuses were to appear in the northern region, the news would instantly sweep across the entire northern region, attracting countless geniuses. Geniuses of this caliber are legendary throughout the Longting continent. Normally, a genius from a small place like the Great Chu Empire would be stunned and shaken at the sight of an unparalleled genius with 9 Dao platforms. However, Xiao Xier was once again disappointed. She stared intently into Emo Qinyan's eyes, but did not see much surprise in his expression. This made Xiao Xier even more curious. Logically speaking, an invincible talent with 9 Dao platforms appearing anywhere would be enough to astonish countless people. Why did Emo Qinyan's expression still show little change? I will tell you something. Emo Qinyan suddenly smiled. He finally understood Xiao Xier's purpose. She wanted to use the 9 Dao platforms to strike at him. Even someone with a talent as unmatched as Xiao Xue had been seen. So the 9 Dao platforms were just that, right? Unfortunately, she encountered Emo Qinyan. Once he obtained that strange object from the Great Chu imperial capital, he also had a great chance of building 9 Dao platforms. Tell me what? Xiao Xier asked, still puzzled as to why Emo Qinyan remained so indifferent after seeing her 9 Dao platforms. The difference between 980,000 power and 999 ultimate power is unimaginably vast. Simply put, the resources needed to cultivate an unparalleled talent with 9 Dao platforms could cultivate over 100 talents with 8 Dao platforms. Moreover, for those lacking talent, no matter how many resources they have, they cannot reach the ultimate realm. The Tai Chi sacred land is strong, and the 9 Dao platforms are also strong. But this world is vast, and there are many forces stronger than the Tai Chi sacred land and talents higher than yours, right? The future saintess of the Tai Chi sacred land. Xiao Xian's pupils slightly constricted. How did Emo Qinyan know she was from the Tai Chi sacred land? This was something no one knew, not even Xiaoyan, who only knew her background was strong but had no idea it was the Tai Chi sacred land. She had investigated Emo Qinyan, and he was just someone with a bit of talent who hadn't seen much of the world. But now, how did he know she was from the Tai Chi sacred land? Who exactly are you? At this moment, Xiao Xian's expression became serious. She even suspected that Emo Qinyan, like her, was from some ancient force. Moreover, his background might be even more terrifying, so he knew about her background while she did not understand his. What kind of ancient force could be more terrifying than the Tai Chi sacred land? Xiao Xier couldn't imagine how powerful such an ancient force would be. Who I am isn't important, but Xiao Xier, the 9 Dao platforms are merely the beginning of the path of an unparalleled talent. As the future saintess, you should have heard of a name, right? Whose name? Xiao Xier frowned. Yi Ziyuan. Upon hearing this name, Xiao Xian's pupils slightly dilated, and her mind was immensely shaken. Seeing the shocked expression on Xiao Xian's face, Emo Qinyan smiled faintly, turned around, and flew away on his sword. How could a girl like Xiaoxier, who hadn't even fully matured, hope to influence his Dao heart, especially with a memory of 1,000 years in the future? Yi Ziyuan, this name, most people in the dragon-turning continent had never heard of. Even aside from some high-ranking members of the Tai Chi sacred land, hardly anyone knew it. The distance was too far. It was not a world of the same level. That was the vast starry sky, the human race's million continents, where the most supreme talent stood at the pinnacle. One who could suppress an era, the strongest talent. Even someone like Xiao Yan, the child of destiny, was still far from it. This name echoed on the battlefield of 10,000 races 5 years ago, and in a small place like the dragon-turning continent. Very few had the qualification to know this name, but Xiaoxier would definitely know, as an unparalleled talent from the Tai Chi sacred land and the future saintess. She would have some understanding of the greatest talents of the starry sky. After returning to the carriage, Xiaoxue had already awakened. Seeing Imo Qianyan return, she leaped into his arms. Holding Xiaoxue, Imo Qianyan also recalled some memories from his past life. Yi Ziyuan was incredibly strong. In any era, she could dominate the talents of the myriad realms and achieve an invincible imperial position. Unfortunately, she was born in the wrong era. This era is destined to belong to Xiaoxue. Even Yi Ziyuan's father, the unmatched emperor of humanity from hundreds of thousands of years ago, would not necessarily surpass Xiaoxue if they lived in the same era. Young master, we have arrived at the imperial capital. As Imo Qianyan was resting with his eyes closed, Xiao Bai's voice rang in his ears. Imo Qianyan opened his eyes, holding Xiaoxue, stepped out of the carriage, and saw a magnificent grand city ahead. The city walls towered over 100 feet, majestically standing and shimmering with a metallic cold light under the sun. A plaque hung at the city gate, Imperial Capital. Looking along the city walls, they seemed to stretch endlessly, and it was impossible to know how large this city was. At the city gate, the crowd surged, with people coming and going continuously. Imo Qianyan raised his eyes to look at the city walls and saw 3 gilded characters, Xishuan Gate. Compared to the Great Shu Imperial Capital, Yinxing was like a village compared to Yinxing. The difference was incomparable. Even the soldiers guarding the city gate were at least at the 9th level of the acquired realm, with quite a few being innate level experts. Innate guards at the city gate. This was an unimaginable scene for the people of Yinxing. In Yinxing, innate experts could become guest elders even among the 3 great families, revered as esteemed guests. But here in the imperial capital, they were merely gatekeepers. The Great Chu Empire's territory is vast, stretching thousands of miles north to south and 8,000 miles east to west, with a population of billions. Cities like Yinxing number in the thousands. The innate realm is only considered ordinary here. Foundational experts are also very easy to see. Only those in the core formation realm have a bit of say in the imperial capital. Yes, the strongest in Yinxing only has a little bit of say in the imperial capital. Only those who reach the divine power realm can be called strong in the imperial capital. Imo Qianyan had changed into a new white robe. The previous one bore the emblem of a core disciple of the Tianshui sword sect, which was too conspicuous here. He didn't want to draw attention. At least until he had grown stronger, he didn't want to expose too much. He feared that some old monsters could see through Xiaoshue's constitution. Is this the imperial capital? Both Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing were visiting for the first time, shocked by the size and walls of the imperial capital. Moreover, their strength was still considered not weak in Yinxing. But here, almost anyone they encountered was stronger than they were. This place gathers all the elites of the Great Chu Empire. Perhaps a passerby you see here is a renowned expert in some small city. However, Imo Qianyan's expression showed no change. Let alone the Great Chu Imperial Capital, he had seen even more powerful super empires and sacred dynasties. In his past life, he had also cultivated to a level close to that of a hegemon, able to wipe out the entire Great Chu Empire in an instant. Just as he had told Xiaoxier earlier, this world is truly vast. In the northern region, there are hundreds of empires. The entire northern state has over 1,000 domains. The dragon-turning continent has 5 great states, and humanity has over 1 million continents. The vast starry sky is home to thousands of races. In his past life, he had stopped at the dragon-turning continent and had no chance to step into the starry sky. In this new life, he truly wished to witness the unparalleled demeanor of the invincible talents of the heavens and even stand on the same stage with them. For example, that legendary Yi Ziyuan. Now she is only 24 years old, and her strength is probably enough to slay his past self with 1,000 years of cultivation, right? There is some controversy here. The author explains that both Extraordinary and Monarch are beginner levels. Some unparalleled talents in the starry sky can step into the Monarch level by the age of 20. Talents like Yizuyuan can become invincible in the mid-Monarch stage. The author has spent a long time, about several years, designing the worldview, with detailed settings for each realm. It is only now, due to not knowing how to write novels, that the author has begun to put pen to paper. This is because the Monarch realm represents the end of the early stages. Before the Monarch realm, only major realm breakthroughs pose tribulations. So some ordinary talents can reach the peak of Monarch with opportunities. Starting from Nirvana, which is the Monarch realm, every minor realm has tribulations. And even talents like Yizuyuan need a full century to cross this realm. The lifespan of the Holy Realm is between 20,000 to 50,000 years. And becoming an emperor at 500 years old is already breaking records. As for the Holy Realm, let's put it this way. Being one minor realm away from the Holy Realm is like being crushed, because at this level, most young talents are essentially at the 10-path platform level, and no one is weaker than the others. There are 11 months left until the great competition of the Northern region, which is his only chance to step into the starry sky. Therefore, in the competition, he must overpower all rivals, then participate in the Dragon Rising competition, and step into the starry sky to compete with the unparalleled talents of the human race on the Million Continent. If he misses this opportunity, he will have to wait another 10 years for the next Human Race Talents Conference. Chapter 15. The Ninth Princess, Chu Miaoan. You all stay in the inn room, and don't go out until I return. Protect Xiao Shui well, Mo Qian Yin instructed Xiao Bai, and Xiao Qing in a luxurious inn near the palace. Yes, young Master Qian Yin, we will protect Miss Qian Shui well. Brother, where are you going? Xiao Shui hurriedly ran over and jumped into Mo Qian Yin's arms. Brother is going out to buy food for Xiao Shui. What does Xiao Shui want to eat? Brother will bring it for you. Xiao Shui wants to eat candied hawthorn, the very sweet kind. Xiao Shui leaned in Mo Qian Yin's embrace, acting cute. Okay, brother will buy very sweet candied hawthorn for Xiao Shui. Mo Qian Yin gently stroked Xiao Shui's soft hair and said softly, Then brother, remember to come back early. Xiao Shui will miss you. Although Xiao Shui is very attached to Mo Qian Yin, she also knows that her brother has things to do. Reluctantly letting go, her bright, sparkling eyes were filled with Mo Qian Yin's figure. Xiao Shui will listen to sister. Brother will be back soon. Mo Qian Yin pinched Xiao Shui's cute little face again and reminded Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing once more. Then, he took out a golden mask, put it on his face, and walked out of the inn. His appearance and identity were too well known in the Dechu Empire. If he exposed his identity ostentatiously, he might be secretly watched by those with ulterior motives. He himself was not afraid, but Xiao Shui could be exposed to danger. With 1,000 years of experience in his previous life, he understood the cruel and bloody nature of the cultivation world. Everything must be approached with caution. Soon, Mo Qian Yin appeared outside the palace gates. He put away the golden mask, and a white mist floated beside him. When he walked out of the mist, he was already wearing the white robe of the disciple of the Tian Shui sword sect. On the chest of the white robe, there was an embroidered golden short sword pattern, representing that he was a core disciple of the Tian Shui sword sect. The short sword represents the Tian Shui sword sect. Ordinary disciples wear blue, inner disciples wear silver, and core disciples wear gold. Moreover, Mo Qian Yin was not just a core disciple, he was also a true disciple. The chief senior brother. The true disciples of the Tian Shui sword sect have a status equivalent to that of outer elders, equal to the nobility of the Dechu Empire. At the palace gate, there were 2 foundation establishment level guards, approximately 3 Dao platforms in strength. Seeing the 2 golden armored soldiers at the palace gate, Mo Qian Yin could see through their strength. 3 Dao platform foundation establishment in Yin City could rank among the top 10 strongmen. When the 2 foundation establishment guards saw Mo Qian Yin, their first glance fell on the golden short sword pattern on his chest. A core disciple of the Tian Shui sword sect, a heavenly talent with 6 Dao platforms. Young master, may I see your palace token? Although Mo Qian Yin's identity was high, the guards still stopped him due to their duty, but their attitude was very friendly. Core disciples of the Tian Shui sword sect are true top talents in the Dechu Empire, with an incredibly powerful background, definitely not to be trifled with. Mo Qian Yin nodded, and with a thought, a pure gold token appeared in his hand. One side of the token was engraved with the character Chu, and the other side was engraved with a golden dragon. Upon seeing this token, The eyes of the two guards suddenly narrowed, and they instantly understood the identity of the young man in the white robe before them. The Yinglong token grants direct access to meet the Emperor of Dechu. Such tokens are extremely rare, and among the young people, there is only one person who possesses this token. The one who broke the cultivation record of the innate realm in the Dechu Empire, Imo Qianyan. Young Master Qianyan, please enter. The two guards opened the palace gates, respectfully allowing Imo Qianyan to enter. Imo Qianyan, a peerless talent of the Dechu Empire, with a foundation establishment strength of 7 Dao platforms, is destined to become an extraordinary powerhouse in the future. Imo Qianyan put away the token and was just about to enter when a clear and crisp female voice suddenly came from behind. Imo Qianyan, this princess has finally found you. Upon hearing the voice, Imo Qianyan immediately understood who had come. The core disciple of the Tian Shui sword sect, the 9th princess of the Dechu Empire, Chu Miaoan. Turning around, he saw a stunning girl in a light blue long dress, with a white ribbon at her waist and jade boots on her feet, standing behind him. On her chest, there was also a golden short sword pattern, representing her identity as a core disciple of the Tian Shui sword sect. The girl had a graceful figure, a delicate oval face, and exquisite features, resembling the most perfect creation of heaven, breathtakingly beautiful. 9th princess, Imo Qianyan cupped his hands and said, "Humph, Imo Qianyan, you promised to tell me when you returned to the empire, but how did you sneak back alone?" Chu Miaoan was very angry, walking up to Imo Qianyan, hands on her hips, looking very puffed up. Sorry, I had something come up, so I didn't tell you." Imo Qianyan slightly turned to the side, unsure how to face the 9th princess. The 9th princess liked him. This was known throughout the Tian Shui sword sect. However, whether in his past life or this life, he had never liked the 9th princess. He did not like her lively personality, which did not match his calm demeanor. In his previous life, after losing to Xiao Yan, he heard that the 9th princess went to challenge Xiao Yan. But since the 9th princess was not as strong as him, how could she possibly be Xiao Yan's opponent? But for some reason, possibly because of their interactions, the 9th princess ended up liking Xiao Yan. Imo Qianyan, this princess feels your attitude is very perfunctory. Chu Miaohan huffed again, but soon she leaned in closer and said mysteriously, "By the way, what are you doing in the palace? Are you here to ask my father for my hand in marriage?" "Princess, you misunderstood. I'm here to see Emperor Chu for something." Imo Qianyan discreetly created a little distance from Chu Miaohan. He really did not like her personality. "What is it? Let's go in together. I just happen to want to find father as well," Chu Miaohan said, striding boldly inside. 9th princess. The two guards at the gate respectfully bowed, but secretly observed Princess Jiao and Imo Qianyan from the corners of their eyes. Could it be that there is some story between the two of them? Imo Qianyan felt a slight headache, but he had no choice but to enter with Chu Miaoan. He was able to obtain the Yinglong order thanks to Princess Jiao, with the price being to take care of her at the Tianshui sword sect and ensure she wasn't bullied by others. The princess had also reached the peak of the innate realm, but she had just broken through and her strength was not yet enough to stand her ground at the Tianshui sword sect. Moreover, the Tianshui sword sect was not like the Great Chu Empire. Others would not treat her kindly just because she was a princess. In his previous life, he didn't know what price Xiao Yan paid to make the Chu Emperor bring out that treasure. Imo Qianyan walked while pondering in his heart what he should use to impress the Chu Emperor. His talent? A king-level technique? Even an emperor-level technique? In his previous life, he learned about these things after failing to defeat Xiao Yan again at the Tianshui sword sect, when Chu Miaohan told him. Xiao Yan had struck a deal with the Chu Emperor to obtain the blood of a king, thus reaching the peak of the innate realm and establishing 9 Dao platforms. Forget it, one step at a time. If it really doesn't work, then he would have to pull out his ultimate trump card. Chapter 16, The Great Chu Emperor. Chu Yun Imo Qianyan, what do you want with my father? Along the way, Chu Miaohan kept chattering in Imo Qianyan's ear. Imo Qianyan simply replied, "I'm asking for something." "What is it? What could possibly make the proud you use the word ask? But with me here, my father will definitely give it to you." Chu Miaohan patted her already well-developed chest, looking very pleased. Among the 10 children of the Great Chu Emperor, although she ranked 9th, she was the only girl. Therefore, she was greatly favored by the Great Chu Emperor. "The thing I want, telling you is useless." Imo Qianyan shook his head and quickened his pace. He really disliked Chu Miaohan chattering like a bird in his ear. "Slow down. If you don't tell me what it is, How do you know it's useless to tell me? Chu Miaohan caught up with Mo Qianian. Like a tail that couldn't be shaken off. Mo Qianian suddenly stopped, and Chu Miaohan, unable to stop in time, bumped into his back. Ouch! Why did you suddenly stop again? Chu Miaohan rubbed her nose and complained somewhat petulantly. Mo Qianian turned around, his gaze fixed on Chu Miaohan, but he remained silent, just staring at her. Chu Miaohan felt her face heat up under his intense gaze, avoiding his eyes. Mo Qianian, why are you staring at me? It's not good for others to see us here with so many people around. Princess, if I were just an ordinary person with no talent, would you still like me this much? Mo Qianian spoke, his gaze incredibly profound. Chu Miaohan was momentarily stunned and confused. Mo Qianian, what is wrong with you? Answer my question. Mo Qianian's gaze remained deep. You are the unparalleled genius of the great Chu Empire, destined to step into the extraordinary. And I am the 9th princess, not lacking in talent either. Isn't it a match made in heaven for us to be together? What if I say I don't like you? Why wouldn't you like me? In the great Chu Empire, besides me, who else is worthy of you? It's not a matter of being worthy or not. When you one day meet someone who would risk everything for you, that's when you'll understand what it means to like someone. Mo Qianian shook his head, turned around, and continued walking deeper into the palace. Just as he had anticipated, Chu Miaohan didn't like him as a person, but rather the sense of compatibility brought by his talent. Otherwise, why would she have entangled herself with Xiao Yan in his previous life? Please be gentle. The protagonist doesn't like Xiao Xue right now. If he were not the unparalleled genius of the great Chu Empire, then Chu Miaohan wouldn't even glance at him. Or, to put it another way, besides his talent, what else is there about him that Chu Miaohan would like? Although he was handsome and charming, in the Tianshui sword sect, he was not the only unparalleled genius with 7 Dao platforms. There were others who were just as elegant as he was. It was just that he happened to be from the great Chu Empire, which naturally drew Chu Miaohan closer to him. Hey, Mo Qianian, what are you doing? Chu Miaohan was already prepared, but Mo Qianian suddenly turned around and walked away, saying a bunch of nonsensical things that left her a bit dazed. Shouldn't the normal procedure be that after she said they were a match made in heaven, Mo Qianian should embrace her or even kiss her? But Mo Qianian ignored her and walked straight on. Chu Miaohan stomped her foot in frustration and followed him angrily. Stewardly, please inform the Chu Emperor that Mo Qianian requests an audience. And me. Chu Miaohan also jogged over to an old eunuch at the door. The old eunuch nodded, and the door opened silently. He turned and entered the room, and the door closed quietly again. This old eunuch is a truly powerful being in the realm of divine abilities. Mo Qianian, you. Chu Miaohan hadn't finished her sentence when the door suddenly opened, and the old eunuch came out, cupping his hands to the two and hoarsely uttering a word of invitation. Mo Qianian nodded to the old eunuch and stepped into the study where the Chu Emperor was, and behind him, Chu Miaohan snorted and followed him inside. In the center of the study, at a desk, sat a middle-aged man dressed in a golden dragon robe. The man's eyebrows were thick, his eyes bright and dark, and he exuded an air of authority. He was tall and imposing, with a stern expression on his face, as if everything in the world bowed before him. This middle-aged man was the revered Chu Emperor of the great Chu Empire, also the strongest in the great Chu Empire, Chu Yun. Beside him stood a young man in a blue robe. The young man appeared to be around 20 years old, with a refined complexion, deep-set eyes, and an aura of elegance. He also possessed formidable strength that made Mo Qianian feel a bit of pressure. The crown prince of the great Chu, Chu Tiange, was also an unparalleled genius like Mo Qianian, having established 7 Dao platforms and now stepped into the core formation realm. Tianshui sword sect Mo Qianian bows to the Chu Emperor and pays respects to the crown prince. Mo Qianian bowed respectfully to the two, not in a kneeling gesture, but a bowing one. Father, I missed you so much. And big brother, you're also here. Chu Miaohan ran to the Chu Emperor's side and shook one of his arms. The Chu Emperor sat behind the desk, his sharp, eagle-like eyes scrutinizing the composed youth before him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Tiange, you may leave. Yes, father. Chu Tiange responded with his head down and turned to leave the room. Mo Qianian, I've already heard from Miaohan in her letter about your situation. The potential of 7 Dao platforms is quite impressive. The Chu Emperor smiled, looking at Mo Qianian with admiration in his eyes. Mo Qianian not only had great talent, but also a good mindset. Given time, he would become a peak powerhouse of the empire. Please forgive me for making you laugh, Your Majesty. My strength is not worth mentioning. Qianian did not say any flattering words. The Chu emperor indeed had the ability to look down on the world. As the strongest in the great Chu empire and in existence at the peak of the extraordinary realm, even in the Tianshui sword sect, he was one of the top powerhouses. Once the emperor of Chu, he was also an unparalleled genius with 7 Dao platforms. My dear minister, have you come to discuss the marriage with Miaohan? Your Majesty, the emperor of Chu, has misunderstood. I have come this time to ask for a favor. Oh, what is it that requires you to come in person? Qianian remained silent and turned his gaze towards Chu Miaohan. Rest assured, my dear minister. Miaohan is my precious daughter. You can trust her. The emperor of Chu replied cheerfully, which made Chu Miaohan quite proud, as she huffed at Qianian. Qianian paused in silence and looked towards the door, causing the emperor of Chu's eyes to slightly narrow, his expression becoming serious. He gently waved his hand, and an invisible protective shield appeared in the room, isolating all sounds from the outside world. My dear minister, please speak. I hope to exchange for the blood of a king from your majesty. As soon as Qianian's voice fell, a sharp glint suddenly flashed in the emperor of Chu's eyes, and a powerful aura pressed down towards Qianian. Do you know what you were saying? The emperor's voice was very cold, a stark contrast to his previous friendliness, leaving Chu Miaohan stunned. Under the immense pressure, Qianian let out a muffled groan. Yet he did not take a step back nor bow his head. Instead, he stared directly at the emperor of Chu. Father, what are you doing? After realizing, Chu Miaohan rushed in front of Qianian, loudly questioning the emperor. At that moment, she had no idea what the blood of a king was. The emperor of Chu withdrew his pressure, his deep-set eyes fixating on Qianian. Father, is that blood of a king really that important? Chu Miaohan frowned and asked. Miaohan, you go out first. The emperor's voice had a hint of coldness. Father, you out. Chu Miaohan was slightly taken aback. It was the first time her father had been so harsh with her. You are not allowed to bully Qianian. Otherwise, I won't talk to you anymore. Looking at the emperor's stern gaze, Chu Miaohan huffed and left unhappily. The emperor's reaction was within Qianian's expectations, so he maintained a calm expression, quietly meeting the emperor's gaze. The blood of a king is the essence of a king-level powerhouse's life. It is the supreme treasure of the great Chu Empire, the greatest inheritance left by the founding emperor for future generations. Its value is equivalent to half of the great Chu Empire. Chapter 17. The conditions for trading the blood of a king in the study. The emperor of Chu's gaze was deep as he stared at Qianian, remaining silent while a powerful aura pressed down on Qianian. This pressure was well controlled, targeting only Qianian. Otherwise, the entire palace would shatter. How strong is the peak of the transcendent realm? In his previous life, Qianian had experienced the peak of the transcendent realm, so he naturally understood its strength. It is no exaggeration to say that a full-force strike from the emperor could destroy the entire palace. How big is the palace? It is 10 times the size of the entire Yen city. An existence of this level could easily destroy a city with a single palm strike. Of course, this is under the premise that there are no protective formations. Generally, such important places like palaces have defensive formations constructed by formation masters to withstand powerful attacks. Qianian's expression remained calm, but he had already begun to circulate his spiritual energy to alleviate the pressure. The emperor's pressure continued to increase gradually, step by step, soon reaching the pressure of the core formation realm and continuing to strengthen. Mid-core formation, late core formation, and perfected core formation. At this moment, the emperor unleashed an unparalleled pressure of the divine ability realm. This is a supreme powerhouse that has never appeared in the entire Yin city. The pressure of this realm could make ordinary foundation establishment cultivators kneel. The divine ability realm is a massive bottleneck. Once advanced, one can leap through the heavens. This is the dream of every cultivator. Once entering the divine ability realm, one can soar through the skies and traverse the world. And it can also increase one's lifespan limit. Powerful innate extreme geniuses can reverse/foundation establishment, while unparalleled geniuses with 9 Dao platforms can reverse/core formation. However, even the most extraordinary 9-pattern golden core geniuses cannot defeat a mighty figure of the divine ability realm. The gap in realms is like a chasm. No matter how extraordinary a genius is, without the aid of external forces and treasures, They are simply no match for a divine ability powerhouse. Because the divine ability realm is the stage where innate talents and physiques awaken. Even the weakest divine ability cultivator possesses the power of divine abilities. A divine ability cultivator only needs to release their pressure, and foundation establishment cultivators will be directly pressed down, with no power to resist. Even core formation cultivators must bow their noble heads, gasping for breath under the pressure. Even someone like Empress, an unparalleled genius with foundation establishment strength in the innate realm, would have already knelt. Yet Empress still held on, despite his pale face and sweating body. He did not bow his head but clenched his fists tightly. An unparalleled genius with 8 Dao platforms, if he does not fall midway, will achieve a future that surpasses the Emperor by countless times. Moreover, he was already countless times stronger than the Emperor in his previous life. How could he kneel under pressure? Even the Emperor does not have the qualification to make him kneel. This is the pride of the strong and the genius. The Emperor's expression finally changed. He himself was a talent at the level of 7 Dao platforms and clearly knew the limits of 7 Dao platforms. But Empress gave him a great surprise. He dissipated his pressure and slowly spoke. Empress, you are very strong, very outstanding. Even more so than I was back then, to be able to withstand my pressure. Miaohan was indeed not mistaken about you. But do you know how important the blood of a king is to my great Chu empire? The Emperor of Chu looked at Empress, his eyes deep and inscrutable, like an unfathomable starry sky. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared at the corners of Empress's mouth. He had long been prepared, knowing that the Emperor would not kill him, not to mention that he was the chief disciple of the Tianshui sword sect in his previous life. He also understood that the Emperor was not the type to kill innocents indiscriminately. The most important thing is that the Great Chu Empire is not as prosperous and solid as it seems. When the founding emperor of the Great Chu established the Great Chu Empire here, he must have offended many surrounding empires. But due to the unparalleled strength of the founding emperor in the king's realm, they could only endure it. Now, the founding emperor of the Great Chu has passed away for decades, and the current emperor has not yet stepped into the king's realm. Nowadays, the Great Chu Empire can be said to be surrounded by crises, with the 4 major empires eyeing it covetously. Indeed, the place where the Son of Destiny appears is bound to cause a bloodbath. In this situation, the Emperor needs help, which is why he values Empress. As Empress has the potential to become a top powerhouse, I know that the blood of a king contains powerful energy. If the Great Chu Empire has an innate, unparalleled genius with 8 Dao platforms, it could even use it to step into the innate extreme realm and achieve the strongest innate existence, and in the future, undoubtedly reach the king's realm. Empress spoke slowly, which surprised the emperor greatly. Empress actually knew so much. You are correct. But you also understand that the blood of a king cannot allow a genius with the stature of 7 Dao platforms to step into the innate extreme realm. Empress smiled slightly. The next moment, his entire body's spiritual energy manifested as he punched towards the air in front of him, producing a loud explosion. 198,000 power. The emperor's eyes suddenly widened, and he stood up directly from his seat. 198,000 power can build 8 Dao platforms. Empress has actually reached this level, possessing the unparalleled talent to build 8 Dao platforms. If Empress uses that king's blood, it is very likely that he could achieve the innate extreme realm. That is the innate extreme realm, a legendary level of unparalleled talent in the entire Longting continent. And now, there is hope for it to be born in our Great Chu Empire. The mood of Emperor Chu was fluctuating among the 9 Dao platforms. None of the unparalleled talents had fallen midway, each one becoming a renowned powerhouse on the continent. Of course, the rarity of the 9 Dao platforms also represented the difficulty of achievement. Relying solely on 980,000 pounds of strength and the king's blood is far from enough. It is said that when stepping into the innate extreme realm, there is a terrifying tribulation. If one's will is not strong enough, one may very well die in an explosion. Throughout history, many unparalleled talents have fallen while attempting to break into the innate extreme realm. Even now, many unparalleled talents close to the innate extreme realm do not dare to try lightly. Once attempted, there is no turning back. Either one succeeds and soars to the sky, or one falls and disappears without a trace. How confident are you in achieving the innate extreme realm? Emperor Chu asked softly. 50%. Empress did not make a definite statement. Although he had a millennium of experience and an unwavering will, he had never experienced the tribulation of the innate extreme realm and did not know how strong the will needed to be. A 50% chance. A glimmer appeared in Emperor Chu's eyes. This probability is already quite high. Your Majesty, in exchange for the king's blood, do you have any requirements? Mo Qianyan looked at Emperor Chu and said respectfully. He would never bow when it was not the time to bow. But he still had to bow when it was time to bow. Emperor Chu fell silent, and after a long while, he looked up at Mo Qianyan and slowly uttered a sentence. Miao Han likes you very much. Become my son-in-law, and I can bestow the king's blood upon you and personally protect your path. This, Mo Qianyan was slightly taken aback, but he did not expect Emperor Chu to make such a request. Becoming the son-in-law of Emperor Chu simply meant binding Mo Qianyan to the great Chu royal family. However, he did not like Chu Miaohan. If he were to be with Chu Miaohan just for the king's blood, it would go against his heart. Could he survive the tribulation of the innate extreme realm? Your Majesty, I cannot agree to this condition. Mo Qianyan shook his head, which disappointed Emperor Chu greatly. Chu Miaohan was the only princess of the current great Chu Empire, his treasured gem, with exceptional talent and stunning beauty. Beside her, any man could only look up in admiration. Mo Qianyan not only refused, but did so resolutely. Emperor Chu was somewhat angry, but he still retained a trace of calm. Do you think Miaohan is not worthy of you? Emperor Chu looked at Mo Qianyan, snorting coldly. Mo Qianyan sighed slightly. It's not a matter of worthiness. It's that I have no interest in Princess. Mo Qianyan did not deceive Emperor Chu. He truly had no good feelings towards Chu Miaohan. Being a sister is acceptable, but he could not accept being a partner. You should know very well that Miaohan likes you. No, the princess's liking is not love. It is more reliance, a habit. She only sees me as an elder brother. Mo Qianyan shook his head. Not in love. She has said it herself that she wants to marry you. Emperor Chu snorted coldly. As long as you become the prince consort of the great Chu Empire and treat Miaohan well, I will unconditionally give you the king's blood. Otherwise, no discussion. Chapter 18. The king's blood obtained otherwise, no discussion. Emperor Chu said coldly, his tone carrying an unarguable firmness. Mo Qianyan remained calm and said, Your Majesty, I will not marry the princess. I ask Your Majesty to change the condition. Mo Qianyan, my patience is limited. If you do not agree to marry Miaohan, do not blame me for turning against you. Emperor Chu looked at Mo Qianyan, his eyes flashing with a cold light. If I achieve the innate extreme realm, I can make a heavenly Tao oath. In the future, when my cultivation reaches great heights, I can help the great Chu Empire 3 times, ensuring its immortality for 1,000 years during my lifetime. Your Majesty, you know the current situation of the great Chu Empire as well. How many more years can it hold on? How long do you have to wait for the royal family to produce a successor with the strength of 8 Tao platforms? You should know very well the potential of someone in the innate extreme realm. Mo Qianyan spoke calmly, meeting Emperor Chu's cold gaze. Listening to Mo Qianyan's words, Emperor Chu's expression grew colder, and even a trace of killing intent emerged. He, the emperor of the great Chu Empire, is the supreme ruler. No one in the empire dares to utter a single word against him. Even a genius like Mo Qianyan, before he has grown up, can only remain beneath his feet. My patience has run out. I will ask you one last time. Will you agree to my conditions? Emperor Chu's tone was icy, sending shivers down one's spine, as if a god of slaughter had descended. Mo Qianyan looked at Emperor Chu, the corners of his mouth suddenly curving into a faint smile. And he said indifferently, What if I say no? Mo Qianyan, are you seeking death? Emperor Chu said coldly, each word enunciated, killing intent erupting, forcing Mo Qianyan to retreat a few steps, a trickle of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Mo Qianyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, he straightened his chest, his gaze turning cold as well. In fact, if in his previous life, Emperor Chu had not given the king's blood to Xiao Yan, he would not have reacted this way. But why could it be given to Xiao Yan and not to him? Emperor Chu, my master already knows everything. If I do not leave the palace today, one day, my master will surely flatten this place. Mo Qianyan had become the chief disciple of the Tianshui sword sect, and his master played a significant role in this. There are many prodigies in the Tianshui sword sect with the strength of 7 Tao platforms, but why could he, the youngest, become the chief disciple? His master is a supreme powerhouse, the sword god of the Tianshui sword sect. 3 years ago, when a great demon invaded the Tianshui sword sect. A true king-level unparalleled great demon was slain by a single sword. From then on, the name of the sword god belonged to the Tianshui sword sect. Are you threatening me? Emperor Chu snorted coldly, his gaze turning sharp, his aura growing increasingly terrifying. He is the emperor of the Great Chu Empire, the highest existence of Great Chu. Who dares to threaten him? You can try. Mo Qianyan looked at Emperor Chu without fear. In his previous life, Xiao Yin could take the king's blood from here. Could he, Mo Qianyan, not do the same? Mo Qianyan stared directly at Emperor Chu. Although he was young and his strength was insignificant compared to Emperor Chu, his momentum was not lacking at all. Without an invincible momentum, how could one achieve the unparalleled talent of the innate extreme realm? The two stared at each other like this. The air around them seemed to freeze, exuding a trace of chill. After a long time, Emperor Chu's momentum dissipated, and he sighed. You win. At that moment, Emperor Chu seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, his brows filled with fatigue. Mo Qianyan remained silent. He understood that the scene just now could also be seen as a test from Emperor Chu, testing whether he would have the ability to become a true, unparalleled talent in the future. The current situation of the Great Chu Empire is indeed very difficult. The Crown Prince has not yet grown up, and the pillar of the Great Chu Empire is only Emperor Chu alone. Yet now, the Great Chu Empire faces pressure from 4 other empires at the same time. If the Great Chu Empire loses its position in the Northern Domain competition, it will suffer a devastating blow. Mo Qianyan, I can give you the king's blood, but besides the conditions you mentioned, I have 2 more conditions. The tone of the Emperor of Chu softened considerably. Through the recent trial, he had understood. The future belongs to Mo Qianyan. If Mo Qianyan could successfully step into the innate extreme realm, then in the future, their Great Chu Empire would produce an unparalleled powerhouse that would shake the Dragonting continent. Your Majesty, please speak. If I can achieve this in 1,000 years, I will not let you down. Mo Qianyan cupped his fists. First, during the Northern Region competition, protect Miaohan. She is young and inexperienced and can easily offend people. Second, if you secure first place in the Northern Region competition, I hope you will mention the Great Chu Empire when you say you come from the Heavenly Water Sword sect. The Emperor of Chu leaned back in his chair, and after finishing his words, he seemed to have aged considerably. I swear to the Heavenly Tao, if I successfully step into the innate extreme realm, I will not forget the Great Chu Empire, nor will I forget the promise I made to your Majesty. Mo Qianyan raised his hand and made a vow to the Heavenly Tao. Once the vow was made, the violator would face severe consequences. Mild ones could lead to a backlash that wasted their cultivation, while severe ones could lead to madness and death. It was the most terrifying vow. This is the blood of a king, Mo Qianyan. The future of the Great Chu Empire is in your hands. I hope you will succeed. The Emperor of Chu took out a delicate jade box, which was engraved with ancient patterns. Mo Qianyan respectfully took the jade box, probing inside with his consciousness, revealing a drop of red blood. The blood appeared transparent, as if forged from pure gold, radiating a dazzling red light. In that moment, Mo Qianyan's heartbeat quickened, and his breath became rapid. The king's blood was in his hands, and the path to the innate extreme realm was before him. He recalled Xiao Xier, the saintess of the Tai Holy Land, who was a few months younger than him. The pressure of the 9 Dao platforms was incredibly strong. Once he successfully entered the innate extreme realm, he could quickly establish the 9 Dao platforms. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will do my utmost to step into the innate extreme realm. Mo Qianyan bowed to the Emperor of Chu and then turned to leave. The Emperor watched Mo Qianyan's figure disappear at the door, a smile of comfort and expectation appearing on his lips. Mo Qianyan, I hope you won't disappoint me. I hope my decision today is correct. The fate of the Great Chu Empire is in your hands. You will surely succeed. I look forward to you reaching the peak of the Northern Region. Outside the study, Chu Miaohan was pacing anxiously, her expression tense. Mo Qianyan, speak well with my father. Bow when you need to, don't be stubborn. Chu Miaohan murmured to herself, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety. She was worried that her father would really do something to Mo Qianyan. Creak. The door opened, and a bloodied Mo Qianyan walked out. Seeing him unharmed, Chu Miaohan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Mo Qianyan, it's good that you're fine. Thank you for your concern, Princess. Mo Qianyan's expression was calm, but his gaze toward Chu Miaohan carried a hint of distance, making her feel somewhat aggrieved, though she did not show it. Perhaps, as Mo Chinyan said, she didn't really like him. She was only 16 and might not yet understand what true affection meant. She just felt a sense of security when she was with him. Are you really okay? My father didn't make things difficult for you, did he? I'm fine. Mo Chinyan shook his head, not wanting to linger on the topic with Chu Miaoan. He turned and walked toward the palace exit, since he had already made himself clear. It was time to cut ties. Watching Mo Chinyan's departing figure, Chu Miaoan bit her lip, vaguely realizing that the distance between her and Mo Chinyan was growing further apart. Chapter 19. The overbearing son of the great Mo Empire, Mo Feng. At the Inn of No Boundaries, a considerable crowd had gathered. Bang! A bloodied figure was thrown out of the second-floor window, landing on the ground motionless. Someone cautiously approached, checked the person's breath, and then slightly relaxed. He is still alive, but it seems his cultivation has been wasted. Wow! Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in discussion. Hiss! This is a tough character, known as Louis Dao, whose knife always draws blood. A perfect innate realm existence, and he was easily wasted by someone. Did you see who wasted Louis Dao? It's said to be a young man who booked the entire inn and forced everyone out. Louis Dao, being a proud person, refused to leave and ended up like this. Who dares to injure someone in the imperial capital? What a bold move. Don't they want their life? Shoo, keep it down. It's rumored to be a young lord from the neighboring Great Mo Empire, here to challenge the Great Chu Empire's top talents. Challenging is one thing, but what else with the violence? Whoosh! An arrow suddenly shot out from the second-floor window, striking the arm of the person who had just spoken, blood gushing forth. Thud! That person fell to the ground, their cries merging into a chorus of panic. The crowd fell silent, fear evident in their eyes. Just for saying a word. They got shot. How arrogant. Anyone from the younger generation who is not convinced can challenge me directly. A cold voice came from the second-floor window. A tall and handsome young man in a finely crafted purple robe appeared at the window. He exuded a strong aura of dominance, holding a purple bow in his hand. He was Mo Feng, the prince and heir of the great Mo Empire, known to have reached the perfect innate realm, and is one of the most outstanding young talents of the great Mo Empire. When he appeared, a voice rose from the crowd, causing many to be shocked. They had heard of Mo Feng's reputation, but did not expect him to be so tyrannical. The prince and heir of the great Mo Empire, a peerless genius who entered the innate realm at 14, was now 18, and Louis Dao, who was also at the perfect innate realm, was easily defeated by him. What level of strength had he reached? Even the prince of the great Mo Empire was far too. Someone instinctively began to comment, but abruptly stopped upon meeting the cold light in Mo Feng's eyes. Recalling the fate of the person who was still wailing, quickly covering their mouth to avoid further comments. Get lost. The entire inn has been booked by the young lord. At the entrance of the inn, a group of people was being chased out by Mo Feng's two lackeys. Though they were merely lackeys, both were at the late innate stage. Among them, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing were holding Xiao Shui, trying their best to blend in with the crowd. Yes, this inn was the same luxurious inn where Mo Chinyan had stayed before. Those who could afford to stay in this lavish inn were not simple figures. They all had some level of power, yet at this moment, they were all very obedient. Because those who dared to oppose had already learned their lesson through blood. Like Louis Dao, Xiao Bai lowered her head, burying Xiao Shui's face in her chest, trying not to attract attention along with Xiao Qing. Their strength was far too weak in this imperial capital. With young Master Chinyan not present, their only task was to protect Xiao Shui. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to explain it to young Master Chinyan. Are all the people from the great Chu Empire this useless? Is there not a single one who dares to challenge? Mo Feng looked at the group of people around him. They were making quite a commotion. Yet no one had come to challenge him, which made him even prouder. I come to challenge you. A young man carrying a long spear stepped forward, exuding a fierce aura of gun intent. This person was a perfect innate realm practitioner, and not just any perfect innate realm practitioner. It was him, Zhongshan, the #1 genius of Wanxiang City, who was said to have been recruited as a disciple by the Heavenly Water Sword sect, and his spear skills were extremely strong. I've heard of him. He ranks 11th on the genius list of the great Chu Empire. Upon seeing the boy with the long spear, the crowd stirred with excitement, clearly indicating that Zhongshan was quite famous in the great Chu Empire. Good. Mo Feng jumped down from the second floor, smiling faintly. I look forward to it. Zhongshan didn't say much more and directly thrust his spear towards Mo Feng. Clang. Crack. The two exchanged a few moves before the victor was determined. Zhongshan was sent flying backward, retreating 5 meters. In the first round, he was defeated. 95,000 in strength. Zhongshan was secretly shocked. He only had 93,000 in strength. Although that was already strong, the gap was significant in the face of 95,000. It wasn't just a difference in strength, but also in the multiplier effect of their techniques. You win. Acknowledging his inferiority, Zhongshan didn't continue fighting, sheathing his spear and preparing to leave. You want a challenge, and then just leave? It's not that easy. Mo Feng's voice rang out, a wicked smile appearing on his lips as he raised his bow and arrow towards Zhongshan, saying, if you want to leave, you can, but leave your spear behind. As he finished speaking, Mo Feng released the bowstring. An arrow whistled through the air, rushing towards Zhongshan. The arrow contained endless power and intent to kill. If it pierced his body, even a perfect innate realm practitioner with strong vitality would die from a single shot. Seeing the arrow coming, Zhongshan frowned and quickly dodged to the side. Whoosh! The arrow grazed past his shoulder. Puffed. Blood splattered as a streak of red emerged from Zhongshan's left shoulder. Dripping down, the arrow continued onward, landing on the ground near Xiaobai's feet, startling her. What was initially an inconspicuous scene took a turn when Mo Feng's gaze suddenly fell on the faces of Xiaobai and Xiaoqing. Pure, lovely, bright-eyed, and white-toothed. They had beautiful appearances like jade flowers. Mo Feng looked at the two women's stunning looks, a hint of heated desire flashing in his eyes. Of course, with his status. What kind of women hadn't he played with? But the purity of these two was a different kind of pleasure. Moreover, they were actually twin sisters, which doubled the excitement. As he had just arrived in the Great Shu Empire, how could he not have some fun? As for whether the two women had any powerful background behind them, Mo Feng directly ignored that, putting aside his own identity and status. Just looking at their cautious demeanor, how could they possibly have a powerful background? Mo Feng slightly nodded at his two lackeys, giving them a look. The two lackeys followed Mo Feng's gaze, and their eyes instantly lit up. After following Mo Feng for so many years, how could they not know their master's character? What their master had played with would naturally become theirs. This time, it was even twin sisters. Hee, ladies, my brother and I are going to have a great time tonight. The two lackeys chuckled, their greedy gazes fixed on Xiaobai as they walked toward the two women. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing's faces turned pale, not because of their impending fate, but out of fear of involving Xiao Shui. They wanted to escape, but Mo Feng's aura had already locked onto them, with the pressure of a perfect innate realm practitioner. The two women, merely at the 7th layer of the acquired realm, couldn't move at all. What to do? As they watched the two approaching lackeys, Xiaobai and Xiaoqing felt a sense of despair, praying in their hearts for the young master to return soon. Just as one of the lackeys was about to reach out his hand, a spear pierced through, directly severing the man's arm. A shrill scream echoed in the area, causing the lackey to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, turning to look at Zhongshan. The attacker was indeed Zhongshan. Humph. Zhongshan snorted coldly, kicking the other lackey, sending him flying while blood spurted from his mouth. You all should leave. Zhongshan blocked Mo Feng's aura and whispered to the two women. Thank you. The two women quickly thanked Zhongshan, clutching Xiao Shui and hurriedly leaving. However, they never expected that two more individuals would step out from the crowd, blocking Xiaobai and Xiaoqing's path. These two wore black masks, obscuring their features. But their strength was formidable. Two foundation-building level experts. Mo Feng grinned wickedly. These two foundation-building level experts were also his bodyguards. Want to leave? The people this young master has set his sights on won't find it that easy to go. Chapter 20. Forceful Action. Killing Mo Feng. Seeing the two foundation-building bodyguards appear, Zhongshan's expression became incredibly serious. Even the onlookers were filled with anger. This young master of the great Mo Empire was simply too arrogant. If someone from the younger generation can defeat me, I will let them leave. Looking at the furious crowd, Mo Feng was completely unconcerned. Since reaching 95,000 in strength, who among the younger generation had he feared? As for the older generation intervening, he had strong figures behind him. Not to mention that his father was a prince of the great Mo Empire, an extraordinary and unparalleled existence. Who would dare to offend him? When the extraordinary is angered, 100,000 corpses will float. I may not be your match, but I know at least 3 people whose talents surpass yours. Zhongshan spoke up. Even though he was already injured and blood was still dripping from his shoulder, his gun intent becoming increasingly fierce. "Oh, who are those three?" Mo Feng asked curiously, intrigued. "The first is Chu Tiange, the #1 genius on the Great Chu Empire's genius list, who entered the innate realm at 14, built his foundation at 18, and is now 21 and already has formed his golden core. Chu Tiange? I've heard of him, but I'm also an innate at 14, and I'm just one step away from building my foundation. Why can he suppress me? Moreover, a year ago, during the Northern Region Genius competition, he lost to my cousin. His only advantage is that he is a few years older than me. In a few years, I won't be able to catch up to him." Mo Feng said with a wicked smile, clearly not viewing Chu Tiange as a significant threat. "Just 7 foundation-building platforms. I have now also reached this level. The second is someone I encountered a few days ago, who, at the 2nd layer of the innate realm, killed an opponent at the 5th layer of the innate realm. An innate 2nd layer killing an innate 5th layer?" Mo Feng was somewhat surprised. Killing an opponent 3 small realms higher was a feat even he couldn't accomplish. His strongest record was only overcoming 2 small realms, and that wasn't a kill, but a tie. The strength difference between each small realm in the innate realm was a full 3 times. Those who can surpass 2 small realms are already extremely talented geniuses. Surpassing 3 small realms? Only the top few prodigies on the Northern Region's genius ranking could likely achieve that, right? Unfortunately, his strength is too weak. If he had reached the pinnacle of innate perfection, I wouldn't mind battling him. The third one, Mo Qianian, who broke the cultivation record of the Great Chu Empire, stepped into the innate realm at 13 and has now become the chief disciple of the Tianshui sword sect. Zhongshan continued, and when he mentioned Mo Qianian, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. Although Mo Qianian ranks 2nd on the Great Chu Empire's genius ranking, in the hearts of many, including Zhongshan's, he is the strongest genius in the Great Chu Empire. Just breaking the innate cultivation record is already a terrifying talent. The only regret is that Mo Qianian is too young. He is only 16 now. Mo Qianian? I know him, but fast cultivation speed doesn't mean he has strong talent. And it doesn't necessarily mean he can defeat me. Mo Feng sneered, saying that Mo Qianian, at just 16, achieving innate perfection is already quite good. But he already possesses a strength of 950,000 in the form of 7 Dao platforms. Even if Mo Qianian's talent is truly stronger than his, can he achieve this at 16? My patience is running out. If you leave now, I can overlook the past, but if you stand in my way, I won't mind letting you know what it means that there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond people. A dangerous glint flashed in Mo Feng's eyes. Gaining fame in the Great Chu Empire intoxicated him. Although I am not your match, I will not stand by and watch you forcibly seize the common people. If you want to fight, then let us fight. Zhongshan snorted coldly. Just 2 postnatal realm commoners, mere ants. Why bother? Oppressing the common people will always draw retribution. If I were a bit stronger, I wouldn't mind killing you. Ha, such arrogant words. Since you seek death, then this young lord will grant your wish. Mo Feng stepped forward, and the aura on his body suddenly surged. Zhongshan showed no fear, wielding a spear to meet him head-on. Young Master Zhongshan, go for it. If I had the strength, I would have rushed up to chop him to pieces already. If only the top 5 on the genius ranking were here. It wouldn't allow this Mo Feng to be so arrogant. Various voices of concern arose from the crowd, but with 2 foundation establishment experts by Mo Feng's side, ordinary people didn't dare to step forward easily. Didn't you see that Louis Dao has already been crippled? Even Zhongshan, ranked 11th on the genius ranking, was injured. If they went up, would they just be sending their heads? The spear shot out like a dragon. Zhongshan unleashed his strongest technique, thrusting his spear forward, and a dragon of spiritual energy spiraled upward, charging towards Mo Feng. Useless. In the face of absolute strength disparity, all resistance is in vain. Mo Feng sneered, drawing his bow and arrow, with powerful spiritual energy condensing into 3 arrows. These 3 arrows contained terrifying power, with a force exceeding 1 million under the enhancement of his technique. Once shot out, they instantly transformed into 3 massive arrows, crashing towards the dragon of spiritual energy. Boom! The spiritual energy exploded, and the shockwave overwhelmed many, causing the dragon of spiritual energy to dissipate rapidly under the impact of the 3 arrows. Something's wrong. Mo Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't expect that as the dragon of spiritual energy collapsed, a spear was hidden within, shooting towards him. However, The gap in strength still existed. Mo Feng quickly dodged, avoiding the spear's attack, but his face was still grazed, leaving a ghastly wound. Damn it! You're looking for death. Mo Feng shouted, raising his bow and shooting another arrow. A golden spiritual arrow, carrying a terrifying destructive aura, flew towards Zhongshan. Zhongshan's weapon had already been knocked away. He was injured and had exhausted most of his spiritual energy from the previous attack, making it impossible for him to dodge the incoming arrow. Crack! The arrow struck, and the spiritual energy shield beside Zhongshan began to crack, showing signs of collapse. Stop! A loud shout rang out as a Foundation establishment expert's aura erupted, unwilling to watch Zhongshan fall, extending a massive spiritual hand to grab the arrow. Young men's battles are not for you old folks to interfere with. However, another figure in a black robe appeared, and as an old voice sounded, a spiritual attack was unleashed, shattering the spiritual hand. Another Foundation establishment expert emerged, and he was much stronger than the one who acted earlier. The problem was, judging by the old man's attire, he was also one of Mo Feng's guards. Damn it! Everyone couldn't help but curse inwardly. Watching as the cracks in Zhongshan's spiritual energy shield multiplied, their hearts hanging in suspense. Young Master Zhongshan, you must hold on. Yes, young Master Zhongshan, you must not lose. Waves of worried voices spread, and many people clenched their fists. Struggling to hold on. Just die? Mo Feng's expression was extremely gloomy, the fiery pain on his face fueling his murderous intent to its peak. Another golden arrow was shot out, and without suspense, Zhongshan's spiritual defense was instantly shattered. Is it over? A voice echoed in Zhongshan's heart as he recalled scenes from the past. He was a servant of a prominent family in Wanxiang City, stepping up to his current position through immense hardship that only he knew. He hadn't yet stepped onto the grand stage of the northern region. How could he fall here? Crack! At that moment, it seemed he gained insight, as if a shackle within him had been unlocked, his strength rising from 930,000 to 940,000. But what use is a breakthrough when he is about to die? As he prepared to close his eyes, a delicate sword suddenly appeared before him, blocking the arrow. Who? Mo Feng snorted coldly, his gaze warily scanning his surroundings. A young man in a white robe appeared in the arena. Mo Qianyan looked around, and when he saw Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing being captured by two black-clad Foundation establishment men, a glimmer of killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Who are you? Seeing Mo Qianyan appear, Mo Feng frowned, feeling immense pressure from the young man before him. Let them go. Mo Qianyan coldly spoke, pointing at Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. Fortunately, Xiao Bai, Xiao Qing, and Xiao Shui were unharmed. Otherwise, Mo Qianyan would have acted directly. Another hero saving the damsel in distress. What right do you have to command me? The woman this young lord has set his sights on has never been able to be taken away by anyone. Though the white-robed youth exuded immense power, Mo Feng was not easily intimidated. Brother, they are bullying Sister Xiao Bai and Sister Xiao Qing. Seeing Mo Qianyan arrive, Xiao Shui exclaimed, running towards him. Holding Xiao Shui in his arms, Mo Qianyan's expression was extremely cold as he glanced slightly at the sky. Whoosh! The next moment, the sword floating in front of Zhongshan suddenly pierced towards Mo Feng. With Foundation establishment level soul power and using a spiritual weapon, and Mo Qianyan unleashing all his strength, the impact of this sword approached 3 million in power. Even 2 Dao platforms worth of Foundation establishment would not match that in strength. Mo Feng's eyes widened as he watched the flying sword coming at high speed, the aura of death enveloping him. My father is the Grand Marshal Mo Fifan of the Great Mo Empire, an extraordinary level supreme expert. If you dare to kill me, you won't escape either. But Mo Qianyan seemed not to hear, and the speed of the flying sword increased for a moment. Save me. Kid, stop. The old man in the golden core stage who was protecting Mo Feng shouted angrily, rushing over at high speed. Even the 2 Foundation establishment experts holding on to Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing also charged over. Haha, the younger generation's competition. You old fossil, just stay quiet. The golden core cultivator who had been stopped by the old man sneered, blocking in front of the old man. Although he was not the opponent of this peak golden core existence, it was not difficult to hold him off for a moment. And us. Among the crowd, 2 more Foundation establishment cultivators stepped forward, blocking the other 2 Foundation establishment experts. No. Mo Feng's eyes widened. The flying sword easily pierced through his protective barrier, penetrating him. The Prince of the Great Mo Empire, The extraordinary Mo Fei's son, the unparalleled genius Mo Feng of 7 Dao platforms, thus fell. Chapter 21. Extraordinary ceasefire, you little brat. You're dead. Seeing the flying sword pierce through Mo Feng, the old man in the golden core stage's eyes turned red. He even burned his life force, repelling the golden core cultivator who blocked him, and charged towards Mo Qinyan. This old man was a golden core cultivator who had advanced with 4 Dao platforms. A 4-pattern silver Dan realm. A 4-pattern silver Dan powerhouse was enough to sweep through the entire Yin City. The 5 golden core cultivators of Yin City were only at the 2-pattern white Dan level. Together, they couldn't even match one 4-pattern silver Dan powerhouse. Yes, the more Dao platforms one had, the stronger the golden core's power, and they could not increase their patterns. 2 Dao platforms could only reach a maximum of 2-pattern white Dan. 6 Dao platforms could achieve 6-pattern silver Dan. 7 Dao platforms could achieve 7-pattern golden Dan. From the foundation establishment stage onward, the gap between geniuses and ordinary people rapidly widened. Even extraordinary geniuses at the peak of innate perfection would have to retreat when facing hundreds of ordinary innate perfection practitioners. However, a genius with 9 Dao platforms could slaughter hundreds of ordinary foundation establishment practitioners with 1 or 2 Dao platforms. Even 3-pattern white Dan level golden core cultivators were no match for a 9 Dao platform extraordinary foundation establishment. And now, the 4-pattern silver Dan level old man had gone mad, burning his life force. His combat power had reached the 6-pattern silver Dan level. The golden core cultivator who blocked the old man was only at the 3-pattern white Dan level, injured and unable to rise, seriously hurt. You little brat. You killed the young master. I am already guilty of death. Then you can accompany me to the grave. The golden core old man had fallen into madness. A terrifying aura overwhelming the area, causing countless weaker cultivators to be pressed to the ground. So strong, a 6-pattern silver Dan powerhouse. Just his aura was enough to suppress ordinary innate practitioners. A spiritual energy shield appeared around Mo Qinyan, protecting Xiao Bai, Xiao Qing, and Xiao Shui within it. Brother, I'm so scared. Xiao Shui, although only 6 years old, understood a lot and knew that her brother was in danger. Xiao Shui, don't be afraid. Mo Qinyan gently stroked Xiao Shui's hair, comforting her, not even glancing at the mad old man. It would be one thing if it was a foundation establishment battle. But if golden core cultivators attacked young geniuses in the imperial capital without anyone stopping them, then the great Chu Empire would be doomed. Sure enough, the next moment, a cold snort came from the sky. Uft. The furious golden core old man's aura instantly weakened, falling from the sky. Blood spewing from his mouth like it was free. People were shocked. Without even appearing, just a cold snort had rendered an incredibly powerful golden core cultivator unable to fight. What level of existence could possess such terrifying power? A being of the divine ability realm? No. The divine ability realm couldn't defeat a 6-pattern Dan level cultivator with just a cold snort. This was an extraordinary being appearing. The next moment, a dazzling fireball emerged in the sky. An incomparably vast aura appeared. Within the fireball, a figure could be faintly seen, as the flames slowly dissipated. The true appearance of the figure was finally revealed. It was an incredibly imposing middle-aged man, draped in a golden badge on his shoulder. Clearly a member of the imperial family. He wore fiery red armor, wielding a long spear, exuding unmatched heroism, giving a sense of being earth-shattering. At this moment, he looked coldly at the golden core old man whose aura was waning below, as if regarding an ant, and coldly said, "The imperial capital has its rules. I can overlook peer disputes, but as a golden core cultivator, you should abide by the rules. If you attack juniors again, you will be utterly annihilated." After saying this, flames filled the sky, illuminating the entire expanse, proclaiming the might of an unparalleled, extraordinary existence. The golden core old man's face turned pale, fear evident in his eyes. But he still stubbornly said, "Respected extraordinary lord, Mo Qinyan, with his foundation establishment cultivation, killed young master Mo Feng, which has already violated the rules set by the Genius Palace. Please, capture Mo Qinyan." Humph. The imposing middle-aged man snorted coldly, his voice utterly indifferent. Look closely. Is Mo Qinyan a foundation establishment or innate? The golden core old man was slightly taken aback, turned his head, and stared intently at Mo Qinyan. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible, Absolutely impossible. How could you be merely innate? How could an innate person kill the young master with one sword? This is impossible. The old man mumbled as if he had seen a ghost. When Mo Qianyan struck out and killed Mo Phone with one sword, he instinctively thought Mo Qianyan had already achieved foundation establishment. Otherwise, how could an innate level Mo Qianyan possibly kill Mo Phone, who possessed 950,000 pounds of strength, with a single move? Mo Qianyan already possesses the form of 8 Dao platforms. He is the #1 genius of my great Chu Empire. Anyone who dares to act against Mo Qianyan in the imperial capital should not blame me for not warning you. The extraordinary being coldly snorted, then transformed into a fireball and rapidly departed. 8 Dao platforms. Young Master Qianyan is mighty. My heavens. There are only 3 8 Dao platform foundations in the entire northern region, and Mo Qianyan has become the most extraordinary genius in the northern region? Quick. Hurry and tell the family head, befriend Mo Qianyan. Do not become enemies. 16 years old with 8 Dao platforms. Even the 3 prodigies of the northern region fall short. Upon hearing that Mo Qianyan had already achieved the form of 8 Dao platforms, the crowd erupted. While 7 Dao platforms were rare, the Great Chu Empire was not without them. However, 8 Dao platforms, not to mention the Great Chu Empire, even the dozens of nearby empires did not have such an unparalleled genius. But now, the Great Chu Empire had appeared. 8 Dao platforms. The golden core old man's eyes widened. Then a hint of mad, killing intent appeared in his eyes. If he killed Mo Qianyan or captured him, he could make up for his mistakes. He still had a way out. The old man's eyes glinted with a dangerous, bloodthirsty light as he looked at Mo Qianyan and sneered. I don't believe you will never leave the imperial capital. Once you step out of the Great Chu imperial capital, that will be your death. The old man's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. Secretly watching Mo Qianyan's movements, Mo Qianyan frowned slightly. That extraordinary being had deliberately exposed his strength. 8 Dao platforms were a symbol of glory, but also represented immense danger. There would always be some people who would want to prevent him from growing smoothly. Is this your test for me, Emperor Chu? Or do you want to know if my master has come here? Mo Qianyan murmured to himself. Such a significant matter, that extraordinary being surely wouldn't dare to speak carelessly. But since he revealed Mo Qianyan's strength in front of the public, it must have been ordered by someone. The only one who could command an extraordinary being is Emperor Chu. If I step into the innate extreme realm, that level is just within reach for me. Thank you, Brother Qianyan, for saving me. Zhongshan walked over and deeply bowed to Mo Qianyan with cupped fists. Brother? Mo Qianyan looked at Zhongshan. Having never seen him at the Tianshui sword sect, nor did he see a disciple badge from the sect on his chest, which made him puzzled. Brother, my name is Zhongshan. A few days ago, I was accepted as a disciple by an elder of the Tianshui sword sect, but I haven't officially joined yet. So you don't recognize me? Zhongshan said politely, with a hint of admiration in his eyes for Mo Qianyan. 8 Dao platforms. A peerless talent in the entire northern region. Zhongshan, you said your name is Zhongshan? Mo Qianyan narrowed his eyes slightly, finding information about this somewhat youthful spear-wielding boy in his previous life memories. Aside from the 4 special existences including him, Xiao Yan, Xiao Xier, and Xiao Shui, he is the future strongest in the Great Chu Empire and even the entire northern region. The Spear King Zhongshan. Chapter 22. Striking the Innate Extreme Realm. Decades later, the name Spear King Zhongshan will resonate throughout the northern region. And now, Zhongshan is Mo Qianyan's junior brother, still a young and passionate boy who has reached the innate great perfection. If he hadn't met Xiao Shui, Mo Qianyan would have been shocked to hear Zhongshan's name. But now, he was only slightly surprised before regaining his composure. The Spear King Zhongshan will ultimately achieve nothing more than 7 Dao platforms for foundation building, while he is already at the level of 8 Dao platforms. Young Master Qianyan, if it weren't for young Master Zhongshan saving us just now, we might never have seen you again, Xiaobai said softly from the side. Mo Qianyan nodded and slightly bowed to Zhongshan, saying, Qianyan thanks you, junior brother, for your help. If you need anything, I will definitely do my utmost to assist you. Thank you, brother. I didn't know they were your senior brothers. Even if they were ordinary people, I would still help them. Zhongshan cupped his fists and, seeing more and more onlookers gathering, said goodbye and left with his spear. Truly a person of character. If there's a chance, I can help him. Looking at Zhongshan's departing figure, Mo Qianyan sighed. Then he noticed more and more people staring at him, their eyes filled with admiration. mixed with some indifference and killing intent. Mo Qiannian understood that he was truly famous now, attracting the attention of various forces. It seems I need to rush to break through the innate extreme realm and step into the foundation building realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, any random core formation expert could trap him with no way out. Once he reaches the innate extreme realm and builds 9 Dao platforms for foundation building, ordinary core formation cultivators would not be his opponents at all. 9 Dao platforms for unparalleled foundation building, enough to slay core formation. However, when striking the innate extreme realm, he must arrange for Xiao Shui and the others properly. Learning from this lesson, he wouldn't let Xiao Shui and them stay at the inn. It was too unsafe. There's a place that would be very suitable for him to break through to the innate extreme realm, and it would also keep Xiao Shui and them safe. Yes, the palace. Without hesitation, Mo Qiannian held Xiao Shui, bringing Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing towards the palace. With Emperor Chu around, no one could disturb him while he strikes the innate extreme realm. He would make a concentrated effort to directly achieve 9 Dao platforms. In the underground secret chamber deep within the palace, striking the innate extreme realm, in front of the palace's secret chamber, upon hearing this news, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing were incredibly shocked. This is a legendary field of supreme strength. They knew young Master Qiannian was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. We want to stay? We heard that there's a life and death tribulation when breaking through the innate extreme realm. We want to guard outside, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing said, and while they may not have known what the innate extreme realm was before, they learned many things about cultivation during the month they followed Mo Qiannian. They also learned that there's a life and death tribulation when breaking through the innate extreme realm. Brother, Xiao Shui wants to follow you. Xiao Shui doesn't want to leave you. Xiao Shui hugged Mo Qiannian tightly, resisting Xiao Bai's attempts to pull her away. Emperor Chu watched from the side, saying nothing, but in his heart, he hoped Mo Qiannian could successfully break through to the innate extreme realm. After all, Mo Qiannian is the hope of their royal family. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before the great Chu Empire would fall into chaos. It's dangerous inside, Xiao Shui. Can you wait outside with your 2 sisters for me? Mo Qiannian squatted down and stroked Xiao Shui's head. I want to go. I want to stay with my brother. Xiao Shui shook her head stubbornly. Looking at the adorable Xiao Shui in his arms, Mo Qiannian said gently, Brother promised Xiao Shui to protect you for life, so no matter what difficulties I face, I will succeed in breaking through to the innate extreme realm. No, brother. I want to see you. Only then will Xiao Shui feel at ease. Xiao Shui said firmly. Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing also looked at Mo Qiannian with some nervousness. Life and death tribulation, life and death tribulation. If he doesn't succeed, he will perish. I have set up a seal in the secret chamber. It won't harm others. The previously silent Emperor Chu finally spoke. Brother, let me accompany you inside. Xiao Shui tightly hugged Mo Qiannian, her bright eyes slightly moist. Clearly on the verge of tears, if Mo Qiannian refused. Mo Qiannian looked at Xiao Shui's determined expression, fell silent for a moment, and finally nodded. He couldn't refuse Xiao Shui's request. Life and death tribulation, can he succeed? He must succeed. Mo Qiannian held Xiao Shui and slowly stepped into the secret chamber. Just as he was about to enter, he stopped again. Xiao Bai, Xiao Qing, if I don't succeed, please take good care of Xiao Shui for me. Use the token I gave you to find my master at the Tianshui sword sect. After saying this, he resolutely stepped into the secret chamber. Young master, you will definitely succeed. Once inside the secret chamber, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing immediately knelt on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. All they could do was wait and pray here, hoping their young master could succeed. Don't worry, I will definitely succeed. Mo Qiannian smiled gently and reassured them. Boom. The door of the secret chamber slowly closed. Xiao Shui, stay here and don't move. Practice well. Mo Qiannian placed Xiao Shui on a jade stone bed beside him, instructing her to behave. Brother, can you hold me again? Xiao Shui suddenly looked up, blinking her watery eyes at Mo Qiannian. Her voice was soft and sweet, like a feather gently brushing across his heart. Mo Qiannian didn't refuse and directly held Xiao Shui in his arms. His hand rested on her back, gently stroking her hair. Xiao Shui closed her eyes, her face resting on Mo Qiannian's chest. She didn't need to speak. Just listening to Mo Qiannian's heartbeat and feeling the warmth of his body was enough. Brother, you will definitely succeed. I'll be waiting for you. Xiao Shui said seriously as she opened her big, watery eyes and looked at Imo Qianyan. I will, Imo Qianyan thought to himself, imagining the day he would see Xiaoxue standing at the pinnacle of the heavens. He felt a bit reluctant, but he knew it was time to break through to the innate extreme realm. There was really not much time left for him. After taking this step, he could truly establish himself in the world and gain the qualification to compete with the peak talents of his generation. Brother, good luck. Xiaoxue, take care of yourself. Imo Qianyan turned around, a determined look in his eyes as he walked to the center of the secret chamber and removed his outer coat. In the center of the chamber was a bronze cauldron filled with clear spiritual spring water. Imo Qianyan took out a jade vial and poured the drop of royal blood inside it into the cauldron. In the next moment, the spring water seemed to boil and began to churn violently. Innate extreme realm, here I come. Imo Qianyan turned to look at Xiaoxue on the jade bed, then resolutely stepped into the cauldron and sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes and quietly sensed the fluctuations of his internal blood and qi. As the royal blood merged into his body, his momentum surged higher and higher. 980,000 strength, 990,000 strength, 999,000 strength. As he approached 999,000 strength, the rate of ascent gradually slowed, and Imo Qianyan began to feel immense pressure. This kind of pressure was impossible for an ordinary innate great perfection to bear. But Imo Qianyan remained as steady as a mountain, not moving an inch. 999, 995 strength, 999, 997 strength. Crack, crack. The sounds of Imo Qianyan's bones creaking echoed painfully. The overwhelming pressure seemed to want to crush him, causing his muscles to twist. Puffed. Imo Qianyan ultimately couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Brother. Seeing Imo Qianyan spitting blood, Xiaoxue immediately climbed up from the jade bed and lunged towards him, but was blocked by the defensive formation. I'm fine, Xiaoxue, go back. Imo Qianyan shook his head, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and comforted Xiaoxue. He had succeeded, reaching 999, 998 immense strength. This was already the pinnacle beneath the innate extreme realm, where many unparalleled talents were stuck. Because the next step was a life and death tribulation, a near-death experience that many unparalleled talents dared not attempt lightly. Becoming the strongest 8 Dao platforms was also a good choice. Now Imo Qianyan had 2 choices. First, to stop now and build the strongest 8 Dao platforms. Second, to continue pushing for the final step, experiencing the life and death tribulation, and becoming a king or being reduced to dust, breaking through to the innate extreme realm. Imo Qianyan didn't hesitate and continued to absorb the royal blood, pushing for that final step. Chapter 23. Innate Extreme Realm Life and Death Tribulation. Now Imo Qianyan's physical strength was more solid than ever. Every subtle change in his skin, bones, meridians, and muscles was clear in his mind. Normally, an innate great perfection with 800,000 strength would have developed their body's functions to the extreme of this realm. Beyond that, one could only repeatedly wash and enhance the meridians and bones, making incremental improvements. This process was painful and required unimaginable amounts of energy. Thus, after reaching innate great perfection, every bit of progress became extremely difficult. In the end, no matter how much energy was used, the improvement was minimal because they had reached the limits of their physical body. In other words, 999, 998 strength was already the peak physical strength of an average person, and normal methods would no longer yield any progress. At this point, whether it was bones, muscles, or meridians, they were all flawless. However, there was still one area that had not been tempered to perfection, and that area was extremely dangerous: the sea of spiritual energy. The sea of spiritual energy within the body. The stronger the physical body, the more spiritual energy the sea could contain, and the purer it became. Even white spiritual energy could be compressed into silver and even golden, becoming increasingly powerful, with the capacity of spiritual energy remaining unchanged. The higher the quality of the spiritual energy, the more it could store, leading to more Dao platforms. Therefore, this final step was to temper the sea of spiritual energy. However, at this moment, the sea of spiritual energy was at its most fragile state, because it had already reached its limit. Any slight misstep during the tempering process could lead to an explosion. It was like a container that had been filled to the brim with compressed spiritual energy. The tempering process was to reinforce this container to continue compressing the energy and increase its quality. Once it exploded, the entire sea of spiritual energy would be destroyed. And unless one was an unparalleled nirvana emperor who could be reborn from a drop of blood, a practitioner in the innate realm would undoubtedly die if their sea of spiritual energy was destroyed. This was the life and death tribulation of breaking through to the innate extreme realm. During the tempering process, not a single mistake could be made, or it would lead to a catastrophic end. Boom. The remaining energy of the royal blood transformed into a vast wave of spiritual energy, instantly flooding into Mo Qianyan's body. Mo Qianyan's powerful soul force divided into countless parts, each containing a trace of soul power. These soul powers wrapped around the energy from the royal blood, slowly heading towards the sea of spiritual energy, tempering it bit by bit. Crack, crack. However, as the tempering progressed deeper, Mo Qianyan's face grew paler, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His body trembled slightly, engulfed by an indescribable pain that nearly drove him to the brink of collapse. Yet he gritted his teeth and continued to absorb. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. Mo Qianyan's face became progressively paler, his forehead covered in beads of sweat, and his body trembled more violently. This overload of soul power combined with the physical pain during the tempering was an unimaginable torment. No wonder it was said that attempting to break through to the innate extreme realm was a life-and-death experience. Even with Mo Qianyan's 1,000 years of soul power and his formidable will, it was still so unbearable. How much more difficult would it be for others? Brother, you will definitely succeed. Xiaoxue stood outside the formation, heartbroken as she watched Mo Qianyan suffer inside. Mo Qianyan kept his eyes closed and did not respond to Xiaoxue because at this moment, he could not afford to be distracted. He had to succeed in the innate extreme realm. I just want to tell you one thing. Mo Qianyan, you may possess some talent, but this world is vast. And there are many who are more talented than you, many stronger than the Tianshui sword sect. The words of Xiao Sierra flashed in his mind as he recalled her proud tone and condescending gaze, filled with disdain for him being from a small place. Unworthy of the stage. With 8 Dao platforms and a multiplicative increase of 3, he could easily defeat Mo Feng in one hit. With 9 Dao platforms, also with a multiplicative increase of 3, if configured to the maximum, could he not also defeat him in a single blow? Yes, without even 9 Dao platforms. What right does he have to step onto the stage of the starry sky? If he fails, won't he lose even the qualification to be despised in the future? And that Xiao Yin, wasn't it agreed that he would fight again during the Northern Region Grand Competition? Plus, Xiao Shui needs him to take care of her. In this moment, Mo Qianyan, who was already on the verge of collapse, seemed to surge with strength once more. Countless strands of soul power continuously roamed near the sea of spirits, carefully tempering the walls of the sea of spirits. 50%, 60%, 70%, 90%, 95%. Almost there, almost there. Mo Qianyan's face grew paler, but his breath gradually strengthened. 99%, only one last step away from success. At this moment, Mo Qianyan seemed to see himself building 9 Dao platforms, sweeping away the young talents of the Longting continent. That was a stage he had never reached in his previous life, where he would battle with heroes and claim kingship among the talented. 100%. The innate extreme realm has been achieved. Mo Qianyan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. This feeling was truly wonderful. It was like a person who had been hungry for 3 days finally tasting delicious food, or like a traveler on the verge of dying of thirst seeing fresh spring water before him. The strongest genius of the innate realm. At this moment, he became a legend of the Longting continent, the pinnacle of the heavenly pride. He felt that his vitality had become extremely robust. Although he had only increased his strength by 1 pound, this step seemed to elevate him to a whole new realm. It just couldn't be reflected in the innate realm. When he achieved foundation establishment, that difference would become apparent. It was like scoring 100 on a test. One student scored 99 and another scored 100. It seemed like they were very close, only 1 point apart. However, the one who scored 99 only had the capability of 99, while the one who scored 100 could do so because the test was only out of 100. Once the test's limit was broken and the difficulty increased, the one who scored 99 would still only be able to score 99, while the one who originally scored 100 could now score 130. 140. However, amidst the success, a flicker of doubt suddenly arose in Mo Qianyan's heart. The innate extreme realm is 99,999 in power, Why isn't it 100,000? Is the innate extreme realm truly the ultimate realm? Is there still a path ahead, a path of 100,000 power? But then, Emo Qian Yin shook his head. These were not things he could consider right now. Historically, it was recorded that 99,999 in power was the limit of the innate realm, and no further progress could be made. Ahead, there was no path left. The reason for the missing 1 pound of power, as some saints said, was something that slipped away from the world. The so-called Great Tao is 50, one slips away. The remaining part is a variable, an unpredictable future, representing the acknowledgement of heaven and earth. Even if there really is a path ahead, Emo Qian Yin wouldn't know how to traverse it, let alone how to push through. Just as Emo Qian Yin was slowly retracting his soul power, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Crack! At that moment, a muffled sound suddenly resonated from the sea of spiritual energy. A fine crack appeared at the edge of Emo Qian Yin's sea of spirits. Emo Qian Yin's expression changed slightly. The retreating soul power instantly re-entered his body as he observed this change. Crack! Another subtle sound. The crack began to widen, and the speed of its expansion increased. Failed. Emo Qian Yin's heart jolted. Why did this happen? He didn't know. There are no records of the process of failure in the world because those who failed had their sea of spirits explode, leaving no trace behind. And no one knew how they failed. The question is, where did the problem arise? Crack, crack, the cracks grew larger and more numerous, looking increasingly terrifying. Chapter 24 failed. Suppress it. Faced with this dire situation, Emo Qian Yin did not sit idly by. Instead, he exerted all his energy to operate his spiritual energy and soul power to stop the expanding cracks. The sea of spirits cannot shatter. Otherwise, death is certain, and he finally found the source of the problem. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the previous scene was not a true life and death tribulation at all. This step was the real life and death tribulation. Or rather, the previous one was a minor tribulation. This was the true death tribulation. After reaching the innate great perfection, one must first temper the body, then temper the sea of spirits, because only with a sufficiently strong body can the sea of spirits become stronger. This sequence cannot be changed. Of course, before tempering the sea of spirits, the soul power must be strong. Otherwise, the complex process cannot be completed. Thus, there is a distinction between the order of operations, not simultaneous. This distinction represents a concept. Body, soul, and sea of spirits separate into 3 parts. Moreover, the tempering of the body is multiple and further subdivided into more areas for enhancement. Ultimately, it is equivalent to piecing together all the ultimate areas to achieve the innate extreme realm. However, such an innate extreme realm is flawed, because, like a porcelain doll that has been pieced together, although the joints appear perfect and exquisite, it is fundamentally not cast as a whole. A slight misstep, and the joints may crack, causing the entire porcelain doll to shatter. Now, Emo Qian Yin is facing this situation. This situation is not inevitable if it hadn't occurred. Passing through the previous tempering process would signify the birth of the innate extreme realm. If this situation occurs, death is almost certain. This is the true life and death tribulation. The previous tempering process is insignificant compared to this. Or rather, the unparalleled geniuses who achieved 9 Tao platforms did not encounter a true life and death tribulation. They were lucky, and their porcelain dolls did not shatter. Those who were not so fortunate, like those who died in their life and death tribulation, are in the same situation as Emo Qian Yin now. In more cases, the probability of encountering a life and death tribulation is quite high, because failures and breakthroughs far outnumber successes. Life and death tribulations are not a matter of 9 lives lost, but rather 10 deaths with no life. Crack, crack, bones twisted, blood splattered. Emo Qian Yin's skin surface was covered with fine cracks, blood seeping through his muscles into his bone marrow, and fierce cracks appeared on his bones. He now resembled the most exquisite porcelain doll, with cracks beginning to appear all over his body, on the brink of shattering. There was no way to reverse it. There was fundamentally no way to do so. Emo Qian Yin felt a sense of despair. Even with 1,000 years of memories, he could not find a solution. The records of life and death tribulations in the world are far too few. The proud ones who successfully passed through did not encounter such situations, leading to erroneous records. Those who faced such situations basically met their end, leaving no records behind. It is also possible that his previous life status was not high enough to access the secret level. which is why there were no records regarding this matter in the millennia of documentation. Should he sit and wait for death? No, that is not Emo Qianyan's character. Even if it means 10 deaths with no life, he would still try, give it his all. His soul power once again entered his body, carrying spiritual energy, trying to repair or suppress these cracks. Crack, crack. Again, several crisp sounds, and more cracks began to spread. Emo Qianyan let out a roar. His soul power grew again, trying to repair those cracks. However, the speed of repair was very slow, and the repairs became increasingly subtle, as if it was already futile. At this moment, his skin had developed numerous cracks, blood flowing out from within, more and more. Brother, brother. Xiaoshua's anxious calls reached his ears, bringing him a bit of clarity. No, I can't die. If I die, what will happen to Xiaoshua? I've changed her fate. Will she still walk the same path as in her past life? No, I absolutely cannot give up. Emo Qianyan gritted his teeth, determined not to allow himself to die in this life and death tribulation. However, his persistence was destined to be in vain. He felt a wave of fatigue, a sense of helplessness. In the end, his white clothes were soaked in blood, making him look like a living blood person, terrifying to behold. Was he really going to die? Emo Qianyan's consciousness gradually became hazy, feeling as if his mind was about to dissipate. He sensed that his soul power was almost depleted, and he could no longer hold on for much longer. Emo Qianyan let out a roar. His soul power surged madly, compressing wildly, ultimately converging into a point of golden light. This point of golden light contained boundless might, as if it could penetrate through the ages and illuminate the galaxy. At this moment, his soul realm unexpectedly broke through, achieving the soul golden core realm. However, the soul golden core realm could not change his current situation. His physical body was on the brink of collapse, and his sea of consciousness was at its limit, about to explode. Only his thoughts, due to the breakthrough in the soul realm, became incredibly clear at this moment. In the void, his soul seemed to leave his body, floating in the air. Brother, brother. The cries came again, and Emo Qianyan looked down to see Xiaoshua, crying out, her eyes filled with tears, looking pitiful. Xiaoshua, am I dead? Emo Qianyan saw himself in the formation. His figure had become a blood person, breathing increasingly weak. Was his rebirth really going to end after just a month? Emo Qianyan felt unwilling, but now he was powerless. Outside the secret chamber, sensing Emo Qianyan's breath gradually weakening, Emperor Chu fell silent for a long time. Emo Qianyan, have you failed to survive the life and death tribulation? No wonder, 9 out of 10 proud sons of heaven fail and perish during the life and death tribulation. This step is indeed so difficult. Even a talent like Emo Qianyan, with courage and perseverance, could not make it through. Did the great Chu Empire deserve to be destroyed at his hands? In the state of his soul, Emo Qianyan suddenly thought of a method that had a chance of overcoming the life and death tribulation. His body was now like a porcelain doll, about to shatter into pieces. But if he were to undergo a complete reconstruction at this moment, was there a possibility that he could not only survive, but also turn the flawed into perfect? This was Emo Qianyan's only hope, the only hope to survive. However, this step required countless materials and treasures. The energy needed to reshape his entire body was far more than before. Perhaps even a drop of royal blood would not be enough. These things he simply could not obtain now. Perhaps heaven wanted to take him away. Life and death tribulation. Indeed, a life and death tribulation. Brother, you won't die. Xiaoshua won't let you die. Xiaoshua's cries made Emo Qianyan's heart ache. But now, he could no longer open his eyes to speak, only able to watch Xiaoshua in a soul state. I'm sorry, Xiaoshua. Brother can no longer protect you. Emo Qianyan reached out, wanting to hold Xiaoshua one last time, but grasped nothing. Others could not see his soul, and he could not touch the outside world. Brother. Xiaoshua continued to call out in sorrow, her small hands repeatedly hitting the formation's barriers, trying to rush in to hold Emo Qianyan. Just as Emo Qianyan's soul was about to shatter, in the next moment, a gentle light suddenly erupted from the mark on Xiaoshua's forehead. A light blue lotus slowly blossomed, and then a gigantic blue lotus phantom appeared above Xiaoshua's head. Emo Qianyan was astonished to find that at this moment, the cracks within him had actually stopped expanding and were even gradually recovering. Xiaoshua, no? Emo Qianyan looked at Xiaoshua, and suddenly noticed that her black hair was gradually turning snow white. He reached out to stop Xiaoshua, but his soul was suddenly sucked back into his body. The cracks inside him, under the gentle light emitted by Xiaoshua, began to gradually heal. Mo Qianyan wanted to open his eyes to check on Xiaoshua's condition, but now he could do nothing. Xiaoshua, you must not be in trouble. Wait for brother. Mo Qianyan took a deep breath. Now he couldn't move, so he might as well take advantage of this state to completely reconstruct his body, so as not to disappoint Xiaoshua's efforts. Chapter 25, Breaking Limits, Million Powers Once, Twice, 3 times. Rumble. A series of explosive sounds came from Mo Qianyan's body, which was covered in cracks, blood flowing down his body. But his aura was gradually growing stronger. He was refining his body again, digging out all his potential, then reshaping it, ultimately forming a perfect body. The body after reconstruction was truly flawless, no longer the patched-up version from before. This step was originally a death tribulation, but with Xiaoshua's help, he was surprisingly smooth beyond imagination. Outside the secret chamber, Emperor Chu had already lost hope and was about to open the secret chamber door when he suddenly stopped. Mo Qianyan's aura, which had been weak to the extreme, suddenly began to recover and grow stronger. Did this succeed? Emperor Chu was astonished. He had thought Mo Qianyan would certainly fail and die, but unexpectedly, the aura suddenly strengthened again. However, he was not clear about the life and death tribulation of the innate extreme realm and did not speculate too much. If he succeeded, he would naturally be delighted, for this meant that the great Chu Empire had an extraordinary talent. He could already imagine that within a year, during the Northern Region Grand Competition, the name Mo Qianyan would shake the entire Longting continent. Time passed minute by minute, and the surface of Mo Qianyan's body had formed a thick layer of blood residue. Suddenly, a rich golden light erupted from him, shining like a blazing sun. The golden light broke through the blood residue on his surface, revealing his skin, which was as white as jade. The skin that had previously been damaged and cracked was now as smooth and pink as a baby's, with not even a scar left. His bones also became crystal clear, as if coated with a layer of gold dust, radiating dazzling brilliance. However, his clothes also dissipated along with the previous light, but in the next moment, a new set of pure white robes appeared on him. Mo Qianyan exhaled a long breath of turbid air. At this moment, he exuded an indescribable majesty. He had succeeded. Mo Qianyan opened his eyes. He had achieved the innate extremity realm. This was not an ordinary innate extremity realm, but a truly flawless one. It surpassed the records in history. It wasn't the power of 999, but the power of 1,000,000 extremes. How formidable! The quality of the spiritual energy was more than double that of the previous innate extremity realm he had, which was lacking. Mo Qianyan was incredibly shocked. The quality of spiritual energy was twice as strong as a normal innate extremity realm, which meant he almost had the ability to easily defeat the geniuses of the innate extremity realm. But now, he had no time to think about these things. He released the restrictions and rushed over, seeing the unconscious Xiaoshua lying on the ground. At that moment, Xiaoshua's once black hair had turned as white as snow, and the snow lotus mark on her forehead had deepened significantly. There were 2 streaks of dried tears on Xiaoshua's delicate face, making her look pitiful. Mo Qianyan felt an incredibly complex emotion. If it weren't for Xiaoshua, he would have truly died. He reached out and stroked Xiaoshua's snow-white hair, his eyes filled with sorrow. He didn't know what had happened to Xiaoshua's body, but she had definitely suffered injuries he was unaware of. If it weren't for the fact that Xiaoshua was still breathing, he might have gone mad. His life was given by Xiaoshua. He owed her more than he could ever express. There was a slight chill in Xiaoshua's hair as his fingers moved forward, touching her forehead. Instantly, a layer of ice crystals formed on Mo Qianyan's fingertip, and an extremely cold temperature surged through his fingers. Even without any defenses, no ordinary innate great perfection attack could break through his defenses. This temperature was something even the innate great perfection level couldn't withstand. Mo Qianyan was taken aback and quickly urged his spiritual energy, enveloping Xiaoshua in warm energy. He picked her up. She was very cold, so cold that even ordinary innate experts would freeze solid. Mo Qianyan placed his hand on Xiaoshua's chest. Her heartbeat was steady, as if she were merely asleep, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's fine. Xiaoshua, you will be okay. Mo Qianyan whispered softly in Xiaoshua's ear. Then he carried her out of the secret chamber. Young master, you did it. Young master, what happened to Xiaoshua? Upon seeing Mo Qianyan come out, Xiaobai and Xiaoqing showed expressions of immense joy and rushed over. Don't touch Xiaoshua. Her body has some issues. Anyone with low cultivation who touches her will suffer frostbite. Seeing Xiaoqing trying to pick Xiaoxue up, Imo Qianyan quickly stopped her. Xiaoqing was only at the acquired realm and couldn't withstand the extreme cold temperature of Xiaoxue's body. Young master, what happened to Xiaoxue? Xiaoqing asked nervously. Her body has some issues. I don't know what happened. You both go out first. I have something to discuss with Emperor Chu. Imo Qianyan paused for a moment before speaking slowly. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing exchanged glances. Although they had many questions, they still left the room. I know what you want to ask, but I can't see through her. Seeing Imo Qianyan's gaze, Emperor Chu shook his head. Even Emperor Chu couldn't see through it. Imo Qianyan sighed inwardly, looking at Xiaoxue's obedient sleeping posture. Perhaps he could only go find his master. The strongest person he knew was his master. A powerful sword cultivator who had slain a peerless expert at the king's realm with a single sword strike. Did you succeed in the innate extremity realm? Emperor Chu asked again. Yes, I succeeded by luck. Imo Qianyan nodded slightly, his expression lacking joy. Xiaoxue was still unconscious. How could he feel happy about anything? Remember our agreement. After a moment of silence, Emperor Chu revealed a hint of complexity in his eyes, then turned and left the room. Once Emperor Chu left, Imo Qianyan turned back and returned to the secret chamber. The matter was not over. He was about to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Even though he could defeat ordinary Foundation Establishment experts in the innate extremity realm, he wouldn't be able to withstand the Golden Core cultivators. But just how strong would a Foundation Establishment achieved from the million extremes be? He didn't know, but he was certain that he would not fear Golden Core cultivators. After achieving Foundation Establishment, he would have some capital to bring Xiaoxue back to the Tianshui sword sect to find his master. He placed Xiaoxue on the jade bed in the corner of the secret chamber, then entered the array formation's restrictions again, preparing to attack the Foundation Establishment realm. The breakthrough to Foundation Establishment was not dangerous. The palace's secret chamber had array protection, which would prevent energy from leaking out, allowing him to complete the Foundation Establishment process with peace of mind. He just didn't know what the difference was between Foundation Establishment from the million extremes and that from 999 extremes. Chapter 26. Foundation Establishment Success. 10 platforms. When a peak innate great perfection steps into the Foundation Establishment realm, it uses the soul pin to construct the spiritual energy platform in the sea of consciousness. Because the construction of the platform must be completed in one stroke without stopping, the stronger the soul power, the better to achieve it in one go. If the construction of the platform is interrupted or the soul power is exhausted midway, then the platform will stabilize and form, unable to be increased further. For example, a peerless genius with over 950,000 power can build 7 platforms. However, if after constructing 6 platforms, the soul power is insufficient to construct the 7th platform, then this genius can only become a 6-platform foundation establishment. Similarly, if the 7th platform fails, even if it is 99 complete, if the soul power is insufficient or interrupted, this incomplete platform will dissipate, resulting in a 6-platform foundation establishment. Thus, when establishing a foundation, one cannot be disturbed, nor can they establish it in a poor mental state. But now, Imo Qianyan did not need to worry about these things. No one in the palace's secret chamber would disturb him. His soul realm had just broken through to the Golden Core realm, and constructing the platform was a trivial matter. With his powerful Golden Core level soul, it condensed into a golden spiritual pen within his body, beginning to sketch the first platform in the sea of consciousness. Boom. When the first platform was fully formed, Imo Qianyan's aura instantly doubled, reaching 2 million in power. Achieving foundation establishment at the peak innate great perfection, each platform doubles the power he had at that time. An ordinary peak innate great perfection has only 800,000 power, so when they achieve 1 platform foundation establishment, they only have 6 million power. This is why some astonishing peak innate great perfections can defeat foundation establishment cultivators. Even if they possess the form of 7 platforms, a peak innate great perfection with 950,000 power, when multiplied by 2, has 9 million power. And a 1-platform foundation establishment is still weaker than the power of a 7-platform peak innate great perfection. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th platforms. Imo Qianyan's aura continued to increase. 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. Until the 9th platform was completed, Imo Qianyan's power had reached 10 million. 9-platform foundation establishment was equivalent to increasing his power tenfold at the peak and innate extremity. If the increase is calculated, it would reach a terrifying 30 million in power. It can be said that even a 3-pattern white Dan level golden core cultivator would be far inferior in strength. 3 Dao platforms lay the foundation, with 850,000 power multiplied 3 times, resulting in 4 times the strength, equivalent to nearly 3.5 million power. When the 3 Dao platforms reach foundation establishment and form a core, the strength increases 4 more times, equivalent to 14 million power. Such a talented core formation cultivator is far inferior to the unmatched foundation established with 9 Dao platforms. Only cultivators at the 4-pattern silver pill level possess 30 million power. In other words, the unmatched foundation of 9 Dao platforms has battle power equivalent to that of a 4-pattern silver pill level expert. However, Mo Qianyan can clearly feel that his soul power and spiritual energy still have a large surplus. 9 Dao platforms are not the limit. But does the world really have 10 Dao platforms? The power of 9 Dao platforms has already increased tenfold at the innate limit, reaching perfection. Would 10 Dao platforms increase at 11 times? Isn't that a bit abrupt? Moreover, 9 is already the limit. Generally, 9 is the end. Regardless of whether there are 10 Dao platforms or not, he should give it a try. Mo Qianyan murmured, and he continued to manipulate the soul pen, starting to construct the 10th Dao platform. Boom. As soon as he made the first stroke, Mo Qianyan felt his soul power and spiritual energy depleting rapidly. The consumption rate was several times faster than the 9th Dao platform, but he did not retreat at all and continued to build the 10th Dao platform. Since he could draw the first stroke, didn't that mean that 10 Dao platforms really exist? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The consumed soul and spiritual power dwindled, and Mo Qianyan's face turned pale, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, making him look somewhat fatigued. One more stroke. Mo Qianyan gritted his teeth, feeling that his internal spiritual power was almost depleted, fearing he could not hold on much longer. But each Dao platform required 9 strokes, and he had only completed 7. He had to persevere. Whoosh. Radiant light shone as Mo Qianyan took out pills and spiritual liquids from his storage ring and swallowed them. His soul power and spiritual energy were restored somewhat. Although this was insignificant compared to his peak period, it was like rain after a long drought, giving him strength once again. Buzz. After completing the 8th stroke, Mo Qianyan's internal spiritual energy and soul power were completely exhausted. But he was still 1 stroke away from forming the Dao platform. The restorative pills and spiritual herbs in his storage bag had long been consumed. And during the condensation of the Dao platform, he could not pause in between. Mo Qianyan gritted his teeth and forcibly made the last stroke. Boom. As soon as the last stroke was made, Mo Qianyan's head felt like it was exploding in pain. He wanted to scream. He felt as if his soul was about to explode. His body trembled violently, nearly collapsing to the ground, swaying, pale-faced, and shaking all over. It was too painful, like a knife cutting into his flesh, a torment like 1,000 cuts. Mo Qianyan felt he could faint at any moment, or even die. This level of pain was unbearable. Mo Qianyan gritted his teeth and endured. His body could not help but tremble. Mo Qianyan, you have failed. In his memory, Xiaoyan looked at him coldly, stepping on him. You are not my opponent, far from it, not even qualified to make me show my moves. You are too weak, too disappointing. In the distant memory, he recalled facing Xiaoyan again at the Tianshui sword sect. At that time, he was at the 6 Dao platform foundation establishment, a 6-pattern silver pill realm. But Xiaoyan was at the 9 Dao platform foundation establishment, a 9-pattern unmatched golden pill. The gap between them was too vast. He couldn't withstand even one of Xiaoyan's moves and was crushed by a single hand. No, I absolutely cannot give up. This last stroke must be completed. Mo Qianyan gritted his teeth. He knew he could no longer hold on. But he had to hold on. Are 9 Dao platforms really the limit? This world is vast. As a future saintess, there is a name you should have heard of, Yi Ziyuan. Mo Qianyan thought of Yi Ziyuan again, whom he had only seen in the recording stone in his past life. A peerless figure in white, unmatched in talent, achieving the extraordinary at 14, standing at the pinnacle of kings at 18. Was such a heavenly prodigy really just at 9 Dao platforms? Did 9 Dao platforms truly possess such a defying talent? Mo Qianyan's eyes reddened, veins bulging all over his body as if he were about to explode, yet he still did not release the soul pen. continuing to draw slowly. He truly did not want to concede. This was his only chance. If he missed it, he would never reach Yi Ziyuan's height. This was his only foundation to stand on the pinnacle stage of the heavens. At this moment, the soul power and spiritual energy within Mo Qianyan were nearly depleted. PFF. As the last stroke fell, a trace of bright red blood flowed from the corner of Mo Qianyan's mouth. No, I absolutely cannot give up. Mo Qianyan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with a frenzy. Buzz. The final stroke was finally completed. It was finally done. Mo Qianyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Boom. A strong pressure and terrifying sense of oppression surged forth, far surpassing the 9 Dao platform's foundation establishment. Mo Qianyan exhaled a long breath. Feeling his spirit lift, and the spiritual power and soul power within him had returned to their peak. He looked inward at his spiritual sea and discovered that the Dao platforms within him were not arranged in a normal linear pattern, but formed a circle. In the center of the circle was the 10th Dao platform, a Dao platform formed by condensed golden spiritual power. The surrounding 9 Dao platforms were all pure white, while the 10th was golden. His foundational power had directly doubled on top of the 9 Dao platforms, reaching a terrifying 20 million power. Chapter 27. Fighting a 4-pattern silver pill expert. Outside the Great Chu Empire, Mo Qianyan sat cross-legged on a small hill, surrounded by 4 floating spirit swords. Spirit swords are spiritual treasures used by the extraordinary, their value beyond imagination. Previously, as the chief senior brother of the Tianshui sword sect, he only had 1 spirit sword. However, after achieving the innate extreme realm and knowing that Mo Qianyan was also a sword formation master, the Chu Emperor granted him 3 more spirit swords. Many extraordinary beings do not possess spiritual treasures and still use ordinary treasures. Only a peak powerhouse like the Chu Emperor could bestow 3 spirit swords at once. With my current golden pill level soul power, using the first level of the Tai sword formation in conjunction with 4 spirit swords is enough to slay a 4-pattern silver pill level expert. Moments later, Mo Qianyan opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance shining within. After achieving foundation establishment, his power had increased immensely. A 4-pattern silver pill expert is already a strong figure even in the Great Chu imperial capital. After all, most core formation cultivators are at the white pill level, and higher golden pill cultivators are exceedingly rare. Those with that talent have already broken through to higher realms. And Mo Qianyan's current strength could face any core formation expert without fear. With 20 million power, combined with the highest 3-fold increase, it was closing in on the power of a 6-pattern silver pill level. He put away the spirit swords, leaving only 1, gazing around with a glimmer of golden light flashing in his eyes. 8 golden core cultivators, among them 2 at the 4-pattern silver Dan level, 2 at the 3-pattern white Dan level, and 4 at the 2-pattern white Dan level. It's uncertain if there are any great cultivators with divine abilities among them. Mo Qianyan silently thought to himself. He had just scanned the surroundings with his soul force at the golden core level, and did not disturb these golden core cultivators. There should be no great cultivators with divine abilities. It hasn't been long since the news of the 8 Paths platform spread, so it likely hasn't attracted the attention of any divine ability masters. After all, a great cultivator with divine abilities is always high above, no matter where they are. Among the 8 golden core cultivators, 6 exude killing intent, while 2 have unclear attitudes. It seems a great battle is inevitable. A glint of battle intent appeared in Mo Qianyan's eyes. He also wanted to see just how strong the foundation laid by the 8 Paths platform really was. Moreover, this time he left the city without concealing his identity, walking over boldly, precisely to catch all those with ulterior motives in one net. Come out. I know you are following me. Mo Qianyan looked around and said coldly, Kid, you should repay the debt for killing young Master Mo Feng. As soon as Mo Qianyan's words fell, a powerful aura erupted, and an old man in a black robe stepped out. This was the golden core guard who had been by Mo Feng's side earlier. A powerful cultivator at the 4-pattern silver Dan level. Just you alone? Mo Qianyan said indifferently as he looked at the old man. Killing you is enough for me. The old man drew a knife, licked the blade with his tongue, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Killing the pride of the 8 Paths platform. What glory that would be. You really think you can kill me? Heh, kid, look at how confident you are. It's just the foundation stage. The 8 Paths platform foundation stage is only around 20 million pounds of strength. How can it compete with my 30 million? Mo Qianyan waved his long sword. But my sword is a spirit weapon. Aren't you afraid it will break against your superior grade treasure? Hearing Mo Qianyan's words, the old man burst into wild laughter. In his eyes, Mo Qianyan had already become the fish on the chopping board, ready for him to butcher. If I kill you, won't your spirit weapon be mine? Mo Qianyan smiled lightly. Then I'd like to see how you plan to kill me. After saying that, Mo Qianyan stepped forward. Kill. The old man roared with anger, shaking his wrist, and suddenly, the curved knife in his hand glimmered with a blood-red hue, slashing down fiercely. On the blood-red curved knife, it seemed as if a blood dragon was roaming. In an instant, the air was filled with an aura of brutality. The blood slaughter knife technique, a brutal and extreme killing technique. Under this technique, all life becomes the target of slaughter. Mo Qianyan's gaze sharpened, and he stomped his right foot down hard. Instantly, the entire mountain shook violently, unleashing a terrifying force. The pure physical strength of 20 million is immensely powerful. A single stomp could crush the mountaintop, but he clearly concealed his true strength, only using 10 million. Boom. Mo Qianyan's attack collided violently with the old man's, producing an extremely terrifying explosion, and a destructive energy spread out in all directions, turning the surrounding trees into dust. The entire mountaintop showed numerous cracks under the impact of this shockwave. The battle power of the Golden Core realm was vividly displayed here. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Mo Qianyan took 3 steps back, each step covering dozens of meters, creating 3 large pits in the ground. Although the old man had an absolute advantage in this strike, he did not cause any harm to Mo Qianyan. You little brat. 10 million strength indeed allows you to attain the foundation stage. The old man licked the blade again, his eyes flashing red. And the red glow on the blade grew stronger. Killing a peerless genius is indeed exhilarating. Old man, trying to kill me won't be that simple. Mo Qianyan shouted angrily and stepped forward again. The 2 figures collided rapidly. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed in the sky, and a terrifying force swept out in all directions. Both Mo Qianyan and the old man were sent flying backward. However, Mo Qianyan only retreated 3 steps, while the old man retreated 5. In this strike, Mo Qianyan actually gained the upper hand. 23 million in strength is not an ordinary 8 paths platform. The old man was secretly shocked. He had not used any amplification, and his base strength was only over 22 million. Yet he was pushed back a step. 23 million. Indeed, Mo Qianyan is not yet at the threshold level of the 8 paths platform, and even within the 8 paths platform, he is a strong presence. Unfortunately, encountering me, even a peerless foundation stage from the 8 paths platform will undoubtedly die. The old man chuckled crazily, his eyes flickering with greed. It was not just the treasures in Mo Qianyan's storage bag that he coveted, but also the head of a peerless foundation stage. A terrifying aura erupted from him, and the curved knife in his hand suddenly lunged forward. Blood slaughter knife decision, kill. Whoosh. This strike exceeded 30 million in strength. The old man used his technique to amplify his power, reaching over 33 million. Even a peerless foundation stage from the 9 paths platform, with amplification maxed out at 3, would only be close to 30 million. This strike could not be blocked by a foundation stage. A terrifying knife energy sliced through the air, aiming for Mo Qianyan's neck. This move was enough to kill a peerless foundation stage from the 8 paths platform. Even a 9 paths platform foundation stage would be severely injured. Excitement flickered in the old man's eyes. However, he did not know that at this moment, Mo Qianyan, standing still and quietly waiting for his attack, had a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Sword formation, rise. Mo Qianyan softly commanded, and a terrifying aura was instantly released from his body. 3 sword lights appeared behind him. Each sword light contained a terrifying intent of destruction. Each sword light possessed over 10 million in strength. 3 sword lights meant 30 million in strength, and combined with the long sword in Mo Qianyan's hand, there were 4 sword lights. Kill. A soft chant echoed through the sky. The sword lights, like ancient demonic gods descending, formed a sword formation, with sword light swirling within, slicing towards the old man's terrifying knife energy. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying power erupted, shaking the void, and massive holes appeared around the mountain, leaving destruction in its wake. The clash between 2 great powers one executing a sword formation while the other unleashed their full strength, caused unimaginable devastation. How is this possible? A sword light, carrying a hint of blood, sliced through the old man's neck. Puffed. Blood sprayed out. A head was sent flying high. The four-pattern silver Dan expert is dead. He died with his eyes wide open. His cultivation had reached the four-pattern silver Dan, and even a peerless foundation stage from the 9 Paths platform should not have been able to kill him. The head that fell to the ground still stared with wide eyes, filled with deep unwillingness and defiance. Chapter 28. 7 Golden Core Experts. Mo Qianyan supported his swaying body with his sword, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His white robe had already been stained red with blood. It was unclear whether it was his own or the old man's. His breath was extremely weak now, and he could barely walk steadily, as if any ordinary person could kill him. Trembling, he slowly walked to the old man's corpse and took the storage bag from his waist. 1, 2, 3. Mo Qianyan counted in his heart, and sure enough, just as he stood up and was about to put away the storage bag, a sound echoed. Whoosh! An arrow shot over, grazing Mo Qianyan's hand and embedding the storage bag into the ground. A four-pattern silver Dan level expert had many good items in his storage bag. Mo Qianyan spat out another mouthful of blood. Although the arrow didn't hit him, the fierce arrow energy still injured him. You can't leave yet. A faint voice sounded, and 3 figures emerged. The leader was one of the 2 four-pattern silver Dan experts Mo Qianyan sensed. The other four-pattern silver Dan elder was dead, making this one the strongest hidden presence on site. Apart from him, the other 2 were both 2-pattern white Dan cultivators, a total of 3 core formation cultivators. 3 core formation experts represented an immense power that could easily destroy the entire Yin city. There was at least one great master behind them, and it was very likely that there was an extraordinary being as well. I wonder what the seniors want with me, Mo Qianyan said with a serious expression, looking weakly at the 3 powerful figures. The chief disciple of the Tianshui sword sect, Mo Qianyan, is quite interesting. Hearing that you possess the posture of 8 paths, our Lord didn't believe it before, but seeing you today, it is indeed true that heroes emerge from the young. The white-haired elder, the leading 4-pattern silver Dan cultivator among the 3 core formation cultivators, chuckled, but his eyes contained a dangerously bright glint. Mo Qianyan sensed a deeply hidden killing intent from him. The experiences of his past life made him extremely sensitive to killing intent. The newcomers were not friendly. Just luck. Mo Qianyan lowered his head and said softly, I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Humph. A gray-clad man beside the 4-pattern silver Dan expert snorted coldly, his killing intent unabashed. Another man in a black robe said indifferently, Big brother, why waste so many words? Mo Qianyan, our master requests your presence. Mo Qianyan frowned and asked, Who is your master? The black-robed man arrogantly replied, Lord Feng of the Great Qin Empire. Feng Wang. Mo Qianyan's face turned pale. This was a truly significant figure, a powerful, extraordinary existence. The Great Qin Empire was even stronger than the Great Chu Empire, possessing true king-level experts, well known throughout the entire northern region. And Feng Wang could be considered one of the top existences in the Great Qin Empire, known alongside Yun Wang as the twin kings of wind and cloud, shaking the entire empire. It could even be said that if Feng Wang came to the Great Chu Empire, apart from the Chu Emperor, no one could suppress him. There are still 4 more. They really know how to hide. Mo Qianyan silently praised the 4 hidden core formation cultivators. Even at this point, they had not shown themselves. As long as they did not all appear, he could not be sure of instantly killing them. If he could not instantly kill them, then his 9-path strength would be exposed. 9 paths were not comparable to 8 paths. Although 8 paths were rare in the northern region, there were 3 publicly known 8-path prodigies. However, 9 paths were legendary, even in the northern state. If his 9-path status was exposed, it wouldn't just attract a few core formation cultivators. The extraordinary would be shaken. Cough, cough. What if I am unwilling to go? Mo Qianyan held his spirit sword, looking at the 3 core formation cultivators. Haha, Mo Qianyan, do you still have the right to refuse now? Don't think that just because you killed a 4-pattern silver Dan cultivator, you can ignore us. The one you killed was already injured by an extraordinary being and was not at his peak strength. Plus, he was careless, allowing you to win by luck. The 4-pattern silver Dan white-haired cultivator sneered, his aura sealing the surroundings, making it impossible for Mo Qianyan to move. How much strength do you have left now? Even a foundation-level cultivator can easily crush you, right? If you don't obediently come with us, don't blame us for being impolite. The three core formation cultivators coldly stared at Emo Chinian, wearing expressions of assured victory. Emo Chinian, although gifted and a rare sword formation master, was ultimately just a foundation-level cultivator. Killing that 4-pattern Silver Dan Elder was likely a combination of luck and having exhausted his strength. Otherwise, how could a foundation-level cultivator kill a 4-pattern Silver Dan expert? Emo Chinian said in a deep voice, I don't know why Lord Feng wants me to come. Naturally, your talent has piqued Lord Feng's interest. If you are willing to pledge allegiance to Lord Feng, you can walk freely throughout the entire northern region. The white-haired man coldly smiled, looking at Emo Chinian as if he were a lamb to be slaughtered. Pledge allegiance to Feng Wang? Emo Chinian feigned shock, as if astounded that an unparalleled power would pay attention to him. However, in his heart, he chuckled. If it were truly allegiance, would these three core formation cultivators still have such an arrogant attitude? Moreover, with his unparalleled talent of 8 paths, would a king really be willing to invest in raising him to a point where he could surpass him? There were probably many hidden agendas. Perhaps if he went today, there would be no Emo Chinian left in the world tomorrow. What? Being valued by Lord Feng, don't you feel excited? Emo Chinian remained silent, his eyes flickering with contemplative light. After a moment, he sheathed his sword and slightly cupped his hands to the three, saying, cough cough, I know I cannot refuse. So I will trouble you three to lead the way. Haha, good. Those who know the times are the true heroes. The 4-pattern Silver Dan expert laughed heartily. We will take you to the Great Qin Empire now. As they spoke, the three took out their flying treasures and then looked at Emo Chinian. During this time, the auras of the three core formation cultivators remained locked onto Emo Chinian. If he made even the slightest move, they would strike with lightning speed. Emo Chinian felt helpless as he took out his spirit sword, but just as he was about to step onto the spirit sword, the three core formation cultivators suddenly became serious. Fellow Taoist, since you are here, why not show yourself? The 4-pattern Silver Dan-level white-haired cultivator scanned the surroundings, speaking coldly. Old C, long time no see, I hope you are well. A faint voice sounded, and an eerie young man dressed in a blood-red coat appeared. He wore a sinister smile, walking slowly towards Emo Chinian, looking at him with curiosity. Blood Demon, is it you? Seeing the suddenly appeared eerie young man, the 4-pattern Silver Dan white-haired elder's expression became grave. Although the newcomer was only a 3-pattern White Dan level, he came from the Demon Sect. The Demon Sect had strange techniques that were hard to guard against, so even though the opponent was a level lower than him, he felt immensely wary. And us. 3 more powerful figures emerged, among them a 3-pattern White Dan and 2 2-pattern White Dan cultivators. Tianhe Sect, Great Jing Empire, Great Xia Empire. Looking at the three, the white-haired cultivator, referred to as Old C by the Blood Demon, had an increasingly ugly expression. He and T expected so many forces to come for Emo Chinian. Including their 3 core formation cultivators, there were already 7 core formation cultivators present. It seemed that taking Emo Chinian away would not be so easy. Chapter 29 True Power. Instantly killing 4-pattern Golden Core, the 7 Golden Core cultivators surrounded Emo Chinian, each with a different gleam in their eyes. The 7 belonged to 5 major factions: the Wind King, the Demon Sect, the Great Jing Empire, the Tianhe Sect, and the Great Xia Empire. Each of these factions had extraordinary beings behind them, powerful beyond imagination. And now, their target was Emo Chinian. Especially since these factions had varying grudges against the Great Chu Empire, 5 of the 7 cultivators had murderous intent in their eyes. The 2 without murderous intent were a Blood Demon from the Demon Sect and a 3-pattern White Dan cultivator from the Tianhe Sect. The Demon Sect is one of the 3 super sects in the northern region, with a foundation even stronger than the Water Sword Sect. Although the Demon Sect has demon in its name, it is not an evil sect that kills indiscriminately. Rather, their cultivation methods lean towards the cold and shadowy. The Tianhe Sect, however, is much weaker, only a first-rate sect in the northern region and inferior to the Water Sword Sect. Nevertheless, even so, the Tianhe Sect is not weaker than the Great Chu Empire. In the northern region, powerful sects far surpass empires. Emo Chinian. My master is an elder of the Demon Sect, an extraordinary being. I've heard you possess the 8 Dao platform. I happened to pass by and saw you slay a Golden Core cultivator, killing a 4-pattern Silver Dan expert at the Foundation establishment stage. Although there was an element of luck involved, Your talent is not inferior to our demon sect's young master. My master said that as long as you are willing to join the demon sect, he will ensure your safety. The blood demon gazed at Imo Qianyan, his eyes flashing with a strange red light. Before Imo Qianyan could speak, the old sea monster's expression turned extremely dark. Blood demon. Imo Qianyan is wanted by the Wind King. You cannot take him. Haha, old sea monster, don't use the Wind King to pressure me. In the northern region, no one can make our demon sect retreat. If you want to fight, then I'm happy to oblige. The blood demon laughed heartily, his blood-red eyes radiating intense battle desire. This made the old sea monster's expression very cold, and he then turned his gaze to the other 3 golden core cultivators. Among the 3, only the elder from the Tiana sect was a 3-pattern white Dan cultivator, which made him a bit wary. The other 2 were both 2-pattern white Dan cultivators and were not to be feared. Old sea monster, we cannot let you take Imo Qianyan. We have orders to bring him back, said the expert from the Great Xia Empire, though his tone was somewhat lacking because his strength was the weakest. Forget it. I originally wanted to form a good relationship, but given the current situation, it's no longer my business. I bid farewell. The 3-pattern white Dan elder from the Tianhe sect said after a moment of silence and took his leave. With the old sea monster and the blood demon present, there was likely nothing for him to do here. The 2-pattern white Dan cultivators from the Great Jing Empire and the Great Xia Empire stood together, forming a united front. Their strength was the weakest, being only 2-pattern white Dan, and if they did not join forces, they would have no say. With the blood demon, it became a standoff among 3 parties. Blood demon, you are aware of my situation. The initiative is not in my hands, Imo Qianyan said pale-faced to the blood demon. However, at the same time, he secretly transmitted a message. Blood demon, my master is nearby. Please do not let the upcoming reckoning involve you. The blood demon did not carry murderous intent, so Imo Qianyan did not plan to eliminate him as well. Furthermore, he was unsure whether the blood demon had other means. A 3-pattern white Dan cultivator could make the 4-pattern silver Dan old sea monster wary. He currently did not have the confidence to simultaneously kill 2 4-pattern silver Dan cultivators. The blood demon's eyes slightly narrowed. He knew very well where Imo Qianyan's master came from. He was from the demon sect. That was the sword god of the water sword sect, who had once slain a king-level powerhouse with a single sword. Old sea monster, I take my leave. The blood demon nodded to Imo Qianyan without hesitation, and a blood-colored wheel of blades appeared beneath his feet, transforming into a blood-colored rainbow as he departed. Seeing the blood demon leave for no apparent reason, the old sea monster frowned. In his impression, the blood demon was not someone who would back down like this. However, given the current situation, it was clearly better to have one less thing to worry about. It would be best to take Imo Qianyan away quickly to avoid further chaos. After the blood demon left, the 2 cultivators from the Great Xia and Great Jing empires involuntarily took a few steps back. Without the blood demon to restrain the old sea monster, the 2 of them were far from being his match. However, they still did not want to leave. Their masters had given orders. Imo Qianyan, if he truly is the 8 Dao platform, he must die? The Great Xia and Great Jing empires were both enemies of the Great Chu Empire. Some people could not allow the Great Chu Empire to bear an extraordinary genius. You too, are you still unwilling to withdraw? The old sea monster coldly asked the 2 golden core cultivators from the Great Xia and Great Jing empires. But at that moment, an extremely dangerous feeling suddenly surged in his heart. A sharp sword energy was approaching from behind, making his hair stand on end. The old sea monster quickly turned around, and his pupils instantly contracted. The sword energy was too fast, its might too strong, causing a sense of impending death to rise in his heart. The old sea monster hurriedly dodged, but still, he was a step too slow. Boom! The sword energy cut through the void, bearing down on the old sea monster with overwhelming force. A terrifying explosion rang out. The protective energy around the old sea monster shattered instantly, unable to withstand even a second. His entire body was sent flying, blood spraying wildly. This single strike not only destroyed the old sea monster's protective defense, but also directly pierced through his spiritual sea area. No, it can't be. After realizing who had struck, a look of disbelief appeared in the old sea monster's eyes, and then his head tilted, losing his breath. One sword killed the old sea monster. The one who struck was none other than Imo Qianyan. After the blood demon left, he seized the opportunity to act. When the old sea monster focused his attention on the two golden core cultivators, he made a powerful move. This sudden scene left the other four two-pattern white Dan cultivators completely dumbfounded. The speed was too fast. Even the four-pattern silver Dan old sea monster could not evade it. By the time they reacted, the old sea monster was already dead. The four golden core cultivators were filled with shock. The old sea monster was a four-pattern silver Dan cultivator, yet he was instantaneously killed. What level of power did the one who struck possess? Turning back, they were met with an even more shocking sight. Mo Qianyan, who had already appeared to be weak and covered in blood, and whom they had regarded as a fish on the chopping block, now showed no signs of injury at all. Dressed in white, his robe spotless. Behind him were 9 pristine Dao platforms, giving them an infinite impact. They finally understood what the old sea monster meant when he said impossible before dying. How could the unparalleled foundation establishment of the 9 Dao platforms appear here, on Mo Qianyan? Run. Without a moment's hesitation. They did not know how strong the 9 Dao platforms were, but if even a 4-pattern silver Dan like the old sea monster was killed in an instant, how many moves could the 4 of them, 2-pattern white Dan cultivators, withstand together? But it was already too late to escape. Mo Qianyan said indifferently, "If you want to kill him, be prepared to be killed." For spiritual, swords flew out, transforming into 4 beams of sword light, instantly catching up to the 4 fleeing white Dan cultivators. "Ah, don't kill me. I can do anything for you. Help. I don't want to die. You little beast. If you kill me and let Lord Wind King know, you will die a very embarrassing death." The 4 white Dan cultivators yelled angrily while fleeing, their eyes filled with terror. Although they all had the strength of 2-pattern white Dan, facing the unparalleled geniuses of the 9-Path Foundation, they had no power to fight back. The pleas for mercy from the 4 2-pattern white Dan cultivators did not elicit any sympathy from Mo Qianyan. With a wave of his hand, the spirit sword shot through the air. Sizzle! For sword lights instantly pierced through the bodies of the 4 white Dan cultivators. Along with the previous old man and the sea monster, a total of 6 foundation cultivators had fallen at the hands of Mo Qianyan in this battle. This is the true strength of a 10-path unparalleled foundation. It can almost be said that below the Golden Dan, there is no one who can compete. Chapter 30. Divine Powers Unleashed. Sword God descends without strength. One can only be bullied. Mo Qianyan sighed lightly. In this cultivation world, you can choose not to kill others, but you cannot expect others not to kill you. Human hearts are unpredictable, especially in a world that respects the strong. If he were only an 8-path foundation, he would have been the one to suffer this time, and even a 9-path foundation would not be enough to cope. But he is an unrecorded 10-path, with combat power beyond everyone's imagination. With a stretch of his hand, he collected the storage bags of the 6 fallen foundation cultivators. These foundation cultivators were backed by large forces, not loose cultivators, and the resources in their storage bags were quite abundant. Together, 6 storage bags could probably buy the entire Yin city. This replenished the resources he had already exhausted somewhat. However, he no longer valued these resources. What he needed now were spirit swords, for spirit swords could not truly unleash the power of the Tai sword formation. Even if it was just the first formation, its complete power required at least 10 spirit swords. When 10 spirit swords were unleashed together, they were enough to slay any foundation cultivator below the Golden Dan. If his soul power reached the extraordinary level and he refined the second formation, with 100 swords flying together, the might would be unimaginable. Swish! A flicker of flame appeared in Mo Qianyan's hand, burning the bodies of the 6 foundation powerhouses, and then he turned to leave. The next moment, Mo Qianyan suddenly stopped, a sense of danger rising in his heart. Almost instinctively, Mo Qianyan took a step and appeared 10 meters away. Boom! Just as he stood, a massive explosion occurred. Puff! Mo Qianyan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. This was not an act. He had truly been harmed. Just now, he was only a step away from the center of the explosion. If he hadn't reacted in time, this blow would have taken his life. This was definitely not the attack of a foundation cultivator. Even a 7-pattern or 8-pattern Golden Dan powerhouse could not achieve this. Because his soul realm had also reached the Golden Dan level, a Golden Dan powerhouse's attack could not make him almost unable to react. This was the action of a Divine Powers Grandmaster. Mo Qianyan did not hesitate at all and directly exhibited his speed, heading toward the Great Chu imperial capital. A Divine Powers Grandmaster was not something he could contend with now. Even a 9-pattern unparalleled Golden Dan could not defeat an ordinary divine powers powerhouse. Because this is a realm of life-level transformation. Not only does lifespan increase to 200 years, but one can also awaken their constitution, possess innate divine powers, and have momentum. Momentum is a special realm. For example, sword momentum, spear momentum, knife momentum, etc. Under momentum, combat power can be amplified, and it can also suppress those with lower momentum than you. With this increase and decrease, the gap between unparalleled Golden Dan and divine powers grandmasters is further widened. Unless this unparalleled Golden Dan genius has also comprehended the power of momentum, but once one comprehends momentum, they can no longer be called a Golden Dan cultivator. They are a half-step divine powers. Interesting, a 9-path foundation, a sole Golden Dan realm, a 1-in-a-million sword formation master, such a heavenly genius, even in the Tai sacred land, could sweep through the younger generation. A cold voice rang out. After missing a strike, he did not rush to make a move. Instead, like a ghost, he followed Mo Qianyan. Unfortunately, you encountered me, old man. If you were born in my great Mo Empire, it would be one thing. But why are you a person from the great Shu Empire? Finally, this divine powers grandmaster revealed his figure. He was an old man with grizzled hair and eyes that sparkled with brilliance, as if containing the vastness of the sun, moon, and stars. He seemed to stroll, yet he could always keep up with Mo Qianyan's speed. It should be known that Mo Qianyan's current speed could cover 1,000 zhang distance in a single breath. The old man, however, walked like an ordinary person, step by step, but with each step, he could cover 1,000 zhang. A divine powers grandmaster is too strong. In terms of both strength and speed, Mo Qianyan was far inferior. You are the great Mo Empire's Kaishan Marquis. Mo Qianyan looked at the old man, his pupils contracting slightly, recognizing the old man's identity. Those who could be conferred titles as marquises were not ordinary divine powers. This person's strength had already reached the pinnacle of the divine powers realm, and was probably just a step away from the extraordinary. Correct, I am indeed Kaishan Marquis. Before you die, do you have any last words? Kaishan Marquis looked at Mo Qianyan, his gaze holding a hint of amusement. Mo Qianyan shook his head and said, "You seem to think you have me cornered?" Kaishan Marquis smiled and said, "Your strength is indeed not weak. In the future, you could become a peak powerhouse in this world. Unfortunately, having met me, you are destined for a dead end." As soon as his words fell, the old man's figure flickered and instantly appeared before Mo Qianyan, his right palm reaching out, transforming into a giant hand that obscured the sky and the sun. Pressing down on Mo Qianyan, a high-quality defensive armor of precious artifacts appeared around Mo Qianyan, blocking in front of him. Then he threw a punch, colliding with the old man's palm print. Boom! Mo Qianyan's body was sent flying, his high-quality precious armor showing several cracks, his aura waning. And he could die at any moment. This is the power of a divine powers grandmaster, far beyond what a foundation cultivator can compare to. As expected of a 9-path unparalleled genius, you can still survive after receiving my strike. Kaishan Marquis looked at Mo Qianyan and nodded, saying, "Unfortunately, no matter how strong a genius is, without growing up, they will always remain a genius, not a powerhouse, and this world still respects the strong." After saying that, he raised his left hand, extended a finger, and lightly flicked it toward Mo Qianyan. Boom! The void trembled, and a chaotic finger appeared, with terrifying energy fluctuations rippling, pressing down toward Mo Qianyan. This is the power of divine abilities. Mo Qianyan's expression changed slightly, and he quickly summoned his spirit sword, performing the unparalleled sword technique, slashing out several fierce sword lights. Clang! The sword lights were ruthlessly crushed, and the spirit sword in Mo Qianyan's hand was sent flying. The armor on his body showed several more cracks. Finally, unable to withstand it, it shattered. Puff! Mo Qianyan spat out a mouthful of blood, retreating 100 zhang before barely stabilizing his form, his face as pale as paper. Divine powers are truly terrifying. Too strong, simply unmatchable. If he achieved the unprecedented 10-pattern Golden Dan, perhaps he could still escape. But now, he simply could not resist. A 9-path unparalleled genius was about to fall at my hands. Kaishan Marquis walked over, looking at Mo Qianyan, and extended his finger again for another press. In the sky, a chaotic finger reappeared, descending towards Mo Qianyan's head. "Master, I've embarrassed you." Mo Qianyan sighed softly. The gap in realms left him unable to resist. Being able to withstand 2 attacks from a great cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm without dying was already astonishing enough. You have done well enough. A faint voice came from the horizon, and the moment the voice echoed, the entire world seemed to be frozen by some force. Whether it was the mountain opening marquee or the chaotic finger falling from the sky, they were all immobilized as if under a binding spell. Only Mo Qianyan remained unaffected. He looked up, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. A figure slowly walked towards him from the horizon. Yes, he was clearly in midair. Yet it seemed as though he was walking on solid ground, each step covering thousands of zhang. Walking on air as if on the ground. It was a middle-aged man with somewhat disheveled hair and a scruffy beard, dressed in simple blue clothing, completely unadorned, looking extraordinarily ordinary. At his waist hung a wine gourd. Moreover, he emitted no powerful aura, nor any fluctuations of spiritual energy. If not for his entrance, he might even be mistaken for a beggar if he appeared by the roadside. Disciple Mo Qianyan pays respects to master. Mo Qianyan knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing. This middle-aged man was Mo Qianyan's master, the sword god of the Heavenly Water Sword sect. In many people's minds, the sword god of the Heavenly Water Sword sect, who was feared throughout the northern region, should have an image of an immensely noble and powerful figure. Who would have thought he would appear in such an extraordinarily ordinary form? Chapter 31. Asking the world, is there an immortal? The mountain opening marquee was already dumbfounded. Though his abilities and body were frozen, his thoughts were still running. Looking at the sword god of the Heavenly Water Sword sect, a strong chill surged from deep within him. This seemingly ordinary and harmless man was undoubtedly an unimaginably terrifying existence. What does it mean to bind a great cultivator? Especially since he was at the peak of his power. Even if one could achieve this as an extraordinary being, it could not be done so casually, right? The man before him had bound him without even releasing an aura. Killing him would be simpler than squashing an ant. May I ask what kind of expert you are? Senior? Why do you intervene in this matter? The mountain opening marquee suppressed his fear and asked. Not everyone knew who Mo Qianyan's master was. Although Mo Qianyan was famous, it was only within the Great Chu Empire. Of course, after the news of the 8 Paths platform leaked, Mo Qianyan became famous throughout the northern region. The mountain opening marquee was one of those who did not know that Mo Qianyan's master was the sword god of the Heavenly Water Sword sect. He had been in seclusion, attempting to break through to the extraordinary realm, and had only recently emerged to hear of the news of the downfall of the young master Mo Feng, which is why he rushed over. The sword god glanced indifferently at the mountain opening marquee, his gaze as if looking at an ant, then turned his attention to Mo Qianyan and said, I have seen everything you have done. Mo Qianyan's heart trembled. He never expected his master to have been following him all along. As a peak expert in the northern region, to quietly follow him like this was a kindness he would naturally remember. I see my past shadow in you. Today, I take you as my true disciple, my only true disciple. The sword god spoke. Mo Qianyan raised his head, his eyes filled with excitement. Ordinary disciples and true disciples were not at the same level at all. A true disciple is the inheritor of the legacy. Mo Qianyan knelt down again, knocking his head heavily, and said, Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. The sword god waved his hand, casually releasing a stream of spiritual energy, healing all of Mo Qianyan's injuries. This scene elevated Mo Qianyan's evaluation of his master to another level. Get up. The sword god looked at Mo Qianyan and said with a faint smile, Thank you, master. Mo Qianyan stood up, looking at the smile on his master's face, feeling his heart race. This feeling was unprecedented and something he had never enjoyed before. This was also the first time he had seen his master since his rebirth. He suddenly realized that even though he had reached the peak of the kingly realm in his past life, capable of destroying the Heavenly Water Sword sect with a wave of his hand, looking at his master was still a complete mystery. What kind of power did his master possess? It was definitely not something as simple as an ordinary kingly realm. Meanwhile, the mountain opening marquee, witnessing this scene, had already fallen into despair. He had previously intended to kill Mo Qianyan, but now, Mo Qianyan's master was an unimaginable existence. No one could save him now, not even if the Ink Emperor personally came. This ordinary-looking man, who emitted no aura, appeared incredibly terrifying in his eyes. Disciple, I have a sword technique to impart to you today. When you master this sword, you will be invincible in the extraordinary realm. The sword god spoke, extending his hand, and Mo Qianyan's spiritual sword flew into his hand. Watch closely. I will only demonstrate this sword once. Mo Qianyan's eyes widened, intensely focused on every movement of his master. At that moment, he noticed that his master's aura was no longer ethereal, but emitted the aura of the golden elixir realm. No, not the golden elixir. It was half a step into the divine ability realm, because when his master raised the sword, a powerful sword intent radiated from him. This sword intent was so terrifying that even though his master had suppressed his realm to the golden elixir level, the force surpassed that of the mountain opening marquee. The mountain opening marquee was now able to move, but he stared in shock at Mo Qianyan's master. How could a golden elixir cultivator possess such a terrifying aura? It made him feel as though he was facing an extraordinary being. As he prepared to flee, a faint voice came. Do not think about escaping. If you catch my sword, not only will you survive, but you will also gain unimaginable fortune. The mountain opening marquee trembled all over, his eyes flickering with hesitation. But in the end, he chose to stop fleeing. He was certain that if he ran, Mo Qianyan's master would definitely kill him. He was very sure of this. He only wanted to save his life. Without hesitation, he acted first, unleashing his strongest trump card, executing a powerful divine ability. Mountain opening palm. A massive chaotic hand appeared in the sky, reaching for the sword god. The mountain opening palm was the signature martial skill of the mountain opening marquee. Its power extremely formidable. As the mountain opening palm emerged, the heavens and earth changed color, as if the entire world were covered by a massive five-finger mountain range. The sword god glanced at the mountain opening marquee, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and said, "Disciple, watch carefully. This sword is called Asking the World. Is there an immortal?" The sword god struck. At this moment, the heavens collapsed and the earth shattered, the sun and moon lost their light, and a void completely collapsed into nothingness. Then, in Mo Qianyan's eyes, as the sword light slashed out, it seemed to unveil a fairyland, where immortal energy swirled, breathtakingly beautiful. 9 colored rays of light flowed forth, immortal cranes danced, auspicious birds sang, spiritual birds soared, an immortal deer galloped, an enchanting scene of an immortal realm that was intoxicating. It was so beautiful. This sword was so beautiful, so stunningly beautiful that Mo Qianyan felt breathless. He couldn't help but mutter, "Is there really an immortal in this world?" Not only Mo Qianyan, at this moment, the mind of Kaishan Ho also conjured a dreamlike fairyland. In that world, he saw himself wandering in the immortal realm. Is this the fairyland? A doubt arose in his heart. Boom. The collision between Kaishan palm and the sword light created a deafening roar, shattering the clouds in the sky. The entire earth seemed to experience a massive earthquake. Mo Qianyan's face showed a look of shock. He realized that his master was nothing like a half-step of divine power, more like an extraordinary being. This sword had transcended the realm of earthly sword techniques, as if a celestial from the 9 heavens was wielding it. Mo Qianyan couldn't help but ponder, even in his past life, with his peak king-level cultivation suppressed to half-step divine power, could he reach this level of attack? No, not to mention reaching it. Even the most ordinary divine power cultivator could make him doubt his life. The gap between the golden core and divine power was too vast. Even with the momentum, the gap in realms was unimaginable. Even with the 9-pattern supreme golden core, after advancing to half-step divine power, could he only barely match the most ordinary divine power great cultivator? Was it that his master was too strong, or was this sword technique too monstrous? Perhaps both. Chapter 32. The Mysterious Master. When all the aftermath settled, Mo Qianyan remained in a daze. That sword had a tremendous impact on him. It overturned his understanding and defied common sense. Is there really an immortal in this world? That one sword, although it was just one sword. What level of sword technique was it? Spirit-level martial arts? King-level martial arts? Emperor-level martial arts? Saint-level martial arts? In his past life, Mo Qianyan had learned several emperor-level martial arts, but he could be certain that the gap between those and this sword was enormous. They were not even on the same level, and they didn't even have the qualifications to be compared. Kaishan Ho's eyes widened in shock, filled with fear as he looked at the sword god. But Mo Qianyan understood that Kaishan Ho had already fallen. Sure enough, the next moment, with a gust of wind, Kaishan Ho's body, including the weapon in his hand, turned to dust and scattered with the wind. Half-step divine power, with one sword, killed a peak divine power great cultivator. Disciple, did you see clearly? A faint voice came, bringing Mo Qianyan back to his senses. He remained silent for a long time, nodded, then shook his head. Master, is this really a sword technique that has existed in the world? If you think it is, then it is. If you think it isn't, then it isn't. The sword god's voice came, and Mo Qianyan fell silent again for a long time. After a moment, he raised his head and said, Master, I understand. What do you understand? This is a sword technique that goes forward without hesitation. It perfectly combines the soul with the sword move. When it strikes out, it's not just the sword move, but also the soul that is cut. When executing this sword, there can be no hesitation in the heart. The sword strikes. The heart follows, the spirit moves. If I am not mistaken, this sword technique should not be just one sword, right? The sword god smiled and looked at Mo Qianyan. Disciple, your comprehension is good, but you have only seen the surface of this sword. When you truly master this sword, you will understand its power. Of course, your understanding at the foundation establishment stage has already surpassed what I had back then. Thank you for the compliment, Master. I dare not take credit. This is your sword path, created by you. What I have learned is merely a fraction of it, Mo Qianyan humbly replied. Hearing this, the sword god shook his head and said, If I could have created this sword back in the day, well, let us go. Hand Xiaoxue over to me. Mo Qianyan raised his head and saw a hint of loneliness in his master's eyes. Previously, when at the Tianshui sword sect, he often saw his master drinking alone to the point of drunkenness. This made him feel that there might be something in his master's past that had a significant impact on him. Master, do you know about Xiaoxue's physical condition? A hint of joy appeared in Mo Qianyan's eyes. Xiaoxue had not woken up since she fainted. Her constitution had awakened early, and if not sealed in time, it would greatly affect her future foundation. The sword god spoke slowly, a complex look in his eyes, then said, Hand her over to me. Before she grows up, you won't be able to protect her. Mo Qianyan's heart skipped a beat, trembling as he said, Master, do you know what kind of physique Xiaoxue has? Xiaoxue's physique is very likely an immortal spirit body that has never appeared in the world. Such a terrifying auxiliary body, if it were to be known by others. Mo Qianyan felt an immense fear, even though he knew it was his master. Are you worried? The sword god looked at Mo Qianyan, revealing a meaningful smile. Mo Qianyan remained silent for a long time, then knelt on the ground and said in a pleading tone, Disciple hopes master will not harm Xiaoxue. The sword god looked at Mo Qianyan, and after a long time, suddenly chuckled. Mo Qianyan was puzzled. He raised his head to look at his master, not understanding why he suddenly laughed. Are you afraid I would covet her physique? Disciple does not dare. Do you know what level of sword technique I have taught you? Disciple does not know. The next moment, Mo Qianyan's eyes widened in shock, and a storm surged in his heart, because he saw 10 Dao platforms behind the sword god. How is that possible? How could there be 10 Dao platforms? Is there really someone who can survive that life and death tribulation? Is there really someone who can possess a golden core level soul while establishing the Dao platform? Even if there is, how could it appear on the dragon-treading continent? At this moment, it seemed that everything could be explained. Why could the sword god slay Kaishan Ho with one sword while suppressing his realm to half-step divine power? A 9-pattern golden core peerless genius could absolutely not achieve that. But what if a 10-pattern golden core combined with that peerless sword technique? Amidst the shock, Mo Qianyan felt immense confusion. As a supreme genius with 10 Dao platforms, why would his master hide in the Tianshui sword sect? He did not know his master's true strength, but today, he dared to affirm that his master's power surpassed his imagination. A 10 Dao platform foundation establishment. Such a supreme talent. How fast could the cultivation speed be? All he knew was that his master had been hiding in the Tianshui sword sect for a full 15 years. 15 years ago, his master looked like this. And 15 years later, he still looked like this. Mo Qianyan fell silent. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he did not know his master at all. A supreme genius with 10 Dao platforms. Would he really care about Xiaoxue's physique? The gap in realms exceeded a major realm. Any auxiliary body would lose its effect. Disciple thanks master. At this moment, Mo Qianyan felt a bit bitter. The arrogance born from establishing 10 Dao platforms had completely faded. What story does his master truly have? Why would a supreme genius with 10 Dao platforms hide alone in the Tianshui sword sect and become a drunkard? The story of his master made Mo Qianyan feel an immense pressure, making it hard for him to breathe. Did his master accept him as a direct disciple because he valued his talent? The master himself is a peerless genius of the 10 Dao platform. What qualifications do I have to be favored by him? Was I recognized even when I was at the 7 Dao platform? Following me. She will grow more smoothly and be safer. I don't want the tragedies that have befallen me to repeat themselves in you. The sword god sighed lightly and turned to leave. Mo Qianyan stood in place, suddenly sensing a loneliness and helplessness emanating from his master. He didn't understand why his master had become this way. He only knew that there must be a very bad memory in his master's past. I don't want my master's tragedy to replay itself on me, Mo Qianyan murmured. This short sentence seemed to sketch out a blood-crying poem that is both moving and tragic. His master's true identity must be a world-renowned genius. What story does he carry? Mo Qianyan sighed softly and followed his master's footsteps toward the great Chu imperial capital. Chapter 33. The Daozi of the Tianshui sword sect. 30,000 miles from the northwestern border of the great Chu Empire, there is a large lake spanning several hundred miles, known as Tianshui Lake. Above Tianshui Lake, there is a quite large sky island, which is home to numerous palaces and 4 towering peaks. These 4 peaks rise thousands of feet high, standing around the sky island, and the rocks in between are all made of mysterious iron, exceptionally hard. Each peak has 3 cloud ladders that connect and spiral down, where one can see flying birds and beasts, as well as disciples coming and going. In the middle of the sky island stands a massive group of palaces. These palaces are golden and resplendent, magnificent and divine. This is the Tianshui sword sect. The Tianshui sword sect is a top-tier sect in the northern region, not belonging to any empire, and is extremely powerful. Particularly a year ago, a member of the Tianshui sword sect killed an invading king realm powerhouse with a single sword strike, earning the title of sword god, which elevated the sect's reputation even further. In the entire northern region, the Tianshui sword sect is ranked among the top 10 sects. The Tianshui sword sect has 36 core disciples, each possessing at least 6 Dao platform levels. The inner disciples number in the thousands, with each disciple having at least 3 Dao platform levels. The outer disciples are countless, and its fame covers dozens of empires, including the great Chu Empire. Everyone takes pride in joining the Tianshui sword sect. Although the Tianshui sword sect mainly focuses on sword cultivation, it does not mean it only recruits sword cultivators. Among its 4 main peaks, there is one called Tianshui Peak, which anyone can join, not just sword cultivators. The other 3 main peaks are named Soft Sword Peak, Light Sword Peak, and Heavy Sword Peak. Mo Qianyan was previously a disciple of Light Sword Peak, but after being accepted as a disciple by the Sword God a year ago, he left Light Sword Peak to join Sword God Peak. In the Tianshui sword sect, aside from the 4 main peaks, every extraordinary being has the right to establish their own peak and recruit their own disciples. And Sword God Peak, as the name suggests, is the small peak where Mo Qianyan's master, the sword god of the Tianshui sword sect, resides. After Mo Qianyan entered the Tianshui sword sect's gates with Xiaobai and Shaoqing riding on a flying spirit beast, the Tianshui sword sect erupted in excitement. Welcome back, Daozi Qianyan. An elder who had been waiting at the mountain gate, upon seeing Mo Qianyan's return, used his loud voice to spread this news throughout the entire Tianshui sword sect. Elder Feng Tong, Daozi? Mo Qianyan asked curiously, looking at the elder before him. In the history of the Tianshui sword sect, no disciple had ever been honored with the title of Daozi. Daozi represents the inheritor of a lineage, often the most powerful genius. A Daozi, when traveling outside, can even represent the sect to some extent. In the northern region, only the 3 major super sects have Daozi. And now, the Tianshui sword sect actually regards him as a Daozi? Daozi, when your 8 Dao platform level was revealed, the sect master made the decision to make you the Daozi, Elder Feng Tong said cheerfully, stroking his long beard, his eyes looking at Mo Qianyan with even more joy. Daozi, have you successfully established your foundation? Yes. Mo Qianyan nodded and said, in the 2 months since leaving the sect, I have completed my foundation. Good. Elder Feng Tong smiled broadly, then turned his gaze to Shaoqing and Xiaobai behind Mo Qianyan, somewhat puzzled. Daozi, what about these 2? In Elder Feng's eyes, Shaoqing and Xiaobai's qualifications were simply too poor. At 18 years of bone age, they were only at the 8th level of the acquired stage. Such qualifications do not even meet the entrance standards of the Tianshui sword sect. However, since they were following Mo Qianyan, he did not express his thoughts. They are my attendants. I remember that core disciples have the qualification to select 10 attendants to join the sect for practice, right? Of course. Anyone who can reach the innate realm within 3 years can be accepted into the sect for training, Elder Fong Tong said with a smile. Mo Qinyan nodded, taking Xiaobai and Xiaoqing with him towards Sword God Peak. His master had already returned to the sect with Xiaoxue ahead of him. Daozi, the sect's grand competition is in 3 days. Will you come to watch? Mo Qinyan stopped in his tracks. The sect's grand competition in 3 days, if he was not mistaken. Xiaoyan and that Xiaoxier would appear in this competition. He smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "Of course, as the chief senior brother, I will naturally come to watch." Elder Fong Tong nodded with a smile and said, "That's good." Mo Qinyan did not say more, directly leading Xiaobai and Xiaoqing towards Sword God Peak. Senior brother, Daozi, greetings. Daozi Qinyan. Along the way, Mo Qinyan encountered many disciples of the Tianshui sword sect, and each disciple, upon seeing him, could not help but salute excitedly. An 8-Dao platform, peerless genius. Mo Qinyan is the pride of the Tianshui sword sect, and they are disciples of the Tianshui sword sect. With Mo Qinyan, their Tianshui sword sect's fame would rise even higher, and they might even hope to become the 4th major super sect in the northern region. At that time, they would walk the world with even more glory. Beside Mo Qinyan, Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, witnessing this scene, could not help but show a proud expression on their faces. This is their young master. No matter where he is a respected genius. As they approached Sword God Peak, it quieted down, and there were no other disciples in the surrounding thousands of meters. It is well known that the Sword God likes peace and does not like to be disturbed. Therefore, the area around Sword God Peak is considered a forbidden zone of the Tianshui sword sect. Sword God Peak is 100 feet high, with dense trees and blooming flowers. Very quiet. At the peak, there are 2 simple wooden houses, which are the residences of Mo Qinyan and the Sword God. Compared to many other peaks, Sword God Peak is the simplest and most tranquil. Mo Qinyan also likes it here because it is quiet and suitable for cultivation. However, when Mo Qinyan returned, he found that a building had appeared on Sword God Peak. This building is 3 stories high, magnificent and imposing, giving a sense of grandeur, solemnity, and dignity. Mo Qinyan frowned slightly. The plaque on the building bore 3 powerful characters, Daozi Hall. This is not the work of the master. It seems to be a decision made by the higher-ups of the Tianshui sword sect. Xiaobai, you and Xiaoqing go down the mountain to build a courtyard. From now on, you will practice down the mountain. The master likes peace and quiet. Without my orders, do not step onto the mountain. Mo Qinyan turned around and said to Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, "Yes, young master." Xiaobai and Xiaoqing replied respectfully and retreated. "Master, I have returned." Standing in front of the pavilion, Mo Qinyan knocked on the door. The door opened silently, and Mo Qinyan stepped inside, finding his master on the 2nd floor, looking at the sleeping Xiaoxue. Mo Qinyan looked over and noticed that Xiaoxue's hair was still snow white, causing him to feel a wave of anxiety. "Master, what about Xiaoxue? I have resealed her physique. But this seal can only last for 5 years. Within 5 years, she must enter the divine ability realm. Otherwise, her life and death will be unpredictable." 5 years to enter the divine ability realm? Mo Qinyan's eyes widened. How could that be possible? Xiaoxue is only 6 years old now. In 5 years, she will only be 11. 11 years old and entering the divine ability realm? Even the reincarnated heavenly emperor couldn't do that. Even the unmatched Yi Ziyuan, that extraordinary genius, only entered the divine ability realm at 12, right? Chapter 34. Xiaoxue. See you in 3 years. Mo Qinyan trembled all over as he walked to the bedside. Looking at the sleeping Xiaoxue, his heart filled with bitterness. Not a glitch, no melodramatic plot of being coveted by others. They already met in chapter 134. 11 years old, entering the divine ability realm. Mo Qinyan had no idea how to help Xiaoxue achieve this step. It had already exceeded the cultivation records of human history. Was Xiaoxue destined to leave him? No, absolutely not. Mo Qinyan reached out and caressed Xiaoxue's cheek, his heart filled with pain. Would he really have to watch her drift further and further away? Xiaoxue had turned into this for his sake. At this moment, his heart was filled with immense sorrow. Mo Qinyan's eyes gradually turned red, tears streaming down his face and falling onto Xiaoxue's cheek. Xiaoxue felt the moisture on her face, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. But she ultimately did not open her eyes. "Master, is there any other way?" Mo Qinyan's voice was choked, his eyes filled with intense bloodshot. Entering the divine ability realm in 5 years is not impossible. The sword god paused for a moment before slowly speaking. It can be done. A glimmer of light. That was hope, shone in Mo Qinyan's eyes. As long as there was a way to keep Xiaoxue alive, he would be willing to pay any price. But, is it really possible to enter the divine ability realm at 11? It can be done, but not here. The sword god shook his head, revealing a complex expression. Master, please instruct me. Mo Qinyan quickly knelt down, his eyes showing determination. There is a place in the world, the pinnacle of human power, where the richest resources and best teachings of humanity are found. The sword god spoke each word carefully, but it made Mo Qinyan reveal a bitter expression. The pinnacle of human power was too far from him, too far from the Longting continent, right? The strongest and most unimaginable power among the million human continents. That power is called the Xian Palace. I believe you have heard of it. Mo Qinyan nodded heavily. Anyone with a bit of cultivation knowledge would know. 200,000 years ago, the Heavenly Emperor ruled the world, sweeping across all realms and leading humanity to unprecedented glory and peak. And the Heavenly Emperor is the master of the Xian Palace. Although the Heavenly Emperor has passed away, the Xian Palace still endures, remaining unimaginably powerful. However, how difficult it is to join the Xian Palace. If you are not the most outstanding genius of the heavens, how could you qualify to join the Xian Palace? The current strongest genius of humanity, the Supreme Yizhuan, is a disciple of the Xian Palace. My name is Jian Chongsheng. The sword god took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Jian Chongsheng? Mo Qinyan exclaimed, then smiled bitterly. Yes, I should have guessed it. The 10 Paths platform. The supreme sword technique, hiding in the Tianshui sword sect for 15 years. Who else in the world meets all these conditions? The name Jian Chongsheng is too resounding in the vast starry sky. Even compared to the current Yizhuan, he was still far behind. Because 100 years ago, the strongest genius of humanity was Jian Chongsheng. He was an unparalleled prodigy, not weaker than Yizhuan, who had defeated all the prodigies of the heavens with his long sword and claimed supremacy in the starry sky. He was the true son of destiny, unimaginably powerful. Born from the ordinary, sweeping through the younger generation of all realms with his long sword. Moreover, he was also a successor of the Xian Palace, the 7th disciple of the Heavenly Emperor. There is no need to mention the rest. It is endless glory and brilliance. How could such an existence not have a name in the vast starry sky? However, 20 years ago, an earth-shattering battle shook the rivers and stars across the realms. Jian Chongsheng single-handedly fought against an unparalleled saint for 3 days and nights, and with his nirvana realm cultivation, he killed a saint. That was a true saint, standing at the peak of the starry sky, capable of establishing an immortal holy land. Yet he was killed by a junior who had not yet reached 100 years of cultivation. Unfortunately, after that battle, Jian Chongsheng disappeared without a trace, and there has been no news since. And now, his master is actually Jian Chongsheng. Does that mean he can also be considered a disciple of the Xian Palace? A descendant of the Heavenly Emperor? Mo Qinyan could hardly believe that he had become the direct disciple of such an existence. However, the facts lay before him, forcing him to believe. Otherwise, who else could bring out the 10 Paths platform and ask for such an extraordinary sword technique? 20 years ago, I had already withdrawn from the Xian Palace. Jian Chongsheng sighed softly, his eyes filled with endless sadness. Originally, I had prepared to not ask about the world for the rest of my life until I met her. Jian Chongsheng looked at Xiaoxue on the bed, his eyes filled with endless longing. Mo Qinyan was puzzled. What relationship could Xiaoxue have with his master? Xiaoxue is not the first possessor of the immortal spirit body in the world. She is just that, and I failed to protect her. Jian Chongsheng's eyes carried a deep sense of guilt. Master, what are you saying? Mo Qinyan looked at the sword god in shock. Before Xiaoxue, there had been other possessors of the immortal spirit body. Who were they? Seeing the expression on his master's face, Mo Qinyan swallowed this question back down. After she died, the origin of the immortal spirit body did not dissipate. Instead, it came to the Longting continent, and I followed this trace of origin to arrive here. Now it made sense. Mo Qinyan understood why Jian Chongsheng would appear in such a small place as the Tianshui sword sect. However, Mo Qinyan still asked the crucial question in his heart. Master, what is the connection between Xiaoxue and her? Jian Chongsheng glanced at Mo Qinyan and said, I know your concern, but Xiaoxue is not her. Mo Qinyan smiled awkwardly, but deep down, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To save her, there is only one choice. I will take her back to the Xian Palace, provide her with the best resources, and help her reach the divine realm within 5 years. Mo Qianyan's eyes lit up. Can it really be done, master? The sword god glanced at him coldly and said, Do you think that's why I accepted you as my direct disciple? Mo Qianyan lowered his head, understanding in his heart. Even though he was a top genius among the 10 paths, a supreme genius like Jin Changsheng would never look at him. Because the master himself was already the pinnacle genius of all realms, and he accepted him as a direct disciple solely because of Xiaoxue. However, after this parting, you might never see her again. Jin Changsheng's next words made Mo Qianyan suddenly lift his head and ask, Why? Why? Don't you understand why? Jin Changsheng suddenly laughed. As a disciple of the Xian Palace, how many eyes in the world are watching? Before her cultivation reaches a significant level, leaving the Xian Palace will be very dangerous. Mo Qianyan was stunned. Indeed, why hadn't he considered this issue? 20 years ago, Jin Changsheng already possessed unparalleled combat power at the saint level and couldn't protect her. So what right did he have to protect Xiaoxue? What must I do to see her? Very simple. If you want to enter the Xian Palace, you must be in the top 10 of this generation's Human Race Genius Conference. Top 10? Mo Qianyan, shook my head and smiled bitterly. I'm afraid. Which of the top 10 in the Human Race Genius Conference isn't a world-renowned genius? With just over 3 years until the conference, can I really hope to enter the top 10? Even though Mo Qianyan had 10 paths, he couldn't dare to imagine it. Do not underestimate yourself. Your talent of 10 paths is among the best in the human race. If you master the sword techniques I teach you, it is not without hope. Mo Qianyan turned his head and looked at the sleeping Xiaoxue on the bed, tears silently falling from his eyes. Then he softly but firmly said, Master, please take good care of Xiaoxue. I will definitely appear on the starry stage in 3 years. Jin Changsheng nodded with satisfaction and said, Do you need me to wake her up for you to say goodbye? Mo Qianyan touched Xiaoxue's slightly cool face and shook his head. No need, master. I'm afraid that if she wakes up, I won't be able to bear to let her go. Xiaoxue, wait for your brother for 3 years. After 3 years, I will come to find you. I will definitely find you. Pinky swear, it won't change for 100 years. Chapter 35. The Great Competition of the Tianshui Swords Sect. Young Master, the competition is about to start. Outside the Daozi Hall, Xiaobai knocked on the door and said respectfully, Got it. In the room on the 2nd floor, Mo Qianyan slowly opened his eyes from his meditation. His soul power had become even purer. He could now control 6 spirit swords or 60 treasures at the same time. Just by relying on the sword formation, he could battle against a 6-patterned silver Dan expert. Unfortunately, there was still no clue about the asking immortal sword. Mo Qianyan got up, looked at the empty room, and felt a bit sad. Xiaoxue and the master had left for 3 days. In 3 years, I must enter the extraordinary realm. Only by entering the extraordinary realm can I compete with the geniuses of all realms. Mo Qianyan clenched his fists, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Tianshui Sword Sect, Competition Arena. As the competition arena of the Tianshui Sword Sect, it was massive, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. The floor of the arena was made of special materials, able to withstand the blows of divine realm experts. Therefore, it was difficult for regular disciples to damage it during battles. In the enormous arena, there were 10 competition platforms, each over 1,000 meters in size. The central competition platform was even more than 10,000 meters long and wide. Around each competition platform, crowds of disciples gathered to watch. At this moment, aside from the central massive competition platform, the surrounding 9 platforms were all occupied by disciples competing. In the vast arena, besides the ordinary disciple seating, there was also a high platform beside the large central competition platform. On the high platform, there were 4 rows of seats made of rosewood, very comfortable to sit on. This was the area for elders and geniuses from the major peaks. They were all paying attention to this grand competition. Those who could sit here were either extraordinary level elders, peak masters, or core disciples. At this moment, 6 elders and 5 core disciples had arrived. These 5 core disciples were 3 men and 2 women. The men were handsome and the women were exceptionally beautiful. All 5 were top geniuses, ranking among the top 10 of the 36 core disciples. In fact, one of them had even made it onto the Northern Region Genius Rankings. Because ordinary core disciples wouldn't have the leisure to come here to watch the competition, they might be challenged and lose face by other disciples. The 5 core disciples were all at the 7-Path Foundation, and 3 of them had reached the 7-patterned Golden Dan realm. Two of the male core disciples were discussing something with another girl, their faces beaming with smiles. Looking very pleased. I heard that in this competition, there's an outer sect disciple named Xiao Yin whose amplification multiplier has reached 2, which is quite remarkable. One young man with a refined appearance, dressed in luxurious brocade, squinted his eyes and asked a golden Dan woman beside him. The young man's name was Chun Yin, and he had already reached the 7-patterned golden Dan realm, also standing out among his peers in the northern region. Oh, Xiao Yin. The golden Dan woman in a blue robe looked up in surprise at his question. Chun Yin asked, Yinner, have you heard of the Xiao Yin? The golden Dan woman, namely Yinner, was also a top genius. I have heard of him, but I know the girl beside him, named Xiao Xier. I always feel that Xiao Xier is quite extraordinary. Li Yinner frowned, saying that Xiao Xier maintained a composed demeanor in front of her, a 7-patterned golden Dan top genius, which left a deep impression on her. Why are we talking about Xiao Yin and Xiao Xier? Shouldn't we discuss our Daozi? A man in a white robe interjected. His name was Yang Fei, also a top genius of the 7-patterned golden Dan realm. His cultivation level was comparable to Li Yinner and Chun Yin. But in terms of strength, Yang Fei was slightly superior to both. He was also the only one among them who had made it onto the Northern Region Genius Rankings. Daozi? Mo Qinyan? 8-Path Foundation, what's there to discuss? Qinyan frowned, clearly not fond of this Daozi. Hee, brother Qinyan. I know you've long been displeased with Mo Qinyan becoming the chief disciple. I also had some criticisms before, but for someone at the 8-Path Foundation, I have to admit it's impressive. Yang Fei chuckled. He didn't harbor much hostility towards the Daozi. Only by experiencing the innate great perfection can one understand how difficult it is to reach the 8-Path Foundation. In my opinion, Mo Qinyan is merely a disciple of the Sword God, with more resources. Otherwise, why would he achieve the 8-Path Foundation? Li Yinner snorted coldly, though she was a woman. She had a bit of pride and looked down on those who advanced through connections. Mo Qinyan as the Daozi, regardless of whether he advanced through resources, as long as he has a resilient heart, he deserves to be our Daozi. Yang Fei smiled, as he saw everything clearly. Although Mo Qinyan appeared to be there due to connections, he could read the endless sharpness and pride in Mo Qinyan's eyes. As a sword cultivator himself, he naturally had a good impression of such a person. Beside the 3 golden core prodigies, there were also a man and a woman, both foundational cultivators from the 7th Dao platform. However, the 2 foundational cultivators clearly could not join the conversation. The realms of cultivation and levels were different, making it hard to integrate. For example, the chat circle of those extraordinary elders was one that these golden core prodigies could not enter. Whoosh! A flash of sword light appeared in the air as Mo Qinyan stepped on his spirit sword, hands behind his back, and descended onto the high platform. His appearance naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Over the past few days, Mo Qinyan's name had resonated throughout the entire Tianshui sword sect. At 16 years old, an 8 Dao platform foundational cultivator, a disciple of the Sword God, and the Dao Child of the Tianshui sword sect. Each title was incredibly impressive. The Dao Child has arrived. The prodigies present quickly stood up and bowed. Although a few felt dissatisfied, they still maintained the necessary etiquette. The Dao Child of a millennium has come. Let's sit. A few elders also looked over with enthusiasm. Upon learning that someone from their sect had achieved the 8 Dao platform foundational cultivation, they were quite excited. Mo Qinyan nodded, said nothing, and found a spot on the edge to sit down, then looked down at the platform. His appearance caused quite a stir among the surrounding disciples. After all, Mo Qinyan's talent was evident. He was an 8 Dao platform foundational cultivator and a disciple of the Sword God, a top genius in the entire northern region. Especially the female disciples, they all looked towards Mo Qinyan, their eyes sparkling with admiration, appearing infatuated. Look, the Dao Child has arrived. Yes, he is so handsome, even more than rumored. My goodness, he truly lives up to his name, born with a great appearance. Mo Qinyan's arrival elicited countless screams from the female disciples. Their gazes towards him were filled with affection and admiration. The chatter echoed throughout the square, causing many disciples to shift their focus from the competition stage to look over. Meanwhile, beside Mo Qinyan, Chun Yin had a very dark expression. He did not receive such treatment when he appeared. This Mo Qinyan, as the Dao Child, an unparalleled 8 Dao platform foundational cultivator. What was he doing here to observe the grand competition? Was he deliberately stealing his thunder? What he did not know was that if it weren't for Xiao Yin and Xiao Xier, Imo Qianyin would have no interest in coming here to observe. Chapter 36. The extraordinary talent of Xiao Yin you have lost. On the competition stage, Xiao Yin, holding a heavy sword, coldly looked at a young boy who had fallen to the ground. The boy, covered in sweat, struggled to get up, but found that he could not muster even a bit of strength. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Brother Xiao Yin, thank you for your mercy. Xiao Yin snorted coldly, planted his heavy sword on the competition stage, and sat down cross-legged, ignoring the boy. After the boy left, another outer sect disciple took the stage. Boom. With just one move, the outer sect disciple was injured by the heavy sword and surrendered. With this outer sect disciple's defeat, another person took the stage. Brother Xiao Yin, please. A handsome outer sect disciple with a fair complexion walked onto the stage, cupping his hands in salute, his tone revealing a hint of respect. In the cultivation world, strength is paramount. Yesterday, Xiao Yin was still a junior brother, but now he had to call him brother. Xiao Yin nodded, his figure flickering as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing to the fair-faced outer sect disciple and swinging his sword. The fair-faced outer sect disciple's expression changed, and he hurriedly raised his sword to block. Clang! Sparks flew, and the sound was deafening as the two heavy swords collided, creating a burst of sparks. Uft! This outer sect disciple also followed the path of the previous few, his body flying backward and falling off the competition stage. Too strong. This newly promoted disciple named Xiao Yin is too strong. No matter who the opponent is, he defeats them with a single sword stroke, decisively and cleanly. What incredible swordsmanship! What sharp sword techniques! On the high platform, the elders of the heavy sword peak looked at Xiao Yin in amazement. The information about this disciple has arrived. Let me see. 16 years old, joined the Tianshui sword sect 10 days ago, innate 5th realm, 3rd young master of the Shao family in Yinqing, Great Chu Empire. From Yinqing, Great Chu Empire? An elder from the light sword peak interjected, turning his gaze towards Imo Qianyin. Because Imo Qianyin was also from Yinqing, Great Chu Empire. Very strong. This Xiao Yin has great talent. If someone guides him, achieving foundational cultivation before 18 shouldn't be a problem. Yes. I think this Xiao Yin has hopes of establishing the 7 Dao platforms. The elders discussed animatedly, praising Xiao Yin. Of course, part of it was because Xiao Yin and Imo Qianyin came from the same place, thinking that their Dao child had some connection with Xiao Yin. At this rate, the position of the stage master should be unshakable. Xiao Yin would surely be among the top 10 outer sect disciples in this grand competition. If any elder took a liking to him and accepted him as a disciple, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become a core disciple. What? Xiao Yin also uses a heavy sword? Oldly, as the grand elder of Heavy Sword Peak, do you have no thoughts of accepting a disciple? It's not that I don't want to, but such a genius needs to see the peak master's intentions. The conversation of the elders did not affect Imo Qianyin. He did not want to suppress Xiao Yin in any way. Moreover, did he even need to suppress Xiao Yin now? Even if Xiao Yin achieved unparalleled foundational cultivation at the 9 Dao platforms, would he be a match for his 10 Dao platforms? Esteemed elders, such a challenge is too uninteresting. I request to raise the stage, increasing it to the innate 7th realm. After defeating another disciple, Xiao Yin looked towards the high platform and said loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. The innate 7th realm? Did they hear wrong? This Xiao Yin actually wanted to raise the stage? This is simply crazy. The stage battles have rules. The cultivator's realm of the stage master must match that of the challenger. For example, if Xiao Yin is at the innate 5th realm, then the disciples challenging him can only be at the innate 5th realm. Those with a cultivation level exceeding the innate 5th realm need to suppress their cultivation to the early stage of the innate 5th realm to challenge on stage. However, there is a special case, which is raising the stage. That is a challenge method only extraordinary geniuses would undertake. Raising the stage means that the challenger can be one small realm higher than the stage master. But now, Xiao Yin actually wanted to raise it by 2 realms and challenge disciples at the innate 7th realm. This not only shocked countless disciples, but even a few elders and core disciples like Chun Yin were also taken aback. It should be noted that those who could join the Tianshui sword sect had no low talent. Some innate 7th realm geniuses possessed the strength of the innate 8th realm, and Xiao Yin was only at the innate 5th realm. Crossing 2 or 3 small realms in the innate realm is something that even some 7 Dao platform prodigies cannot achieve. Xiao Yin, are you sure? The Grand Elder of the Heavy Sword Peak stood up, speaking solemnly. I am certain, Xiao Yin said firmly. His eyes sparkled with fierce light, filled with an overwhelming battle intent, and his whole body was surging with vitality, as if a fierce tiger was roaring. Especially when he looked at Empress. There was a hint of stubbornness and unyieldingness in his gaze. What if the Eight Paths platform is unmatched in foundation? I, Xiaoyan, will showcase an unparalleled talent that surpasses Empress and will be valued by the higher-ups of the Tianshui sword sect. In his heart, there was only one thought left. Fight. Since you insist on this, I announce that the fourth arena will be raised to the 7th level of the innate realm. As soon as the elder from the heavy sword peak finished speaking, a disciple from the outer sect, who had attained the 8th level of the innate realm, suppressed his cultivation to the 7th level and walked towards the arena with defiance. Xiaoyan, you must have the capital to be arrogant. Today, I will teach you a lesson. On the high platform, Chunyan couldn't help but shake his head. This Xiaoyan is just a reckless young man, thinking that defeating a waste at the 7th level of the innate realm from the outside world means he can challenge a disciple of the Tianshui sword sect at the 7th level of the innate realm. Li Yin'er also laughed. Yes, many disciples in the sect have the strength of the 8th level of the innate realm. Even when we were at the 5th level of the innate realm, we could only barely match ordinary cultivators at the 7th level of the innate realm. Clearly, no one was optimistic about Xiaoyan. Even the Grand Elder of the Heavy Sword sect had a fluctuation of spiritual energy in his hand, ready to intervene at any moment to save someone. Bang! After dozens of exchanges, a figure was sent flying, blood splattering everywhere. How is this possible? At that moment, all the observing disciples gasped in shock. On the high platform, Chunyan suddenly stood up, exclaiming in disbelief. It was not Xiaoyan who was defeated, but the disciple who challenged Xiaoyan. At the 5th level of the innate realm, defeating a disciple of the Tianshui sword sect who had suppressed his cultivation to the 7th level of the innate realm. Good. The Grand Elder of the Heavy Sword Peak became excited and quickly sent a message to notify the Peak Master to come. Other elders were not slow either, sending messages to notify their respective Peak Masters, preparing to compete for this genius. I challenge you. Another disciple stepped onto the stage. Although this disciple was only at the 7th level of the innate realm, he was clearly stronger than the previous one. This was a small genius, possessing the strength to defeat ordinary cultivators at the 8th level of the innate realm. Sure enough, this time, Xiaoyan found himself in a tough battle and was not as relaxed as before. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Xiaoyan struck out with a heavy sword, unleashing a terrifying blaze that soared into the sky. After Xiaoyan performed the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique, that small genius was instantly defeated. Triple amplification. On the high platform, the Grand Elder of the Heavy Sword Peak's eyes widened. One could imagine what this triple amplification represented to make an extraordinary elder show such an expression. It represented the ultimate amplification multiple of the innate realm, possessing the unparalleled talent to challenge the extreme realm of the innate realm and build the Nine Paths platform. That was a peerless genius that had never appeared in the entire North State. Back then, before Mo Qinyan left the sect, while he may have grown after achieving the 8 Paths platform, in their eyes, Mo Qinyan could never reach the triple amplification. The heavens of the Tianshui sword sect were about to change. An elder from the Light Sword Peak looked at Xiaoyan, then at Mo Qinyan beside him, and couldn't help but sigh. Just after one genius was established, another terrifyingly talented genius emerged. It seemed there would be disputes later. Chapter 37. Xiao Xieter appears when Xiaoyan displayed his unparalleled talent. No one dared to challenge the 4th arena anymore. Everyone present was not foolish. Winning with a 2-level difference was not something to be proud of. Losing would truly mean losing face. One by one, they fell silent, looking at Xiaoyan with complex expressions. Competing alongside such a prodigy was a sorrowful affair for them. The atmosphere on the high platform was no longer as relaxed as before. Chunyan and Li Yin'er had a glimmer in their eyes, already considering how to befriend this Xiaoyan. Even the elders were eyeing each other warily, fearing that one might act first and take Xiaoyan away. A genius at the extreme realm, even without facing the life and death tribulation, would at least be a peak genius at the 8 Paths platform with sufficient resources. Once he crossed the life and death tribulation, it would be even more incredible, soaring through the 9 heavens, unparalleled among geniuses. However, Mo Qinyan remained indifferent. After achieving the 10 Paths platform, he no longer regarded Xiaoyan with concern. His current goal was to step onto the Starry Sky stage and compete with the top geniuses of all realms. He wanted to enter the top 10 of the Human Race Genius Conference, enter the Xian Palace, and see Xiao Shui again, perhaps having learned from Xiao Yan. Several arenas abandoned the elimination system and began the arena competition. Those daring to initiate arena competitions were all top-tier geniuses, at least with the stature of the Six Paths platform. Among them, Imo Qianyan saw a familiar figure. Zhongshan. Zhongshan was now stronger than he had been half a month ago, truly possessing the strength of 950,000, reaching the threshold of the Seven Paths platform. Among all, except for Xiao Yan, his performance shone the brightest and caught the attention of several elders. Haha, another genius from the gun system has emerged in our Tianshui peak. Hehe, who says our Lightsword peak can't accept gun system disciples? Don't celebrate too soon. The Seven Paths Platform Foundation is also a top-tier genius in the Tianshui sword sect, with only about 10 in the younger generation. Zhongshan's strength is formidable. In the innate Great Perfection arena competition, he defeated one strong opponent after another, firmly holding on to an arena. Unfortunately, this time, Xiao Yan's performance was too dazzling, stealing all his thunder. Otherwise, a newly promoted genius of the Seven Paths platform in the Tianshui sword sect would surely cause a stir. Are all the new disciples this strong? Chunyan frowned slightly, feeling a bit frustrated. He had thought he was strong enough, but he found that among the new disciples, several were too outstanding, especially Xiao Yan, whose extreme realm amplification was too sensational. In his view, even Imo Qianyan's talent could not compare to Xiao Yan. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on his lips, and he thought, Imo Qianyan, no matter how high your talent is, you cannot be compared to Xiao Yan. When the time comes, let's see how long you can keep your position as the Daozi. On the third arena, a genius at the innate Great Perfection defeated more than a dozen disciples in a row. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing no one else stepping onto the stage, a young girl stepped onto the arena. The girl was very young and beautiful, possessing an exquisite appearance, with long, shiny black hair fluttering in the wind, and clad in a purple dress that wrapped around her graceful figure. As soon as she appeared, she attracted many gazes, causing many to look her way. Some male disciples could not help but swallow hard, secretly thinking that this girl was too beautiful. On the high platform, Li Yin'er couldn't help but shift her gaze. She recognized this girl. It was the elusive Xiao Xier. Junior sister, this is the arena for innate Great Perfection. Did you come to the wrong place? Seeing Xiao Xier appear, the innate Great Perfection genius on the third arena frowned and said, looking at Xiao Xier, who seemed only 15 or 16 years old, could such a young girl really reach innate Great Perfection? Xiao Xier looked at the other party, smiled, and shook her head, saying, Senior brother, I didn't come to the wrong place. I'm here to find you. The genius was momentarily stunned and asked in confusion. Xiao Xier smiled and said, This time I'm here to trouble you, senior brother. Trouble me? The genius instantly understood her meaning. It turned out Xiao Xier was here to challenge him. Junior sister, are you sure? The genius looked at Xiao Xier and asked. Xiao Xier nodded and said, Of course I'm sure. I want to compete with you to see if you're really as impressive as they say. Junior sister, don't worry. You're so beautiful. I'll go easy on you. Upon hearing Xiao Xier's words, the genius suddenly laughed. Since you've said that, I'll go easy on you too. All right. After the innate perfection genius finished speaking, he flipped his palm and a black longsword appeared in his hand. The black longsword emitted a strong aura of death. Please, senior brother. Xiao Xier extended her finger and lightly beckoned to the innate perfection genius with a smile. Then I'll make my move. The genius smiled, gripped the longsword, and swung it fiercely towards Xiao Xier. Watching the descending sword light, Xiao Xier showed no fear on her face. Buzz! A crisp sound of the sword echoed. The black longsword struck beside Xiao Xier but halted, unable to descend further, because the sword was being pinched by two delicate jade-like hands. Senior brother, your strength is still a bit lacking, Xiao Xier said lightly. With a gentle twist, she snapped the black longsword. Why you? How can you be so powerful? The innate perfection genius's face showed a hint of shock. Xiao Xier laughed and said, There's no helping it. You underestimated me. Although Xiao Xier was smiling on the surface, she didn't slow down her actions. With a palm strike, she knocked the genius off the stage. So strong. On the high platform, Li Yin'er revealed a look of shock in her eyes. The little genius defeated by Xiao Xier was not an ordinary person. He was an innate perfection genius of the 6th Dao stage. Yet he was so easily defeated by Xiao Xier. What happened? How did that guy lose? At this moment, Several elders nearby finally noticed Xiao Xier, who they had been ignoring while focusing on Xiao Yan. They hadn't paid attention, but that little guy had already been accepted as a disciple by Elder Zhang Mo and possessed a strength of 930,000. How did the seed for the top 5 lose in an instant? That girl is not simple. Unfortunately, I didn't see it just now. Li Lao Tu, let your disciple go and try her. After all, your disciple has been guaranteed a spot as an inner disciple. It wouldn't matter if he fails. Hearing this, Li Lao's face darkened. Why don't you let your disciples go? Do you know how big of a blow failure is to a genius? What's so bad about failure? The most terrifying thing is not being able to get past failure. Back then, we were only at the 6 Dao stage and were suppressed by those at the 7 Dao stage. But now, how many of those 7 Dao geniuses who were with us back then have failed along the way? These heavenly geniuses are all extremely proud. Being able to rise above failure is the most precious thing. The elders persuaded, causing Li Lao's expression to change several times. He looked at the empty challenge stage where Xiao Xier stood, gritting his teeth. Fine, anyway, that Xiao Yan must join our heavy sword peak this time. Li Lao Tu, don't change the subject, I never agreed to that. Exactly, that Xiao Yan might even attract the sect master. Chapter 38, Crazy. Innate extreme genius under the instruction of the Grand Elder of Heavy Sword Peak, an exceptionally gifted young man stepped onto the challenge stage where Xiao Xier was. Junior sister, please give me your guidance, the young man said as he looked at Xiao Xier. Please. Xiao Xier smiled slightly at him and replied. Then, the young man stepped forward, wielding a black heavy sword, charging forward. Xiao Xier stood still, not moving at all. Seeing this, the audience erupted in an uproar. Wasn't Xiao Xier a bit too arrogant? How could she dare to leave herself unprotected and let an innate perfection disciple attack her? Brother, didn't you see? In the last match, Xiao Xier caught Brother Lombo's longsword just like this. Brother Lombo lost. How is that possible? Isn't he ranked in the top 5 of the outer disciples? On the high platform, all the elders shifted their gaze to carefully observe every move of Xiao Xier. At this moment, 90% of the audience's eyes were on her. Only Mo Qianyan showed no change in expression. Neither Xiao Yan nor Xiao Xier stirred his heart. 9-pattern golden core? Perhaps she's already half a step into the divine passage. Mo Qianyan looked at Xiao Xier and guessed her true realm. Because he, at the 10 Dao stage, still felt he was not a match for Xiao Xier. But the level of danger she presented was not as great as that of his master, who was at the half-step divine passage realm. No wonder she is the saintess of the Tai's sacred land. Even secretly cultivating in a small place like Yinxing, she has reached the half-step divine passage realm. Xiao Xier slightly turned her head and saw Mo Qianyan in a white robe on the high platform. Mo Qianyan had already achieved the 8 Dao stage foundation. According to her brother Xiao Yan, he was very likely also a peak 8 Dao stage, merely having not crossed the life and death tribulation. Relying solely on her brother Xiao Yan's talent couldn't shake his position, but what if I joined in? Xiao Xier moved, golden light shimmering on her palm as she clashed against the heavy sword. Boom. Uft. The disciple of the Grand Elder of Heavy Sword Peak was directly sent flying by Xiao Xier's strike. Cough cough. The elder's disciple spat out blood as he fell from the air. Everything happened very quickly. By the time everyone reacted, the disciple defeated by Xiao Xier was already on the ground with serious injuries. Hiss. Did she just use a weapon? Brother Wang Bo's strength is not low. He is one of the top 5 of the outer disciples and was defeated in one move? What a joke. Is this a fixed match? A group of disciples was shocked. Their perspective was limited, and they didn't know Xiao Xier's real strength. However, on the high platform, although Chun Yin, Li Yan'er, and others were shocked, they couldn't completely see through Xiao Xier, thinking she was merely of the 8 Dao stage talent. But several elders looked as if they had seen a ghost. This Xiao Xier was even more terrifying than Xiao Yan. 999 innate extreme realm. Triple amplification. The strongest genius. This is the innate invincible realm guaranteed to enter the 9 Dao stage foundation. The elders felt a storm rising in their hearts. They could never have imagined that such a terrifying genius would emerge in the small place of the Tianshui sword sect, and moreover, it was a female genius. Such an existence, taken to the central state, would definitely be top tier among prodigies. In an instant, these elders all made a decision in their hearts. I announce that this competition is over. Unrelated personnel, please leave immediately. Xiao Yan, Xiao Xier, you two stay. The elders spoke one after another. Though many disciples were puzzled and dissatisfied, They had to leave the competition arena due to the overwhelming authority of the extraordinary elders. Soon, the competition arena was sealed off, leaving only Xiao Yin and Xiao Xier. On the high platform, even the 5 core disciples had left, but Mo Qianyan still stood there, unmoving. Daozi. An elder looked at Mo Qianyan, his eyes shimmering with unusual brilliance. Clearly, he wanted Mo Qianyan to leave as well. However, as the Daozi of the Tianshui sword sect, Mo Qianyan's status was equivalent to that of the elders, making it awkward for them to state it directly. As the Daozi of the Tianshui sword sect, if the elders are qualified to participate, am I not qualified? Mo Qianyan said calmly, glancing at the several elders. For a moment, these elders were unable to refute him. Indeed, they had no authority to interfere with Mo Qianyan's identity. However, Mo Qianyan still caught a hint of dissatisfaction in their eyes. All of this stemmed from Xiao Yin and Xiao Xier, because the talents displayed by these two were far above his own. He was no longer the only hope of the Tianshui sword sect, the only one always seeking to provide the best. Since the Daozi wanted to stay, then let it be. A light laughter came from the clouds, and a stream of light broke through the void, arriving at the high platform in an instant. This stream of light exuded a rich aura of immortality, within which appeared an old man dressed in a Taoist robe, with white hair and a youthful appearance. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he glanced at Xiao Yin and Xiao Xier below, revealing a hint of admiration. Sectmaster. The elders bowed respectfully, their expressions very respectful. Greetings, Sectmaster. Even Mo Qianyan slightly lowered his head. This old man with white hair and youthful looks was the Sectmaster of the Tianshui sword sect, a top-tier powerhouse renowned in the northern region, known as the Heavenly Sword King, a top-tier powerhouse at the King realm. Swish, swish, swish. For figures appeared one after another behind the Heavenly Sword King, the peak masters of the 4 peaks. 3 men and 1 woman, all at the pinnacle of the extraordinary. Not weaker than the Emperor Chu. The peak masters of the Heavy Sword Peak, Light Sword Peak, and Tianshui Peak all appeared as middle-aged men, while the Soft Sword Peak was a beautiful woman. Of course, she looked like a youthful woman, but her actual age could possibly make her old enough to be Mo Qianyan's grandmother. This time, our Tianshui sword sect is bound to flourish. The peak master of the Heavy Sword Peak said with a satisfied expression, looking at the two below, these two will become the new stars of our Tianshui sword sect, even in the entire northern region. The peak master of the Light Sword Peak said, yes, in previous major competitions, our Tianshui sword sect was suppressed by the Demon sect, the Mountain Support sect, and the Upper Clear sect. This time, we have hoped to strike back hard against them. Even the Heavenly Sword King looked at the two with a glint in his eyes. The 9 Dao platform is an unparalleled sight, especially Xiao Xier, who had already survived the life and death tribulation, becoming an unmatched prodigy that had never appeared in the history of the northern region. Otherwise, an ordinary 8 Dao platform would not have impressed him. Sectmaster, here are their profiles. An elder respectfully handed over a document, which the Heavenly Sword King took. Looking at the information of the two, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked at Mo Qianyan. Daozi, are they both from the same place as you? Mo Qianyan simply nodded. The simultaneous emergence of 3 extraordinarily gifted talents from the same place made the Heavenly Sword King involuntarily consider visiting Yin City of the Great Chu Empire. The Heavenly Sword King focused his gaze on Xiao Yin and Xiao Xier below. Xiao Yin lowered his head, his attitude very respectful. Meanwhile, Xiao Xier was staring straight at the high platform, her expression surprisingly casual. The 9 Dao platform, as is well known, becoming a congenital extreme realm requires not only extraordinary talent, but also unimaginable resources. Thinking of this, a look of understanding appeared in the Heavenly Sword King's eyes as he shifted his gaze to Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin, I am the sect master of the Tianshui sword sect. Do you wish to become a direct disciple of our sect? In Xiao Yan's heart, an ancient soul voice echoed. This Heavenly Sword King is just an ordinary king, nothing special. I want to see that sword god of the Tianshui sword sect. Thank you for the sect master's kindness, but I already have a master. Who is your master? The Heavenly Sword King frowned slightly. My master once said that his name cannot be disclosed. Please understand, sect master. Xiao Yin shook his head. He could not reveal who his master was to anyone. However, in the eyes of the Heavenly Sword King, it evidently indicated that Xiao Yan's master was not ordinary. But before he could continue speaking, Xiao Xier suddenly interjected. Hey, old man, have you thought it through? letting Brother Xiao Yin become your Daozi. He will definitely lead the Tianshui sword sect to be first in the northern region's competition. Even first in the northern states competition. Wow. As soon as these words came out, the elders immediately felt a surge of anger. A little girl dared to be so disrespectful in front of the sect master. However, the Heavenly Sword King raised a hand to stop the elders who were about to get angry. Xiaoxir, do you know that a sect can only have one Daozi? And our Tianshui sword sect's Daozi has already been confirmed as Mo Qianian? The Heavenly Sword King said calmly, not at all angry at Xiaoxir's disrespectful remarks. That's simple. Just take away Mo Qianian's position as Daozi and give it to Brother Xiao Yan, and it will be fine. Xiaoxir pouted, speaking without a care. Xiaoxir, what are you talking about? An elder finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. How can the Daozi just be changed like that? Chapter 39. The contest for the Daozi. Changing the Daozi for no reason had never been heard of in the entire northern region. Generally, there are 3 situations for changing the Daozi. The first situation is being challenged and defeated by a peer from the same sect. But this situation has not occurred in the northern region for hundreds of years. Generally, Daozi are the 8 Dao platform prodigies achieved with all resources, making them hard to challenge and defeat. The second situation is if the Daozi falls midway or their cultivation is wasted. The third situation is that the Daozi breaks through to a higher level, becoming an elder, peak master, or sect master. Changing the Daozi because another disciple has stronger talent does not exist in any sect, unless Mo Qianian is defeated by Xiao Yan in a challenge. Therefore, even though the elders were somewhat dissatisfied with Mo Qianian's previous attitude, they all looked at Xiaoxir with anger. Xir, don't talk nonsense. Xiao Yan also furrowed his brows, looking at Xiaoxir with an awkward expression. Although he wanted to step on Mo Qianian, now was not the time. With so many extraordinary and even king realm powerhouses present, he felt immense pressure. Oh, Brother Xiao Yan, don't be afraid. Leave everything to me. Xiaoxir waved her little hand, speaking casually. The Heavenly Sword King's gaze turned cold. Xiaoxir, those words are not to be said lightly. If you say the wrong thing, you must bear the responsibility. The Heavenly Sword King's tone contained a hint of authority. Although he valued Xiao Yan and wanted to take him as a disciple, it did not mean that just anyone could trample on their dignity. Whatever consequences there are, Xiaoxir, will bear them all. However, I will say this. If Brother Xiao Yan cannot become the Daozi, we don't mind leaving the Tianshui sword sect and joining another sect, like the ancient sword sect. What did you say? The elders nearby all changed their expressions drastically upon hearing this. A little congenital girl dared to say such things. This was a complete provocation against the Tianshui sword sect. The ancient sword sect was the deadly rival of the Tianshui sword sect, and the two sects had overlapping areas of influence, fighting every year over disciples. If Xiao Yan and Xiaoxir go to the ancient sword sect, then during the northern region grand competition, the Tianshui sword sect will suffer a terrible defeat. Xiaoxir, what do you mean by that? Do you want to go against the Tianshui sword sect? An elder stepped forward and shouted angrily. Is that so? It's a matter of one willing to fight and the other willing to take the blows. The choice of whether to let Brother Xiao Yan become the Daozi is in your hands. Xiaoxir said nonchalantly, as someone from the Taiji Holy Land. She had the capital to disregard the Tianshui sword sect. Any elder from the Holy Land could teach the Sword King a lesson. Impossible, the Daozi cannot be changed. The peak master of the light sword sect said coldly, a year ago, Mo Qianian walked out from his light sword peak. Changing the Daozi would be equivalent to slapping his face. Sigh, we intended to let your Tianshui sword sect become the first in the northern region grand competition. But since you don't want to accept us, we can only seek refuge at the ancient sword sect. Xiaoxir sighed, then pulled Xiao Yan towards the exit of the Tianshui sword sect. Two of you, wait a moment. The Sword King suddenly spoke, stopping Xiaoxir and Xiao Yan from leaving. Xiaoxir turned around, a smile on her face, and said, What's wrong? Have you agreed to my condition to let Brother Xiao Yan become your Daozi? You just said that Xiao Yan could lead the Tianshui sword sect to first place in the northern region grand competition. What guarantee do you have? The Sword King narrowed his eyes slightly, a gleam flashing in them as he asked. It's simple. There aren't many geniuses in the northern region, and I believe in Brother Xiao Yan's abilities. I can't take risks just because of your belief, the Sword King said in a deep voice. Sectmaster, no? The Peak Master of the Light Sword Peak and the Peak Master of the Soft Sword Peak spoke simultaneously. The Sword King's words clearly indicated that he was considering changing the Daozi. Sect Master, we just appointed Mo Qianyan as Daozi. If we change now, won't we be laughed at by everyone? Yes, Sect Master, Mo Qianyan is also at the 8 Dao Platform Foundation, not necessarily inferior to those three. Moreover, Mo Qianyan is also our excellent disciple. If he is humiliated because of Xiaoyan, wouldn't that make us the laughingstock of other sects? How would the Sword God think about this? Other elders also began to speak. Although they all admired Xiaoyan's strength, they placed even greater importance on the honor of the sect. If they changed the Daozi so quickly, the disciples of the sect would probably feel cold towards them. The most crucial reason is that Xiaoyan and Xiaoxi clearly do not have a sense of belonging to the sect. Such a genius. Even if he becomes a foundation at the 9 Dao platform and helps them secure first place in the Northern Region Grand Competition, what would it matter? In the end, they would withdraw from the sect and have no further ties with them. But Mo Qianyan is different. He has lived in the Tianshui sword sect for 3 years and has an excellent reputation. Once Mo Qianyan grows up, becomes a foundation at the 8 Dao platform, and does not fall midway, he will become a king-level existence. The Sword King furrowed his brows, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. This is indeed a difficult choice. As the sect master of the Tianshui sword sect, he has too many things to consider. First place in the Northern Region Grand Competition is the highest honor and a qualification for the Tianshui sword sect to ascend to the rank of the 4th largest super sect. And Mo Qianyan, he does not want to give up either. Mo Qianyan's master is a powerful sword cultivator. If it weren't for the sword god intervening back then, he would have been beaten by a strong enemy. That sword god is not even a disciple of their Tianshui sword sect. If the sword god hadn't intervened, they wouldn't have even known about such a person in their sect. As for how the Sword King would choose, Mo Qianyan stood at the edge of the high platform, hands behind his back, his expression calm. The surrounding voices seemed to have not reached his ears. Although he was in the midst of it, he felt like an outsider, asking the world, is there an immortal? After 3 days of having no clue, Mo Qianyan seemed to have grasped something. This sword was the pinnacle of spirit and mind combined, free from external disturbances, a peak sword of essence and spirit. I have a 90% confidence in achieving the foundation at the 9 Dao platform, Xiaoyan said in a deep voice. 90% confidence. Everyone who heard Xiaoyan's voice couldn't help but gasp. And don't forget, I am here too. I am truly at the innate extreme realm. Is there anyone else in the northern region with such talent as mine? Xiaoxi said proudly, looking provocatively at Mo Qianyan. Even the elders, who were somewhat dissatisfied, had to admit that the impact of the 9 Dao platform was unprecedented throughout the entire northern region. Perhaps they could really sweep everything and become first in the Northern State Grand Competition. If they become first in the Northern State Grand Competition, the Tianshui sword sect will truly become famous, and becoming the #1 sect in the northern region will no longer be an unreachable goal. Mo Qianyan is only at the 8 Dao platform foundation, yet now, with his position as Daozi, he can exchange for 2 9 Dao platform foundations. Mo Qianyan has the sword god behind him. Does Xiaoxi not have a powerful backing? The Sword King was genuinely moved. He couldn't help but look towards Mo Qianyan. Daozi, first place in the Northern Region Grand Competition, is really important to us, you see. The Sword King hesitated, and the reason he was so polite to Mo Qianyan was indeed because of his master, the sword god. Otherwise, would a top-tier powerhouse in the northern region treat a junior with such courtesy? Just a little bit more. Mo Qianyan came back to his senses. The asking immortal sword was always missing something. What exactly was it missing? Faced with the Sword King's words and Xiaoxi's provocative gaze, Mo Qianyan suddenly smiled lightly. He understood what he was missing, an unwavering will. Xiaoxi, since you want my position as Daozi, how about you and I have a battle at the peak of the foundation? If you win, I will willingly give you the position of Daozi. Mo Qianyan said calmly, his eyes filled with a hint of golden light. What? Mo Qianyan, are you crazy? Several elders' expressions changed. Although Mo Qianyan's talent was strong, being at the 8 Dao platform foundation, Xiaoxi was undoubtedly at the 9 Dao platform. Challenging the 9 Dao platform while being at the 8 Dao platform was simply seeking death. You want to battle me at the peak of the foundation? Xiaoxi was first taken aback, then she laughed loudly, as if she had heard the funniest thing in the world. Chapter 40. Challenge Xiaoxi dare or not. Mo Qianyan said calmly. His confident demeanor made Xiaoxi stop laughing. and she couldn't help but reassess Imo Qianyan. Though her surface realm was at the innate extreme realm, Imo Qianyan understood that she had already achieved the foundation at the Nine Dao platform. Still daring to challenge the Nine Dao platform foundation? Combining what Xiaoyan had said earlier, Imo Qianyan also had a threefold enhancement. Could it be that Imo Qianyan had not achieved the 8 Dao platform foundation, but rather the 9 Dao platform? Although I don't care much about this Daozi position, I won't just hand it over for no reason. If you don't dare, this matter is off the table, Imo Qianyan said calmly. His confident demeanor stunned all the elders. What confidence does Imo Qianyan have to challenge the extreme genius of the 9 Dao platform? And the Sword King's expression flickered with a hint of intrigue. Is Imo Qianyan really at the 8 Dao platform foundation? Who says I don't dare? In response to Imo Qianyan's calm voice, Xiao Shi'er became unsettled. Previously, outside Yinqing, she had been suppressed. Now, how could she continue to be pressed down? Who is she? The saintess of the Taiji Holy Land, the top genius of the Longting continent. In a small place, how could Imo Qianyan suppress her? Shi'er, calm down. Since Imo Qianyan dares to challenge you, he must also be at the foundation establishment of the 9 Dao platform. Xiaoyan held on to Xiao Shi'er, softly advising her to calm down. He knew that although Xiao Shi'er appeared gentle and playful, she was inherently a very proud person. That pride came from the lofty Holy Land, giving her a natural arrogance over the people of this region. Brother Xiaoyan, Shi'er is very calm right now. But please believe me, I won't lose. Xiao Shi'er looked seriously at Xiaoyan, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Brother Xiaoyan, I absolutely won't allow Imo Qianyan to be above you. She was also very confident. Even if Imo Qianyan truly became a foundation establishment of the 9 Dao platform, she still felt confident. The foundation establishment of the 9 Dao platform is already the pinnacle of this realm, but she had stronger advantages than Imo Qianyan. That is, she possessed the holy level cultivation method of the Tai Holy Land and a large number of high-level resources. Most importantly, her original realm was half-step divine ability. Even after suppressing her realm to foundation establishment, she still had considerable advantages. With all these factors, she could be considered invincible in the foundation establishment realm. Alright, if I win, the position of Daozi will belong to Brother Xiaoyan. Xiao Shi'er looked at the Tianjin Wang and the elders present. All present can witness my battle with Imo Qianyan in the foundation establishment realm. If I win, please pass the position of Daozi to Brother Xiaoyan. Daozi, you don't need to fight her at all. She is a 9 Dao platform. Yes, Daozi. The elders looked at Imo Qianyan with some concern. After all, Imo Qianyan had been in the Tianshui sword sect for 3 years. It's fine. No need to worry. I know what I'm doing. Imo Qianyan said lightly, directly leaping onto the largest competition platform. Since that's the case, let's fight now. Imo Qianyan looked at Xiao Shi'er and said calmly, now. But Xiao Shi'er hasn't even reached foundation establishment yet. An elder questioned. They couldn't see through Xiao Shi'er's true realm due to the hidden power she possessed. However, Tianjin Wang spoke up, I will bear witness to your battle. Did I ever say I was at the innate realm? Xiao Shi'er snorted coldly. Then 9 pristine Dao platforms appeared behind her. At that moment, a powerful wave of energy radiated from her surroundings. The 9 Dao platforms surrounded her, making her look like a celestial being, stunningly beautiful. 9 Dao platforms. 9 Dao platforms. How could such a young 9 Dao platform exist? All the elders gasped in surprise. Although they already knew Xiao Shi'er had the appearance of a 9 Dao platform, seeing it in reality was still an unparalleled shock. Even Tianjin Wang's eyes sparkled with surprise. Back then, he was only at the 7 Dao platform. Even the 8 Dao platform prodigies could easily defeat him. How strong could a prodigy of the 9 Dao platform be? Shi'er, Imo Qianyan is very likely also at the foundation establishment of the 9 Dao platform. Be careful. Unable to dissuade Xiao Shi'er, Xiao Yin could only remind her. Rest assured, Brother Xiao Yin, I can't lose. Xiao Shi'er smiled confidently. Imo Qianyan, if you want to challenge me, then show me your strength. I want to see if you have the ability. Xiao Shi'er waved her sleeve, stepped onto the long rainbow, and floated down to the competition platform, locking eyes with Imo Qianyan. 9 Dao platforms, are they really that strong? Looking at the 9 Dao platforms surrounding Xiao Shi'er, Imo Qianyan smiled lightly. Boom. The next moment, a pressure no weaker than Xiao Shi'er's emanated from him, crashing in all directions. What terrifying pressure! Xiao Shi'er's expression grew slightly serious. At this moment, 9 pristine Dao platforms also surrounded Imo Qianyan. The pure spiritual energy on the Tao platforms enveloped Mo Qianyan's body, combined with his white robe, making his image appear even more ethereal. At this moment, Mo Qianyan was not just bluffing. He was truly at the foundation establishment of the Nine Tao platform. Hiss. On the high platform, the elders showed expressions of shock. Mo Qianyan was actually at the foundation establishment of the Nine Tao platform. This was something they had never anticipated. If this news spreads, it would not only shock the Tianshui sword sect, but the entire northern region, and even attract the attention of big figures from other regions. The Daozi has actually become an unparalleled foundation establishment of the Nine Tao platform. My heavens, the northern region has never seen a Nine Tao platform. Now, two have appeared at the same time. The Tianshui sword sect is about to rise. No wonder he is the disciple of the sword god. The Nine Tao platform. What a defiant posture. Several elders praised, their previous dissatisfaction with Mo Qianyan completely gone. Such a prodigy would have extraordinary beings vying to protect him. If he doesn't fall midway, he will at least become an unparalleled king in the future, and may even achieve the supreme overlord realm. Once the news spreads, not to mention the northern region, even the Tai Holy Land in the central continent would invite Mo Qianyan to join. He is truly a Nine Tao platform. Below, Xiaoyan's expression was filled with unwillingness as he clenched his fists tightly. From his teacher, he knew the difficulty and death rates associated with the Nine Tao platform. He never expected Mo Qianyan to succeed. This is not simple. The sword god behind him has an extraordinary background, able to cultivate a Nine Tao platform prodigy in this place. An old voice echoed in Xiaoyan's mind. This was the second time he was amazed by Mo Qianyan's talent. Teacher, a year from now, can I really defeat him? Xiaoyan looked at Mo Qianyan, his eyes filled with intense hatred. Xiaoyan, you have lost. He would never forget the cold, aloof expression of Mo Qianyan during the Yin City Grand Competition. Of course, you possess the rare fire god body. Your potential far exceeds his. After reaching the divine ability realm, he will never be your opponent. The old voice was very certain. Those who have been to the Starry Sky stage know that the Nine Tao platform is merely an entry ticket. The awakened physique in the divine ability realm and the insights into the Tao from the transcendence realm are the key factors that will create the gap. Chapter 41. The Pinnacle Battle of the Nine Tao Platform Foundation Establishment. On the huge competition platform in the center of the square, two figures stood on either side. This was a confrontation like never seen in the history of the northern region. In the 10,000-year history of the northern region, there has never been an unparalleled prodigy of the Nine Tao platform, even among the thousands of domains in the entire northern state. An unparalleled prodigy of the Nine Tao platform appears once every 100 years. Such an unparalleled prodigy, once grown, is unimaginable. Mo Qianyan, I don't know where you got the qualification to challenge me, but today I tell you, even among the Nine Tao platforms, there are strengths and weaknesses. Xiao Shi'er looked at Mo Qianyan, enunciating each word. Mo Qianyan smiled lightly. If I lose, the position of Daozi will go to Xiaoyan. What if you lose? Ha. Hearing Mo Qianyan's words, Xiao Shi'er laughed. I, Xiao Shi'er, will lose. Mo Qianyan, you think too highly of yourself. Xiao Shi'er was very proud because she had the capital to be proud. The Tai Holy Land, the only holy land in the Longting continent, is the strongest existence. Tell me, how could I lose? If I lose the position of Daozi. If you lose nothing. Isn't that unfair? Mo Qianyan said lightly, his eyes flashing with a golden glow, as if everything were under his control. Xiao Shi'er let out a cold snort, not believing that she would be defeated. Mo Qianyan, you don't need to provoke me. I still maintain my stance. This world is vast. And don't think that just because you've achieved the Nine Paths platform, you are invincible. Fine, since that's the case, I'll accompany you. If I lose, I'll give you a spirit sword. Compared to the position of Daozi, isn't a spirit sword a bit too simple? Mo Qianyan smiled faintly, extending his hand, and 4 spirit swords appeared behind him. This was a scene that would make any ordinary extraordinary being envious. He actually had 4 spirit swords. 4. Didn't he only have 1 before leaving his sect? On the high platform, the elders all stared in disbelief. But upon reconsidering, it made sense since Mo Qianyan's master was the sword god. For spirit artifacts? Seeing the 4 spirit swords in Mo Qianyan's possession, Xiao Shi'er was also taken aback. She didn't think much of spirit artifacts, but that didn't mean she had many. The resources of the Tai Holy Land didn't equate to hers. The resources she had were only equivalent to 4 spirit artifacts at most. Most of her resources were consumed in her pursuit of innate perfection. Beside her, Xiaoyan was even more envious. He had gone through countless hardships, honing his skills in various trials, risking his life to obtain a single spirit artifact. Why did Mo Qinyan have 4? Was this the reward for being a Daozi? Why should that be? He wanted everything that Mo Qinyan had. To repay the grudge of being trampled upon back then, I can at most take out 2 spirit swords to bet with you. Xiao Xier extended her hand, producing 2 spirit swords and placing them aside. Do you really think that the Daozi position of the Tianshui sword sect is only worth 2 spirit swords? Mo Qinyan still shook his head gently. Even the elders on the high platform nodded. Spirit swords were certainly precious, but the Tianshui sword sect was not lacking in them. However, there was only one Daozi. What do you want, Mo Qinyan? Xiao Xier frowned and asked. Something of equal value to the Daozi position. Xiao Xier took a deep breath, trying to keep herself from getting angry on the spot. Otherwise, with her temper as a young lady, she would have acted recklessly already. This is a jade talisman, which contains a spirit-level gathering formation worth the equivalent of 2 spirit artifacts. Is that enough? Xiao Xier took out a pure white jade talisman and placed it next to the spirit swords. Still a little short. Mo Qinyan shook his head. What else do you want? Xiao Xier was exasperated. When had she, the young lady of the Tai Holy Land, ever been confronted like this? There is still a need for a flower caretaker at the foot of the Sword God Peak S Garden. If you lose, you'll have to go there to be a flower caretaker for a month. That's it. What? You want me to be a flower caretaker? That's right. A flower caretaker. Mo Qinyan said with a smile, as if it were just a common matter. You. Xiao Xier's pretty face flushed red. Mo Qinyan, you're bullying me. You can refuse, but then don't think about obtaining the Daozi position. Mo Qinyan smiled faintly, stepping onto a spirit sword and flying towards the martial arts stage. Wait. Xiao Xier's voice came from behind. Mo Qinyan turned around and saw Xiao Xier looking furious. Calm down, calm down. Xiao Xier repeatedly told herself to stay calm. In her mind, she had already imagined cutting this detestable guy into pieces. I can't possibly lose, just agree to him. After winning, let us see how I can humiliate him. With a determined mind, Xiao Xier took a deep breath and said coldly, All right, I agree to you. Let us fight. Mo Qinyan returned to the martial arts stage, putting away 3 of the spirit swords, leaving 1 in his hand. I announced that the duel begins. The voice of the Heavenly Sword King echoed, declaring the start of this peak showdown. In the history of the northern region, the 9 Paths Platform Foundation peak duel had never occurred before. Mo Qinyan, I will make you understand that there are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Xiao Xien's eyes shot out a cold light, a terrifying momentum soaring into the sky. Her hands were covered in golden light, transforming into arms as if made of gold, filled with an overwhelming aura. Then, beams of golden light gathered at her fingertips, forming into a giant sword, slashing towards Mo Qinyan. Xiao Xier's speed was astonishing. Almost instantaneously appearing in front of Mo Qinyan, the massive golden sword light seeming to tear apart space as it struck towards his head. Boom! The void exploded, and fierce explosions echoed around Mo Qinyan. But he stood still smiling, as if everything was inconsequential. He punched out, shattering the golden sword light. Your strength is still insufficient. He shook his head indifferently, then took a step forward, instantly appearing before Xiao Xier. The spirit sword in his hand emitted endless brilliance, like a dazzling star, radiating blinding light. Tianshui sword technique. The sword light illuminated the void, seeming to materialize as it transformed into a beam of golden light. Fiercely stabbing towards Xiao Xier. Xiao Xien's expression changed slightly as she quickly retreated several steps, once again conjuring the golden giant sword in her hand. Tai Divine Sword. Heed my command, Thunder Punishment, descend. Xiao Xier slashed down with her sword, and a massive silver thunderbolt roared like a dragon, rushing towards Mo Qinyan to engulf him. Boom! The sword light collided with the thunder dragon, producing a deafening sound, and terrifying energy spread across the martial arts stage. So strong. On the high platform, the elders and peak masters, including the Heavenly Sword King, were captivated for the first time by the 9 Paths Platform Foundation peak duel. This was a level they had never reached in their youth. This peak foundation duel, even if it happened in the Dragon Rising competition, would be the most watched. In our time, when we were at the foundation stage, We could barely challenge second pattern white Dan cultivators, yet these two are already comparable to 4 pattern silver Dan levels. The 9 Paths Platform Foundation possesses an infinite approach to 10 million strength, plus a threefold extreme amplification, reaching a terrifying 30 million strength. When we were at that level, even with amplification, we didn't have half their power. Half. You overestimate yourself. Even the 7 Paths Foundation can't reach half their level. We are merely at the 6 paths. Yes, and let alone the quality of our techniques and spiritual energy, the gap is too great. This is the power of the unparalleled talents of the 9 Paths platform. The elders all marveled, their eyes opened for the first time. On the martial arts stage, lightning and sword energy intertwined as the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Mo Qianyan moved nimbly, constantly evading Xiao Sierra's lightning strikes. On the other side, Xiao Sierra was executing her sword techniques, continuously attacking Mo Qianyan. However, Mo Qianyan appeared to be completely at ease, evading with agile movements, showing no signs of being affected. Mo Qianyan, why are you dodging? Seeing that she couldn't hit him after so long, Xiao Sierra felt frustrated. Are you afraid to fight me head-on? Xiao Sierra shouted, the sword light pouring down like rain, covering the sky. You, who have lived in a greenhouse since childhood, should be experiencing battle for the first time, right? Mo Qianyan shook his head, then stepped forward to evade the rain of swords, and thrust out a sword. A dull sound echoed, the sword energy surged, and Xiao Sierra staggered back 5 or 6 steps, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Damn it, Mo Qianyan, I will cut you into 8 pieces. Xiao Sierra's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent as she spoke each word clearly, then struck out with a palm. Instantly, a terrifying and unmatched force coalesced into a large hand, pressing down towards Mo Qianyan. Virum. The sound of a sword ringing out was heard as Mo Qianyan, holding a long sword, slashed out a cross-shaped sword energy. Boom. A huge sound erupted, and the entire void seemed to collapse. The sword energy rampaged, shattering the large hand. Puff. But at that moment, Xiao Sierra suddenly appeared behind Mo Qianyan, her golden palm striking directly against his back. Mo Qianyan quickly pulled away, a trace of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Xiao Sierra now, her expression no longer showed any signs of anger or shame. Her eyes were incredibly cold, as if everything that had just happened was merely an act, as expected of the saintess of the Tai Holy Land. As the first top talent on the 9 Dao platform that Mo Qianyan challenged, she was indeed extraordinary. However, this was also the reason why Mo Qianyan had not used the 10th Dao platform. Otherwise, with the power of the 10th Dao platform, Xiao Sierra would have no ability to resist. The Qingxin Ju of the Tai Holy Land? It seems that relying solely on the power of the 9 Dao platforms will lead to a tough battle. However, this is exactly what I wanted. To temper my Wenshin sword through Xiao Sierra's hands. Swish. Mo Qianyan stepped out, his robes billowing, appearing in midair. In an instant, sword light howled, and the fierce sword energy tore through the void as if it wanted to obliterate all things in the world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword beams shattered the air, each one carrying an incredibly sharp force. The sky was filled with sword light, pouring down on Xiao Sierra like a rain curtain. But Xiao Sierra's expression remained unchanged. Behind her appeared a phantom golden bell, dazzling with golden light, blocking Mo Qianyan's attack. Immediately after, a golden long sword appeared in Xiao Sierra's hand. Though it was unclear when it had manifested, this golden long sword was about 10 feet long, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, exuding an extremely powerful aura. This was a super strong sword that surpassed spiritual artifacts. However, due to Xiao Sierra's strength, she could not fully unleash the true power of the golden sword. Tai Sword Classic, the sword comes from the east. Xiao Sierra shouted lightly, and the vast spiritual energy from within her surged wildly into the golden long sword. Then she slashed out, resembling a golden meteor streaking across the sky. This sword strike was too powerful. Even Mo Qianyan felt a hint of danger. This sword move was undoubtedly at the royal level, with immense power. Mo Qianyan narrowed his eyes, retreating several steps, then raised the spiritual sword above his head, shouting lowly. Heavenly kill sword technique, heaven and earth in a line. Buzz. The spiritual sword trembled, and endless sword energy burst forth, transforming into a river of sword energy. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The sword energies collided, causing massive explosions in the air. Puff. Xiao Sierra retreated 3 steps, unable to suppress a mouthful of fresh blood. Her eyes filled with incredulity. Why did she take out a royal grade sword and use a royal level sword move, yet still lose? Your sword is strong, but you are ultimately too immature, exposing too many weaknesses, Imo Qianyan said softly as he approached with the long sword in hand. Xiao Sierra's strength was formidable, but she was still too young, lacking the experience of true life and death battles. And his memories from 1,000 years in his past life were his most valuable combat experience now. Imo Qianyan, do you really think you can win against me? Xiao Sierra wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and suddenly laughed. Imo Qianyan frowned slightly. Imo Qianyan, although you are powerful, you are still far from defeating me, Xiao Sierra said with a smile, slowly continuing. You should not know why the true top talents on the 9-Dao platform are called invincible, right? In the next moment, Imo Qianyan's eyes suddenly focused. As he saw the 9-Dao platforms beside Xiao Sierra actually converge at this moment, they transformed into a completely golden Dao platform. At the same time, Xiao Sierra's aura surged once again. 9 Dao platforms converging? Imo Qianyan frowned. This was indeed something he had never encountered before. The golden Dao platform that Xiao Sierra possessed now was remarkably similar to his 10th Dao platform. Chapter 43. Both suffer losses after Xiao Sierra's 9 Dao platforms converged. Her aura surged dramatically, doubling in strength. Her pure physical power reached nearly 20 million. Such strength was already infinitely close to Imo Qianyan's 10th Dao platform. So, the Dao platforms can converge. What is this? The 9 Dao platforms turned into a golden Dao platform? Hiss. Xiao Sierra's aura is now comparable to the 6-pattern Silver Dan level. Not to mention Imo Qianyan. Even the elders on the high platform were witnessing the convergence of Dao platforms for the first time. In an instant, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. This was incredible. The convergence of 9 Dao platforms was unheard of. Teacher, can Dao platforms really converge? Xiaoyan also asked his teacher for the first time. Hehe. The world is full of wonders, Xiaoyan. You should know that breaking through from foundation establishment to the Golden Dan realm requires the condensation of 9 Dao platforms to form a Golden Dan within the body. The convergence of 9 Dao platforms is the embryonic form of the Golden Dan, which can be called a half-step Golden Dan realm. However, this can only be achieved with a perfect 9 Dao platform. Because there has always been a legend in the world that the 9 Dao platform's foundation establishment is not the limit, and there exists a unique Dao platform, which is the Golden Dao platform. The method of the unique Dao platform has been lost in the world, but a great sage created the convergence of 9 Dao platforms, allowing for the demonstration of the unique Dao platform's powerful strength in a short time. Looking at Imo Qianyan's expression, he likely does not know about the unique Dao platform realm. It seems his mysterious master has not reached this level either. I see, then Sierra is bound to win. Xiaoyan nodded, excitement filling his face. Imo Qianyan, I assume you have never experienced the convergence of 9 Dao platforms, right? Xiao Sierra looked at Imo Qianyan's silent demeanor, her eyes revealing a hint of cold laughter. So what if I haven't? Do you think that can truly defeat me? Imo Qianyan remained calm. Humph. Xiao Sierra coldly snorted. Imo Qianyan, you are too arrogant. Since that's the case, today I will make you lose convincingly. Tai sword technique, Tai exorcism. Swish, swish, swish. As her voice fell, a dense spiritual energy erupted from Xiao Sierra's golden Dao platform, merging into the golden long sword in her hand. In an instant, a blinding golden light illuminated the entire arena, like a blazing golden sun. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the golden light shone brilliantly, transforming into a towering wave sweeping in all directions. A thick sword energy slashed fiercely towards Imo Qianyan. Imo Qianyan did not dare to underestimate this, raising his spiritual sword to block with spiritual energy. Boom. The two clashed, and a terrifying gust of wind erupted from the arena. Thud, thud, thud. Imo Qianyan was forced to retreat 3 large steps, each step pushing him back hundreds of meters. Xiao Sierra's current strength was not much weaker than when he opened all 10 Dao platforms. However, Imo Qianyan did not dare to expose the 10 Dao platform, as he was still unclear about what the 10 Dao platform represented in the vast universe. If he carelessly revealed it, he feared that he would be targeted by supreme powers and taken away for dissection and research. Imo Qianyan, what now? Do you want to continue fighting? Seeing Imo Qianyan retreating repeatedly, Xiao Sierra burst into laughter. After she unified her 9 Dao platforms, Imo Qianyan's strength was no match for her. Unless Imo Qianyan could also achieve the unification of the 9 Dao platforms. But clearly, he could not do so now, even if he were told the method of unification. He could not achieve it right away. If it were that simple, the unification of the 9 Dao platforms would truly be commonplace. With just one strike, he felt a surge of energy and blood rolling within him. Without revealing some hidden cards, he could not defeat her. Imo Qianyan took a deep breath. He understood that with the conventional power of the 9 Dao platforms, he would not be a match for Xiao Xier before him. Tai sword formation, activate. Dozens of long swords flew out and formed a massive formation in front of him. Haha, useless. Your strength is far too inferior to mine, and your so-called sword formation is futile. Xiao Xier sneered coldly, and with a heavy stomp of her foot on the ground, she instantly charged into the sword formation. She was very confident and intended to directly break through Imo Qianyan's sword formation. Clang! She swept her long sword, and in an instant, one of the long swords actually broke. Imo Qianyan frowned slightly. It was still that his long swords were of too low quality. With his current soul power combined with the Tai sword formation, he could contend against a 6-pattern silver pill expert. Xiao Xier, unified with the 9 Dao platforms, was at this level, perhaps even slightly weaker. However, to unleash his soul power, he needed a Tai sword formation composed of 6 spirit swords. Currently, he only had 4. Although using dozens of various grade treasures could substitute, some inferior grade treasures could not withstand Xiao Xier's attacking power. Clang, clang, clang. One by one, the long swords were destroyed by Xiao Xier, turning into fragments. Yet, even so, Imo Qianyan's Tai sword formation did not collapse. What a solid sword formation! As they fought, Xiao Xier noticed something was off. Generally speaking, with Imo Qianyan's strength at the 9 Dao platforms, he could only exert the power of a 4-pattern silver pill. But now, the attack and defense level was at the 6-pattern silver pill level. Although it seemed she was destroying sword after sword, only she understood that each destruction consumed a large amount of spiritual energy. When her internal spiritual energy dropped to a certain level, the unified Dao platform would disperse again, and it could not recombine for a short time. Even with special methods to enhance it, it would ultimately not compare to a true 10 Dao platform. Why does this sword formation feel so familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere? Xiao Xier frowned, vaguely remembering that she seemed to have seen this sword formation before. But what it was, she could not recall at the moment. There were too many techniques in the Tai Holy Land, and since she did not practice sword formations, she did not realize this was one of the 3 royal-level sword formations of the Tai Holy Land. Within the sword formation, beams of sword light crisscrossed, but all were blocked by Xiao Xier. Unified with the 9 Dao platforms, Xiao Xier was indeed very strong. After dodging a sword formation attack, Xiao Xier looked at Imo Qianyan, knowing she could not delay any longer. If she delayed further, she would fall out of the unified level of the 9 Dao platforms. And that would be truly dangerous. Tai sword technique, Tai exorcism. With a delicate shout, golden spiritual mist enveloped her, and waves of sharp momentum surged outward. 100 golden blades appeared, swirling around her like crescent moons, their sharp light shaking the entire sword formation. She no longer intended to break Imo Qianyan's strange sword formation, but wanted to charge through a gap and kill Imo Qianyan. The Tai sword formation could not stop Xiao Xier. Watching Xiao Xier unleash a powerful sword move, Imo Qianyan understood very well. If Xiao Xier got through, with her current strength, unless she exposed the 10 Dao platform, she would almost certainly be defeated. Boom. With this in mind, Imo Qianyan decisively self-destructed the sword formation. Apart from 4 spirit swords, the remaining 20 or 30 treasures all exploded at this moment. Rumble. The violent explosion distorted the void, with endless spiritual energy and sword intent wreaking havoc, forming a mushroom cloud that enveloped the martial arts arena. Bang! Uft! Xiao Xier was directly sent flying, spitting blood. Her clothes stained red, supporting her trembling body with her sword, her chest heaving continuously. Although Imo Qianyan was in a slightly better situation, he was also injured. His face pale, a trace of bright red blood at the corner of his mouth. Just now, self-destructing 20 or 30 treasures, even with his strong soul power. He was still significantly injured. In this collision, he did not use the 10 Dao platform, but lightly injured the unified 9 Dao platforms, Xiao Xier. Chapter 44. A sword from the immortal. An ancient saint's finger looking at the two who were mutually injured, the elders on the high platform fell silent. Is this the strength of a peerless genius at the 9 Dao platforms? When they were at the core formation stage, they were probably no better. This means that they were also once arrogant geniuses who could be fought against by someone a major realm above them. The feeling of this made them unsure of what to say, only relieved that they did not compete with such prodigious talents in the same era and region. Otherwise, facing such a peerless genius, how much immense pressure would they have to endure? Only the Sword King had a strange light flickering in his eyes. Hundreds of years ago, he was a peak genius at the 7 Dao platforms, having entered the top 5 of the Northern Region competition and participated in the Northern Prefecture competition. There, he encountered a peerless genius at the 9 Dao platforms. That was a supremely powerful genius capable of suppressing the entire younger generation of the Northern Prefecture. However, in his eyes, that 9 Dao genius was far inferior to the two before him. Is this your greatest reliance? Xiao Sierra raised her arm, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her beautiful face filled with coldness. I admit your strength is impressive, Emo Qianyan said softly. You're not bad either. You're the first to force me into such a predicament. Xiao Xian'er's eyes were filled with killing intent, wishing to slay Emo Qianyan immediately. You are also the first. Emo Qianyan sheathed his spirit swords, leaving only one in hand. If you have no other means, this battle should be decided. Xiao Sierra raised her golden long sword, her gaze icy. She did not expect this battle to turn out this way. In her impression, she should have easily defeated Emo Qianyan. As a saintess with so many advanced techniques, she did not expect that even after putting forth the unification of the 9 Dao platforms, she could not completely defeat Emo Qianyan. At this moment, in her eyes, Emo Qianyan was no longer an unrefined genius, but a true formidable opponent she had to take seriously. This was still based on the fact that Emo Qianyan did not know the method of unifying the 9 Dao platforms. What other tricks do you have? Feel free to use them. I will take them all, Emo Qianyan said. Xiao Sierra took a deep breath, looking towards the high platform, and said, the next move I'm going to use, I cannot control its power. I hope you will keep an eye on your Daozi and not let me kill him. As the voice fell, Xiao Sierra sheathed her golden sword and suddenly looked up, gazing at the sky, then closed her eyes. Buzz. In the next moment, the sky changed color. The originally sunny and clear sky suddenly turned into dark clouds, with thunder rumbling and fierce winds howling. A powerful wave of energy radiated out, and the spiritual energy in the sky seemed to be drawn towards the vortex, surging towards the space above Xiaoxi. This fluctuation of energy between heaven and earth indicates a sacred-level technique or combat skill. On the high platform, the elders of the extraordinary realm were shocked and stood up, their expressions filled with amazement. This was the third time they had been astonished today. The emotional fluctuations they experienced today were probably greater than those of the past century combined. The sacred-level technique and sword moves she executed were extremely similar to those of the Tai Sacred Land. Could it be that the force behind her is the Tai Sacred Land? The Heavenly Sword King couldn't help but speculate about Xiao Xi's origins. The Tai Sacred Land, that colossal entity, was beyond the imagination of the Heavenly Sword King. The entire Tianshui sword sect was as weak as ants before it. To be called a sacred land indicates that its creator was a supreme powerhouse of the sacred realm. Even if the Tai saint had passed away tens of thousands of years ago, how could the legacy left by a saint be weak? The sacred-level technique executed by the united 9 Dao platforms. Looking at this scene, Emo Qianyan became extremely serious. Without revealing the 9 Dao platforms, the only possibility for him to receive this attack was to ask the world if there are immortals. Like Xiaoxi, he closed his eyes, quietly comprehending something. Entering a mysterious state, body, mind, and spirit united, he wielded the ultimate sword. In Emo Qianyan's mind, the image of his master S strike surfaced. This sword was called Ask the World If There Are Immortals. What is Emo Qianyan doing? The elders on the high platform looked at him in confusion. It seemed he was brewing a powerful sword move, but why was there no fluctuation of energy? On the other side, Xiaoxi opened her eyes, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood onto one of her golden palms. The first form of the Tai Divine Palm, Ancient Saint Finger. Xiaoxi extended her golden index finger, aiming at Emo Qianyan, and slowly pointed it out. Buzz. Instantly, behind her, vast spiritual energy condensed into an ancient figure. Dressed in a green shirt, tall and slender, carrying a long sword, giving a feeling of elegance. Like Xiaoxi, this ethereal figure also slowly extended a golden index finger towards Imo. Buzz. In an instant, a series of trembling sounds echoed through the void. A golden finger emerged from thin air, carrying terrifying power, pressing down towards Imo. No, upon closer inspection, it could be seen that this was only half a finger. Xiao Xier's current realm could not fully unleash the power of this move. But even if it was just half a finger, the terrifying aura still made people shudder. Why wasn't Imo making a move? Several elders could no longer sit still, ready to intervene at any moment. Imo must not die. The unparalleled genius of the 9 Dao platforms is the future hope of their Tianshui sword sect. Just as the half finger was about to press down on Imo Qianyan's head, one of the elders stepped onto the competition platform, nervously watching everything. Seeing Imo Qianyan still not moving, the elder sighed lightly, preparing to take action, but then stopped in his tracks. A brilliant sword light suddenly erupted from Imo Qianyan's body, a sharp aura spreading out, filling the entire arena. Boom. At that moment, Imo Qianyan finally opened his eyes, his dark pupils bursting forth with a brilliant light, like a sharp blade cutting through the void, captivating all hearts. I have a sword, named Ask the Immortal. Boom. A dazzling sword light cleaved from Imo Qianyan's hand, directly striking the half-golden finger. Everyone watching this sword light seemed to see a fairyland. So beautiful, even extraordinary beings were drawn in, unable to break free immediately. Even the Heavenly Sword King experienced a moment of daze, and Xiao Xier had completely entered the fairyland of the sword light. As if she had ascended to the immortal realm, a smile on her lips. Boom. Under everyone's gaze, the beautiful sword light collided with the half finger. At that moment, the world fell silent. It was as if all sounds had vanished. Only 2 brilliant streams of light shone over the entire arena. Chapter 45. Xiao Xier admits defeat. The beautiful sword light collided with the half-chaotic finger, rendering the world soundless. After the tranquility came the fierce wind and torrential rain. In the next moment, the crisp sound of shattering echoed, and countless tiny cracks appeared on that half-golden finger. Then these cracks rapidly expanded, spreading across the entire half-finger in the blink of an eye. Boom. Ultimately, this half-finger exploded. The power of the sacred-level combat skill was immense. The terrifying shockwave swept around, instantly engulfing the figures of Imo Qianyan and Xiao Xier. Break. But at a critical moment, the Heavenly Sword King intervened, blocking all the residual waves. At this time, several extraordinary elders had only just returned to their senses from the fairyland of the sword light. Their expressions were filled with shock. What kind of sword move was this that could affect their minds? They were not at the Golden Core stage, but extraordinary level powerhouses. To be influenced by the sword move of a foundational junior was simply unimaginable. Finally, as the 2 beams of light gradually dimmed, everyone could see the scene on the arena. Imo Qianyan stood unharmed, his clothes perfectly neat without a single wrinkle. On the opposite side, Xiao Xier lay on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. It was clear that Xiao Xier had lost. However, even after losing, she had not yet awakened from that sword move. It was the Heavenly Sword King who intervened to awaken her. Xiao Xier, you have won. Xiao Xier struggled to get up, her face filled with intense shock and a hint of bitterness. If it had not been a duel but a life-and-death battle, she would have already died just now. When the sword light shattered her ancient saint finger, the energy did not dissipate, but continued to strike towards her. It was the Heavenly Sword King who blocked this sword. Otherwise, she would have been killed while her mind was trapped in the fairyland. She did not lose to a higher realm enemy, but to an unparalleled genius at the same realm as her. Yet losing to a genius at the same realm made her expression even more bitter. As the proud daughter of a sacred land, a direct descendant of the ancient saint bloodline, even after using the 9 Dao platforms and sacred-level combat skills, she still lost. This was her first battle since coming into the world. Not only did she fail to showcase the unparalleled style of the 9 Dao platforms, but she also lost. Not just a little, but completely. Under that sword, all her pride and confidence were shattered. You are always welcome to challenge me again, but next time, the wager will not just be for spiritual swords, Imo Qianyan said. However, just as he was about to leave, Xiao Xier suddenly called out to him. Can you tell me the name of this sword? Xiao Xier said softly, lowering her eyes. Imo Qianyan stopped in his tracks, and his voice was calm as he replied. I still say this world is very vast. After finishing his words, he stepped onto his spirit sword and left. Behind him, Xiao Xier bit her lip, her expression incredibly complex. A month ago, she had overwhelming advantages when facing Imo Qianyan. At that time, Imo Qianyan was only at the peak of the innate realm and could only build 8 platforms. But now, he had become an invincible genius in the foundation building stage. This sense of defeat would be a huge blow to anyone. In fact, some people would collapse directly under such a blow, their resolve shattered. Of course, there are also those who work even harder to become stronger, turning failure into motivation to strive for another chance in the future. As for what choice Xiao Xie would make, Imo Qianyan did not care. Xiao Yinzi, wake up, wake up! Below the competition stage, Xiao Yin was in a daze, completely immersed in the sword's intent. What happened to me? After being called awake, Xiao Yin still looked confused. Seeing Xiao Xie standing quietly on the competition stage, he couldn't help but feel excited. Teacher, did Xie win? Sigh, Xiao Yinzi, you just fell into Imo Qianyan's sword intent. Was that fairyland world of sword intent just now Imo Qianyan's? Xiao Yin was shocked. What level of sword move could influence a person's mind? By the way, teacher, who actually won? Sigh, Imo Qianyan won. Impossible, how could Xie lose? Xiao Yin had a disbelieving expression, and at the same time, he couldn't accept this result. If someone as powerful and mysterious as Xiao Xie couldn't defeat Imo Qianyan, could he really defeat Imo Qianyan? Even I am in awe of that sword. If it was taught to him by his master, then his master must be an unimaginable existence. An old voice sighed in Xiao Yan's mind. Imo Qianyan's repeated actions continued to refresh his evaluation of Imo Qianyan. I must become stronger. No matter what method I use, I must become stronger. I want to surpass Imo Qianyan and trample him underfoot. A surge of madness welled up deep in Xiao Yan's heart, and his jealousy and hatred towards Imo Qianyan grew stronger. Xiao Yinzi, don't think about defeating Imo Qianyan for now. What you need to do now is find a place to cultivate in peace and achieve the 9 platforms of foundation building as soon as possible. Sword God Peak, Daozi Hall. A flash of light passed by and stopped at the entrance of Daozi Hall. Imo Qianyan stepped down from the long sword, and at that moment, his face had turned incredibly pale, devoid of any color. Although he had just defeated Xiao Xie, it was an immense burden for him. The Sword of Inquiring the Immortal was not a sword move that could be performed at the foundation building realm. He had forcibly executed it, exhausting all his energy. Although his body felt very uncomfortable at that moment, his eyes sparkled with brilliant light. That was because he had successfully executed the Sword of Inquiring the Immortal and had felt the sword momentum and even the sword intent in advance. This would bring tremendous progress and improvement to his swordsmanship. It could be said that if he achieved the Golden Core realm, he would comprehend the true sword momentum in a very short time and reach half-step divine ability. He would not need to spend extra time to comprehend the sword momentum anymore. Back in his room, Imo Qianyan could no longer hold on and fell into a deep sleep. That sword had exhausted all his vitality, and he had been holding on all the way back, not allowing Xiao Xie to detect any flaws. While Imo Qianyan was asleep, the sword momentum on him was slowly gathering. A faint sword momentum was forming. The door to the divine ability realm had already been opened, and when he woke up, it would be a brand new beginning. This deep sleep lasted for 3 whole days. During those 3 days, news of 2 unparalleled geniuses possessing 8 platforms spread throughout the Tianshui sword sect and gradually circulated in the northern domain. Xiao Yin and Xiao Xie also successfully became true disciples. However, they were unique. Although they were true disciples, they had no master and had not joined any peak. Practicing alone, the Tianshui sword sect granted each of them a small mountain peak, providing the highest level of treatment. Their status was above all core disciples, only second to Daozi Imo Qianyan. Chapter 46. The only 9 platforms. The morning sunlight shone on Imo Qianyan, and he opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, instantly feeling incredibly refreshed. This feeling was so comfortable. After 3 days of deep sleep and rest, Imo Qianyan felt at ease all over. He turned over and sat up, sensing himself and discovering that he had recovered to his peak state. No, he was even stronger than his peak state. His soul power had increased slightly, and although his physical strength had not improved, his overall strength had made a significant leap. With all 10 platforms opened, combined with the Sword of Inquiring the Immortal, what would be the extent of his ultimate attack power? A 6-pattern silver core would absolutely not be able to withstand it. Could a 7-pattern golden core genius withstand it? Perhaps not even they could. 9 platforms unite. Recalling the scene where Xiao Xie's strength had skyrocketed before, Imo Qianyan pondered slightly. He thought for just a second before sitting cross-legged to cultivate, preparing to try the unification of the 9 platforms. In his spiritual sea, 9 flawless white platforms rotated around the central golden platform. Should the platforms be fused together all at once or one by one? Mo Qianyan first manipulated 2 of the white platforms to slowly approach each other, then gradually collided. The moment the 2 platforms touched, a peculiar force erupted, quickly spreading throughout his body. Mo Qianyan felt as if his body was being pierced by thousands of needles, and then a cracking sound came from between the 2 platforms, as if they would shatter at any moment. Mo Qianyan's expression changed slightly, and he quickly moved the 2 platforms apart, stopping the fusion. But he did not give up and continued to try. He first moved the central golden platform to the side, allowing the 9 platforms to rotate slowly, then gradually brought them closer step by step. This time, he was trying to fuse them together, but having learned from the previous experience, he was very cautious and moved slowly. As the 9 platforms continued to approach, the pain returned and intensified. But Mo Qianyan ignored it and continued operating. When the distance between the 9 platforms grew even closer, there were finally some subtle changes. Mo Qianyan could clearly feel that while his manipulative power had not increased, the rotation speed of the 9 platforms was actually accelerating. The 9 platforms seemed to be connected in some way, attracting each other. Soon, the 9 platforms completely fitted together, and they were even pulling towards each other. Mo Qianyan felt that a subtle connection had formed between him and the 9 platforms, and his ultimate power seemed to loosen slightly. It really works. Mo Qianyan was overjoyed. Originally, he had just been trying it out, as this was a completely new path for him, but he hadn't expected it to actually be effective. He continued to operate, and the 9 platforms were slowly merging, with a layer of golden light already appearing on their surfaces. But just as the complete fusion was about to happen, it failed. The 9 platforms repelled each other uncontrollably, as if there was a barrier between them, preventing their convergence. Simply put, none of the 9 platforms would yield to the others. If the 9 platforms were to merge into one, who would be the master of this new platform? The 9 platforms were identical. No one could dominate the others, which led to mutual repulsion and a guaranteed failure of fusion. Mo Qianyan was also unclear about how Xiao Xier overcame this repulsive force, at least. He didn't know at that moment. However, the recent loosening of power indicated to him that fusion was indeed feasible. What method could eliminate this repulsive force? Suddenly, another thought flashed through Mo Qianyan's mind. If the strengths were similar and no one would yield, what if there was a huge disparity in strength? Mo Qianyan's mind shifted to the golden platform. His previous thinking had been rigid. Having witnessed Xiao Xier's 9 platforms merging, he attempted the same. But why not try merging 10 platforms instead? Xiao Xier's 9 platforms merged because she only had 9, yet he had 10. The golden platform was originally the center surrounded by the 9 pristine white platforms, certainly at a higher level than the others. If the 10 platforms merged with the golden platform as the master, wouldn't that eliminate the mutual resistance? Without hesitation, Mo Qianyan began to merge again, this time with all 10 platforms together. The 9 flawless white platforms circled around the central golden platform, rotating slowly as they drew closer to merging. At the moment the platforms touched, the golden platform suddenly brightened, shimmering with dazzling golden light from within. Boom! A deep rumble echoed as the 9 flawless white platforms slowly merged into the golden platform. At that moment, Mo Qianyan felt no pain. Instead, he felt incredibly comfortable, warmth enveloping his entire body. Moments later, the golden platform erupted with brilliant rays, dazzling to the eye. The 9 flawless white platforms had completely merged with the golden platform. The 10 platforms had now transformed into a singular platform. Boom! Mo Qianyan's body trembled violently. An overwhelmingly powerful force surged throughout him. At this moment, his physical strength was no longer 20 million, but had reached 33,333,333. When accounting for the threefold ultimate enhancement, the power was precisely 100 million. That is, one dragon's power. Is this the true pinnacle of foundation building? Mo Qianyan lowered his head, staring at his hands, murmuring to himself, one dragon's power is incredibly strong. It could contend with the talents of the 7-pattern golden core. If he unleashed a holy level battle technique or the asking immortal sword, the 7-pattern golden core would stand no chance. His singular platform was clearly larger than Xiao Xier's, and the golden light was more intense. Xiao Xier's singular platform had only about 20 million power, And even with the ultimate enhancement, it was only around 60 million, comparable to his 10 platforms. After the 10 platforms merged, Xiao Xier could no longer compare to him. Mo Qianyan felt extremely excited. He was very grateful for Xiao Xier's help. If it weren't for her fighting with him, he wouldn't have known the level of the singular platform, which directly allowed him to step into the golden core realm. Now, he had achieved the singular platform and reached the true limit of foundation building. Moreover, he sensed that the duration of his singular platform seemed to have no restrictions. Unlike Xiao Xier, his singular platform had perfectly merged and would not separate again. He could maintain the pinnacle strength of the foundation building realm at all times. He wondered how powerful the golden core condensed from the singular platform would be. Mo Qianyan was filled with anticipation. If 9 platforms in foundation building could produce a 9-pattern golden core, then what kind of golden core would he have? A 10-pattern golden core? A 9-pattern purple core? Having achieved a singular platform, he decided to push forward and break into the golden core realm. Mo Qianyan took a deep breath, entered the training room on the 3rd floor of the Daozi Hall, set up a simple spirit gathering array, and directly attempted to break into the golden core realm. Then, he activated his cultivation technique, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to prepare for the breakthrough. A massive amount of spiritual energy gathered, and immediately, a torrent of energy surged in, nourishing his body. His bones and muscles were undergoing transformation. Every inch of his flesh contained astonishing power. Upon reaching the golden core realm, it would be an entirely different world. In the golden core realm, the human body is developed to the extreme, and the flesh reaches a state of perfection. While it cannot directly extend lifespan, it allows the body to maintain its peak state, living without illness or disaster until the theoretical limit of lifespan. 150 years old. The foundational realm and the king's realm are both novice realms. Therefore, there is a saying in the cultivation world: once a golden core is swallowed, my fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of heaven. Thank you to the anonymous benefactor for the explosive update and flowers. Thank you to Here is the Wind for the urging talisman. And thanks to several readers for their love and support. After a month of writing, I finally received a gift. Thank you. Chapter 47, Golden Core Thunder Tribulation. Damn it. This Mo Qianyan actually left me alone. At the foot of Sword God Peak, in a large garden, Xiao Xier held a pair of large scissors, angrily cutting off a vividly blooming peony, her eyes filled with anger. Hey, newcomer, do you know how to tend to flowers? You've cut them all off. Xiao Bai passed by and, seeing this scene, immediately walked over and said, "Let me teach you how to do it." Saying this, he snatched the large scissors from Xiao Xier's hand and seriously trimmed the long, sprouting branches. While trimming, he said, "You're new here, right? You look so beautiful. Are you the young master's newly recruited maid?" "I'm Mo Qianyan's maid." Xiao Xier instantly exploded. "What qualifications does Mo Qianyan have to make me his maid?" Xiao Bai awkwardly replied, "I'm sorry. I saw you here tending to flowers, and I thought you were the young master's new maid." "Don't mention that word again," Xiao Xier shouted angrily. She was very upset, extremely upset. "Actually, the young master is quite nice. He is very gentle, and he treats us and Miss Qinxue very well," Xiao Bai said with admiration in her eyes. "Stop." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xier quickly interrupted him. Boom. At the top of Sword God Peak, suddenly dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder roared. Boom. Boom. Thunder struck down, and the entire sky seemed to split apart, with terrifying thunder serpents dancing wildly, resembling a world-ending scene. "Young master," Xiao Bai exclaimed, dropping the large scissors in her hand and running towards the top of Sword God Peak. "Don't go there." Xiao Xier suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Bai, blocking her. "The young master is still at the top of the mountain. He will be in danger," Xiao Bai said anxiously. Seeing the young master in danger made her mind go blank, completely forgetting to consider whether her strength would be a hindrance. "He is fine. This is the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation. He is undergoing the tribulation." Xiao Xier looked at the constantly rolling thunder in the sky, her eyes shimmering with a hint of wonder. Not only Xiao Xier, at this moment, the thunder tribulation alarmed many people, and they couldn't help but look in that direction with shock on their faces. Is there a thunder tribulation in that direction? Is there a senior from our sect undergoing the extraordinary tribulation? Is our Tianxue sword sect about to have another extraordinary being? Such a terrifying thunder tribulation. Just the pressure emanating from it makes me feel like I can't bear it. All the disciples were discussing fervently, wanting to know what was happening. Only a few elder-level figures had shining eyes. That direction is the Sword God Peak. Although the aura of this thunder tribulation is very strong, it doesn't reach the extraordinary level. But is there a thunder tribulation below extraordinary? Not necessarily. According to legend, peerless talents can trigger a thunder tribulation even in the Divine Passage realm or Golden Core realm. Could it be Mo Qianyan? At this moment, all the elders showed astonishment in their eyes. Mo Qianyan's realm was previously Foundation Establishment. Is this thunder tribulation the Golden Core thunder tribulation? Those who attract a thunder tribulation in the Golden Core realm are rare peerless talents in the world. Even those with an 8-pattern Golden Core cannot trigger a thunder tribulation. Boom. Another thunder tribulation struck down, and the terrifying destructive power swept across the sky. Break. Mo Qianyan stepped on his spirit sword and rushed towards the sea of thunder. He punched out, and lightning splashed, turning into a rain of light that dissipated. The third thunder tribulation was a full-force blow at the level of a 9-pattern Golden Core. In the sky, Missouri Qianyan felt the tingling sensation in his fist, and his expression became serious. This was only the third thunder tribulation, and its power had already reached the level of a 9-pattern Golden Core, achieving the power of 3 dragons. How many more thunder tribulations are there? What level of power will they have? Buzz. In Mo Qianyan's spiritual sea, a crystal-clear white dan the size of a fist appeared. On the white dan, 3 lines were engraved, and the 3 lines reflected each other, forming a special balance. The 3-pattern white dan realm, at this moment, Mo Qianyan's pure physical strength had reached over 13 million. Breaking through from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core is similar to the transition from Innate to Foundation Establishment. Every pattern increases the strength in the Foundation Establishment realm. When Mo Qianyan was at the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment, his physical strength reached over 33 million, and now, he had condensed into a 3-pattern white dan. Buzz. The next moment, this white dan trembled slightly, a silver hue emerged, and in a very short time, the silver completely covered the white, transforming into a silver dan. At the same time, when the silver dan appeared, a 4th line manifested, representing the 4-pattern silver dan realm. When the 4-pattern silver dan realm was achieved, Mo Qianyan's physical strength increased by over 30 million again. Rumble. In the sky, the 4th thunder tribulation descended. At the foot of Sword God Peak, Xiao Xian's eyes sparkled with wonder. When she achieved the Golden Core realm, she also encountered a thunder tribulation. But her thunder tribulation's power was obviously not as strong as Mo Qianyan's. Could it be that he mastered the method of merging the 9 platforms in just a few days? Otherwise, why would the thunder tribulation be so terrifying? Xiao Sierra recalled the pain she endured during her 9-platform fusion and the complex method, making it hard to imagine how Mo Qianyan accomplished it. And that sword, its grade definitely exceeded the sacred level, perhaps even reaching the supreme level. What kind of colossal force is behind Mo Qianyan? Boom. The 6th thunder tribulation was even more terrifying, appearing in black. This thunder raged through the sky, tearing apart the void, and violently struck Mo Qianyan. He withstood this thunder tribulation with his physical body, his white robe charred, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and he staggered back a few steps. Poof! Spitting out a mouthful of filthy blood, looking up at the sky, Missouri Qianyan's eyes became even brighter. Such a fierce thunder tribulation, now that's powerful enough. The elders watching this scene were nearly wide-eyed. Withstanding the thunder tribulation with his physical body, what kind of operation is this? Is he not afraid of being killed by the thunder tribulation? Whoosh! Mo Qianyan's spiritual sea was filled with a brilliant golden dan, golden and shining like a sun, radiating immense light and illuminating the void. The 7-pattern golden dan realm, achieved. When the golden dan realm was established, the thunder tribulation in the sky paused for a moment. But the next moment, the area of dark clouds suddenly doubled. Boom! A giant black thunderbolt struck down, like a massive mountain of thunder crashing down. The terrifying aura making the hearts of many disciples race. Tai E-sword formation activate. Seeing this, Mo Qianyan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This power already posed a significant threat to him. He couldn't withstand it with his physical body anymore. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, 5 long swords flew out, swirling around him wildly. Then, the 5 spirit swords shot into the sky, heading towards the black thunder tribulation. Bang! A violent collision echoed through the heavens and earth. And in the sky, endless thunder wreaked havoc, the terrifying waves sweeping in all directions. Boom. Finally, the black thunder exploded. Although this thunder tribulation was blocked, it also sent the 5 spirit swords flying. The number of spirit swords isn't enough again. I can now control 10 spirit swords with my soul power. And the first formation has already reached great success. Watching as the 7th thunder tribulation was about to break the sword formation, Empress couldn't help but frown. Boom, boom. The 8th and 9th thunder tribulations actually fell simultaneously. These 2 thunder tribulations were very special, transforming into 2 thunder dragons. The 2 thunder dragons, 1 gold and 1 silver, emitted a destructive aura as they lunged towards Empress. Chapter 48. The Sword Touching the Extraordinary. The gold and silver thunder tribulation, in ancient legends, could only be triggered by a peerless talent at the 9-pattern golden core level. Our Tianshui sword sect has actually produced a peerless talent at the 9-pattern golden core level. An elder looked at the thunder dragons in the sky above Sword God Peak, unable to contain his shock. He was not present during the duel that day and didn't know that both Empress and Xiao Xier were peerless talents with 9 platforms. With the dual tribulations descending, Empress had truly merged the 9 platforms. At the foot of Sword God Peak, Xiao Xier looked at the 2 thunder dragons in the sky, her expression complex as she spoke. Humph, with the dual tribulations descending, it won't be so easy to block. It's best to give him a severe lesson. Heavenly Kill Sword Technique, Qianquan Suppressing Demons. Empress held the long sword, and his aura changed. At this moment, he seemed to transform into an infinitely sharp treasure sword. Unmatched, and like an immortal among swords. His gaze was cold, and sword energy surged as he slashed at the 2 thunder dragons. This was the 2nd form of the Heavenly Kill Sword Technique, with overwhelming power. Boom. The sword light surged, carrying a fierce sword aura. As if it could pierce the heavens, the sword energy collided with the thunder dragon. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and the silver thunder dragon actually shattered inch by inch under this strike. Moreover, the sword energy showed no signs of weakening, continuing to pounce towards the gold thunder dragon. Boom! The gold thunder dragon was also forced back by this sword light, a massive wound appearing on its enormous body. So powerful. The elders watching this scene were all shocked. Empress's move had already reached the attack power of the Divine Passage realm. Isn't it said that there is an insurmountable chasm between the Golden Core and Divine Passage realms, and that there is no possibility of counterattack? Now, Empress, relying on his Golden Core level cultivation, has forcibly unleashed the power of the Divine Ability realm. Is this the Sword Intent? He has just achieved the Golden Core realm. How could he possibly possess Sword Intent? Under the Sword God Peak, Xiao Xier widened her beautiful eyes, filled with disbelief. He must have another identity. It's impossible that he was truly born in Yen City. Even the Tai Chi sacred land could not cultivate such a genius. Could it be that his true identity comes from beyond the Longting continent? The light in Xiao Xian's eyes flickered as she envisioned an unimaginable vast background for Empress in her heart. Boom. After being forced back, the Golden Thunder Dragon instantly attacked again, engaging Empress in a fierce battle. With each clash, the Golden Thunder Dragon's might weakened, gradually dissipating into the void. The power of this double thunder tribulation was no less than that of an ordinary divine ability cultivator. After the thunder tribulation ended, Empress couldn't help but sigh. After achieving the 9-pattern golden core, his physical strength had already reached over 3 dragons, and under the threefold enhancement, it was a full 10 dragons of power. What does 10 dragons of power mean? A divine ability cultivator who has achieved the 4-pattern silver core only possesses 3 dragons of power. The might of the divine ability cultivator is now his as well. The only advantage is talent and divine abilities. 3 dragons of power, under the enhancement of talent and divine abilities, is only about 6 or 7 dragons of power. This means that a divine ability cultivator who has achieved the 4-pattern silver core is not even Empress's opponent now. Only a divine ability cultivator who has achieved the 5-pattern silver core could pose some threat to Empress. But is this breakthrough really over? The 9-platform foundation's breakthrough to the 9-pattern golden core. Is the 10-platform still a 9-pattern golden core? Buzz. In Empress's spiritual sea, that resplendent golden core, with its 9 lines, actually lost 1 line at that moment. Boom. The instant that line disappeared, Empress's physical strength directly increased by over 33 million. Immediately after, another line disappeared, and his strength increased again. When the last line disappeared, Mo Qianyan's physical strength had already reached over 660 million. What does this concept mean? Under a threefold enhancement, that is a full 2 billion of power. That is to say, even a divine ability genius who has achieved the 7-pattern golden core, relying on the enhancement of divine ability talent, is no match for him. Ordinary divine ability cultivators can be easily defeated by the current Mo Qianyan. The former mountain opening marquee cannot stir up any waves in front of the current Mo Qianyan, and divine ability cultivators who have achieved the 7-pattern golden core are extremely rare. Mo Qianyan can basically ignore most divine ability cultivators. As for core formation cultivators, no matter how many there are, they pose no trouble for Mo Qianyan. Even the 9-pattern supreme golden core can be easily suppressed by Mo Qianyan. In the spiritual sea, that resplendent golden core now radiated dazzling brilliance, making Mo Qianyan appear even more majestic. The golden core was incredibly smooth, no longer having any lines, resembling a perfect gem. It had completely transformed, crystal clear, significantly enhancing Mo Qianyan's strength. Should I call this golden core the 9-pattern golden core, or something else? Looking at the perfectly smooth surface of the golden core, Mo Qianyan couldn't help but ponder. Let us just call it the golden core. It's not the 7-pattern golden core, not the 8-pattern golden core, nor the 9-pattern golden core. It's just the golden core. As soon as Mo Qianyan finished speaking, the clear sky after the thunder tribulation suddenly became turbulent again. In the sky, dense dark clouds gathered once more. A terrifying pressure spread from the clouds, enveloping a 100-mile radius. An extraordinary tribulation. How could this be? Watching the pressure in the clouds, countless elders widened their eyes. The power of this thunder tribulation had actually reached the extraordinary level. Who is undergoing tribulation? Is it the final thunder tribulation? Mo Qianyan looked at the sky and murmured. He also felt the strong pressure from the thunder tribulation. It was an energy fluctuation of extraordinary level. But he remained unafraid. Does he not remember that his master once suppressed his realm to half-step divine ability, and with a single sword, unleashed extraordinary might, annihilating the mountain opening marquee? Now, standing at this realm, can Mo Qianyan, like his master, with one sword, touch the extraordinary? Rumbling. The speed at which the heavenly tribulation condensed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a terrifying lightning dragon. This lightning dragon, entirely purple-black, carried a destructive aura as it charged towards Mo Qianyan. Where it passed, the space twisted, revealing the terrifying energy contained within. Is there an immortal in this world? Looking at the approaching thunder tribulation, Mo Qianyan remained expressionless, his mind completely empty. The golden core cultivation, sword intent, and the power of divine ability and soul perfectly merged into this one sword at that moment. Is there an immortal in this world? With one sword strike, at that moment, everyone within 100 miles around Sword God Peak fell into a realm of immortality. Even countless extraordinary elders were captivated, as if they had ascended to immortality and were dancing with celestial maidens. Ordinary disciples, needless to say, wore smiles on their faces, as if they had become immortals. This sword was too profound, too ethereal. It was like an immortal god casting celestial techniques, intoxicating all. Crack! The lightning dragon in the void collided with Mo Qianyan's sword, instantly shattering into countless starlight, scattering in all directions. In the entire Tianshui sword sect, only one person fully witnessed Mo Qianyan's sword strike. Before Tianshui Hall, the Sword King looked up, observing the radiant sword light above Sword God Peak, his expression extremely complex. With a minor mastery of sword intent, one sword touched the extraordinary. If his sword intent were perfected, this sword could be invincible among divine ability realm, capable of slaying the extraordinary. If his sword will were perfected, this sword could be invincible among the extraordinary realm, capable of slaying kings. Chapter 49. Xiao Xianer's thoughts. When the thunder tribulation in the sky completely dissipated, countless disciples finally returned to their senses from that mystical realm. Some ordinary disciples were still marveling at the beauty of that immortal realm, unaware of the hidden danger within. Meanwhile, those divine ability stewards and even extraordinary elders felt a hint of horror in their hearts. In that sword's immortal realm, they had all been entranced. If at that moment the sword light had struck them, what would the outcome have been? The extraordinary elders were somewhat better off. The might of that sword only touched the threshold of the extraordinary, and a single sword could not slay them. The divine ability stewards, however, fell silent, their feelings towards this newly promoted disciple shifting from indifference to fear. They are beings of the divine ability realm, possessing absolute crushing power over core formation, able to suppress with a single hand. Yet, in the face of this disciple's golden core tribulation, they were all filled with shock. That final thunder tribulation would not merely wound them if they faced it. What terrified them the most was that Imo Qianyan's sword move could leave them utterly defenseless. Being drawn into that mystical realm meant they were easily slain. The physical bodies of divine ability cultivators could not withstand a sword that touched the extraordinary. Before Tianshui Hall, witnessing Imo Qianyan safely pass through the golden core thunder tribulation, the Sword King fell silent for a moment. Then, he gently waved his hand, and a faint blood-red light shot from his fingertips, merging into the void, disappearing without a trace. A moment later, the void rippled, and a black figure materialized next to the Heavenly Sword King. "Master, Shadow One has arrived to report. May I ask what instructions you have?" This black figure was completely shrouded in black robes, and it was impossible to see its appearance. However, from the voice, it could be discerned that this person was not very old, probably a middle-aged man. There was no powerful aura emanating from him. If one did not investigate carefully, they would likely not notice his existence at all. He knelt on one knee, with his right hand placed on his chest, speaking with utmost respect. "Shadow One, I am giving you a task now. Please speak, Master." Upon hearing this, Shadow One quickly stood up and respectfully responded to the Heavenly Sword King. "You are to secretly follow Daozi Imo Qianyan and ensure his safety. Remember, if he suffers even the slightest injury, do not return." "Understood." After listening to the Heavenly Sword King's words, Shadow One immediately accepted the order. He then turned and left, instantly disappearing from the spot, revealing no trace of his presence. His hidden abilities extremely advanced. The Heavenly Sword King clasped his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance towards the Sword God Peak, his eyes glinting with brilliance. "Perhaps this is our opportunity, an opportunity to ascend to the grand stage of Longting." At the foot of Sword God Peak, Imo Qianyan descended from the sky. At this moment, he no longer needed to fly with his sword. After achieving half a step into divine ability, he could completely walk in the air. "Wake up!" With a light shout, he awakened Xiao Bai from his meditative state, then looked at Xiao Xier, slightly furrowing his brows. "Young master, are you all right?" Xiao Bai, who had just woken up, saw Imo Qianyan and asked with surprise and concern. "I'm fine, Xiao Bai. Please help me tidy my room." "Yes, young master." Xiao Bai accepted the order and headed towards the top of Sword God Peak. After Xiao Bai left, Imo Qianyan spoke indifferently. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Xier, with a displeased expression, pointed at the large scissors that had fallen on the ground and coldly said, "You must honor your bets." During their previous duel, one of Imo Qianyan's conditions was for her to act as a flower cultivator for a month. This surprised Imo Qianyan. The proud saintess, Xiao Xier, would actually become a flower cultivator? Seeing the surprise in Imo Qianyan's eyes, Xiao Xier took a deep breath and said, "What do you take me for? Am I the kind of person who can't afford to lose? You've raised my opinion of you. In that case, take good care of the flowers, and don't let me see you cutting them again." Imo Qianyan turned and left without lingering because of Xiao Xier. "Wait, I have something to ask you." Xiao Xier's voice rang out, causing Imo Qianyan to pause momentarily. However, he did not turn around and said flatly, "Saintess Tai, is there something you need?" Looking at Imo Qianyan's indifferent demeanor, Xiao Xier clenched her fists, her teeth gritting in anger. However, she ultimately calmed herself and spoke as calmly as possible. "How did you achieve the unification of the 9 paths? And why do you have a 10th thunder tribulation in your golden core tribulation?" Listening to Xiao Xier's questions, Imo Qianyan smiled faintly. "So, even the Saintess of Tai doesn't know about the 10th thunder tribulation. Is this the tone for asking questions?" Imo Qianyan replied coldly and flew towards Sword God Peak. "Hey, Imo Qianyan, stop. You haven't answered my question. How infuriating." Watching Imo Qianyan leave without looking back, Xiao Xier gritted her teeth in frustration. But without his response, she had no way to retaliate. She couldn't defeat him. She was still at the peak of foundation establishment. And now Imo Qianyan had achieved half a step into divine ability with the unification of the 9 paths. With their realms the same, she was even less of a match for him. "Elderlin, can you see?" Finally, after calming herself, Xiao Xier whispered a question. "Miss, there is a very sophisticated shielding formation on Sword God Peak. It is impossible to see how he cultivates. An old voice echoed in Xiao Xian's ear. Elder Lin, even you can't see through this formation? Does the Heavenly Water Sword sect have such advanced formations? Xiao Xier was astonished, as Elder Lin's strength was at the king level. The strongest Heavenly Sword King of the Heavenly Water Sword sect was only at the king level, and his strength was slightly lower than Elder Lin's. It's very sophisticated. I suspect that the legendary sword god has an extraordinary background, but that sword god is not at the Heavenly Water Sword sect right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to come in. Then what exactly is Mo Qianyan's background? Xiao Sierra rubbed her smooth chin with one hand, her beautiful eyes gazing at the peak of Sword God. If he had a very mysterious background, it would be troublesome. Her brother Xiao Yin would definitely not be a match for him. But if he truly came from Yin City and was only a bit mysterious, then he might not awaken a powerful physique. Once he reached divine ability, he might not be able to defeat him. The light in Xiao Xian's beautiful eyes flickered. Her key purpose in coming here to cultivate flowers was still to uncover Mo Qianyan's secrets. Only then could she know his weaknesses. And when her brother Xiao Yin fought Mo Qianyan, they would have a better chance of defeating him. Humph, Mo Qianyan, I wonder how long you can be arrogant. When the time comes, I will surely defeat you. Xiao Xier huffed, then watched as Xiao Bai walked down from the peak, her eyes turning slightly as she walked over. Can you tell me about your young master? Ah, didn't you say you didn't like to hear? I like to hear it now. Can you tell me in detail? Chapter 50. Northern Domain's Talented Rankings. Sword Domain's Talented Ling Xiao in the center of the Northern Domain. This area of 100 miles does not belong to any force or empire. In the very center, there is an enormous square. Every 10 years, a grand feast is held here, named the Northern Domain's Talented Conference, also known as the Northern Domain's Talented Competition. All the major families, sects, and empires in the Northern Domain send their talented disciples to participate. In the center of the square stands a gigantic and ancient stone tablet with dragon and phoenix engravings, and the characters seem to move as if alive. On the stone tablet, there are 100 positions engraved, and the names in the top 10 positions shine with golden light. However, at this moment, none of the top 10 positions have names inscribed. Currently, there are a total of 90 names carved on the stone tablet. This is the renowned talented rankings of the Northern Domain. Each person who makes the list is a top-tier talent, the true unmatched genius of the Northern Domain. The competition is still more than half a year away. Yet the place has already become quite lively, as many talents have arrived, eager to challenge the rankings of the talented rankings. According to legend, those who enter the top 10 will receive blessings from the stone tablet. This ancient stone tablet has a history that is incredibly long, said to be of unimaginable origin. However, it has been a long time since anyone has appeared in the top 10 of the Northern Domain. Therefore, the title of the first genius of the Northern Domain is usually held by the 11th place on the list, Mu Qingfeng. This is the current 11th place on the talented rankings, and also recognized as one of the 3 unparalleled geniuses of the Northern Domain. The Daozi of the Upper Clear sect, an absolute genius of the 8 paths, achieved an 8-pattern golden core 3 years ago. Now, 3 years have passed, and no one knows what level Mu Qingfeng's cultivation has reached. Boom. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the sky, causing those sitting in the square to look up, their eyes narrowing slightly. In the sky, a huge snow-white bird slowly descended. This giant bird was over 100 meters in size, its imposing presence sweeping across the land. On the back of the white bird stood a man and a woman, along with an old man in gray clothing. The man wore a long blue robe and carried a treasured sword, with a handsome face that seemed to be born with a celestial aura. The woman was dressed in a red dress, her beauty stunning, with skin like cream, captivating all who beheld her. Both were quite young, especially the sword-bearing man, who appeared to be around 20 years old. As for the old man in gray, he emitted no discernible aura, making him seem very inconspicuous. The descent of the snow-white giant bird shocked the countless people in the square. This snow-white giant bird was actually a transcendent spirit beast. A transcendent spirit beast was equivalent to a transcendent cultivator. What kind of background did the 2 people riding such a beast have? For a moment, no one dared to act rashly, unsure of who the 3 individuals were. Only faint whispers of discussion arose in various corners of the square. The 2 young people had such extraordinary auras. Could they really exist in the northern region? They had never seen or even heard of them. As for that unknown grade transcendent spirit beast, apart from the 3 major sects, which other sect had the qualifications to have a transcendent level spirit beast as a mount? However, Among the three major sects, there was no record of this unknown type of snow-white giant bird. Could these people be from another domain? It was possible, reportedly. Each domain had only 10 slots to participate in the Northern Prefecture's Talented Youth Conference, so perhaps these talents from other domains had come here after failing to compete. Hiss. Which domain could they be from? With such an aura, they hadn't even made it into the top 10 of their own domain. Could it be the Sword Domain? The Sword Domain? That is the most powerful domain in our Northern Prefecture. If they were extraordinary talents from the Sword Domain, it would indeed make sense. But that's not right. The Sword Domain has a full 100 slots. That should be enough, right? Hell, what do you know? There's a saying that it's better to be a chicken's head than a phoenix's tail, isn't there? The crowd was buzzing with low voices, clearly not wanting the two to overhear. The snow-white giant bird landed right next to the Talented Youth Board, and the man and woman elegantly slid down in front of it. As for the inconspicuous old man in gray, he lightly stomped his foot, and the roaring giant bird instantly fell silent, even retracting its imposing presence. This scene left countless people even more astonished, thinking that the pattern of the northern region was about to change dramatically. To subdue a transcendent spirit beast, what kind of strength did this seemingly protective old man possess? Mid-transcendent? Late transcendent? Or even peak transcendent? As for the realm of kings, no one dared to speculate in that direction, as there were only about 30 king-level experts in the entire northern region. Each one was a well-known figure. Could such a person really be a protector? In front of the Talented Youth Board, the sword cultivator looked at the 10 blank slots at the top, enveloped in golden light, and couldn't help but sneer. Is this the northern region? Not a single talented person on the golden list. The woman in the red dress shook her head and chuckled lightly. Sword-obsessed junior brother. We cannot judge other domains by our sword domain standards. Who among the top 10 in the sword domain isn't a genius who sweeps through an entire domain? The sword cultivator, known as sword-obsessed, chuckled. Sisterling, you promised me that if I sweep through the talents of 18 domains, you would accept my pursuit. The woman in the red dress blushed and shot him a glare, but did not refute him. Sword-obsessed laughed heartily and then turned his gaze to the position behind the Talented Youth Board. The 11th of the northern region, Mu Qingfeng? I assume he must be the #1 talent in the northern region. If we defeat him, we can move on to the next domain. He spoke coldly, his voice neither too high nor too low, but carrying a sense of superiority. It was as if the unparalleled talent Mu Qingfeng of the northern region was like an ant in his eyes. His words finally drew dissatisfaction from several disciples of the Shangqing sect nearby. Who are you? Senior brother Mu is the Tao child of our Shangqing sect. Is it something you can just say you'll defeat him? The speaker was a young man in his 20s, extremely powerful, and a core disciple of the Shangqing sect. A genius of the 7-pattern golden core level, who had now comprehended momentum and was half a step into the divine ability realm. Sword-obsessed glanced at him coldly and said indifferently, Tao child of the Shangqing sect? What is the Shangqing sect? You can't even make it onto the golden list, and still dare to call yourself a Tao child? You dare to insult our Shangqing sect. I challenge you. The disciples of the Shangqing sect instantly became furious. Their Shangqing sect had a vague reputation as the #1 sect in the northern region. How could they be looked down upon? The Shangqing sect disciples were just about to make a move when Sword-obsessed suddenly drew his sword. His speed was so fast that the crowd barely had time to react before his sword was already sheathed. The Shangqing sect disciple stood there stunned for a moment and then died instantly. What courage! Killing a core disciple of our Shangqing sect, seeking death. In the distance, a fully realized divine ability elder of the Shangqing sect instantly became enraged, condensing a divine ability and extending a hand hundreds of feet long towards Sword-obsessed. Sword-obsessed junior brother. Be careful. Seeing the elder of the Shangqing sect take action, the woman in the red dress immediately shouted in concern, wanting to warn him. However, before her words could finish, Sword-obsessed had already vanished from his spot, transforming into a dazzling sword light that cut through the void, unleashing an unmatched sharp sword energy. Puff! The divine ability hand was shattered, and the elder was left in a more tragic state, losing one of his hands. You. The elder of the Shangqing sect's expression was one of horror. He had felt a sense of death from that sword strike and hurriedly fled. Sword-obsessed watched him escape as if he were observing an ant, showing no interest and returning to the front of the Talented Youth Board. With one sword strike, he killed a half-step divine ability core disciple of the Shangqing sect and then crushed the peak divine ability elder of the Shangqing sect. Seeing this scene, Countless people around were astonished and retreated thousands of meters, not daring to approach. If even the Shangqing sect was ignored, wouldn't they be seeking death by stepping forward? This is really boring. Is the northern region filled with trash? Sword-obsessed chuckled, and the woman in the red dress smiled. Sword-obsessed junior brother. Ever since you awakened the spirit sword body and stepped into the divine ability realm, who below the transcendent level could possibly be your opponent? Sword-obsessed smiled faintly, thoroughly enjoying the woman's praise. Then, he looked at the talented youth board in front of him, turned his head, and said, I have already made my name on the golden boards of 13 domains. This will be the 14th. As he spoke, he seemed to transform into an unparalleled treasured sword, exuding a sharpness that made everyone hold their breath. A vast and overwhelming sword energy swept out, slamming into the stone tablet. Boom! The talented youth board shook, and the name of the first place on the golden list slowly emerged. Ling Xiao? When Ling Xiao from the sword domain inscribed his name as the number 1 on the golden list of the northern region, the entire square erupted in an instant. This news would also be transmitted back to the various sects at the fastest speed. The appearance of Ling Xiao represented that the pattern of the northern region had truly been disrupted. Being stepped on by the talents of other domains was a shame for the entire northern region, especially for the Shangqing sect, whose core disciple had just been slain. The first stop for Ling Xiao in the northern region is Shangqing sect, as the current top talent in the northern region is the Daozi Mu Qingfeng from Shangqing sect. In my previous life, after I began my cultivation again, my talent increased somewhat, yet I only awakened a very ordinary spiritual body. In this life, with my innate, foundation, and golden core realms all reaching their limits, will I awaken an ordinary constitution like in my past life. In the cultivation room, Mo Qinyan opened his eyes from meditation and murmured, the physical constitutions in the world are divided into 4 levels. The 4th level, the mortal body, is the lowest tier of spiritual practitioners, and now Mo Qinyan can sweep away such practitioners with ease. Above the mortal body is the spiritual body, which is further divided into 3 tiers, low grade, mid grade, and high grade. Spiritual bodies are already quite powerful, and stepping into the extraordinary is almost guaranteed. Even the lowest low-grade spiritual body is enough to elevate one above the masses, being 1 in 10,000. In my past life, Mo Qinyan awakened a low-grade spiritual body. The mid-grade spiritual body is even stronger. Only a few powerful prodigies can awaken it. For instance, Ling Xiao's spiritual sword body is a mid-grade spiritual body, a top-tier sword path spiritual body, said to be invincible within the same realm. Fighting above one's level is as easy as eating and drinking. As for the high-grade spiritual body, it stands at the pinnacle of the Longting continent, and it has been many years since one has appeared in the northern region. Above the spiritual body is the divine body. Divine bodies do not have 3 tiers, but any being that can become a divine body is an unparalleled existence, destined to grow into a great figure once born. The entire Longting continent has not seen a divine body for thousands of years. Even the unparalleled prodigies of the 9 Paths platform find it immensely difficult to awaken a divine body. Above the divine body stands the holy body, which is not merely a term for the holy body, but refers to a level of constitution, such as the Tsangtian dominance body, the battle saint body, the void saint body, the reincarnation saint body, and the devouring saint body. If the foundation realm is where prodigies differentiate themselves, then awakening a constitution offers some people opportunities. If a 7-pattern golden core prodigy awakens a mid-grade spiritual body, they can defeat an 8-pattern golden core prodigy with a low-grade spiritual body. Of course, reversals are ultimately rare. For most, the gap at this realm widens further. A powerful constitution is not so easily awakened. How many prodigies in the northern region crave even the lowest low-grade spiritual body? Even some 8-pattern golden core prodigies have failed to awaken a spiritual body. Do you not see that Ling Xiao, with a mid-grade spiritual body, can sweep away countless prodigies in the northern state? Xiao Yin could stand at the pinnacle of the starry sky in his past life, and his constitution must have been astonishing, at least a divine body, or even a holy body. If I only awaken a spiritual body, I will likely be far from his match in the same realm. Rising, Mo Qinyan walked outside the Daozi Hall, gazing in the direction where Xiao Yin was. Now, almost a month has passed since my battle with Xiao Xier. I imagine that Xiao Yin is not far from achieving innate perfection. After 10 years of endurance, Xiao Yan's foundation is very solid, and at this age, it is the best time for cultivation. Plus, he has strong mentors guiding him, allowing his cultivation to progress rapidly. I must awaken a divine body. Aside from some innate constitutions hidden in my bloodline, acquired constitutions can be improved. If my comprehension of the sword is strong enough, it is not impossible to awaken an acquired sword body, such as the heavenly sword divine body, which ranks among divine bodies. The heavenly sword divine body is one of the sword path divine bodies, with immense power. A single swing can render the land barren within 100 miles, and in a moment, 1,000 swords can resonate. However, reaching the realm of the heavenly sword is not so easily attainable, but I must move towards this goal, otherwise, the gap between me and those unparalleled prodigies with powerful constitutions will reach an unimaginable extent. To awaken the heavenly sword divine body. Minor success in sword intent is far from enough. Even major success may not suffice. Is perfect sword intent truly achievable at the golden core level? Now, if I want to increase my strength, I can only start with the power of the soul. The Tai sword formation with 10 swords unleashed is sufficient to traverse the realm of spiritual practitioners. Thinking this, Mo Qianyan lifted his feet and headed towards the sword valley. After taking just a few steps, Mo Qianyan stopped and looked towards a small grove nearby. Come out. Your method of concealing your aura is really poor. From the grove emerged a beautiful figure. It was Xiao Xier. At this moment, she had a hint of curiosity on her face and said, I checked all the information about you. 3 months ago, you were quite ordinary, but in these 3 months, you have undergone astonishing changes. Xiao Xier looked at Mo Qianyan, her pretty face filled with curiosity. Although she had investigated and learned quite a bit from Xiaobai, she still couldn't quite gauge it. She only felt that Mo Qianyan was filled with a mysterious aura that was hard to grasp. Especially with Mo Qianyan's indifferent attitude, it seemed nothing could shake his mind. Mo Qianyan smiled faintly and said, Then, isn't the change in Xiao Yan even greater? Humph, do you know how hard he has worked to cultivate? Xiao Xier huffed. And when she mentioned Xiao Yan, a hint of pride flashed in her eyes. The person she valued was undoubtedly the top prodigy in the world. Mo Qianyan chuckled lightly, causing Xiao Xier to frown slightly and ask, What are you laughing at? Do you think your Xiao Yan is the only one who works hard? Mo Qianyan continued. Do you know of a little girl who crawled out of a mass grave at the age of 3, begging every day just to survive? Do you know of someone who was defeated at the peak of their youth, had their cultivation wasted, and was nearly abandoned by the whole world? Yet they cultivated again and reached the pinnacle of the king realm? Do you know how much hardship lies behind the efforts of everyone you see? Just within the Taishui sword sect, there are tens of thousands of servants who don't even have the status of disciples, who are casually killed. What are they striving for? Just to survive in this world where prowess is revered. Are they not working hard enough? Xiao Xier, if you were not born in the Taichi Holy Land but in a small family, would you still have your current achievements? After finishing his speech, Mo Qianyan cast a faint glance at Xiao Xier and left without looking back. Only Xiao Xier remained in place, lost in thought. She softly murmured, If I were not a saintess, would I have my current achievements? This was a profound truth Mo Qianyan learned from his past life. Resources and background determine the lower limit, while oneself determines the upper limit. When it comes to resources and background, who among the entire human race can rival Yi Ziyuan? When discussing the world's unparalleled prodigies, people instinctively exclude her. Why? Because she is the daughter of the most powerful being in human history, the unmatched heavenly emperor. Can ordinary people even imagine her resources? In this golden age, when it comes to the strongest prodigy with the most hope of becoming an emperor, besides her, who else qualifies? Yet in the end, she was overtaken by Xiao Xue, who ascended to become the supreme empress of humanity. Mo Qianyan never underestimates any prodigy. Those geniuses cultivated by major forces cannot be weak, right? If the opponent is also from the 10 Paths platform and has awakened a holy body, possessing supreme laws not weaker than those of Wuxian, what advantage does Mo Qianyan have over such a prodigy? I must awaken the heavenly sword divine body. Otherwise, what qualification do I have to enter the top 10 of humanity and meet Xiao Xue? In his heart, Mo Qianyan became even more determined about his future path. Chapter 52. Goodbye, Zhongshan. Sword Valley, Battle Platform. Bang! A figure was sent flying, crashing into a giant stone pillar. His clothes were tattered, his body covered in injuries. Blood streaming down, he fell to the ground in a disheveled state. This person was none other than Xun Yan, a core disciple who had been watching the Tianshui sword sect competition. Opposite him stood a young man with a long spear on his back, his eyes sharp and piercing. Zhongshan. He had already achieved the Foundation Establishment realm, and in the challenge, he defeated the core disciple Chunyan of the same rank. Brother Chunyan, you lost. Please do not disturb our spear alliance in the future, Zhongshan said indifferently. Hearing Zhongshan's words, Chunyan stood up with a flushed face. How could you be so strong? Chunyan pointed at Zhongshan, his expression akin to someone who had eaten something unpleasant. Shouldn't you be considering why you are so weak? Zhongshan replied calmly, putting away his spear and stepping down from the battle platform. Brother Chunyan actually lost. It's unbelievable. Yeah, he achieved the 7-pattern golden core realm 3 years ago, and he lost to a rising star? Moreover, it was a competition where he had a significant advantage in realm, yet he lost so badly? Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let it be heard. After all, Brother Chunyan is ranked 10th among the core disciples. Oh no, now he's 11th. TSK. What's there to be afraid of? Our Spear Alliance already has 2 brothers in the top 10 core disciples. Disciples around were discussing, as those who could enter Sword Valley were all inner disciples, mostly at the Foundation Establishment realm. Additionally, they either had backing from core disciples or came from respectable families. So they were not overly afraid of Chunyan. Coupled with Chunyan's usual high-handed demeanor and his penchant for bullying new disciples, his reputation was quite poor, which led many to find humor in this situation. Listening to the discussions around him, Chunyan clenched his fists, digging his nails deep into his flesh. After being a core disciple of the Tianshui sword sect for so many years, it was the first time he had been ridiculed like this. He was a veteran core disciple, while Zhongshan was merely a newly promoted core disciple. Why should he be suppressed by him? His eyes turned bloodshot, and as his restrictions were broken, he regained his golden core realm strength and attacked Zhongshan from behind. This scene was too sudden. Even the distant divine ability elder did not react in time, as no one would expect someone to dare to break the rules and attack here. Brother Chunyan, stop. Quickly stop him. Suddenly, chaos erupted around, and many inner disciples began to shake. Attacking fellow disciples is a serious crime. These disciples were originally a bit distant, and their strength was not on par with Chunyan. Moreover, with Chunyan's sneak attack, no one could stop him. At this moment, the divine ability elder finally managed to arrive, shouting while extending a large hand. Chunyan, are you crazy? How dare you attack a fellow disciple in public? However, he was still too far away. By the time he reached out, Chunyan had already arrived behind Zhongshan. Zhongshan, what qualifications do you have to defeat me? Chunyan's expression twisted, completely disregarding the consequences as he aimed to kill Zhongshan. But before his attack could land, a terrifying force suddenly sent him flying. Boom, boom, boom. Chunyan's body flew backward, crashing through several large stones and landing far away. Bang! Chunyan sat down heavily on the ground. Uffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale, a look of shock flashing in his eyes as he glanced at Zhongshan's position. A handsome young man in a white robe appeared beside Zhongshan, coldly staring at Chunyan. I have met the Daozi. Upon recognizing the newcomer, countless disciples around bowed in respect. Since that day of the lightning tribulation, everyone in the Tianshui sword sect had been thoroughly convinced by Mo Chunyan, the Daozi. Daozi, it's good that you came. The divine ability elder also arrived at this moment, appearing somewhat shaken. However, there was also a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Mo Chunyan's distance was definitely a bit farther than his, yet he arrived first. Was this strength truly achievable by someone at the Golden Core realm? Daozi, could it be that you have quietly advanced to the divine ability realm? Brother Chunyan, oh no, Your Highness Daozi, thank you for saving me once again, Zhongshan said, a trace of fear flashing in his heart as he bowed to Mo Chunyan. He was only at the 7-pattern foundation establishment, while Chunyan was at the 7-pattern golden core, a significant realm difference that left him utterly powerless to resist. Mo Chunyan, damn it. Chunyan spat out another mouthful of blood. That attack had seriously injured him, and he could no longer move, only glaring at Mo Chunyan with bloodshot eyes. Chunyan, you are finished. Looking at Chunyan's state, the surrounding disciples couldn't help but shake their heads. Sneak attacking a core disciple, no matter who was backing Chunyan. He could not be saved. At this moment, Chunyan finally calmed down, recalling his actions, his face growing even paler. Chunyan, do you know your crime? The divine ability elder looked coldly at Chunyan. Attacking a lower realm 7-pattern genius with a higher realm is already a violation of the rules set by the Genius Hall. and attempting to kill a core disciple violates the rules of the Tianshui sword sect. Do you understand your crime? Chen Yan's face turned extremely pale, trembling as he stammered. I didn't succeed in the sneak attack. That is still a serious crime. According to the rules, your cultivation should be abolished, and you should be expelled from the sect. No. Hearing this, Chen Yan suddenly lifted his head. You can't abolish me. I am a core disciple. My master is a transcendent elder. My grandfather is a transcendent being. You can't abolish me. He was only 23 years old, 23, and his future was still bright ahead. How could he be willing to give up everything? The divine ability elder glanced at Emo Qianyan. Seeing his calm demeanor, his expression turned colder. Come with me to the law enforcement hall. Everything that happened here today has been recorded by the surveillance stone. If you wish to explain, go explain it to the law enforcement elder. Saying this, the divine ability elder picked up Chun Yen like a chick and headed towards the law enforcement hall. This pest has finally been removed. Everyone is delighted. Great. Finally, we won't have to see his disgusting face every day. As they saw Chun Yen being taken away, the surrounding disciples cheered, and some even clapped their hands. Junior brother Zhongshan, are you alright? Mo Qianyan paid no attention to the small episode with Chun Yen. In his eyes, such a character could not become a great talent. Achieving the 7-pattern golden core at 20 years old, and now 3 years had passed without comprehending the potential, his talent was truly lacking. It was also because he had become accustomed to being proud, his disposition severely lacking. Potential and abundant resources were of no use, as they required one's own comprehension and talent. Thus, this kind of genius who relied on resources to accumulate his 7-pattern golden core showed his true nature. Thank you for your concern, Daozi. I'm fine, Zhongshan said respectfully. Seeing Zhongshan look at him with respect, Emo Qianyan also glanced around. Countless disciples were all showing respect. Some female disciples even secretly admired him, their eyes filled with adoration and affection. There was no helping it. Now, in the eyes of these disciples, he was like a god. In response, Emo Qianyan could only feel helpless. It seemed he could not connect with his junior brothers anymore. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come find me. Emo Qianyan patted Zhongshan's shoulder. He still felt a good impression of Zhongshan. Then he left here, heading to the Sword Cliff in the Sword Valley to observe the sword intent left by the predecessors of the sect. Chapter 53. The Mysterious Palace, Xiaoxue and Yiziyuan. Above the Sword Cliff, there are dozens of powerful sword marks. These sword marks were left by the sword cultivators of the Heavenly Water Sword sect, allowing later generations to comprehend the sword momentum. The sword marks are strictly classified, ranging from ordinary sword intent to the 9 levels of sword intent, and are divided into different sword paths: light sword, heavy sword, killing sword path, protective sword path, and so on. What is sword intent? It is a force of intention that transcends sword momentum, comprehensible only to those in the Transcendence realm. The Transcendence realm has 9 minor realms, and sword intent is also divided into 9 levels. The first level of sword intent corresponds to the first heaven of Transcendence, while the 9th level of sword intent corresponds to the 9th heaven of Transcendence. Observing the sword intent left by these predecessors is of great help for understanding sword momentum. Emo Qianyan, with some accumulation from his previous life, naturally went directly to the deepest position to observe the 9th level of sword intent. Just upon arrival, a sharp aura rushed towards him. This is a domineering, sharp, and violent aura, the 9th level of the killing sword path. Even though this sword intent was left 100 years ago, just a glance made Emo Qianyan feel as if his soul had been pierced with pain. However, even so, Emo Qianyan persevered, continuously feeling the impact brought by the killing sword path. Only pressure can push him forward. Understanding sword momentum is not something that can be achieved in a day or two. Time slowly passes, and Emo Qianyan sits cross-legged here, motionless, gazing at the sword marks on the sword cliff. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days. This is an immensely vast continent, and no one can clearly say how big it is. Even a peak existence in the King realm cannot traverse this continent in their lifetime. This is the center of the human race, the holy land of the human race, known as the Heavenly Human Continent. In the central part of the Heavenly Human Continent, there is a small world called the Imperial Realm. Within the Imperial Realm, there is an incredibly vast space, comparable to a supergiant continent. At the center of this space stands an immensely magnificent palace with 2 ancient characters carved on it. Mysterious Palace. Surrounding the palace, celestial music drifts through the air, and the fragrance of flowers wafts about, creating a peaceful scene, like a fairyland. Here, there are countless rare and exotic beasts. Colorful koi swim around, flowers bloom vibrantly. Fragrant spirit herbs spread their scent, various butterflies dance gracefully, and cranes fly elegantly. At this moment, outside the palace, on a meadow filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, a cute girl with white hair is drawing something with a pen in her hand. Upon closer inspection, one can see that there are many sheets of drawing paper around the little girl. All of these papers depict a single person, a boy in a white robe, with a sunny and radiant face, a warm smile like spring, exuding a sense of approachability. Brother, when can Xiaoxua see you again? The little girl clutches one of the portraits, and a single crystal-clear tear falls. It has already been a month since she last saw her brother. Behind the little girl, in a pavilion, stand two figures. One of them is Mo Chanyan's master, Jian Changsheng. However, at this moment, Jian Changsheng is no longer the drunken figure he once was, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He stands with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of authority with every move. Beside Jian Changsheng is a fairy in purple. What a fairy she is! She stands there quietly, as if the whole world has lost its luster. With an exquisitely beautiful face, stunning beauty, and unmatched elegance, she is breathtaking, making it hard for anyone to look directly at her. Her skin is as smooth as warm jade, and her beauty is unparalleled. Her long black hair flows in the wind, emanating a noble aura that captivates the heart. Her skin is like jade, flawless, with tempting red lips, and her long dress perfectly outlines her graceful figure. Especially her figure is exceptionally perfect, with a slender waist that can be grasped with one hand, a full bosom, and exquisitely shaped legs. She stands there like a painting, an everlasting flawless artwork. To describe her as the most beautiful in the world falls short, with every smile. She evokes infinite imagination. Just a profile view is enough to make any man in the world succumb. She is the first pride of the human race and the most beautiful woman acknowledged by all. Mysterious Palace, Yi Ziyuan. Brother Changsheng, you said you accepted a personal disciple in a remote continent? Yi Ziyuan slightly turned her head to look at Jian Changsheng and spoke. Her voice is like the chirping of a yellow oriole, akin to the sound of silver bells, perhaps the most beautiful sound in the world. Yes, I even taught him the asking fairy sword. Jian Changsheng nodded, his voice calm. Yi Ziyuan frowned slightly and said, Brother Changsheng, you should understand what the asking fairy sword represents. Jian Changsheng shook his head. Without the asking fairy sword, he would have no hope of stepping into here. Do you really think he has a chance to enter the top 10 in this human race competition? I see my former shadow in him. I believe in him. Jian Changsheng said with a faint smile. Yi Ziyuan shook her head slightly, remaining silent for a moment. She then gently walked to Xiaoxua's side and picked her up. Xiaoxua, let sister teach you how to cultivate. Sister Ziyuan, when can Xiaoxua see brother? Xiaoxua asked in Yi Ziyuan's arms. Yi Ziyuan looked at the portrait of Xiaoxua on the ground, fell silent for a breath, and smiled. Very soon, Xiaoxua's brother will come to find Xiaoxua. Meanwhile, Jian Changsheng watched this scene, his gaze pondering something. Sister Ziyuan, Xiaoxua wants to learn sword techniques. Is that okay? Why does Xiaoxua want to learn sword techniques? Because brother uses a sword. Xiaoxua wants to show her progress to brother when he comes to pick her up. Looking into Xiaoxua's pure eyes, Yi Ziyuan smiled. All right. Then sister will teach Xiaoxua's sword techniques. Xiaoxua wants brother to come find her, so sister will teach Xiaoxua's sword, which has a beautiful name, Seeking Fairy. As time flows, a month slowly passes, and during this month, the Heavenly Water Sword sect undergoes tremendous changes. Beneath the sword cliff, Mo Chanyan's body, which had not moved for a month, finally stirred. The sword momentum has reached great perfection. Although the results are not excellent, the author still added more chapters to let everyone see the reunion of Qianyan and Qianxue as soon as possible. Pictures of Yi Ziyuan and Xiaoxue will also be added later by the author. If any lovely readers have nice ones, feel free to leave them in the comments. And I will select one to post tomorrow. Chapter 54, preparing to kick out the sect's Ling Xiao. The sword momentum has reached great perfection. At this point, Mo Chanyan's strength has increased by another 30%. With minor sword momentum, it increases the power of his sword moves by 20%, while great perfection increases it by 50%. With his current 20 dragon amplification strength, great perfection in sword momentum allows him to sweep through the divine ability realm. Even those with 7 pattern golden elixirs will be swept away by him as long as they lack a spiritual body. The unparalleled divine power achieved by the 8 pattern golden core, without a spirit body, would still not be his opponent. Only those prodigies with spirit bodies can suppress him to some extent. However, Empress is only at the golden core stage right now. What kind of strength will he have when he steps into the divine power realm? After forming the 10 Dao platform, my comprehension has greatly improved, almost undergoing a transformative change, which surely has a lot to do with Xiaoxue. Holding the spiritual sword in his hand, Empress thought of Xiaoxue, and a determination appeared in his eyes. Xiaoxue, wait for me. I'll come to find you. Mastering the sword momentum to great success does not mean he can be complacent. He still needs to become stronger and pursue the perfection of sword momentum. There are still 7 months until the grand competition, and achieving the perfection of sword momentum is not without hope. With this in mind, Empress sat cross-legged, preparing to continue comprehending the sword momentum. In the demon sect, the sword cuts through the heavens. Demonic energy swirls. In the arena, Ling Xiao was battling a young man dressed in a blood robe. Boom. The two collided violently, immediately producing a loud explosion. Bang. Ling Xiao punched the young man in the blood robe, causing him to stagger back several steps, while Ling Xiao remained at ease. I have to say, you are a bit stronger than that Mu Qingfeng and his backed-up turtle shell. You should be the #1 prodigy of the northern region, but what a pity. Ling Xiao shook his head, and the next moment, a powerful and sharp sword energy radiated from him. The spiritual sword body displayed its power. At that moment, Ling Xiao's aura surged, and combined with his perfected sword momentum, he instantly suppressed the young man in the blood robe. A mid-grade spirit body has an upper hand over a low-grade spirit body. Swish. Ling Xiao swung his sword at the young man in the blood robe. Bang. With a loud explosion, the young man was directly cleaved away by Ling Xiao. Puffed. The young man spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up. So strong. I'm not your opponent. I admit defeat. The surrounding disciples of the demon sect were somewhat dazed upon witnessing this scene. The young master of the demon sect actually lost. This Ling Xiao is too strong. Perhaps even the extraordinary Wu Ti be able to take him down. It's truly frustrating. After defeating the young master of the demon sect, Ling Xiao shook his head, wearing a condescending expression, his demeanor very arrogant. Is this all the strength you have in the northern region? The so-called 3 unmatched prodigies can't even withstand a single sword strike from me? The young master of the demon sect looked at Ling Xiao, clenching his fists but having no way to respond. The gap between him and Ling Xiao was too great. Even if he unleashed the power of his spirit body, it was not the same level of strength as Ling Xiao's regular combat power. Congratulations to the sword-obsessed junior brother for sweeping the prodigies of the 14th domain. Nearby, Ling Xiao's senior sister, the beautiful woman in a red dress, chuckled. Hearing this, Ling Xiao revealed a proud expression. What is this? Senior brother Jian Jingtian roamed the 300 domains, invincible under heaven. A mere dozen or so worthless opponents are not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said lightly, cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing this, the young master of the demon sect couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of old blood. He, the unparalleled prodigy of the 8 Dao platform, who had even awakened a spirit body, was actually called worthless. How can this be tolerated? Do you think that by defeating me, you've defeated the strongest prodigy of the northern region? The young master of the demon sect suddenly spoke up, causing Ling Xiao and the others who were about to leave to stop in their tracks. Ling Xiao turned around, his eyes shining with endless sharpness. What did you say? Humph. Do you think I, along with Mu Qingfeng and the others, am the #1 prodigy of the northern region? The young master of the demon sect snorted coldly. Then tell me, who is the #1 prodigy of the northern region? Ling Xiao asked with interest. You can go to the Tian Shui sword sect. Their Daozi crossed the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation 2 months ago. Golden Core Thunder Tribulation? Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of battle intent flickered. He was very curious about how strong that Daozi was, as even he did not attract Thunder Tribulation when achieving the 8 Dao unparalleled Golden Core realm. Let's go to the Tian Shui sword sect, and I will meet their so-called Daozi. Ling Xiao immediately said. Another defeated opponent for the sword-obsessed junior brother is about to be added. The beautiful woman in the red dress gently nodded, and then left the demon sect together with Ling Xiao. Wong wong. The sound of swords ringing out. Empress opened his eyes to see a figure appear before him. Sectmaster, Is there something you need? Looking at the Heavenly Sword King in front of him, Mo Qiannian slightly bowed and asked, I observe that your sword formation is still missing a few swords. Here are 4 spiritual swords. Take them. Surrounding the Heavenly Sword King were 4 spiritual swords that radiated sharp sword energy. Moreover, they carried a trace of special spirituality. Such a level of spiritual weapons is extremely difficult to refine without a master weapon refiner. Mo Qiannian took the 4 spiritual swords and immediately understood their preciousness. Bowing and expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master. It is too generous of you to gift your disciple such valuable spiritual swords. But is there something you need me to do? Haha, the Daozi is indeed clever. The Heavenly Sword King chuckled, his eyes filled with admiration. Have you heard of a name, Ling Xiao from the Sword Domain? Ling Xiao? Mo Qiannian frowned slightly, a trace of disgust flashing in his expression. Oh, you know him? How could I not know? In the world before my rebirth, Ling Xiao would, decades later, initiate a rebellion to invade hundreds of domains in the northern continent, preparing to establish a vast Sword Dao dynasty. The northern region was caught in the chaos of war, although in the end, he was single-handedly spun around by Xiao Yan, who returned from the starry sky. The early turmoil harmed countless people. That Ling Xiao has already arrived in the northern region and has defeated the Daozi of the Shangqing sect, the Kaishan sect, and the Demon sect in succession. Now, he is on his way to our Tian Shui sword sect. The Heavenly Sword King said that Ling Xiao did not come immediately after leaving the Demon sect. He spread the news of kicking the sect, allowing the people of the northern region to witness his grand figure sweeping through a domain. Arrogant. Indeed, he has the capital to be arrogant. He is the strongest 8 Dao platform foundational cultivator achieved with a strength of 99, 999, 998, and has awakened a mid-grade spirit body. In the entire northern continent, Ling Xiao's talent is enough to rank in the top 3. Ling Xiao? A trace of coldness flashed in Mo Qiannian's eyes. He originally thought he would need to wait until the northern continent grand competition to deal with him, but unexpectedly, he delivered himself right to the door so quickly. Rest assured, Sect Master, if Ling Xiao dares to come, he will walk in and lie down to leave. Haha, good. While Ling Xiao is indeed strong, he is still far from being comparable to the Daozi. The Heavenly Sword King smiled happily. He knew he could reap countless benefits from this matter. Ling Xiao's great defeat of the Daozi from the 3 top sects, but being defeated by their own Daozi, would restore face for the northern region. Isn't this an opportunity for their Tian Shui sword sect to gain fame? Then I won't disturb the Daozi's cultivation. When Ling Xiao comes to kick the sect, someone will come to inform the Daozi. The Heavenly Sword King left cheerfully, his face full of joy. He seemed to already see the scene of the Tian Shui sword sect rising. Chapter 55. Gathering of all directions at the Tian Shui sword sect. When Mo Qiannian reopened his eyes, he was surrounded by a total of 10 spiritual swords. These spiritual swords circled around him, sometimes swirling and sometimes intertwining. Every spirit sword is adorned with brilliant rays of light, and faintly, one can hear the sound of dragon roars and phoenix cries. Boom! The sword light crisscrosses the heavens and the earth, and the ground beneath him instantly cracks, forming a chasm several miles long. If anyone else were to witness this scene, they would surely be shocked. At this moment, Mo Qiannian felt an overwhelming surge of power. He could sense that with just a flick of his finger, he could slay groups of core formation cultivators. The first level of the Tai sword formation has been perfected, and the effect of all 10 swords being unleashed at once is incredibly strong. Looking at the 10 spirit swords around him, Mo Qiannian couldn't help but marvel at their might. Coupled with the perfected sword intent and the soul power of the divine ability realm, he could almost roam freely beneath the extraordinary. In my previous life, even at the divine ability realm, I was not as strong as my current golden core level. However, even with the sword intent perfected, I still feel I am a bit short. Calculating the time, Ling Xiao should be arriving soon. Mo Qiannian stood up, stored the spirit swords, and headed towards Sword God Peak. It had been a month and a half since Mo Qiannian comprehended the sword intent, and during this month, the disciple rankings of the Tianshui sword sect had changed significantly. Several disciples had risen against the odds, such as Zhong Shan, who defeated several core disciples along the way, and now ranks just below Mo Qiannian, Xiao Xier, and Xiao Yan. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan has already achieved the perfection of the innate realm and is pushing towards the ultimate realm. Core disciple Chun Yin was stripped of his cultivation in front of all the core disciples and elders, expelled from the Tianshui sword sect. And even his extraordinary grandfather's pleas were in vain. Losing in a direct match is one thing, but ambushing a core disciple from a higher realm is intolerable anywhere. What use is such a disciple? If they can ambush now, will they rebel against the sect once they grow stronger? Here's an explanation of why the protagonist's master didn't care for him in his past life. In battles among the same realm, losing means one is simply inferior. Others crossing levels to suppress others is something that the protectors will not tolerate. The Tianshui sword sect became lively in the past half-month. Many extraordinary beings rushed in from all directions to watch the sword domain's genius, Ling Xiao, challenge the sect. Over the past month, Ling Xiao's reputation in the northern domain has grown louder. He has successively defeated the 3 great geniuses of the northern domain's 8 platforms, gaining much attention. Now, he is preparing to challenge the Tianshui sword sect's Daozi, making it the hottest topic in the northern domain. Tianshui sword sect's Daozi, Mo Qianian, a rising star, was rumored to possess the 8 platforms 3 months ago. If the Daozi of the Tianshui sword sect loses again, the northern domain cultivators would truly lose face. By then, they wouldn't even be able to hold their heads high at the northern state grand competition. One day, Ling Xiao sent a challenge letter to the Tianshui sword sect. 3 days later, Ling Xiao from the sword domain would come to pay a visit to the sect. The Tianshui sword sect had 3 figures riding flying beasts arriving at the island. On the flying beast, there was a middle-aged man wearing a crown and imperial robe. His eyes like the blazing sun, exuding immense authority. Beside him were a man and a woman. The man was refined, and the woman was beautiful. They were the Emperor of Dechu and Prince Chu Tiange along with Princess Chu Miaoan. Hearing that Ling Xiao is said to be the strongest below the 9 platforms and possesses a medium-grade spiritual body, can Mo Qianian defeat him? Chu Miaoan frowned slightly and said with concern. She knows very well that Ling Xiao's achievements are quite remarkable. He is a swordsmanship genius renowned in the northern state. Miaohan, don't worry, Mo Qianian will win. The Chu Emperor, however, was not worried at all. He was one of the few who knew that Mo Qianian was a peerless genius of the 9 platforms. Very few in the Tianshui sword sect know this. Only a few peak masters and elders are aware. Although Ling Xiao is powerful, he has not achieved the 9 platforms. No matter how strong an 8 platforms cultivator is, how can they compete with the 9 platforms? Father, are you hiding something from me? Seeing the confident expression on the Chu Emperor's face, Chu Miaohan couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, you will naturally know in 3 days. On the other side, a middle-aged man clad in armor, wielding a blood-red spear, riding a flaming unicorn, exuding an aura as terrifying as a ferocious beast, slowly stepped through the air. Marshal, this Daozi Mo Qianian from the Tianshui sword sect is the one who killed the young master back then. A golden-armored soldier beside him said. Boom. A powerful aura filled with murderous intent emanated from him, shaking the heavens and the earth. This man appeared to be of the level of a marshal in some empire. His strength extremely terrifying. He was the Grand Marshal Mo Fifan of the Mo Empire, father of Mo Feng. Mo Qianian, it would be best if you died at Ling Xiao's hands. If you don't die this time, I will personally take revenge for Feng. A cold, emotionless voice came from his mouth, filled with endless rage. Back then, Mo Feng was tragically killed in the Dechu Empire. He hated, he resent, he suffered. He went mad. On a flying beast, several figures were seated, among them a young man in a golden robe, his face somewhat pale. Brother Mu, are you all right? A silver-clad disciple beside him asked with concern. Although the golden-robed young man's face was a bit pale, his gaze was resolute and handsome, still revealing his extraordinary demeanor. He was Mu Qingfeng, ranked 11th on the Northern Domain's genius list. His cultivation has already reached the divine ability realm, making him one of the top peerless geniuses in the Northern Domain. I'm fine. That Ling Xiao, although his character isn't great, his strength is indeed very strong. A hint of wariness flashed in Mu Qingfeng's eyes. During their previous battle, he hadn't even forced out the opponent's spiritual body, which was too strong. Damn it, senior brother Fu Ying died at his hands, and senior brother Mu was severely injured as well. Senior brother Mu, do you think the Daozi of the Tianshui sword sect, Mo Qianian, can win against Ling Xiao? The silver-clad disciple asked, his eyes filled with hatred. Mu Qingfeng fell silent for a moment and shook his head slightly. It's difficult, very difficult. Mo Qiannian has only just entered the Golden Course stage. Whether he can comprehend the intent is still unknown. Ling Xiao has a medium-grade spiritual body, and his 8 platforms have reached their peak, below the 9 platforms. He is nearly invincible. It's too hard to defeat him. Sigh. I hope Mo Qiannian becomes a bit stronger and teaches him a harsh lesson, or better yet, slays him. The silver-clad disciple clenched his fists angrily. Not only the Dechu Empire, but also the Qingshang sect and Mo Fifan, among many others. More big shots arrived at the Tianshui sword sect at this moment. The Demon sect, the Mountain sect, the River Heaven sect, the Dajing Empire, the Dexia Empire, and the Deqin Empire. Ling Xiao's momentum in the northern domain over the past month has now reached its peak, alarming all the major forces in the northern domain. The battle between the Daozi of the Tianshui sword sect and Ling Xiao is almost the grandest spectacle in the northern domain in the past decade, comparable to the scale of the northern domain grand competition. Because this is a battle for the northern domain to bear humiliation and bear burdens. If Mo Qiannian loses again, there will be no one left in the northern domain to contend with Ling Xiao, which would bring immense shame. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. And on the day of the official challenge, an extraordinary giant white bird slowly flew in. Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the Tianshui sword sect before him, a wicked smile flashing across his lips. Chapter 56 Mo Qiannian vs. Ling Xiao. Thanks to Brother Yuzi for the great certification. At the Tianshui sword sect, beside the martial arts platform. At this moment, more than 10,000 people had gathered here. Countless people were eagerly waiting, anticipating this extraordinary clash. Especially those on the high platform. Every one of them could shake the entire northern domain with a stamp of their foot. Not just the top existence of one nation, but the master of a major sect. Most of them are above the 7th level of the extraordinary. Ordinary extraordinary beings are no longer qualified to ascend the high platform. At such a grand gathering, the usually aloof extraordinary beings have lost their luster. Moments later, the powerful figures on the high platform raised their heads and looked towards the horizon. They have arrived. Someone whispered, and a cry echoed from the sky, as a snow-white extraordinary spirit beast charged in from the horizon. How arrogant, to fly directly into this place. Some people's eyes turned cold, their perception of this Lin Xiao dropping to the extreme. Boom. The giant white bird landed directly on the massive competition stage, creating a thunderous sound that was deafening. Lin Xiao stood on the back of the giant bird, looking down at the crowd with unparalleled dominance. Even in the face of so many extraordinary beings, he still held his head high, showing no fear at all. Inside the Tianshui sword sect, flying spirit beasts are prohibited. A loud shout that shook the heavens rang out, like thunder crashing, causing the void to tremble and making one's heart race. This sound wave was directed only at Lin Xiao and the others. Otherwise, many of the onlooking disciples would be suffering. On the high platform, a dignified voice spoke up. It was the master of the heavy sword peak, a powerful existence at the 8th level of the extraordinary. This was also a show of strength, meant to dampen Lin Xiao's arrogant spirit. However, it was clear that his warning was ineffective. The elder behind Lin Xiao lightly moved his fingers, blocking the sound wave outside. Then, with a wave of his hand, the giant white bird flew away, heading towards a designated area for raising spirit beasts. This scene caused a flash of intrigue in the eyes of countless powerful figures. Lin Xiao's guardian is truly unfathomable. Where is Mo Qiannian? The sooner we start, the sooner we can finish and move on to the next domain. Lin Xiao stepped forward, his expression extremely arrogant, with an air of lawlessness as he looked up and said, "Where are you, Mo Qiannian?" This posture made countless onlookers secretly curse, truly arrogant and overbearing. But there was nothing they could do. After all, Lin Xiao was the unparalleled genius of the sword domain's heavenly sword sect, right? The sword domain, the strongest domain in the North State, absolutely leading over other domains, equivalent to the center of the North State. And the heavenly sword sect is the strongest sect in the sword domain, the only one that dominates. Even throughout the entire Longting continent, aside from the Tai Holy Land, no sect dares to claim to have a solid upper hand over the heavenly sword sect. After waiting for a while, and still not seeing Mo Qiannian appear, murmurs began to arise among the crowd. Could it be that the Daozi of the Tianshui sword sect is afraid? It can't be, right? Didn't he accept the challenge 3 days ago? By the way, is the Daozi of the Tianshui sword sect really at the 8th level? It should be, right? If not at the 8th level, how could he be titled Daozi? Among the crowd, Xiao Yin and Xiao Shir were also present. Xiao Yin slightly lowered his head, his expression dark. Understanding Mo Qianyin's strength, he knew very well that Lin Xiao could not possibly be Mo Qianyin's opponent in a fair fight. This would be a great opportunity for Mo Qianyin to make a name for himself in the North State. This filled him with immense jealousy. If it weren't for Mo Qianyin, would he have been the one to represent the North region's glory against Lin Xiao? However, Xiao Shir did not share this thought. Because for her, there was no need to rely on this for fame. As a holy maiden of the Holy Land, does she still need this kind of glory? Her identity already represented the utmost honor. What about others? Are they afraid of losing or afraid of dying? Turns out they are just useless. After waiting for 5 minutes without seeing Mo Qianyin appear, Lin Xiao became even more arrogant. In his eyes, Mo Qianyin's failure to come out was the result of cowardice. Brother Tang, where is your Daozi? On the high platform, an emperor asked the master of Heavy Sword Peak. No rush, it's not yet the appointed time. The master of Heavy Sword Peak replied with a hint of a smile, as he was well aware of Mo Qianyin's strength. Even the unparalleled genius of the 9th Dao stage had been defeated by Mo Qianyin. The Lin Xiao before him was merely at the 8th Dao stage. Even if he was infinitely close to the 9th Dao stage, so what? That day's thunder tribulation, he had personally witnessed its terrifying power. Dong! The sound of a bell rang out, marking noon at the Tian Shui sword sect and signifying the time of the duel. Buzz, accompanying the bell's sound. The resonance of swords echoed, and everyone looked up, their eyes flashing with brilliance. In the sky, a bridge of swords formed by spirit swords appeared. And on the sword bridge, a figure in white was slowly walking towards them. With each step he took, the spirit swords at the tail of the bridge flew to the front. The entire sword bridge was composed of 10 spirit swords. The young man in white, as pure as snow, had an elegant demeanor, as if he were an immortal descending to the mortal realm. What a young celestial! Seeing this scene, countless people couldn't help but admire from the bottom of their hearts. A young man under 17, already at the golden core level, enough to shake the heavens and earth. Especially among the numerous female disciples, every one of them looked at the sky with starry eyes, infatuated. Chu Miaohan was one of them, but as she showed excitement, a hint of sadness arose in her heart, because she realized that Mo Qianyin and she seemed to no longer be in the same world. The distance between them was too vast, so vast that she now needed to look up at him. She was still at the innate great perfection, while Mo Qianyin had already achieved unparalleled golden core status. You are that Mo Qianyin? Looking at Mo Qianyin's arrival, Lin Xiao chuckled, sizing him up before slightly nodding. Interesting, you seem to be a bit stronger than the other useless ones, but in my eyes, you are still useless. Lin Xiao disdainfully said, with an air of superiority. Mo Qianyin looked at Lin Xiao calmly, a flash of golden light in his eyes, and said, Shall we determine the victor, or decide life and death? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Mo Qianyin's words, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh heartily. Determine victory and defeat? Decide life and death? What are you? Do you even qualify? As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar around them, and the disciples of the Tian Shui sword sect were especially furious. How arrogant, to insult the Daozi like this. I really want to go up and rip his mouth apart. Truly, a dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. And seeing this scene, Xiao Shir couldn't help but chuckle. She looked at Lin Xiao with a hint of pity. Wasn't this scene reminiscent of the past? Didn't she also mock Mo Qianyin like this back then? And what happened? Even after using holy level combat skills, she still lost. The Lin Xiao before her was far inferior to her. What could he fight with? Hearing Xiao Shir's soft laugh, Xiao Yan's gaze grew colder. Mo Qianyin, one day, I will trample you underfoot. All right, since you seek death, I will grant you that. We will determine the victor and decide life and death. Finally, Lin Xiao coldly looked at Mo Qianyin, a sinister smile on his face as he said this. Killing an 8th level genius excited him a bit. He didn't believe that in the small north region, there could be a genius stronger than him. The strongest at the 8th level with a mid-grade spirit body, who could fight him? Since you are so eager to seek death, then I have nothing to say. Watching Lin Xiao agree, Mo Qianyin smiled faintly, then turned his gaze to the high platform. After a moment of silence, a voice came from the sky. However, this was the voice of the Sword King. Although he had not appeared, he had been paying attention to this place. However, on the other side, Ling Zhao's protector slightly furrowed his brow, but still agreed. The life and death battle between the Daozi Mo Qianyin of the Tianshui sword sect and the unparalleled genius Ling Xiao of the northern region shocked countless people. Would they witness the fall of a peerless genius from the 8 Dao platform today? The girl Xiao Xue from the reader I Want to Make Money image, and the little girl Xiao Xue from the reader Siken Yuan image were present. Mo Qianyan thanked everyone for their gifts and the certification from the great god Yuzu. Chapter 57. One move to crush Ling Xiao. A life and death battle between geniuses of the 8 Dao platform is extremely rare. At least, in the entire northern region. It is unheard of. Normally, a peerless genius of the 8 Dao platform might only emerge once every 10 years in the northern region. Such geniuses are definitely protected with great care. If they do not fall midway, their future achievements will at least reach the peak of the extraordinary. And they are very likely to become king-level powerhouses at the pinnacle of the northern region. Now, countless people in the northern region would witness a life-and-death duel between geniuses of the 8 Dao platform. Boom. A king made a move, and a huge protective shield enveloped the competition platform. This not only blocked the aftermath, but also prevented anyone from intervening, isolating even the power of the soul. The Sword King and Ling Xiao's protector acted simultaneously to set up a king-level barrier, ensuring that no one could interfere in the duel between the two. A life-and-death duel is not a normal contest of skills. One of the two on the platform must die. The protection from a king-level expert. At this moment, countless people realized, shocked, as they looked at Ling Xiao's protector. To have a king-level expert protect him, is this the unparalleled genius of the sword domain? Some geniuses at the 7 Dao platform couldn't help but lower their heads. They also prided themselves on being invincible geniuses. But to be able to reach a high-level extraordinary state was already a great honor for them. As for kings, that was truly beyond their reach. In the entire northern region, there were only about 30 king-level experts. In a life-and-death duel, it is best to die on the stage. On the high platform, Mo Fifan's expression was indifferent, his eyes filled with a strong killing intent. This was exactly his thought. In his eyes, Mo Qianyan could not possibly be Ling Xiao's opponent. This scene should be recorded, and when it is sent back, it will also show those old fellows the strength of my sword-crazy junior brother. The red-clothed woman who came with Ling Xiao took out a recording stone, preparing to document this battle. Not only her, but many others also took out recording stones for various reasons, recording this battle of the northern region's peak geniuses. In a cozy little pink room, the very cute Xiao Xue reached out her hand to wipe away the numbers on the wall and then rewrote them. On the wall, a sentence was written in blue. Crooked handwriting. There are 1,000 days left until I see my brother. In other places on the wall, there were many pictures of her brother. Although the drawings were not very good, they were done with great care. Xiao Xue looked at the number on the wall, her eyes filled with longing, murmuring, "Brother. Sister Ziyuan treats me very well, but I'm not happy because I miss you, brother. Xiao Xue is waiting for you. If you don't come to find me then, I will go look for you. The rules of the duel, you decide," Mo Qianyan said lightly, as if he didn't care about anything. His indifferent demeanor caused Ling Xiao to curl the corners of his mouth slightly, flashing a wicked smile. So he was just an arrogant fool. You just achieved the Golden Core realm 3 months ago. It seems you haven't grasped the momentum yet. Then, how about a life-and-death duel at the peak of the Golden Core? Ling Xiao spoke disdainfully, his tone filled with contempt. He looked at Mo Qianyan with pity, as if he were looking at a pitiful ant. Suppressing the realm already gave him an advantage, and he was a genius almost at the 9 Dao platform level. Want to defeat him? Unless Mo Qianyan was a 9-pattern peerless Golden Core. But is that possible? A peerless genius of the 9 Dao platform is rare even in the sword domain, appearing once in 100 years. In this generation, only the Daozi of the Tianshui sword sect and his senior brother Jin Jingtian have reached this supreme level. Could there really be a peerless genius of the 9 Dao platform in the small northern region? He didn't believe it. Mo Qianyan didn't speak, but calmly watched as Ling Xiao set up a ban within himself, suppressing his cultivation to the peak of the Golden Core. However, it was evident that although Ling Xiao was arrogant, he still achieved the utmost in suppressing his realm. He suppressed it to the very peak of the 8-pattern Golden Core, just a bit away from reaching the level of divine ability. Therefore, suppressing the realm already gave him a huge advantage, often making him stronger than when he was at the peak of that realm. Only after Ling Xiao finished suppressing his realm did Mo Qianyan speak lightly. "I gave you a chance, but why won't you use it?" Ling Xiao smiled wickedly. "Mo Qianyan, right? I remember you. You will be the 8th peerless genius of the 8 Dao platform to die at my hands." Swish! Ling Xiao drew his sword, and a bright sword light shot out. slicing through the void toward Mo Qinyan. Mo Qinyan stood still, not even drawing his sword, quietly watching him. Haha, are you scared, silly? Seeing Mo Qinyan remain motionless, Ling Xiao laughed heartily, but the sword light in his hand grew increasingly fierce. What is going on? Many people were confused, not understanding why Mo Qinyan hadn't even drawn his sword. Some even shook their heads, thinking this ridiculous farce could come to an end. Only those who knew the truth looked on with calm faces, even smiling faintly at this scene. How strong is Ling Xiao's full power attack at the 8-pattern golden core level? It reached the power of 2 dragons. Mo Qinyan pointed a finger, easily blocking the sword light. How is that possible? Ling Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the scene before him. His full power attack was effortlessly blocked by Mo Qinyan. Was he still dreaming, or what? Boom. The next moment, he no longer had the ability to think. Mo Qinyan struck out with a palm, instantly slamming into Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao screamed, flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the protective shield at the edge of the competition platform before stopping. Blood gushed from his mouth, staining his robe red. This scene was too shocking. The peerless genius of the sword domain, Ling Xiao, was defeated in just one move? Clap. The red-clothed woman who followed Ling Xiao dropped the recording stone in disbelief. Her eyes wide. How could he be this strong? Even Mu Qingfeng and other 8 Dao platform peerless geniuses stared wide-eyed at the continuously bleeding Ling Xiao. Is this definitely not a fixed match? Is this still the Ling Xiao who had been dominating them before? On the high platform, Mo Fifen's eyes slightly narrowed. Even with his extraordinary cultivation at the 7th level, he was shocked at this moment. What kind of monster has Mo Qinyan reincarnated as? At this moment, almost everyone, except for Xiao Xier, was dumbfounded. Even the Tianshui sword sect's extraordinary elder, who knew Mo Qinyan was strong, was immensely shocked. They knew that the 9 Dao platform was strong, but could a 9 Dao platform genius really defeat an 8 Dao platform genius in an instant? Only Xiao Xier understood that Mo Qinyan was not an ordinary 9 Dao platform, but a fusion of 9 Dao platforms. Impossible. You cheated. You are not a golden core. You are a divine power. Ling Xiao raised his head, his expression somewhat frenzied. It's impossible for someone in the same realm to kill him in one move. Even Jian Jingtian couldn't achieve that. Chapter 58, Ascend the Arena, reverse the battle with supreme divine power. Good courage, actually cheating. Ling Xiao's protector snorted coldly, directly taking action, transforming into a giant hand that covered the entire massive martial arts arena. The power of a king is immensely strong, capable of turning an entire city into barren land with a mere flip of the palm. At this moment, the giant hand in the sky was towering at least 10,000 zhang high. This was not even a full-force strike, just a casual grab. The terrifying aura spread like a tidal wave, making everyone tremble uncontrollably, their hair standing on end. Even the extraordinary beings couldn't help but gasp in cold air. When a king is enraged, 100,000 corpses float. Boom. The giant hand suddenly exploded in the air, dazzling like fireworks. In the sky, a figure appeared. The Heavenly Sword King made his move, blocking this attack. It's you, that abandoned disciple from back then? Seeing the Heavenly Sword King, Ling Xiao's protector exclaimed in surprise. And this sentence made countless strong figures in the northern region slightly stunned. What does this mean? Ling Xiao and his protector both came from the sword domain's Heavenly Sword sect. Could it be that the abandoned disciple was once a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect? They then thought of the Heavenly Sword King's title. Heavenly Sword King, Heavenly Sword Sect. Gu Longfei, it's been hundreds of years since we've seen each other. Back then, you were so proud, yet you have become someone else's protector? The Heavenly Sword King chuckled, looking at the gray-clothed old man. Luo Yang, you're not bad either. Actually breaking through to the king level and becoming the sect master in this small place. Gu Longfei said coldly, his gaze fixed on the Heavenly Sword King Luo Yang. Your disciple cheated to defeat Ling Xiao. What should be done about it? Luo Yang smiled gently. You were also paying attention just now. Did you see our Daozi use any momentum? Did you see him use any divine powers? Gu Longfei frowned slightly. Indeed, none of that had appeared on Mo Qinyan. How could a golden core defeat Ling Xiao in one move? Gu Longfei said coldly, not believing that Mo Qinyan had not cheated. Very simple, Luo Yang said with a slight smile, looking at the countless heroes of the northern region. From this moment on, the name Mo Qinyan will become famous throughout the northern region. And our Heavenly Water Sword sect will also strive for the position of the 4th super sect in the northern region. Because our Daozi is not an 8 Dao platform, but a 9 Dao platform. This voice was not loud, yet it seemed to have magical power, spreading throughout the entire martial arts plaza. It entered the ears and hearts of everyone present. In an instant, the entire martial arts plaza fell silent. The next moment, someone spat out blood. It was Ling Xiao. At this moment, upon hearing this sentence, his heart suddenly surged with monstrous waves. 9 Dao platforms. No, this can't be true. Such a small northern region cannot possibly have 9 Dao platforms. Nonsense, it must be a trick. Imo Qianyin is definitely not a 9 Dao platform. Ling Xiao roared, his eyes turning blood red. Unwilling. He truly did not want to accept this fact. He did not believe that Imo Qianyin could have 9 Dao platforms. All along, his goal had been to become the number 1 of the 8 Dao platforms. This kind of blow was something he simply could not bear. Not only Ling Xiao, but countless people in the northern region also did not believe it. What concept is 9 Dao platforms? It has never appeared in the history of the northern region. In the entire northern state with thousands of domains, only one Jin Jingtian has appeared in 100 years. Boom. As if to prove it, the next moment, behind Imo Qianyin, 9 pristine Dao platforms emerged. The pure white Dao platforms emitted a faint holy light, like 9 bright moons, extraordinarily beautiful. Each Dao platform was crystal clear, like the most perfect work of art, pleasing to the eye and making one reluctant to part with it. Yet at this moment, they brought a deep sense of oppression. 9 Dao platforms. This kind of Dao rhythm is not simulated. It is truly 9 Dao platforms. No wonder there is a golden core thunder tribulation. It turns out to be the ultimate genius of 9 Dao platforms, the 9 pattern supreme golden core, said to be able to contend with the realm of divine powers. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. This is a miracle. Looking at Imo Qianyin, who seemed like an immortal, countless male disciples' eyes nearly fell out, wishing they could replace Imo Qianyin and stand there. Meanwhile, the female disciples had expressions of fascination and admiration. 9 Dao platforms. Ling Zhao's protector Gu Longfei also had shining eyes at this moment. He was also shaken by this astonishing sight, and Ling Zhao's face turned pale. 9 pattern supreme golden core. Why did I have to encounter him? In a life and death duel, he lost. No, I refuse to accept this. It doesn't count. I want to battle you in the half-step divine power realm. Ling Xiao went mad, clearly unable to accept this result. But Imo Qianyin only casually replied, clearly unafraid of a battle in the half-step divine power realm. Haha, that's what you said. Even if you are a 9 pattern golden core, at most. You have comprehended a small success in sword momentum, not even reaching small success, while I have reached great success in sword momentum. Ling Xiao sneered, his eyes bursting with astonishing light. At this moment, he finally regained his trump card. In the half-step divine power realm, he could use great success in sword momentum. Although it was not perfect, it was not far from it, enough to crush Imo Qianyin. Whoosh! In an instant, Ling Xiao drew his sword. A powerful sword momentum surged from him, transforming into a terrifying sword light over 100 meters long, fiercely slashing towards Imo Qianyin. Slash! Ling Xiao roared, frantically urging his great success in sword momentum, aiming to suppress Imo Qianyin. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire void trembled, emitting waves of vibrations. Indeed, facing such a scene, Imo Qianyin nodded slightly. However, that was all. Imo Qianyin raised his hand, extending his index finger, pointing at Ling Zhao's great success in sword momentum. Whoosh! In an instant, his index finger erupted with dazzling sword light, transforming into a sky full of starlight, tearing apart Ling Zhao's great success in sword momentum. All sword momentum disappeared without a trace. Bang! Immediately after, an even more vast power swept out, violently crashing into Ling Zhao's body. Crack! With a crisp sound, a bone in Ling Zhao's body shattered. How is this possible? Ling Zhao's eyes widened, unable to believe it. This was his great success in sword momentum. Why could he not withstand even a single finger from Imo Qianyin? Under the enhancement of great success in sword momentum, the power of this strike had reached the strength of 3 dragons. You are too weak. Imo Qianyin shook his head. Uffed. Ling Xiao spat out another mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Defeated, the two were simply not on the same level. Imo Qianyin stood in place, looking at Ling Zhao's pale face. Was Ling Xiao too weak? No, it wasn't that. It was that he was now too strong. 10 Dao platforms surpassed the fusion of 9 Dao platforms. And the fusion of 9 Dao platforms surpassed the ordinary 9 Dao platforms, while the ordinary 9 Dao platforms could easily defeat the 8 Dao platforms. There was a full 3 levels of difference. This duel really failed to excite him, and he couldn't even get his muscles moving. Looking at the stunned expressions of the crowd around him, he slowly gazed at Gu Longfei and Luo Yang in the sky and said one sentence. I request to ascend the stage. I will duel with Ling Xiao, who is at the level of half-step divine power, to determine life and death. Wow. Upon hearing this, the entire venue erupted. Although they knew that the Nine Paths platform had an unparalleled golden pill, it was still a true divine power realm against a half-step divine power. However, Ling Xiao was no ordinary divine power. The Eight Paths platform had an unparalleled genius, a medium-grade spiritual body, and a fully realized sword intent. Ling Xiao was almost invincible in the divine power realm, and could even contend against ordinary transcendent beings with 1 or 2 moves. Could such an unparalleled divine power be challenged by a half-step divine power? Chapter 59, King of Geniuses. Mo Qianyan, you have already won. Why take the risk? Even Tianjian Wang Luo Yang couldn't understand when he heard Mo Qianyan wanted to ascend the stage. Although he knew that the 9-patterned unparalleled golden pill could battle divine powers, it couldn't contend with the level of unparalleled genius, right? Master, I am certain. Since I dare to say this, it means I have confidence, Mo Qianyan said calmly. Has he gone mad? In the audience area, Xiao Sierra was confused. As a saintess and an unparalleled genius of the Nine Paths platform, she could only challenge ordinary divine powers without spiritual bodies. Challenging Ling Xiao, who had a medium-grade spiritual body, Xiao Sierra felt she might not even withstand a single move. Arrogant. Better off getting beaten to death, thought Xiao Yan with a cold smile in his heart. Even his teacher couldn't do this at half-step divine power. This was already an impossible achievement. It's over. Why is he being so irrational? Chu Miaohan frowned, completely unable to understand Mo Qianyan's behavior. At this moment, no one understood Mo Qianyan, because this was a step that even the most perverse geniuses recorded couldn't achieve, and even with saint-level combat skills, it couldn't make up for the gap. Do you really understand the power of a medium-grade spiritual body paired with fully realized sword intent? Tianjian Wang asked again. He didn't want to see such a monstrous genius fall. Luo Yang, he requested to ascend the stage himself. Why are you rambling? Gu Longfei, Ling Xiao's protector, sneered coldly at this moment. Originally, if Ling Xiao lost, he was supposed to die according to the rules, but now, Ling Xiao not only wouldn't die, but it would be Mo Qianyan who would die. Master, I won't do anything I don't have confidence in. Seeing Tianjian Wang still hesitating, Mo Qianyan remained firm. Since his 9 Paths platform matter had already been exposed, then let the storm come even more violently. Sai, since you insist, then ascend the stage. Tianjian Wang sighed and agreed. Ha. Upon hearing Tianjian Wang's agreement, Ling Xiao immediately laughed maniacally, staring at Mo Qianyan and viciously saying, Today, let everyone know how you, Mo Qianyan, will die at my hands. You talk too much. Mo Qianyan shook his head. Boom. The restrictions were lifted, and Ling Xiao's aura surged tenfold at this moment. His previous injuries completely healed. Moreover, he emanated a sword intent wave 10 times stronger than before. The gap between divine power and golden pill was fully manifested at this moment. Tenfold increase. Kill. Ling Xiao roared, stepping on the ground, holding his treasured sword. And like an arrow released from a bow, he instantly charged in front of Mo Qianyan. With one sword strike. At this moment, he seemed to merge with the heavens and earth, transforming into a sharp sword. This was divine power, the sky-slaying style. Boom. This sword contained unmatched power, directly threatening Mo Qianyan's neck. This time, Ling Xiao, in the divine power realm, unleashed all his strength except for the spiritual body, aiming to obliterate Mo Qianyan in one strike. At this moment, under the boost of fully realized sword intent, the power of his sword reached an astounding 26 dragon powers. Faced with a sword move that could almost sweep through the divine power realm, Mo Qianyan's expression remained calm. I also possess fully realized sword intent. Boom. A powerful sword intent erupted from Mo Qianyan, colliding with Ling Xiao's sword intent. Bang. A violent collision sound echoed. A circle of terrifying sword light rippled outward. Had it not been for the protective barrier, it could have affected thousands of feet, causing countless people to suffer. Staggering back, Ling Xiao retreated 7 steps. Each step left a deep footprint on the ground. This was the competition platform of the Tian Shui sword sect, capable of withstanding battles at the divine power level. But now it was left with footprints. In contrast, Imo Qianyan only took a step back and stabilized his form. Fully realized sword intent, 30 dragon powers. Are you in the divine power realm? After stopping, Ling Xiao looked at Imo Qianyan in shock. Can someone in the golden pill realm really comprehend fully realized sword intent? Isn't it common to reach small success in sword intent before stepping into the divine power realm? Even if Imo Qianyan has fully realized sword intent, wouldn't it only reach 20 dragon powers at most? Is this really not an unparalleled divine power, but a half-step divine power? At this moment, everyone, including Tianjin Wang and Gu Longfei, was shocked. Ling Xiao's full power strike was actually inferior to Imo Qianyan's? Many couldn't help but have a thought in their hearts. Is Imo Qianyan really not in the divine power realm? There was no trace of divine power's Dao rhythm on him. He was indeed still in the golden pill realm. Gu Longfei spoke. His shock was the most intense. The Tianjin sect had unparalleled geniuses on the Nine Paths platform, and he knew very well that Jian Jingtian at half-step divine power could definitely not achieve this step. Half-step divine power, 30 dragon powers? Countless people exchanged glances. Among them, some divine power cultivators, even when unleashing their full strength, could only reach 10 dragon powers. Yet Imo Qianyan was still in the golden pill realm. How is that possible? Xiao Xier and Xiao Yin were both stunned. Even in their memories, it was impossible to be against the heavens to such an extent. Xiao Xier, with her Nine Paths platform unity, was now at half-step divine power. Even though she also had fully realized sword intent, it was only 15 dragon powers. A full difference of half. Who is she? The saintess of the Tai Holy Land. Even Jian Jingtian was far inferior to her, almost the first genius of the Dragon Rising continent. How could Imo Qianyan possibly surpass her by so much? Was the 10th Thunder Tribulation not the limit of the Nine Paths platform unity? No, when I go back, I must ask my father. Xiao Xier frowned. This involved her knowledge blind spot. Master, can someone in the golden pill realm have such strong strength? And Xiao Yin clenched his fists, questioning his mysterious teacher in his heart. The usually quick response of the old voice was silent for a long time this time, before slowly uttering two words. King of Geniuses. King of Geniuses? Xiao Yin was puzzled, questioning in his heart. The old voice continued, trembling slightly. Xiao Yin, originally, you shouldn't have come into contact with this level yet, but now, I can only tell you in advance. The King of Geniuses is a true top genius in the starry sky, unmatched in the universe. Legend has it that the King of Geniuses has reached the peak of every realm, and if he awakens the divine body again, he can be called the Supreme King. Perhaps the title King of Geniuses is not shocking enough. In the starry sky, there is another title for such geniuses. What title? The teacher's voice stopped, and Xiao Yan hurriedly inquired. The Holy One. A Holy One. Xiao Yan's pupils suddenly widened. What does being a Holy One represent? Anyone associated with the word holy is the pinnacle of existence in the heavens. In an era without emperors, the Holy One is revered. The path left by a Holy One tens of thousands of years ago can still dominate the Dragonting continent after tens of thousands of years. This is the worth of a Holy One. Teacher, can I catch up to him? A bitter expression filled Xiao Yan's eyes, and the previous hatred toward Imo Qianyan had vanished, because the current Imo Qianyan had surpassed him by too much, reaching a point where he could only look up to him. Moreover, by asking this question, he had already realized that Ling Xiao likely wouldn't be a match for Imo Qianyan. If he only awakens a high-grade spirit body, in the future, you might still have a chance to fight him. But if he awakens a divine body like yours, that would be hard to say. Hearing the teacher's words, Xiao Yan looked at Imo Qianyan, who seemed like an immortal, and a hint of longing appeared in his eyes. The young king, Xiao Yan murmured, as if he could already see Imo Qianyan soaring through the starry sky. Imo Qianyan, one day, I, Xiao Yan, will also become the young king and fight you on that starry stage. In February, I updated 2 chapters every day, generating love for myself, earning a few dimes a day. Luckily, I persisted. After that, with a slightly higher rating, I added more updates daily, writing 6,000 to 7,000 words each day. Can readers please give a good review and send some free gifts? Chapter 60. The Spirit Sword Body. What kind of monster have I encountered? Ling Zhao's grip on the sword trembled. The power of 26 dragons was actually repelled. One must know that an ordinary transcendent, without using sword intent, has only about 50 dragon powers. However, Relying solely on 30 dragon powers was still not enough to defeat me. Spirit sword body, activate. Ling Xiao shouted, his eyes instantly turning blood red. Crack. With his roar, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. A gigantic phantom sword shadow, over 100 feet long, appeared, circling around him. Buzz. The phantom sword shadow emitted a faint sound, bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, it seemed Ling Xiao's state was off. The originally pure spirit sword intent was now tinged with blood red, turning bloodthirsty. At the moment the spirit sword body was activated, Ling Xiao's aura surged. Along with the sword intent, a low-grade spirit body, on the basis of its original peak strength, became a mid-grade spirit body, and a high-grade spirit body doubled its power. Strength increased by 20%, easily suppressing the opponent. At this moment, Ling Xiao's peak power, under the enhancement of the completed sword intent, reached a full 39 dragon powers. With an unmatched battle technique, he could even go toe-to-toe with an ordinary transcendent. Mo Qianyan, you are strong, the strongest genius I, Ling Xiao, have ever seen. But you are too arrogant. This will come at a price. Ling Xiao spoke coldly. He bent slightly, raising his right leg suddenly. Bang! The entire competition stage trembled. Massive stones shattered and fell, and the ground cracked open, revealing a 3-meter-long chasm before everyone's eyes. The arena, capable of withstanding the battles of divine power cultivators, was not enough in the face of absolute divine power. His right arm lifted, and he swung the long sword fiercely. Sword energy surged. Whoosh! In an instant, the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth wildly gathered into the phantom spirit sword behind Ling Xiao, condensing into a sharp sword light. He shouted, and at that moment, the blood-colored spirit sword phantom behind him slashed forward with him. The sword light was incredibly brilliant, ripping through the air with a piercing sound. The 100-foot sword shadow was so imposing that it sent chills down the spines of everyone present. What a domineering sword body, ready to slay all obstacles ahead. At this moment, his aura was nearing the transcendent level. If he comprehended the perfected sword intent, wouldn't he have already reached the threshold of transcendency? Not so simple. Although transcendent only requires 50 dragon powers, with the enhancement of sword intent and spirit body, over 1 million was not impossible. Indeed, it is said that only peerless geniuses at the level of the 9-path stage can battle transcendent beings at the peak of divine power. And Ling Xiao did not yet qualify. Facing this sword, Mo Qianyan's expression finally turned serious. Tai sword formation, activate. Buzz. 10 spirit swords flew out rapidly, forming an incredibly mysterious sword formation to resist the whistling blood-colored sword light. The Tai sword formation has 4 levels. The first level with 10 swords unleashed simultaneously could be called invincible under the transcendent level. Boom. The two great techniques collided, shaking the heavens and earth, spiritual power boiling. Sword light shattering into countless sword energies that vanished into the air. The ground where Mo Qianyan stood was riddled with dense pits, smoke billowing, creating a frightening scene. Clang! Clang! Sword lights flew out, embedding into the surface of the arena. These were Mo Qianyan's 10 spirit swords. The Tai sword formation was broken. Uffed! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering back. Mo Qianyan, on the other hand, fared much better, though his face was slightly pale. Even though he had broken Mo Qianyan's Tai sword formation, Ling Xiao had paid a huge price. The 100-foot sword shadow behind him had now shrunk to 10 feet, and his aura had diminished significantly, but he had ultimately succeeded. The sword formation had been forcefully broken, and the caster's soul would suffer injuries, making it impossible to cast powerful sword formations for a short time. Haha, cough cough. Mo Qianyan, without the sword formation, how will your 30 dragon powers resist me? Ling Xiao laughed heartily, the sword intent in his body surging even more fiercely as his aura gradually climbed. The sword intent, even the spirit body, under his urging, was continuously growing stronger. Clearly, he was prepared to fight desperately, using his true trump card. Not bad. Mo Qianyan nodded. But unfortunately, you are ultimately too weak. Buzz. After speaking, a more profound sword intent spread from Mo Qianyan's body, a power far exceeding that of Ling Xiao. As soon as this sword intent emerged, it suppressed Ling Xiao's sword intent. How is this possible? Ling Xiao's eyes widened, feeling Mo Qianyan's sword intent, a hint of horror flashing in his heart. It was actually the perfected sword intent. No, wait, it wasn't truly perfected, Otherwise, my sword intent wouldn't only be suppressed by 20%. There must be a little gap. Suddenly, Ling Xiao shook his head again, sensing something was off. Because Mo Qianyan's perfected sword intent at this moment was not perfect, it seemed to be lacking somewhat. Boom. At this point, there was no more room for words. Ling Xiao and Mo Qianyan engaged in the fiercest battle with their swords. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as the two long swords collided, unleashing boundless energy, shockwaves sweeping outwards. Sword shadows intertwined, sword energy surged, and the entire area resonated with the harsh sounds of clashing metal. Ling Xiao and Mo Qianyan both displayed their absolute skills, fighting to a standstill. But clearly, under the enhancement and suppression of the half-completed sword intent, Mo Qianyan's power had already surpassed Ling Xiao. With each collision, Ling Xiao's body was severely damaged, blood flowing freely. Yet he remained fierce, the sword phantom behind him becoming increasingly blood-red. Truly a mid-grade spiritual body. If he were an ordinary body, he would have collapsed under such impacts long ago. Ling Xiao could have become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future, dominating North State. But alas, today was to be his end. The heavens of the northern region, no, the entire Dragonting continent, were about to change. The name Mo Qianyan was destined to shake the entire continent. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but express their feelings. Previously, they could not imagine that someone could defy Ling Xiao, but now, the reality was laid out before them. The outcome of this battle was already determined. Ling Xiao was unaware of this, or perhaps he was deliberately avoiding it. All that filled his mind now was one thought. I must kill Mo Qianyan to survive. Ling Xiao's eyes turned crimson, his obsession deepening. At this moment, he exerted all his strength to unleash the sword intent, the sword phantom behind him shaking violently. Terrifying sword light escaping in strands. Though he was already drenched in blood, his aura remained razor-sharp. I started practicing swordsmanship at 6, attained innate ability at 12, entered the realm of divine powers at 20. Aside from the sword that shocks the heavens, no one can defeat me. Kill! He roared, wielding his longsword, attacking Mo Qianyan again and again. Bang! 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 As fists and feet clashed, the sword phantom behind Ling Xiao rapidly collapsed, taking dozens of attacks every second. He was drenched in blood, covered in wounds. This drove him to madness, a killing intent surging in his eyes. Seeing Ling Xiao like this, Mo Qianyan shook his head and said softly, "This battle should come to an end."